I guess nobody can hear me. Never.
No, it's okay. We can hear you, bro. It's just we're just having a laugh. Go on.
Go.
I was just gonna say, hey Pete, did you know that Will Smith's penis tastes just exactly like Obama's?
What the fuck?
Well, where is New Perspective? There's New Perspective here. Hey, Gio, put out the call to New Perspective, because none of you other feckers seem to know what he's talking about when he talks about fake news and characters playing other characters in the past and fake deaths. When he mentioned Michael Jackson faking his death, everyone seemed to be like, oh, what's this about? As if well, okay, even if you come to accept that as par for the course, what have you failed to fucking follow on? How many other clue layers are there for you to follow on?
Dude, Pete, I'm about to do a stream on clones, my man. Trust me.
You got my clone?
You need to get Dallas Dave in.
Hey, what's it? I'm the most
I was
real
gonna
man
say,
you
you've
ever
been
could
listening to
find.
Dallas Dave or what?
I think Dallas Dave's hilarious. He's convinced that all these Glovers are clones, and all of a sudden their behavior starts to make a little more sense, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes, but hang on.
But where are all the originals?
I don't go
We
as
haven't
extreme as Dave. It was a joke. There's
one
definitely something going on with certain celebrities, though. So
listen, what I will say is here, people fail to probably recognize that other interactions here have past relationships. I know Left Lane or NASA shills for years on end. I'm a regular member of Gem Panda's server. I got banned because a woman came in and said, well, why won't someone
Pete,
put this Irish
we
guy
don't need
up?
your life story, please.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, it's making a point,
With
though.
it. On
And
a
all the
scale-
points I make are pertinent, bud. When I told you
Well, I don't know
Eratosthenes
about that, but
Eratosthenes is an anagram of seas, not earth, it's a decoding of the script, bud.
makes sense. Pete.
Yes,
Where to get
but
you going,
Seas,
Pete?
not Earth.
I'm
Good to hear
going to
from
try
you,
to
though,
talk to... I had a great question to ask Witsit when he mentioned Atmos. And I think it's very, very significant. Because, I mean, but see, I can't exaggerate or expand upon that because there's a pressure. There shouldn't be a pressure if you just want to go back to hearing NASA shills or, the huggers. Anyway, can I just mention this? That's what I meant to say to Witset. I have great respect for you, bud, and I believe you married Kai as well. That's wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. I'm moved by that, and I think you make a great couple. And if your heart is in the right place, and you know it is, and I think you will know it is, and you express that you hold that it is, right? I was going to just ask you about the Atmos. The one thing.
Oh my God.
Ballers, can I just say this then? Can I say this? I'll definitely go on mute then. Can I say this?
Pete,
The Atmos.
no.
The Atmos.
Let him finish. 10
Thank you.
seconds, Pete. Wrap it up. 10
Okay,
seconds.
10,
Go.
15 seconds, right? So, Witsit,
Let me just say.
the Atmos. Okay, the Atmos, right? Which you mentioned. This is the thing the ballers deny. As we're looking at ground level over the greater expanse, the water is the greater interferer with what we see.
My God.
The ballers always will say that that is the least interference according to its gradation within the composition of the atmosphere. I'm done.
All right, so just real quick, I want to go back to the Selenelian because I think I broke up and I didn't hear some of the responses. Like, what do you guys think about the point that I made? That if we're starting at solar noon and both the target and the apparent position are very close, it's going to get farther and farther away from the source of and the apparent position, right?
Yes, we addressed that. See, when you made that point, I made an even better point about the 15 degrees per hour the sun's supposed to be rotating through the sky and how that wouldn't be possible if what they said was happening.
Right, but see, now think about this, though, again. So let's not even worry about the whole above the horizon. That has to happen every fucking day. Every day at solar noon, sun's right there. And then as it goes farther and farther away, it keeps the degree gets bigger and bigger. It doesn't fucking matter if it's Selenelian or not. It always has to happen that way.
Hey, Travis, Geo and Witsit before that gave a flat Earth consideration for what might be happening with the Selenian. Break up the word, very interesting. Selene. Eon
My
or
God.
Elion. But Hank Travis, can you give an explanation as to what might be actually happening? We know the baller's failure, abject failure, but in reality, we're all looking at reality. Different models, different thought processes are applied. What's your best guess as to what might be happening?
There is some disturbance, some energy disturbance up in the sky. I can't get there. You can't get there. But whatever there is up there, we've got the Vedics, we've got all of the ancients to say that they had no problem describing it as a black body, none whatsoever.
Like Crow 77777. Now, when it comes to modern abilities to explain, I'm glad you trust all the ancient references, but when it comes to modern abilities, do you think the army, the navy, the greater forces in play have not discerned much more about reality than we have right now?
So
Acknowledge dark
in
bodies in
other
the
words,
government.
in other
I have an
words, like
explanation
in
for the dark
today's
body in the black spot
wait,
sun, but
wait, in today's time, do we really are we really able or willing to accept that there's something up there that we can't see?
We literally can spot the orbs on camera. There's 3 different people from 3 different seats in a
right.
plane that all caught them during an eclipse around the sun, and which eliminates the idea that it's based on the camera, as in also they move them and it stays relative same position to the sun, and it was spotted from the Earth, and it's been documented by many astronomers, and there are modern astronomers that say that it's pretty insane that we know that there is something here acting as effectively an additional quote-unquote satellite, but it's completely ignored. So yeah, Skyline. And I know one thing that we know is that the sun and the moon can't both be above the Earth, and then the Earth be geometrically blocking something that is above it. So, okay.
So there has to be something else going on.
Oh my God, are
And
you really
what's his
serious with
name?
it?
Left Lane already relinquished. Didn't you already relinquish Left Lane, saying you didn't know? You couldn't explain it.
No,
You couldn't
Travis was actually asking why there wasn't a Selenilian when the moon was on the horizon. That's
Yes,
what I
but
said. I
I
didn't
was
know.
asking. I'm not talking to you or any of the rest of the consistent objectees, the antagonists, the Boulder Ball crew, the same script member, etc. I'm not going to do. I'm asking the flat earthers here. That's why. Fair play, Witsaid. Fair play, Geo. Travis. What is happening when we're seeing a Selenilian eclipse? I'm not saying that I'm judging you. I just want your best estimation of it. We are flat earthers and beyond, and at the very least thing we accept is that there's minds in play that know more than what we know because we were led to think what we came to think via certain
I
direct.
already answered. Are you asking me again? I already answered
Yes.
this. I already
No, but
answered.
you answered it in reference to the Ball Earth explanation.
No, he didn't. He said ancient Vedic texts. Okay, Travis, did you ever think about it being that whatever it is, the destruction is effectively kind of like a polarized lens? So like when you
Absolutely,
take the
yeah.
lens and you turn it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you actually, the first time I thought about that was listening to Cammy Nodell.
No.
Oh
I
my!
know I said.
Yeah, so,
Left
Leftland's going to personally attack her as he's just been spewing I don't knows and he has the whole consensus on the
Okay,
side.
let me give my answer.
So,
then.
by the way, Left Lane, Cammy is a literal genius. So maybe pump
Yes,
the
she
brakes.
is.
I don't think you should be making fun of her. But if you look at the GIF here,
I'm not making fun of her. Just to defend myself, they saw the reflection in the telescope, which is a known phenomena, and thought it was a second sun, and that was kind of silly.
No, actually, you just watched the other dude say that when the fact is they took all that into account and he just completely strawman and ignored the actual argument. I'm not interested in the petty. If you want to go believe like the dude, the anti-flat earther globe zealot lie on the internet, I don't care. If you look at the GIF in the chat, you'll see that when it turns to the side, it completely turns black. So that could be what we're seeing during the eclipse.
Left Lane is a knocker and a naysayer. He'll always do it with said. So the more you get involved, in a sense, the more you waste your valuable time. And just as Cammy is a genius, you're a fucking genius as well. With said, of course you are. You're one of the greatest minds that any of us have come across, and you know it. Now you understand.
The other thing that I want to say real quick. The other thing I want to say just real quick that I thought about too, and that this was looking at that science girl and how she created 2 vortices in the water, right? We've all seen these eddies on the top of the water, but at the bottom of the creek, you can see a black shadow, right? So the disturbance in the fluid creates a shadow. I could very well be comfortable with saying that there's energy up in this. Hold on. There's energy up in the sky that creates a vortices that then becomes that obstruction. I don't have a problem thinking about that.
Now, I think give me a bit of time here just to give my answer to this most pertinent of questions, because this is a relationship between us, or the perceiver, and our reality. I'm not an atheist. I was an atheist, Left Lane. I was an atheist, Huggers. I was an atheist, all the rest of the ballers. But I come back now recognizing that there's a greater power in play here. So therefore, we're limited to certain possibilities. Is this all a simulation? Is this all a prefabricated construct? Is this a reality? Well, who knows? This is what we have to figure out. But let me just say my answer to the question about what's happening with the Selenian eclipse. It goes back to what's happening with an eclipse itself. What's happening solar and lunar in these circumstances. Now, the one thing I will say, as we're following our path along, and remember, all you have, listener, here is your own mind, which I love and respect. And I'm not delivering any truth, but it's things to consider. This is what we're doing when we're living in the now, and we have new sort of means of communication available.
What if I told you, Pete?
Let me finish my saying, hang on, please. Let me just continue. So now, when as flat earthers, so beyond Left Lane, I'm leaving you aside, Left Lane, for this moment, knowing that you know better, but we're flat earthers now. Now we look at the sky, everything seems to move in unison on a daily, nightly basis with a different variation when we consider the sun, moon, and the planetary relationships, or the wandering stars. But ultimately, it is a consistent motion or mechanism that's potentially driving this. To think that it's separate, which is what the ball earther and expanded heliocentric philosophy or thinking lets us into, well, that's what we have to come away from. We have to reverse it. So we consider that everything then is moving in motion. When we look for two opposites or two associations, what else are we going to look at? The moon and the sun. Now here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, please. Here's the kicker to consider, because all we're doing is considering the shit in our mind. It doesn't mean anything, or it could mean everything, but you consider what your now means right now. Now, here's the kicker. Science tells us that we're looking, as we look up and perceive our reality, into infinite space, infinite distance. A flat Earth has to tell us there's a barrier here.
You're not the only one here, Pete.
I know that.
You're not the only one here, man.
He's got a kicker to kick the kicker.
With this summates everything. 15 seconds then. Right. Then, what is the opposite to empty space? I say it's heavy waters, cold waters. We have an energized barrier against which acts as a mirror sky. And this is why the sun and the moon are direct associated.
Wait, here's the punchline.
Here's the kicker. Where's the kicker, Pete?
Here's the kicker.
Listen,
come on,
Pete, just real quick.
Yeah, but I was
Pete,
rushed.
just real quick, man.
I was rushed. Left Lane.
Listen, you have been saying this stuff for 2 years, man. Every single time you get a chance to talk, you just say the same stuff over and over again, regardless of what we're talking about. Listen, if there is a
about this eclipse, bud.
Listen, yeah, I've heard you out many times.
In that vein, we've all been saying the same shit.
Just because there's a lull in the conversation doesn't mean that you have to be the one to fill it, man.
That's word salad, not hungry.
Listen, man. Winston and Gio gave direct answers to the Selenian explanation, and you didn't, Travis.
I think Dyslow was up. Go ahead, Dyslow.
I was just going to say, have you ever looked into Tupac and Biggie being the same person, Pete? I think you should look into that.
What you...
Oh, me.
Where is
please no. Please no.
When I need him. Michael Jackson faked his death and returned as the Five Alive Dodo. You haven't been paying attention, you dickheads.
You goddamn dickhead.
Yeah, you all go back with it to talking to debating with Left Lane. Left Lane, he didn't get the clue. Left Lane, he's a trucker. He's traveling in the back rooms to nowhere over an extended flat plane.
And the thing about eclipses is that there's something called the nodes of the moon's nodes, the lunar nodes. And in the heliocentric model, those are claimed to be the point at which the 5-degree tilt of the moon's orbit around the Earth intersects with the ecliptic being the plane at which the Earth is orbiting around the sun. So in that general way, it makes sense, meaning that the orbit of the moon and the orbit of the Earth around the sun, which essentially is the way the sun is hitting the Earth, intersect. So, I mean, I get it in that model. On a planar stationary Earth, you could have the sun and the moon above the Earth, and the ecliptic in that sense is the actual plane of the sun as the sun is making its circuit. If the moon's circuit is tilted 5 degrees, then it's a similar thing. When they intersect, you're going to have, that's when the eclipses occur. And the lunar nodes are, they're in known positions in the zodiac, meaning in the 360 degrees of the zodiac, they make a 19-year retrograde cycle, and they're always 180 degrees from each other. So basically, there are these 2 points in the sky that we always track where they are and know where they are, and they're always moving retrograde, and it takes 19 years for them to make their whole cycle. So when you have those 2 lunar nodes that are opposite of each other, the north node and the south node, which the ancient Vedics refer to those as Rahu and Ketu. So we know we have those points. When a new moon or a full moon aligns with those is when an eclipse occurs. And if it aligns a little bit off, you get a partial eclipse. If it aligns, closer, you're going to get a total eclipse. So whatever is occurring there, whether those are, I think ultimately it's alchemy. The sun and the moon are electrical. I do think polarization is involved. We could get into ideas of, but the point is that those 4 bodies, the sun, the moon, the north node, and the south node, are lining up, and then we get the phenomenon.
Gio, that's brilliant as well, but of course, love and respect to you, man, and everything you have to say is worth hearing. Were the ancient Vedics ball earthers? The present Vedics are spinning ball earthers? Are we being told the truth in one sense, but a lie in a different sense? Is it possible for some information to be truthful and containing a lie at the same time?
No globe earth in any Vedic anything. The only globe earth stuff is, the Vedics have kind of filtered into like Buddhism, Hinduism, and so on. And in the modern day versions of Buddhism and Hinduism, there's going to be some globe stuff. But in terms of the Vedics, they never, ever depicted the earth as a globe.
If you think about the zodiac, Gio, we have... this is why all this stuff takes...
There are more people in the room, man. You don't have to respond after the time everyone speaks. There are people, there's the room, there's more people in the room.
I understand that, but at the same time, no one has to say what I have to say, but continue, please.
That means that you think that yours is more important than anyone else's, Pete, but everyone's got stuff to say, man.
I mean, to be fair, no one else was like trying to get in, so...
Vedics haven't depicted the Earth as a globe.
Simply...
What year are we talking about? Like, we're talking about like 1,000 years ago, or how long ago was that?
By the way, I just found this image. It's like of a quarter, and there's a polarized filter. I just thought that's pretty cool. It looks just like an eclipse, right?
Hey, Gio, how many constellations are there? Come on, bud. How many constellations are there? Zodiac is based on a certain number of fixed constellations or connecting of dots between repeating patterns.
13.
Yeah, 12 or 13.
Okay. Well, it's 12 or 13, but yes, we know that there's a fixity attached. If you think about it in reality, according to the bowler, I'd love to hear Left Lane or any of the bowler earthers come in, but I've left that behind, so that's not who I'm talking to here. But, well, if you're going to say to me that you're going to connect all of these disparate and distant stars together, and according to our perspective, I'm asked to view it on one plane, that's fair enough. Let me know that that's the case, though, Left Lane, which you have done. But Gio, as a flat earther, what's the meaning of this translation, and how can this make any sense?
Once again, as far as the zodiacs you were asking, it was always 12, according to NASA a couple of years ago, adding, I don't even know how to say it right, like Ophiuchus or something like that. That thing NASA added that like 2 years ago. Okay, you don't have to fucking count NASA zodiacs. Like that's not what astrology.
It's a clue for us, though, bud.
Yeah, that was
the 13th. Jesus was the 13th of the 12 and the 1.
That seems like a bit of a psyop because, yeah, NASA kind of rolled that out and they put it in all the news and all kinds of papers. Basically, it's just another layer of trying to discredit astrology and discredit the sky and the way the sky is working, because they rolled out this whole thing and in all of the news articles all across the world, oh, your sign might not be. I mean, first of all, the whole like horoscopes in the newspaper, that there's a whole psyop connected to that too. But the point is, if someone thinks they're a Gemini or whatever, they release this whole thing. Well, actually, there's 13 signs, so you're actually a different sign, and the whole thing is wrong. That was just a psyop that they rolled out because at the end of the day, we have the stars in the sky. If you separate the sky in 12 sections, and then obviously those constellations that we attribute to those and the way that they're aligned and so on, but it's splitting the sky into 12. You can split it into 13 and make some of those 30-degree sections a little smaller, and then interpret a 13th sign if you want. But that's not.
Yes, but Gio, how many flat Earth astrologers do you know?
I know some.
Spinaci is a great one. Definitely admit that. What's happening here in reality, doesn't it seem more, in contrast, in counterpart, doesn't it seem that we're dealing with reflections against a contoured barrier, and that when Left Lane and all the heliocentrists and beyond, who've defined what the stars are completely in terms of their size and distance, if there was prior knowledge, that they knew that everything was on the same curved plane, then these lines connecting are making the zodiac, or making the different expressions of it, be it 12 or 13. Would you know what I'm saying? Would you not think that would make a massive difference? And is it only just waiting for us to come into this greater flat Earth and beyond reckoning to see what the stars? Actually, great question to finish it. I know I can talk a lot. But remember, friends, we haven't spoken in ages, and I have a lot of thinking, a lot of experience, and a lot of individual sort of reckoning to relate. But don't you think that, yes, maybe everything is on one curved plane, because we're after coming away from heliocentrism, Big Bangism, infinite empty space. Maybe it's waters beyond, maybe there's a barrier between, and we're looking at reflections in the sky, which all seem to move in unison.
Did you say curved plane?
Yes, a curved sky, a curved barrier.
Oh, okay.
Rakia.
But you said curved plane. I don't know.
Yes, that's what I mean. And listen, that's what the ball Earth has done. If you throw out heliocentrism, you're a fool. God speaks in metaphor. That's what I reckon. So whatever information you're given, okay, come to realize the literal is not something you can relate to. You can relate to your own experience. Yeah, but yeah, it's the metaphor. It's the metaphor that counts. So we now coming to flat Earth, stationary. Geo, the Earth is not flat or stationary, bud. You know this, don't you, bud? You know the Earth is not flat or stationary. Surely.
Okay, take a break, buddy.
I will take a break. I will just leave you with this clarification then. Gio, the reason I asked that question, the Earth, in terms of the word, in our minds, the blue marble. We've already scrubbed the blue marble, so now we have to paint an alternative picture. I'm done now. God. We have to paint an alternative picture and then say that is flat. I'm done now.
It's okay, Pete.
Pete said
you just got a lot to say, man.
He said one thing. He said, I have a lot of individual reckoning to relate. I like that. That was gangster.
That is a good statement. Individual reckoning. The thing about the constellations, the positions of the stars, in a way, you could say don't matter, because the 0 degrees of Aries is the point at which the sun is at the spring equinox, and then it's just dividing 12 30-degree sections from there. Although you then have the precession of the equinoxes, so that 0 degree point has shifted, and then you have the difference between the sidereal and tropical. So there's a little bit more complexity with that. But in terms of originally when it was at 0 degrees of Aries, that's what the foundation of it is built upon.
Do you think there's precession of the equinoxes?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. At the spring equinox, it's not at 0 degrees Aries anymore. So yeah, there's definitely precession of the equinoxes. On the globe Earth, they claim it's because of a wobble and all of that. One explanation on a planar Earth would be that every time the sun gets to the Tropic of Capricorn on the outer, rim, it goes a little further each time, just a teeny bit further. And of course, that plays into the idea that, like, you know, like it's like melting outwards, you know, and you got the ice, the Antarctic sort of ice region, and then sort of melting out. So if the sun is making slightly larger circles at the Tropic of Capricorn, then it's going to, you know, cause that sort of precession effect to where the 0 degrees of Aries, you know, is shifting.
But however, contrary to that, though, Geo, I'm pretty sure they claim that the ice is actually building in the south around Antarctica, not declining like they claim it is in the north.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, Geo, do you accept 1 degree per like 72 years of precession?
In general, yeah, but of course it's a little bit hard to nail that down. But meaning that we, you know, how many years of history do we have that's documented?
Yeah, right. I think it's hard to derive, and I mean, there's even records of other cultures having records of so-called triperiodation also, where the precession happens in like an oscillation between 2 points, that the precession can even be in the
Go out. You don't have to watch.
in
Just let
the
her go.
opposite direction, you know.
So bad. You don't have to like watch me.
Hold on, sign your hot miking. Sorry, could you say that again, Flair?
Yeah, so there's also this recorded phenomenon from other cultures, I think from the like Arabian countries, which is called repredation, but which kind of formulates precession, but in 2 directions around a central oscillation point, so that it moves like 1 degree every 72 years, but this precession can also happen in the opposite direction. But this was dismissed like in the 15th or 16th century from Tycho Brahe, I think. But you heard about that?
That's interesting. Yeah, that you're saying that it could be pulsating. Yeah, I don't know that I am aware of this. You're saying that it could be pulsating, like let's say it's at 0 degrees of Aries, it could go 30 degrees back into Pisces and then 30 degrees up into Taurus. Is that what you mean? Kind of like a back and forth phasing rather than an entire cycle?
Yeah, right. Because just there are different records about these phenomenons happening, and I mean these all can be in a way empirically derived, but our lifespan in a way makes it kind of already difficult to really confirm anything of this stuff, you know. So I'm not sure how far this accepted precessionary values are in a way just in accordance with the heliocentric assumptions, you know, because there's a lot of material around that stuff and it's quite interesting. That's why I wanted to ask you what you think about those.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Again, like you said, kind of hard to pin down. I mean, unless, yeah, I mean, trusting certain records, but that could, you know, in terms of, but you'd have to go back quite a, you know, 72 years, 1 degree. Okay, you can go. I mean, how many of those can we really do to get accuracy? So, yeah, it's a good point. Like, how many 72-year chunks do we have really good, accurate records of the sky that long ago, you know?
Right.
And with all the other deceptions going on. Well, do you think that plays into, I mean, the fact that they refer to it as an entire cycle, a 26,000-year cycle, do you think that has to do, I mean, if there is a deception there, that has to do with the heliocentric wobbling globe? Like, do you think it'd be connected to that they, if it's not the case that it does that whole cycle, that it's connected because the wobbling globe, like they need a certain consistency of that wobble in order to make it an entire cycle?
I'm really not quite sure about that, because it's already interesting to see where the acceptance of this formulation of the precession of the equinox brings from. And I think it comes from the investigations of Sir Isaac Newton, you know, who was really who dwelled into esoterics and, you know, biblical apocalyptics and stuff like that, you know, who in a way used kind of crazy methods in deriving his
I think you might have cut out right at the end, but I heard most of that. Yeah, that's a good point, though. I mean, like, do we have any records of the precession of the equinoxes being all the way over in Scorpio, for example, or Libra or something like that, to verify that it's actually an entire cycle? Like, we know where it is today. We can have some records of a couple 72-year periods, but yeah, that might have to remain somewhat of a mystery for the moment.
Who's talking? I don't see anybody lighting up.
Are we in agreement that Polaris does not move, or do we think that it moves? As far as 1 degree every 70 years.
Yeah, it doesn't do that, but it does seem to slightly move.
It does seem to kind of slightly wiggle almost, or kind of, doesn't it make like a little circle?
Sort of, yeah. It looks like it's oscillating.
But the globe model is going to tell us Polaris will be in the South Pole in 1800 years, or whenever that will be.
Well, yeah. So they had that on their websites, and then Jaren called them out, showing how it was wrong, and then they took it down. So obviously they're hiding something. I mean, the math necessitates that, but they took it down once Jaren called them out. Of course, we have the globe zealots running around on Discord and pretend it's perfect. What are you gonna do?
Is this NASA took it down, or somebody else?
No, it was someone else with a really popular competitor to Stellarium.
It's what's it? What if it's all scripted and metaphor? I'm talking about the greater story of our lives here. When we were born into heliocentrism and beyond, we were given a vast expanse in terms of time and space. I'm not saying it isn't true. I think ultimately we are eternal, or at least have the potential to be connected to eternality. Is that, if that's a word? But yeah, what is the motivating or guiding factor now that you use? I will just say that in terms, I'm trying to be serious at every moment now. We have to try and progress as individuals. If you're happy enough to go over the same roads that Left Lane has driven for years now in his truck on the left-hand side and the left path, it's fair enough, but you're not progressing yourself, and he already knows better, but it seems like that you don't know better because you don't value your now enough. I don't mean that to you personally, but do you understand the point I'm making? If time is pressing, if everything is pressing, should we not try our best?
I don't know, Austin, if you want to respond to that. That's kind of a meta-analysis. I don't know if there's if you want to, but I was going to say on the topic we're talking about, didn't Zachary Zabala, I saw a video he did pointing out that at least the history of the naming of Polaris being the pole star, and the fact that they called it the pole star at a time when they claimed that it wasn't the pole star.
I didn't know he did a video, but yeah, it's hilarious. They claim it wasn't the pole star, but that's what it was named as. It's hilarious.
Thuman was the pole star thousands of years ago. Geo, is it interesting? If names, if words count, if letters count, if orders of letters count. What's that word you use? You didn't say metascript.
Meta-analysis. But I think what he meant was bullshit.
Very good. Meta-response. A meta-response. Brilliant. Brilliant word. That's a new word. Hey, Geo, trademark that word. Meta-response, because if there's a metascript in play, I'm serious about this, but then who are the greater readers of it but flat earthers and beyond? We got to figure though what Left Lane knows or what Kosha knows. Did they know the earth was flat before I did? I'm done now. I'm done.
We got to figure out what Left Lane and Kosho know. Interesting.
Well, they obviously know the earth is a fucking not a ball. That's why they come in defending it so vehemently and asking no questions.
I think they've actually convinced themselves that it's a ball, bro. They're content with the delusion because it's more comfortable to be a part of the majority.
Well, I mean, to be fair on that topic, okay, you could get into the idea that some of these guys might be lying or deceptive, or they might be purposefully doing it or trolling or whatever. I'm not talking about Kosho and Left Lane. I'm just saying in general. But it is worth considering that, I mean, there is a lot of information out there that the Earth is a globe. And we've gone over so many components just in terms of the quote unquote evidence and all these NASA and all this stuff. So, I mean, it is worth considering that they just actually believe it. Meaning they really do. They've looked at all the information. That's what they think, and they're absolutely sticking to it. And then they feel like, you know, that they want to, whether you call it defending or asserting or whatever it may be, that they want to, you know, kind of back their viewpoint, and that they just do authentically believe it. And then that brings into the question, maybe, you know, are some people able to see the truth? I'm not even saying this trying to define that they aren't the truth at the moment. I'm just saying, you know, the capacity to decipher the information accurately or not. And that could go for any side, I suppose.
Well, Gio, my response to that would be fair enough, absolutely fair enough. So someone coming into flat Earth consideration tomorrow from a TikTok, you won't get many YouTube returns when you look into it, but yeah, from a TikTok reference, and they come into Discord and find it, and they encounter someone like Kosha, a very intelligent man, and they'll become enamored, I guess, for a while, and they won't be able to decide whether he's genuine or not, but they will, using their own mind, come to the same sort of conclusions that we came to, and it's only via Kosho's opposition that progress is made for the individual. So yes, I understand what you're saying. It's very possible, but also there's other possibilities in play as well, right?
And then you have things like the Golden Globe race, which completely disprove any flat Earth map I personally have ever seen.
Oh my God! See, this goes to what Gio is saying. I was about to say this too. So what they do is they, to protect their cognitus, right? They cling on to little things that, although they've heard the rebuttal and they've heard the fraudulent, fallacious nature of the claim or the postulation, they refuse to internalize it. So it's kind of like how Left Lane, for 5 days in a row, every time he hears me talking about light, he jumps in as if it is an irrefutable home run response to me to say, what about laser distance finders? And although I've given the answer like 10 times, he keeps asking it. I think they don't internalize it, right? Like it's not really on their, table as a possibility. So that's not really what's going on. They're frantically looking for something.
Your explanation doesn't work, though. What's it? You can't explain laser rangefinders without the speed of light. Sorry.
So you just quantified the rate of perception of illumination.
What the fuck does that mean?
See what I'm saying? It's been 5 days. Now he says your
bullshit.
explanation doesn't make sense.
What do you mean by quantify the rate of perception? How does the machine measure that? How does my laser rangefinder that I'm holding in my hand right now to quantify the perception rate? What was that bullshit you said? Quantify the perception.
Anyone can join the fucking Hell's Angel clubs. You don't have to go through any procedures. NASA shills come in and throw all the drinks all over the place and fart in my face.
What? I mean, if you want me to leave, then I'll leave.
You interrupted him and then started calling things bullshit and then gish galloping. So that's not really a great way to end the conversation.
Whatever. I mean, he's coming in and he's blatantly lying, and he knows he's blatantly lying. And I asked him how this machine I'm holding in my hand right now, this little laser finder, how does it measure the perceived rate of perception?
Yeah, so Gio, don't you find it interesting that
through all of his ad homs, I guess he has a question in there.
Yeah, Gio, don't you find it interesting that he's so sure that what I'm saying is wrong, but in the same breath he says he doesn't understand what I'm saying. But
no, because you're
it's calibrated on
more ad homs. All right, go ahead.
It's calibrated, right, with the convention of the speed of light. That's how it works. It's calibrated with that. But a human inept assumption is that in this instance, speed equates to travel. And then someone says, yeah, that's what it means, distance over time. We've just quantified the rate in which we perceive illumination and conflated that to what light itself is, although it's already there. So it's calibrated based on the rate of perception of illumination, not travel.
How's my machine
Yes,
measure
but
the
that's
rate
not
of
quite so.
perception of
It's not,
illumination?
it's not quite
It's
so
calibrated
intervening.
on the rate of perception of illumination, which is a rate of
How
induction.
does
How do you understand that?
how does it measure it, Witsit? How does it know how fast the humans perceive stuff? How do we calibrate it, Witsit?
Okay, yeah. So the way we got the speed of light is we shot it at a mirror, and then we got an average, and then we run it through an electronic circuit, right? So that's how we got it. That's literally what the distance measure, like the laser distance finder, is calibrated with, is with that convention of the speed of light. We got that with not a one-way speed, just a two-way average using a mirror. So that's how we have an idea, a consistent idea of that rate of perception. Therefore, we can use it for things like measuring distances, but it isn't actually physically traveling. And it's very, very remedial to be like, laser hits wall and bounce back. Right?
That's
So
exactly
it's
how
like,
it works.
it's ironic, I think.
I know it.
Even
It's really stupid, but it's really simple, and it's really what's happening.
Even according to your own principles, is a problem because as you fire this beam of light towards a reflective surface, there's going to be some absorption. So how can you tell that the beam of light that left was not going at a faster speed than the beam of light that returned to you, and you just took the average and you got 186,000 miles per second?
Okay, it doesn't matter because the speed of light is the same no matter how we measure it.
Well, that's not true, actually. We have observations where the speed of light is debunked. So,
please debunk it. Please
yeah,
debunk
yeah.
the speed of light.
For example, like Cherkanoff radiation.
It's
right?
not debunking the speed of light.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's the glow and
jerking off.
No, it's jerking off, not jerking off. Let's see where mine's going. It's the blue glow in radiation tank.
Yeah. So how does it explain it? Why would people ever say that it's going faster than the speed of light? Do you know anything about it, or are you just repeating what you heard me say about it?
No, I know about it. And it's like a shock wave because the speed of light in the medium is slower than it is when it first is emitted.
So is it faster than the speed of light supposed to be, or not?
Well, it's faster than it should be in the mediums, and that's what you're seeing is the shock wave.
So why is it faster than it's supposed to be if nothing can go faster than the speed of
Again,
light?
did you hear me? It was faster than the speed of light when it was emitted. It was going to speed of light in the vacuum. It hits the medium and has to slow down because it's slower in the medium because it's bouncing off of stuff.
But why doesn't it?
What do you mean it does?
But no, if we take the speed of light and we apply it to the medium water, we know how fast it's supposed to travel, but it goes way faster than that with Cherkanoff radiation.
For a brief second, and for a brief amount of time, and that's with the blue glow.
Right, so it goes too fast.
No, because it slows down immediately, and that's the blue glow.
No. It's not supposed to go as fast as it does, though.
But wait a minute, hold on. How does it know it's in medium until it hits something?
It's already in the medium, buddy.
It doesn't know that, though.
That's so non sequitur. The point is that
it doesn't know that when it's being emitted.
You're just not going to respond. What about when we sent the transmission through coaxial cables and it went 3 times the speed of light in a vacuum?
Yeah, they found out that wasn't measuring, or didn't they?
Did they? Really? Can you cite that, or are you just making stuff up?
No, I mean, this is the experiment I'm thinking about. Why don't you actually make some sites? You're quoting all this stuff. Why don't you actually
cited it like 4 times?
Why are you doing that to Witsit? Come on, NASA. You are about his truth. Can you test your own held truths?
Will you please, Pete? You got kicked out of you got kicked out of one room for doing this. Are you trying for another?
I got kicked out of one room for some woman coming in telling the other moderators to shut me up, and I said, "What am I, a black Irish?"
All right, we don't need to repeat it.
There we
go.
But, thank you.
So like all I'm saying is the bigger point that we were trying to have for Derailed was it's like they don't actually internalize it, right? So when they all get together and they hear the other person, like usually they have someone they look up to, whether Professor Dave or Kosho or Ruhif, whoever it is. And so they sit in the back and they get real confident when they're here and they think that's like their go-to guy. So whatever they hear them say, they just hold to be true. And then they just kind of say things over and over. They don't actually have intentions of hearing the rebuttal or trying to decide whether or not it's a sufficient rebuttal. That this can be proven by the fact they still say the easily disproven arguments. You know what I'm saying? Like that if the earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to see further once you stand up, that there would be no horizon on a flat earth, that you can see curvature from a plane, that planes prove that the Earth is a ball with how they fly. You know what I'm saying? Like when they say stuff like this, or like a Great Circle Route debunks a flat Earth, or that east to west circumnavigation debunks a flat Earth, they say all these very easily disproven things. And I think this goes to elucidate the point, which is that they don't internalize the information. They have a bias. It's not on the table for them that the Earth may not be a ball. It's not even like honestly looked at. So I don't think they're lying. I think that they believe it because of like it's like a mental block almost.
My problem with it is races like the Golden Globe, which will only go 30,000 nautical miles, is not enough distance to circumnavigate at the equator, let alone any land that is larger than the equator.
That's not even the topic right now, bro. You keep bringing up these distances that you think you've confirmed, and the map does not necessarily confirm what you think you've traveled or what you're told the distances are. It's not even on topic. It's non sequitur.
So they go like 3 knots or something.
What's going on? Bringing up your touring with your boat doesn't really add to the conversation right now.
I appreciate you not being able to debunk it. Go ahead, Witsit.
It doesn't actually go around Antarctica, and Jaron and I looked into it. So if their distances are correct, I think you're accidentally interrupting, buddy. Their distances, if they are correct, the distances they claim, then they're going like really, really slow. So this is like this is a race, and they're going like 3 knots, 4 knots.
Right. Yeah. And Brian Leakey did a whole video about it.
Yeah.
In the GGR, they do average approximately 4.5 knots VMG.
Oh,
do you know why?
Because it's so hard to travel down there.
No. Seriously, do you know what the term VMG stands for? Do you know why that number is so low?
I don't care. I just know that you don't go around the ice cap on the bottom of a ball, admittedly.
Well, let me hold on. Kool-Aid, hold on. You can respond to that just 1 second. I just was going to post. This is the Vendée Globe, but I had done screenshots of this from their website. So just so everyone kind of knows, I mean, that is what they claim. You know, that's like on an AE map, because you can actually make the thing an AE map on their actual website. But anyways, that does show like what it would be on an AE, and then so I'm just saying that is what they're claiming. I don't know if you're talking about Vendée or not, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm talking about the Golden Globe, the GGR, the one that's going on currently. The Vendée is not currently racing. The Golden Globe is using celestial navigation and dead reckoning and has no modern navigational equipment on board. That's basically the big difference.
Very exciting.
It is. It's a fascinating race, and there's lots and lots of money and lots of eyeballs on it, especially in the sailing communities. So
why do they only go 4 knots?
Yeah, so they're doing a 4.5 knot average VMG, which stands for velocity made good, meaning their speed if they were able to travel directly into the wind. However, sailboats have to follow the wind, so they have to tack back and forth and travel much further distances. That is called the orthological distance. We don't actually talk about that distance much in sailing because it's confusing and it confuses people. We talk about VMG and VMG speeds because that's the only thing that really matters.
So how far do they actually travel?
So I don't want to give away the Golden Globe right now, but I can tell you for the Vendée, which Geo just posted, we are looking at a orthological of 70,000 plus nautical miles.
Wow, so they're going 70,000 nautical miles, and this debunks flat Earth.
That's very close to our measurement.
Right, but that is the total distance traveled. But they are not traveling in a straight line. They are traveling back and forth across the ley line, across the VMG line. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or
I know what you're claiming. Yeah.
Okay, so why are you claiming that these boats should have VMG speeds near the boat speed when that's obviously incorrect?
No, I'm saying it's very funny that truth come out and you had to invoke a distance similar to a flat Earth.
No. Did you miss the fact they're not going in straight lines?
Well, I hear you saying that. That's why it goes
Right.
further.
That's how sailboats work. Do you disagree?
Well, I hear you saying it, but I would love to see how you actually verify the distance. So how do they track the distance without modern navigation tools?
Sure. So, are we talking for the GGR or for the Vendée Globe?
I don't care.
For the GGR, they do have modern navigation with limited outputs to the sailors. All of the outputs are being handed directly to the race committee and then uploaded for those of us dorks who like to look at it. The sailors on board do not have the access to that information.
So how do they track the distance? Are you going to answer the question?
Yes. So they are tracking distance over speed over time. Speed is measured predominantly through the through-hole tachometer, which is calibrated to be a higher accuracy than the tachometer in your car.
So
or speedometer.
really, you get more accurate speed readings in the water than a car.
Yes, you do.
How so?
In a car, your tire is prone to sliding along the surface, whereas with a through-hole tachometer, no matter what, the propeller is going to spin.
So what you're saying is they just take the time. That's it. They get their speed in their time, and that's how they get their distance.
Right. Speed over time equals distance, right?
I know. So
you
they're
agree
just
with that?
well, they're just getting their speed.
Right. They have their speed. They have the time. Therefore, they have the distance traveled. Do you disagree?
Okay. And then can you show me where they map out that they're going back and forth?
I disagree.
Agree.
I don't agree with the verification of the distance in water. No, I don't agree.
So you disagree that they can
I've
measure
already
their
looked into
speed
it.
through the water, or do you disagree that they can measure time?
You could measure time, but that's it.
Can you measure how fast your propeller spins?
That's irrelevant to actually how fast you're going.
No, that's exactly how we use a through-hole tachometer. It is
So you're
an
saying if a
impeller,
propeller
and
goes
it-
a certain, so if a propeller's going a certain rate,
Impeller.
it's going to always
propeller,
equate to a
impeller.
certain speed in the water that you're traveling at all areas.
Yes.
That's wrong.
If water is moving through the impeller and forcing it to spin, we can measure how much water is being moved past it and therefore gain a speed.
What if you're going against current?
Yeah, great question. So then we actually do have a difference between our impeller measured speed and our determined speed. We determine that via the buoy measurements and the swells, the things that the buoy is measuring. When those two disagree, we trust the impellers more than we trust the buoys, and we are on their side because they are more.
What if the wind blows you off course?
Then Bernoulli's principle has failed, and we have a lot bigger problem.
The wind's never blown a boat off course going around the world.
He just claimed they constantly go off course. He doesn't. He just constantly contradicts.
Are you claiming Bernoulli's principle doesn't work, Godric?
I think he was claiming that you just said that it goes off course, and now you're saying it's perfectly on course.
No, they maintain their exact course. They know where they are. However, they are incapable of heading directly upwind, which is why sailboats tack back and forth. This has been known for thousands of years and done by anyone who's ever been on a sailboat.
Sorry, I was just ignoring you. So
You're saying you're not explaining the distance by time and speed because you don't know how far the distance is from here to that next iceberg, do you?
Right. So we know that as water moves moves through the hole in the hole, it's going to spin the impeller. Do you both agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree we can count how many times that impeller rotates?
Irrelevant.
Yes. That has nothing to do with where you're going. You might have to go around an iceberg.
Okay. Do you agree that the more times that rotates, the faster the water goes?
I don't know.
Yeah,
It depends.
sure. No, it depends on, yeah, like, it wouldn't always be the same. Depends on what the water's doing. That's
But
our
if
whole
we're
point, that you're
measuring
staying
off the
fast.
medium of water,
The water's not always doing the same thing. If I put your little boat in a stream going against it, it's not going to cover the same amount of quote unquote ground as it's
okay.
going with it.
So are there giant fast current streams in the ocean that I don't know about?
Well, the water's constantly moving around relative to the wind.
Oh.
You didn't know
Okay.
that? You'll
So
learn.
there's giant fast moving streams of water. Can you point them out? Because they would help me
sort
win a
of a
lot of money
straw
right
man.
now.
Don't they have to? Don't they have to go around icebergs?
No.
There are no
They-
icebergs in Antarctica.
They're north of the ICE.
So they're not really
I-
south. They're not at the border of the ice wall.
Correct.
So they're not actually traveling the span of the earth.
Correct.
So they go 70,000 miles, and that proves that they actually went 30,000 miles. Is that your claim?
No. 70,000 equals 40,000.
So they go 70,000 miles, but you're claiming that proves that they actually went 30. So they go 70,000 miles, but you're claiming that proves they actually go 35,000 miles, and that proves you're a ball.
Wow. Okay, you were almost close. Let's try this again.
That's what you said.
70,000 orthological is what the Vendée Globe did, which has 40,000 in a VMG. The GGR is 30,000 because it is a shorter distance than the Vendée Globe. They're different races, starting in a different location.
If you look at the actual speed they claim, even though they're supposedly in a race, they
they're in
go
a race.
significantly slower than the boats can go. And then whenever you look at it, it's like, they went much further. If they're going faster speeds, then they just went much further. Then you yourself admit that they claim they go like 70,000 miles. They're actually just going, but waving back and forth, and they're only going 35,000 miles.
Wait,
so that's a cool claim.
You're conflating boat speed with VMG. Those two are not the same concept. VMG is
so how fast do they go in
number.
boat speed then?
For the Vendée Globe, they have a boat speed of around 16 to 25 knots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you cite it?
Sure. You want me to post the VMG link?
Well, I thought we were talking about the boat speed.
Right. I'm sorry. Do you want me to post the Vendée link where it shows the boat speed and it shows VMG speed as different things?
I want you to show me where they're going 25 knots, and it took them that long to go just a few thousand miles.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Apriva, which is the lead boat for the Amoka 60 class, for her sea trial, she clocked a maximum boat speed of 27.8 knots.
Do we have live stream on this race?
Yes, that is available from both the Apriva site as well as the Sydney Yacht Club, which is her mother yacht club, and is it PRG, I believe, who owns her currently?
Can you post one or the other, please? I'd like to see that.
You want the sea trials for Apriva?
Either one that shows live stream of the actual race.
Oh, you want live stream of a race. You don't want the... Okay. I will post it, but tell me what you want.
Just that shows them live streaming that so I know it's really happening.
Okay, you want a live stream of which race? GGR?
The one where they're going around Antarctica.
Antarctic yacht race? Okay, cool. I'll find a live stream of that. Any certain boat you want? You want to see like the priest boat, or would you like climate change now, or any? I'm sorry, what?
Indulge us.
Okay, sure. You want a live stream of, let's say, climate change now, competing in the Antarctic yacht race? Sure, no problem.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, what's the shoreline of the claimed shoreline of Antarctica?
Irrelevant. They're not near the shoreline. They're outside the IXE.
So that would they be traveling a longer distance in the shoreline or less than the shoreline of Antarctica on that race?
The IXE is larger than the continent of Antarctica, therefore they travel a longer distance.
According to what you just said, around 70,000 miles.
That is the entire orthological race for the Vendée Globe. But that's not what the race you asked for. So can you settle on one race here? I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the things.
Yeah. Just post the one you're gonna post. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. You want climate change now? Got it.
Just keep in mind these boats are traveling in a zigzag formation, so the results are probably going to be a bit skewed.
You would expect that from a boat, right? Kind of like Captain Cook's trail.
Yeah, of course. And then he ended up invoking 70,000 miles. How hilarious is that?
They're just proving our point, Austin. And how many days did the race take, by the way? This one with the climate change now.
I think it was 17 days, but don't quote me.
That's a lot. Wow.
Jay just said he sat down with the people and talked to them personally that did the experiment that said that they had transmissions go 3 times the speed of light. And then they're all saying that it says that it didn't show that when it literally says the statement that information cannot propagate faster than light is clearly experimentally disproven and can therefore no longer be sustained. Yikes.
There you go, Godric. It's in the live stream text. If you look at around 2 minutes in that video, it shows the video of climate change now competing in the last Antarctic yacht race. I do apologize. The next one hasn't started yet. I believe start time is about 3 months from now.
Asked you how long the race took.
This dude
Which
stays
race?
lying.
We're talking lots of different races here. Can you guys narrow this down to maybe why don't we talk about the GGR, because that's the one actually happening now rather than the Vendée and the Antarctic and all these others? Can we just talk about the GGR?
We're talking about Lisa Blair's final Antarctic adventure, CO10. That's the one.
Right. That is Lisa Blair on Climate Change Now, getting ready for the Antarctic yacht race. The video at 2 minutes is from the last time she attempted the race.
Which is the one that Hugo Boss participated in?
Hugo Boss was forced to withdraw from the Vendée Globe due to a crack in its crack in its main mast support. It exited in Australia. Yeah, Australia, and cost me a couple $100. Lost bets.
You're a gambling man, Kool-Aid.
I gamble about sailboat races because nobody knows much about it, and I can win.
Right. Well, you clearly lost.
Right, yeah, okay, fair enough. You know, Southern Oceans beat the shit out of boats. What can I do?
I was being a dick.
What happened?
However,
why did that boat not win?
Go ahead, Godric.
One of the boats canceled. Tell us again why.
Mass broke.
The one you lost money on?
Yes, the Hugo Boss had to withdraw from the race due to a crack in the boat. The same, because we're all talking about the Imoca 60 class. The PBR boat didn't cancel, didn't withdraw, pushed through, even though he knew he had a crack in the same location, and his boat sank in less than 30 seconds. Hugo Boss made the right choice to pull into port. Although I do believe there was a little weirdness with the PRB boat pulling up and sinking that quick, and then the boat that helped him out, who he took 8 hours out of his trip to rescue Kevin on the PRB boat, and it happened to give him 2 extra spots in ratings. The same as was done in reverse with the PRB boat picking up Kevin 2 races before. I think there's a little suspicion there, and definitely something that can be looked into. It has been looked into by international sailing. They have not found a definitive link.
And who is the jurisdiction of this race? Is it related to NASA?
Lots of people pull out of races because their boats break. That's pretty common. I just named 3 that pulled out of the Vendée Globe. I believe we've had 1 pull out of the GGR so far.
Well, I pulled out and I still got it.
Right. But the GGR is going on. They're using celestial navigation. They're using globe maps and globe charts, and they are not lost.
Are any of the racers flat earthers?
No. In fact, that is a disqualifying question for crew.
So if you're a flat earther, you cannot race. That's kind of shady,
Right.
bro.
It is not safe.
Well, they know that you're going to win because you're not taking this long fucking bullshit route. So they don't want you to participate.
Right. You're aiming your sailboat straight into the wind and sailing at beam reach speed. That's the way sailboats work.
Are you serious about if you're a flat earther, you cannot race? Are you serious?
No.
Yeah, it seems a lot of prejudice against flat earthers, doesn't it?
That was me taking the piss. I don't actually know.
Cool.
I did apply for crew for the GGR and was declined. Flat Earth never came up in our interviews. Being able to celestial navigate did, and
What if we get a boat and on the boat the name is In Search of the Dome? Will that disqualify us?
No, go for it, dude. I mean, in order to join the GGR, you do have to prove that you know how to do celestial navigation. So that might be a stumbling block, but hey, if you can figure it out.
We have to tell Polaris is moving.
Yeah, I mean, we have records of Polaris moving, so cool.
He's a flat earther. He can obviously use, and he understands the origin of celestial navigation, which is a flat plane.
Okay, the origin of celestial navigation.
Derived from a flat plane, a horizontal baseline.
Right. So could you explain the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles relationship?
He's the expert here.
Thanks for playing.
I'm not the expert, but I understand that like a light above your head, for example, will vanish into the horizon at a certain point.
Godric, who do you think knows a little bit more about celestial navigation? Me, a guy who grew up on a sailboat and learned how to use a sextant at the age of 7 and has been using it professionally ever since. Or you, someone who's never picked up a sextant.
Is it always 60 degrees per mile? Always?
No.
Is it because the Earth is like breathing?
No, it is because there is oblateness near the European hemisphere and south of the equator, there's actually a few different places where the nautical mile is wrong.
Yeah,
And
text it right here. What about
I am
it?
one of the few Globers who will actually admit to this. This is why it took so long for 60 nautical miles the nautical mile to actually become an established unit of measure, because we changed our nautical mile depending where we are in the world. Now we can no longer do that, and as such, there's a couple of races and things that have some skewy looking results.
So on the let's say the equator, it's more oblate, so it's more than 69 miles.
No, the equator is 60 nautical miles.
Where is it oblate?
Almost like I've said this twice, but
Yeah, where's home, dude?
Go ahead, you guys answer the question. Apparently, you don't want the real answer.
No, dude. I seriously, I'm kind of new to this. I'd love for you to.
I want to know where it's
explain.
oblate. I want to know how many miles it takes. If it's not 60 or 69, what's the difference? Is it a mile? Is it a block? Is it 2 miles difference? What is it?
I think it's funny that he thinks that celestial navigation has anything to do with anything.
I'm actually curious. How did they take the measurement? How did they get the elevation angle then?
Well, then you should actually study how sextants work instead of just talking about it. Actually, go pick
Right.
one up and use it.
Well, this guy's claims to know, so I'd love the explanation.
And he does know. Don't get it twisted.
Where it's
He's a Glober.
where
He
it's
knows.
oblate, can you not see the curve?
No, you can't.
use
See
it
the
that
curve.
way.
It's slightly different.
That will
How
give
is
you
it
the
different?
angle.
Can you give us the numbers on that?
I don't know.
So
Let's try
if you want the number in the North Sea, the nautical mile is 2.3 feet longer than it is in the equator.
So I
You
heard
must
3 or
be
4
kidding.
questions there about celestial navigation, but I don't think any of them got addressed directly. Could we get a question about it so that we could answer it?
I'll address it. They're not going north to south in this race. They're not. They're going east to west. They're the closer.
Doesn't matter.
The closer
Wasn't
the
quite-
equator. Well, the stars aren't 69 miles. I mean, it's not. I mean, if you were right by the North Pole, it wouldn't be 69 miles per degree, would it?
Also wasn't the question.
Sure it would.
Would it really?
I don't know what you're
Or
talking about. Yeah.
Wouldn't a star right near the North Pole do 60 degrees? And
Usually
just a few miles?
don't shoot stars that are extremely high in the sky because your accuracy declines.
There you go.
No, he said that it's 60 miles per degree. That's a calculation. When we measure angles, they differ according to their position. Right?
What are you saying?
I'm not sure what you mean.
But he
Well,
said
if we were doing a race directly over the North Pole and then over the South Pole or something in your model, then yeah, it'd be exactly 69 or 60 nautical miles per degree. But the fact of the matter is the only place that happens on Earth in latitude
I see what he's saying.
is the equator.
See, that doesn't have it. That only has to do with the circle of equal altitude calculation.
NASA, with
Right,
all due
it's
respect, you're
calculation,
wrong.
right. That's my
Yeah.
point.
The degree of 60 nautical miles per degree was the standard. We didn't put an actual footage measurement to it until about 15, 20 years ago. We didn't do that because 60 nautical miles per degree is correct.
So if you follow a star around, let's say the closest star to Polaris, and you followed it a complete 360 degrees, would you have traveled at 60 miles per degree like you would at the equator? Simple question.
I'm sorry. Are you are you suggesting the stars are moving and we're staying still? Because that's not the relationship. The relationship involves us moving 60 degrees and seeing the star change, or 60 nautical miles and seeing the star change 1 degree. You've inverted the relationship.
The significance of that, Brian, is that you determine the star's GP, and then you determine the angle from your zenith, and that's where you get your distance to the GP.
Yeah, your field of view. Your field of view.
If I give you some coordinates, can you?
Oh, okay, Brian. Go ahead.
Howard, if I give you position of 3 stars, can you give me the GP? Can you give me the position, your position, if I give you the stars right now?
No, nope, I couldn't.
I could, yeah.
I'd have to use an app.
Yeah.
If you go on any of those websites that will tell you what the elevation of 3 stars is, or if you happen to know what the elevation of 3 stars is.
Yeah. So we.
Now I
Yeah, we pretend the stars are flat. I mean, you have about 120 degrees of field of view. 60 degrees per eyeball, right? So if a pirate has got one eye, right, he's got 60-degree field of view, and it just so happens that these stars decline. The way we perceive their declination, the way our perception works, is approximately 1 degree per 60 miles. And the way you know that is because that's exactly how it happens in life.
Oh my God! You're even worse than Lemon.
Kosho's trying to say something, maybe.
Well, I was just saying it's not related to anything, but and my bad, yeah, I mean, a couple of us could do that. I know Kool-Aid could do that, but I could do that and get 3 stars. Easily be looked.
Now we will have a margin of error, plus or minus, 15, 20 nautical miles, but that's good enough to get you where you're going.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I were to propose that is why it's happening, right, is because that's how our vision works. It sets in the horizon as we travel about 60 miles from that set place that we all consider to be a set level above the Earth where the stars are. We don't imagine that one is higher and lower. They're all at the same level.
What level are they at?
The same level, whatever point they are.
Okay. In our model, what level do we say they're at?
Infinity.
Hey, you're correct.
Yeah. So they're all. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's the same. It's the same thing. There's no. It doesn't prove one or the other.
If we're on a spheroid, and they're infinite distance away, would that make them flat or a sphere?
Well, I think that's the question, right?
No.
If they're infinite, would it make it flat or make it flat?
You're using a nested sphere model, and you're claiming it's flat. Have you ever seen a flat sphere?
Yeah, I mean, you're using it practically flat. You're using it in a practical way as flat, right? Yeah.
No, we're using
right.
it
I know
as
you're
a
measuring.
sphere.
You're measuring. Yeah, as you move away 60 miles, you're marking a point, right? So if I were to propose, right, that this is how our vision works, as we back away from an object, whatever that infinite point is, right, and I back away from it 60 miles. That's a long way. Like anywhere 60, 70 miles depends on how good you can see and what you're using to look through. How good is your sextant? How much the atmosphere is. How much atmosphere you have. So anywhere between 60 and 70.
On a sextant?
Yeah, I mean, just all these factors. It's Earth, right? It's not the same every day, right? But so anywhere between 60 and 70, right?
No, 60.
Oh, no.
60 nautical miles per degree. That's literally that's the definition.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work practically if you use it exactly 60 every time. Oh, okay.
Every single time.
Yeah, on that single line of what is it, latitude?
No.
Oh no.
Wrong.
Okay.
Everywhere I personally have ever sailed, with the exception of the North Sea, where it was 2.1 feet longer.
I kind of see the confusion. Are you talking about following a line of latitude, like and measuring an R on the western horizon, or?
Yeah. So if I were to just propose the idea that this is exactly how things set in the distance, this is how everything else sets in the distance. Why not stars, right? This is how everything else sets in the distance. As you back away from it, it sets, right? At about 60 miles, right? About 1 degree per 60 miles. How does that? Are we breaking even, or do you believe that the sphere wins?
You have no idea why it does it. It just does it, right?
That's how everything else works, right? So
Yeah,
everything else works.
No,
amazing.
No, that's not. Hold on, that's not how everything else works. If I travel away from a mountain, it's not moving 60 nautical miles per degree. It's moving much faster than that. because it's being
Yes, I
blocked
agree.
by the horizon. That is incorrect. I do apologize, sir. Your math is wrong.
Right. So yeah, that's how everything else works. The concept as you fall away from it,
No.
it declines. Okay.
Would you like
At
me
a
to say it
certain, I'm not
again?
talking
Your
about a
math is
certain number.
wrong.
There's no math. I'm not giving you math. I'm giving you the observation that everything
No.
else in this world, as you back away from it, seems to lower in the distance. Everything.
Oh, you're talking
No.
about perspective versus
Yeah.
the stars. Yeah.
Oh.
No, they're not the same. It's not the same thing.
So is there no perspective that is worked into to how we view the stars? None whatsoever.
I don't. What do you mean by perspective?
So the way
It just means
everything else,
like the street lamps. As you move away from you know the line of street lamps, how they appear to
Yeah.
drop in your vision, and your angle above the ground changes. They like the flagpoles get smaller as
No.
they get further away, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
something like
the
that.
only time that would even become relevant would be at a sunrise or sunset setting when we're taking an elevation reading of less than 15 degrees. And those are the most unreliable set readings we take in the 24-hour observation cycle. So, no.
You know, what is there that doesn't set as you back away from it for whatever reason? Right?
Now check this
What
out,
is
man.
there that... Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, I know what he's talking.
Yeah, I mean, it's like almost like you'd have to
Now
show. I
check
mean, it's almost like a black swan, right? You'd have to show me the black swan of things that don't set as you back away from them.
No, it's not like the black swan. You see this picture I just posted? It's the first one I
Is
could
it a black?
find.
Is it a black
It's
swan?
not the black swan.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, somebody else thought I was talking to them. I was talking to you online. But yeah, anyways, just look at this picture I'm posting right now. It's the one with the say what?
Where are
It's
you
the one
at?
from Flat Earth WS. Flat Earth WS. It shows the two pictures, the Earth, the lines. You see that?
No, I mean, where are you putting it? Because it's not in
live stream text.
No, it's not you.
He's the underscores.
Yeah, don't name or face. It doesn't matter. But the picture I posted is from Flat Earth WS. It's got the flat Earth next to the globe Earth. Plus 2
I
seconds
look like
ago.
Witcher put that up. All right, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Anyway, you can see the one that's the globe Earth one. You can see that the 15 degrees between each of those distances, and those distances are also consistent. So there's 60 nautical miles between each one of those degrees. You can see on the flat one, things don't drop. Things don't drop in elevation as you move away from them at that same linear rate. They drop at an increasing rate. So the closer you get to something, the closer the angle is going to be, and the further you get from something, the much further the angle is going to be far apart. It's not going to be a linear relationship.
That's what this picture says. I mean, this is a picture, but I'd have to kind of understand the argument. The angle to Polaris.
Well, you can get a piece of paper and draw a triangle, and put one point on the top point of the triangle, and you can draw lines equidistant apart from each other, like on a ruler or something. At the bottom of the base of the triangle, you can see that the angles are not going to be consistent. They're not going to be the same angle. The angles are going to grow as you move away, equidistant. So you're right that things do lower as you move away from them, but not at the rate that Kool-Aid saw.
Yeah. So I mean, so I'm not pretending to have all this worked out yet, right? But so is there no combination of the two, right? So are they really only these stars that are really only how far apart, right? And then how are we working the way things drop in the distance into the calculations of how far away they are from each other?
Yeah, they're treated as infinitely far away, so them dropping in the distance is purely because of the surface of the Earth, and has nothing to do with how far away we move.
Well, they're not infinitely far away. They're wherever they need to be seen at a horizontally across the Earth. And we
Right,
call
they're
that
not
infinite.
actually infinitely far, but we treat them as infinitely far because they're far enough to where their distance doesn't matter.
let's say you and I go out and both point at the star Thuban. Are we pointing at the same point in the sky?
I don't know. Are we?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do you believe we're pointing in different locations if we point at the same thing?
I don't know. We'd have to check it. It's definitely. I don't know. Has it been checked?
Yes.
Do you have an example of somebody checking it? And how did they check it?
The nautical almanac. The entire thing.
So that's somebody pointing at the sky at a star in one position. And then how do we confirm? How do they confirm that the other person at a totally different place on Earth?
Have you ever looked at a nautical almanac? Do you know what it is, or even what I'm referencing when I say a nautical almanac explains that?
Yeah, it's where they plot out the stars year after year after year, where they move, how they move, the coordinates per location. Yeah.
Have you ever picked one up? Have
Yeah,
you
but
ever
I
held
just
one in your
dropped
hands?
it. I dropped it to disprove gravity. Right, but what about it?
Yeah. Okay. So you've never held one, but you're going to debunk it. Got it.
I mean, what if I kissed it? Like, do I know more now that what if I French kissed it?
I mean, if you knew what it was, you would have a chance to debunk it. But the fact you don't even know what it is just really shows exactly how desperate you are for this race not to be happening. However, the race is happening. These boats are on the water. They are using celestial navigation.
Every
just
single
proving, I'm
every
going to
single
finish
race.
my sentence, sir.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
They are disproving your fantasy right now. I do
hope so.
apologize it hurts you. But guess what? Flat Earth is stupid.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid that people like you dedicate so much time of their valuable life just to have conversations with us.
Well,
That's how stupid it is. Imagine, hold on. Imagine if Flat Earth is stupid. Imagine how that makes you look.
Yeah. The reason he's saying that, the reason he's bringing up the race is because me and then my boy Shane already did like a full blown demonstration to show him how these races have previously shown and disproven the fantasy of the globe.
Your boy Shane who missed out the Vendée Globe on the moon? Yeah, exactly. Showed me exactly how it works on the moon.
These kinds of races and this evidence is like the globe proving the globe, right? Because again, we don't really know the dimensions of everything, because as far as we know, they're just going around something. But again, it's not verified, so they're just using the globe to prove the globe again.
It's not verified. You mean the boats aren't real? We're not overflying them on every couple hour basis. We don't have videos of these boats. We don't know exactly where these boats are and how fast they're moving. Oh shit!
None of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, bro. None of that. Are you saying that on a flat Earth or on a donut Earth there wouldn't be any water in boats? How about a triangle Earth or rectangle Earth? You're saying there wouldn't be any water? There wouldn't be a way that it could go from point A to point B on any shape of Earth?
What I'm saying is we know the distances between land masses.
Don't we know it wasn't contention?
I'm sorry, you're going to overtalk me. But we know these distances as evidence by the fact we have these sail races. These races are monitored. They are verified by multiple countries every single year, including
last race they went 70.
Right now,
they went 70,000 miles around. They went 70,000 miles right below the equator. Right?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. And then you had last time we spoke.
No, they didn't.
But this time they're going to do a different type of tracking to show that what's going on. Right? Isn't that the special? What's special about this race?
No.
I don't know. Because every other one shows a flat Earth.
Oh my God. Okay, let me try this again. When we in sailing talk about speeds, we talk about this thing called the VMG. It is a velocity made good. It is the accumulation calculated number if the boats were going on a straight line. However, the boats are not going on a straight line. They tack back and forth. As they tack back and forth, they add distance. That distance comes off their speed. That's why the VMG speed is so much lower than the boat speed. A lot of times when you're looking at sailing publications, they won't tell you it's VMG because either A, it's going to confuse you, or B, you're already a sailor and you know it's VMG.
Well, you know what's confusing is that they say they went 70,000 miles in a circle a little bit south of the equator. That's awfully confusing.
No, that's not correct at all, sir. Please stop saying that. What
I'm
I
going to try to
said,
find it and repost
what
it for
I
you like we did
said
last time.
was, okay, you can overtalk me or you can let me tell you what I said. What I said is in the Vendée Globe, their orthometric actual distance traveled was 70,000 nautical miles. That counts going north and south to France to Antarctica. Do you understand the race started in France? France is a long way from Antarctica. Most of France is above the equator. It was not just below the equator. They tracked 70,000 nautical miles. Please stop lying.
I agree with you. They didn't just go in a straight circle. They had to stop and eat and go to the bathroom and get showers and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying?
No, they did not. It is a non-stop race.
These are a bunch of Kim Jong-uns or what?
They're sailors. They got on the boat on a dock in Vendée, France, or in Saint Orleans, France. We're talking about the GGR. The next time they will touch land is the same dock, either in Vendée or Saint Orleans, depending on which race we're talking about.
How long do these races take?
Which race are you talking about? Because they're not the same class, and they take drastically different amounts of time.
Let me find the one that proves the flat Earth. Give me a second.
Yep,
There
go
it is.
ahead.
Full ocean race, 22, 23. It's hard to find.
Have you considered that your 60 nautical miles per degree would happen on a flat plane? Have you considered that?
Yes, I have considered that. Kosho's diagram amply disproves that.
Right. So, well, so when we combine Kosho's diagram, which is like a picture, right? Or it's not a picture, right? But when we combine what Kosho is admitting, right? Which is it's not like, oh, he's admitting that water's wet. Okay, big deal. He's admitting that we have perspective, right? Mixed with this infinity, right? So now, how does that affect it? So the things drop in the distance and they're infinity, no, or they just don't drop. You imagine.
They drop relative to your position. That's it. 60 nautical miles per degree.
I mean, how do we math that up? How do we combine that with
horizon?
Things like the moon you'll have to worry about both those things. You have to worry about both the fact that you're moving away from it, and you have to worry about the fact that the Earth's curving, or to properly determine what the angular elevation means to where you are. Because the moon's fairly close. However, the other objects in the sky, they're considered to be infinitely far away, simply because they are so far away that it doesn't matter where you move on Earth, the distance isn't going to affect the elevation.
Interesting.
When you guys are done with it.
Is there any example you can give me that besides the thing in question?
What do you mean about the size?
So is there any example that you can show me where perspective doesn't come into play except for, excluding the thing that we're discussing, being the stars? Is there an example of this?
I mean, you can show this to yourself on like a piece of paper. I mean, I showed it in those diagrams. I mean, that's the way that it works. That's just the way that the lines end up working.
He's asking, do you have something as far away from as the stars that we can see with the naked eye?
I don't know.
I mean, is that what would have to happen? To get another example. Yeah. This is like a begging the question. I'm not a fallacy guy, right? But this is like a begging the question thing here, right? Like, well, the way we can prove that they're infinitely far is
really
because they're infinitely far.
What this is really is a desperate excuse to pretend the GGR isn't happening right now because you have no way to rebut it. But the fact is,
I did put the video up. Yeah.
Oh, good. Let's look what video you put up.
A video of a 70,000 mile race in a circle. going east to west, and then, I guess these guys, it's a 6-month trip, right? But they don't eat and stuff. But whatever.
Where? I'm sorry.
Am I
Is it
in
this?
Geos or am I somewhere else? I'm in Geos.
Are you no tanks? Is that what I'm looking at?
Oh yeah.
That is. Okay, that's about the Volvo Ocean Race, which
Yeah.
is a staged race with multiple stops and. God.
Stage. What are you saying? Fake?
They do ETs, don't they? They start and stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have different crews at each stop. They're stopped at them for months or weeks, if not months at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was again. You were saying which race? I mean, this one you were saying they don't stop. Where I said, well, let's find out which race we're talking about.
So yeah, that's the Volvo Ocean Race. That's not a circumnavigation race.
A different one, yeah.
No, that's not a circumnavigation race. That's a different type of race. That's a stage race. Think about it like NASCAR, where you go to a bunch of different tracks and you do a bunch of different races, not one continuous race.
Right. Sure. So they stop and they start again. Does that change it?
No. They stop and they sail back and forth across the harbor and they do a race. Then they sail to the next place and they do a race. It's a different style race. It's not a circumnavigation race.
You can look it up on you don't have to look.
I don't need to look up the Volvo.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to look up the Volvo Ocean Race. I was literally the one who was able to tell you what the name of the race was. Obviously, I know what I'm talking about. That is not a circumnavigation race.
But did you French kiss the Volvo? I mean, do you really know it? Did you hold it in your hands?
All right, so you're not actually looking to have a conversation. Got it.
All right.
In the race, do they sail beneath South America?
Which race, Godric?
Is it the one that proves
Actually,
the
it
flat
doesn't
Earth
matter.
or
All three of those races, all four of the races we've talked about sail south of South America. So, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen, man. I just take issue with a globe that has a circumference of 25,000 miles. These guys are going in 70,000 mile circles. I take issue. Do I? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't explain VMG anymore. I'm done. If you refuse to understand it, that's on you.
Well, I mean, it's your failure to explain why 70,000 miles. You're saying it's not 70,000 miles. You said to me, you stated that's because it's too difficult and it would confuse people. I mean, is that good enough for everybody? I don't know.
Let me try this. You and I are both going to run a mile race, okay? You are going to take the inside of the track and run around the football stadium 4 times. I am going to bounce from edge to edge of the track, never actually pointing straight down the track, at most getting up to about 45 degrees towards the front of the track. At the end of the race, we've both gone around the track 4 times. Who has traveled a further distance?
I'm pretty sure that. I mean, did we start at the same starting point, or?
Yep, we started the exact same starting line, except you go straight and I bounce back and forth. Who traveled a further distance?
I don't know, but the way the tracks are set up, the outside runs further. So they set them up.
Which is smaller, a straight line or one that bounces back and forth and never follows the straight line?
Which one's longer? I guess. I mean, how much more distance? A bouncy one, right? So what are you saying?
So when something is bouncing back and forth across the VMG, it by necessity must be longer. The VMG would be equivalent to your track going around the inside of that lap, following a straight line.
So they got a race that goes just like left to right. Is what you're saying?
This is kind of painful, man.
They
Oh my
zigzag.
fucking god!
They zigzag around the ocean.
Yes, that's how sailboats work.
Yeah, right. So that doubles it, you believe, or was it triple? Triples it?
Less than double, but good try.
Well, I mean, we got a 70,000 mile number here, and we're trying to make
They
up.
had
It's
a
25,000
Okay,
mile
here
Earth.
we'll do this real gentle for you. A 40,000 mile VMG, a 70,000 mile orthogonal. Which one of those is triple?
Well, we got the circumference of Earth. Okay.
Oh my god!
You take issue with that? I understand the Earth is just the radius is wrong. I got
No, I take issue with your intentional obfuscation and your inability to actually follow a conversation. It is very apparent to me that you don't wish to have an intelligent, intellectual conversation. You wish to troll, be funny, be edgy because you're a flirt. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's happening from what I've been listening to. But if you want to respond, no thanks. But I was just going to say the problem with this is that you really don't have verification of any of these travels. It's more or less information that you're just given, and you're believing or repeating.
I have the downloaded raw information from the Vendée Globe. I will get the downloaded raw data as soon as it's available from the GGR.
That's what I'm saying. You're just going off of data that you're getting off the internet. That's all I'm claiming. You just don't have verification of the actual path. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If you're going to take a boat on, let's say, the ocean, and you're going to travel, that means it's like real physical things. It's boat, it's water, it's sky, it's all of that. And if you were to do that yourself and or document it very, very detailed in a way, you could have verification of that. All I'm saying is that what you're going off of is
you mean like
information that was given to you and or that you got off the internet somewhere. And I'm not criticizing you for that. I know that you're not in this race out there doing it. I'm just saying that you're just going off that information without actually having the full story or verification of what's actually going on.
But you mean like it's documented and verified and collaborated for every single racer in the races? So we have it. It doesn't matter if I did it or if they did it. We have this information. Like you said, these are real boats, real water, really traveling this distance.
I said is you don't have it. You're saying a group of other people have it. That's like saying, oh, three men landed on the moon. They verified it. That's not really proof that they landed on the moon.
I have the information directly from the Hugo Boss. I have their black box downloaded. I know exactly what is on that black box.
Right, and then even that's an assumption that the black box is accurate, that it's correct, that it actually is what they claim it is, etc.
The black box that saves lives and tells us where people are down whenever they have problems. It's inaccurate?
Well, I never said it. I never made that claim. I didn't say if it's inaccurate or accurate. What I said is that you don't have verification of it.
No, I do have verification is accurate because every time we need it, we can find the boat. It's accurate. We know where these boats are.
Again, we know it's just assumptions. You're just going off of information that you're given. You could say we know we landed on the moon because XYZ. There's pictures of it. That's not actual verification of. I'm not trying to change it to moon landing. I'm just.
So the millions of people who see these boats isn't good enough. The information collected from these boats, documented, secured, isn't good enough.
Not for me to think that they're traveling that on the Earth. No.
Because why?
Because people see some boats from a small area of land looking out. That's not anything. And because of data that you're being given, that's not solid.
Wow. It's tough. Yeah, it's a little tough.
To be fair, you said here's the data. His rebuttal was okay, fair enough, but obviously, since I know I can't verify it, don't know if you can verify it. I'm good till further notice. And your response is, what about the people that saw the boats? You don't think that's a little ridiculous?
I have the information from the black box. I've seen these boats in real life. I know these boats exist. I've sailed on one of these boats, for fuck's sake. I got.
Yeah, I
So
mean
you're
that is
saying
awesome.
we should
Yeah,
just
that is
trust.
cool.
We should just trust. Like this whole conversation about the shape of the frickin' Earth.
I'm not.
I mean, come
I'm
on,
not
just saying
sure.
trust the data, trust the
Yeah,
black box. Come on.
yeah. I'm not sure
Well,
what you're looking for, Kool-Aid, but they're not going to concede to it, man.
I mean, who knows? We just don't know. Like, so,
No,
like,
I
if
just
there was a
want them
black
to actually
box that made
come
the
out and say "nuh-uh," because that's really what they're saying is
No,
"nuh-uh."
But
okay,
if
you
there
know
was
what?
like you said, these black boxes save lives, right? So like, I mean, if there was like an emergency, right, and then that verify what you're saying, like there is this book. It's called a 16
Okay,
Emergencies,
yeah,
right?
sure.
For
You want to talk
airplanes.
about? Hold on. You want to talk about emergency? Let's talk
Yeah, that'd
about
be
the
good.
PBR sinking in less than a minute, and let's talk about the EPIRB's beacon being activated, and let's talk about the fact that sitting on my fat ass in Nebraska, I got the alert that there was a boat in trouble because that's the way the EPIRB's beacon is designed to work. I was
Hey,
able
okay,
to,
Kool-Aid.
I was
Real
able
quick,
to
fair enough.
find.
Fair enough, Kool-Aid. But I'll just give you advice. This seems to be like the linchpin for you, like what convinces you you're on a globe. We know that, right? So I would recommend make like a pictorial with the distances traveled on the globe Earth and the path that was gone with the actual miles and speed that
Why?
was, confirmed to you. But if you want to argue with this, otherwise we're just hearing you claim it. We need to see a little pictorial that says this is possible, and then your
Here,
AE
you want to
straw
see
man
it?
map where it's impossible. They're also assuming the flat Earth map that you're saying doesn't work. So that's not
No,
even
we're
worked out
not.
yet. So how do you know?
That's wow. There was so much wrong in there. What would you like? I can give you all of it. I've
Just
asked
make
Geo.
your
I've
interpretation, do your own
I've
interpretation, whatever it is that makes it very clear.
asked.
Post it, we'll look at it, and then we'll
Sure.
consider it. That's all. Just you claiming it doesn't help with the conversation. You saying it's not good enough that 1,000 people, and none of that. Of course, we're not going to appeal to populum here. Come on. We're not going to appeal to any kind of like official source in general because those could be skewed for very good reasons. In fact, the shape of the Earth is one of the reasons. So why are you even bringing this in as something you want to convince us of? Like, just believe me.
Okay. Now, answer my question. How are they doing that? How are these boats appearing in the ports that they're forced to put into? How do they get there?
Again, you have to post something that makes it very clear what you're saying and the distances that are impossible. And then you can say, well, how is it possible if this is the map that you're going on and this is the map I'm going on? So to make it very clear and make your question like just laid out so that someone could actually read it and apply thought to it rather than just hearing you scream that we should believe you or believe them.
This is not screaming. This is me being very calm.
Well, yeah, but you're very persistent about it, and it takes up a lot of time where people don't know where to go with it because they don't have that easy reference that we need from you.
Okay, cool. Here you go. In chat, I just posted the actual tracking data for the Vendée Globe. No, it's not the GGR. The GGR is not available yet. If you want to give me screen share permissions, I can show you the GGR in progress. But other than that, there's the actual tracking information for the Vendée Globe. If you look at the Vendée Globe tracking information, the only one of the map projections that actually makes any goddamn sense and doesn't involve Pac-Manning, because I don't believe, well, I've never met somebody who actually believes that everything Pac-Man's off one side of the earth and joins the other, is the globe. You can actually set it to show the route on the globe. It's the third button down on the right. Is that what you wanted? There you go.
What's the flat Earth map? What's the flat Earth map that you're using that assumes it's not possible? What map are you using to say it's not possible?
Show me your map.
Well, that's the thing. What are you using to show you that it's impossible?
Well, I'm using the fact that they don't travel far enough distance to go around the equator, and they are south of the equator.
Are you using an AE map to show that? What are you using?
No,
Yeah,
I'm using actual known distance.
if you're claiming you're falsifying something, he's just asking, what are you falsifying?
Which
this
map?
is impossible on the AE map. The only flat Earth map I've seen that comes close is a southern polar projection map, and that's got lots of problems in the northern hemisphere that I believe everyone in this chat would disagree with.
Okay, so since we know we're on an Earth that's not moving and is planar, there has to be a way for that, whatever they're saying they're doing, to work out on that. Is the point?
Okay,
we're
cool.
not on a
Make it
ball.
work.
We're not spinning, bro. Okay.
Cool. Make it work.
Great.
Make it
Show
work.
us how
Show
it works.
map.
And if you really think that, I don't feel like taking the time to do it because I already know I'm on a stationary plane. But if you want to make a straw man out of the AE map, then that's or another map that's close enough to it. Maybe it's close. Maybe there's another map that could be created that's even closer to it, and that would help with creating a map. Maybe you could help with creating how it could be done on a flat Earth.
You're unwilling to do anything about it because it's easier to sit behind your keyboard and act like a victim.
No, I'm disinterested because I've already seen Brian Leakey pull apart your argument on this with the speed of the boats and everything.
Brian Leakey.
And I'm sure that it has to be something of the sort because I'm not questioning whether I'm on a ball anymore.
Hey,
I mean, I watched Shane
let
do
me
it, I
let me
watched
address Brian
Steve
Leakey's.
Cameron part. I mean, it's not you. It's not your globe. You didn't make the globe. It's not your
Okay,
fault, man.
stop.
You're just a victim.
Shut up. Let me address Brian Leakey real quick. Brian Leakey has been told by me numerous times and yet refuses to change his video. The video he made about the Vendée Globe, he uses the beam reach max speed of the Apriva during her sea trials as their VMG speed. It's almost like somebody doesn't understand the difference between a VMG and boat speed. Oh, wait. All of you don't.
All right. Well, if anybody understands that and wants to respond to him, that's fine. I think maybe you should make a video in response to Brian's video or take it up with him. I'm disinterested. Maybe other people are still interested.
Multiple times. He always
Sailing
says,
seems
"Oh
terrible.
yeah, I'll
You're
fix it," and then doesn't, and then blocks my comments because got a lot of work.
VMG, I mean, what you described to me sounds like you have to travel to the left 10 feet, to the right 10 feet, just to go 5 feet forward. I mean, sailing doesn't seem very practical with this VMG scenario going on. That's how you get 70,000 miles, for a 20,000 mile circle. Doesn't seem like the right way to go.
Dude, at least look up the numbers because you're still like orders of magnitude off. For fuck's sake.
I mean, I already, like you said, Brian Leakey, showed you. It's not your globe, but he showed you. The dude Shane showed you. He put that whole presentation together for you. Everybody's showing you.
Are you talking about Shane St. Pierre? Because he literally showed me a map of the moon, dude.
It's Shane St. Pierre.
The globe did not happen on the moon.
No, it was just, that was later on. He was just showing you different stuff.
Yeah, it was later on that it happened on the moon. No, dumbass. The Vendée Globe happened on Earth, not the moon.
Dude, just chill. All right.
He's just showing you different things. He's like, hey, check this out. This is pretty cool too, right? But, for the first hour where he put the president, that took a lot of work. You telling him that everything he did was, for naught? Why'd you hang for an hour?
Hey, Kool-Aid, I'm just wondering if this is the point where you start escalating? Are you going to start escalating to yelling right now because you just called somebody a dumbass?
Can I respond? First of all, Shane St. Pierre's and I conversation lasted less than an hour. He did not have a presentation. He literally pulled up something on BitChute and it put it on the moon. I don't know what you're talking about, an hour-long presentation. If you have something, would you please link it because I am unaware of it. Now, Travis, now that adults have finished talking, what do you want to say?
Child.
I would like permission to speak, sir. May I speak? Okay, so you just called someone a dumbass. You just called someone a dumbass and earlier said that you weren't escalating to yelling, but it actually sounds like you might be a little bit triggered. So just bring it back down a few notches. Okay. That's all. Okay, big boy?
All right. If you believe the Vendée Globe happened on the moon, you're dumbass. Is that better?
Has anyone here said that?
Yes, this guy who was claiming Shane St. Pierre. Shane St. Pierre literally showed me the map on the moon. It almost as if
has anyone here has anyone here said that? No. No one here said that. No, we are not afraid of you,
then
Kool-Aid.
can
We
we
are
not?
absolutely
agree?
not afraid of you.
Can we all agree the Venn globe did not happen on the moon? And a map of it on the moon is completely erroneous and useless?
It'd
Well,
be
the
kind
other-
of
what was
strange
it?
if it matched the moon.
I mean, the one way that
It'd be weird. Wouldn't that be weird?
I was just gonna say the one way that it's similar in a way is that you have essentially a claim from a group of people. You know, the moon landing, you've got NASA and a couple quote unquote astronauts. In this race, you have the people claiming to be on the boats and the people hosting the race and putting out the news media and so on. So they're similar in that way, that it's a group that are claiming that they're doing something, and then they're giving data or maybe a couple pictures or whatever it may be. However, in both the moon landing and these races, we, the people, meaning just regular civilians, as it were, or let's say, you know, on this panel right now, don't have any way to actually verify what they did. They took a journey. They claim they took a journey. They gave data. They gave what they gave. We don't have the full picture of what they did. Therefore, it's just it's sort of an incomplete topic that we can't actually nail down. But you're pushing it as though it's absolute truth. However, you don't have the verification of it either. So it's sort of an
Except I do.
ending.
Once again, I have the actual black box download. I know exactly the metadata. I can point at any
Did you
point on
verify
that
any
ring.
of it?
Except I can. So
how did no? I said, how did you verify any point?
I cross-verified it through not through governmental and non-governmental agencies, including
Okay, so
the
you
Weather
so
Service.
hold on.
I'm sorry.
So
I
that,
thought I was in the
hold
middle
on.
of a fucking sentence. Fuck you, Travis.
Okay, wow. Settle
Oh,
down
man.
there, Kool-Aid. Settle down, man. Okay, listen. That sounds like you're using the Bible to prove the Bible, right? How do you know the Bible is the
No.
Word of God? Well, hold on.
No,
So
no,
I'm
hold on.
asking you.
That's not a fair. That's
Listen,
not fair at all.
I'm
using
gonna
a
I'm gonna
completely
explain
separate-
myself. I'm going
Okay,
to explain
how-
myself.
Explain something how I'm
I'd
using
like to
something
hear
completely different, unrelated.
I'm going.
Is the same
I'd like
thing.
to hear this.
You're-
I'd like
Right
to
here.
hear
Here
that
you go.
It's not fair.
Hold on. You're using something, and I said, how did you verify it? So then you referred to something else. So my next question is going to be, how did you verify that? So you're just going around in a circle right now using things that you haven't verified to verify things you haven't verified.
Okay, cool. You're just using the genetic fallacy. Got it. We'll go ahead
No.
and dismiss that
These
on
are
hand
claims.
because
No.
That's all you have.
These are These are okay. Listen, if you claim to use A, and I say, how did you verify A? And then you
and
said,
I say B,
used.
C, D, and E. And then you say, but how did you verify B, C, D, and E? I go, okay, they all cross check and back up each other's data. And then you say, but nuh-uh. Got it. Can we just move on now?
No,
Or do you wanna
because that
actually get to
doesn't.
where you go, nuh-uh.
Okay, again, if you want to keep creating straw men and making yourself look the fool by the way that you are interacting with me, then by all means go ahead. But it is not a genetic fallacy. It is not a genetic. Right now, I do. I haven't been mistreating you right now, have I?
I'm interested in hearing what you've done today, not what he completed. I would rather hear what you. Can you go on with your example?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to the nuh-uh, and then we'll go around in a circle. Go ahead, Travis. Let's see how long it takes us to get to nuh-uh.
Okay. Well, what's the name of your first citation? The black boxes or whatever? Right? What are they called? Your first citation that you said, I know where these boats are because I have black box data, right? Is that it?
Correct. I have black box data from the Venn globe, correct.
Okay. And my honest question was, how did you verify that? So then you said, I simply used another reference.
You asked a different question this time. The way I verified that is the data was given to me by a trusted, known individual who downloaded it directly from the black box themselves.
Okay, great. So let's skip over him and go to his black box. How did you?
You're breaking up, Elisha. Breaking up.
Now, if you want to question how did we verify the data matches all of the metallurgical data that we receive from the myriad of government and non-governmental organizations who measure such things.
Mic check.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to continue to simply. Okay, I can't understand whoever's trying to speak right now.
Because I keep saying mic check.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Usually when someone says mic check after someone said their shit is crappy, they say, yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't understand a word that came out of your mouth, so I can't
nobody heard mic
respond.
check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually when you say mic check and you don't get a response, that means nobody hears you. You know.
Yeah, he responded with, okay, go ahead. I didn't know if that meant y'all can hear me or if it was, well, your shit is still choppy. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Can y'all hear me?
You're fine now so far.
Okay. No, I was just saying, Travis, matter of fact, to the other guy, with all due respect, you literally, with the first thing you said about verifying this is that someone that you trust swears by the information that they gave you. That specifically means that you don't know. So you didn't verify anything. Why can't you just admit that?
That's a genetic fallacy, and I don't play your fallacy games. Thank you.
So that's not a fallacy. That's my mom telling me that someone else told her that, I don't know, whatever game she got me was the best game on earth. And I'm like, how the fuck do you know that, Ma? Because the guy who sold me the game told me. That's not a genetic fallacy.
That is a mechanic who works on the boat downloading the information. That's what that was. It wasn't your mom. It wasn't a video game. It was the mechanic
You
who
didn't
has spent
download
his
anything.
lifetime.
Dude told you
on-
that he did. Right?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
on your
sorry.
side,
I
Kool-Aid.
didn't understand you when you were over talking.
Okay, hold on. Let me jump in just real quick, Kool-Aid. Can you define for us the genetic fallacy, please?
Genetic fallacy is you have to do it yourself or it doesn't count.
No,
It
that's
is-
not it.
It is
No,
what
that's
gave.
not the
It is
genetic.
what
That's
gave
not the
rise.
genetic fallacy.
Wow,
Ooh,
if
I could do this one.
it would be great on here. I'm so glad you're a mod, Travis. Fuck you.
I'm
Hey,
not
but
a
I'm on your
mod,
side. I'm
bro.
on your side here. I'm on your
I'm not a
side,
mod.
Kool-Aid, man.
Enough,
Yeah,
Kool-Aid.
like what's
Seriously, just tap out.
like what's
Got nothing.
Yeah, no, there's no tap out. I mean, well, I mean, you can if you want to, because it is. How can you argue now if they're going to say, "Well, I don't believe you"? That's not cool.
How can I?
Like, oh, I don't.
Right. Because, thank you. I appreciate whoever that was. We've finally got to our. Nuh-uh. I will go ahead and go now. By the way, Pete Lawless still in the lead, showing that Ireland actually does have good things to offer, not just Pete.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're
the
such
cool
a
thing
fucking dick.
Stupid. The cool thing is,
Yeah,
it proves
blow
I'm
my
correct about
balls,
it. That's
Travis.
what I
You
love about it.
fucking
Oh, I thought you were.
sperm doesn't
Now,
gutter
what
slut.
is your problem, Kool-Aid? Man, what is your problem?
Just
too much sugar.
Disengage, Travis. Disengage. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, if
Absolutely
you left, you
insane. I'm
left. But
like,
yeah, I
if
think the
you
cool.
want somebody to like listen to where you're coming from, then you got to tone it down.
Yeah, it's like all I'm trying to listen.
I'm
Saying
sorry, king of
it's not really a cool
autism.
approach.
Let me
It's
tone
like,
it down
hey, listen,
for
all
you.
I'm trying to do
Why don't you
is I
not
just
be
want
a
to kind
little
of reason with
crank?
you and just like kind of explain it to you. But you're a fucking faggot. But like if you just hear me out, you fucking piece of shit. Like it's not really a cool way to
Chill, man.
talk.
Jeez.
No, I'm just saying that's not a cool way to talk about it. Like I'm not trying to insult. I'm saying he's throwing that out there. That's not fun.
All right. Back on the topic.
Well, I've
Well,
got
it's
to go now,
cool.
but I will like in Geo's point where he was saying, look, these. I know he's moonlanding, it's a bit daft saying it, but it's true. We've got to believe these people. They took this data, and all right, I mean, they lost this data. Let's leave that out of it. But the point is, we've got to take their word for it. Why can't you just accept that? Not only that, I just wanted to know how they took the elevation angle in the first place. We never got to that, and I've got to go now. Sucks. Unless you can explain it to me in 5 seconds. I mean, do they just assume it's flat enough for the elevation angle? Hello?
That wasn't my argument.
Are you guys in the middle of something? We need to bring this shit back to something that happened earlier. Not if you're in the middle of something right now, though.
What's your I think that's been concluded.
It seemed to go somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed
You
that
guys
bit,
done?
guys.
Okay, listen. How many degrees an hour does the sun move through the sky?
15.
And is that a constant thing, hour after hour?
Except for when it's down low on the horizon where the sun's being like refracted, it seems to slow down a little bit.
What?
So not constant.
No,
you're
it's
saying.
always 15 per hour.
Well, I don't know. Left lane would tend to disagree with you.
Well, it
Yeah,
looks like
somebody-
it slows down a little bit when it gets on the horizon because of refraction.
Sure, but it's 15 per hour. Like, you don't confuse it.
No, that's part of the argument where they'll bring it up if you don't.
Left lane knows where this is going. So I mean, he was here earlier and heard the whole thing. So it's not constant then.
What?
Well, it just appears not to be constant. It's still, nothing changes about speeds or rotational rate or anything, but the sun appears to slow down because it's being refracted up a little bit. And actually, the sun is already set, even
What
though
about
you still
sunrise?
see it above the horizon. Sunrise,
What
same
about
thing.
sunrise? Same thing. Yeah.
Say it does the same thing. Depends on the conditions, how severe it is.
So if it's in a vastly different apparent position during sunrise or sunset, then throughout the day, if you're getting an accurate position at solar noon, right? Solar noon, that's when it's right above you, no refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have to catch up or slow down or something throughout the course of the day.
Well, I mean, you could read. I mean, you could get a reading on it. I'd say anywhere 15 degrees above the horizon or greater would be an accurate reading.
No, I know, but it can't be because it has to catch up. It was in an inaccurate position. Then it goes to an accurate position when it's 15 degrees above. Then it's so for that whole time it's not moving.
I would say it runs pretty constant throughout the day, except for sunrise and sunset.
Also, it's never moving. We're rotating under it. I mean, it is moving, but we're rotating under it.
Yeah, but
You know that
you're new to
changes
this-
throughout the court.
Yeah, you're new to this conversation, whoever just spoke. So let me catch you up a little bit. We were talking about selenilian eclipses. Okay, so basically the selenilian has both the sun and the moon above the horizon during a lunar eclipse, which would require that the Earth be between the sun and the moon. We're told that those are the apparent positions of the sun and the moon because they're actually really down below the horizon in order to get the 180 degree line of all three bodies. Okay, so if earlier in the day the sun was straight over your head and it was relatively in the same position as it apparently seems to be, but as it moves towards sunset, the sun gradually gets farther and farther away from its source, because by the time it gets down to a larger degree, as we know from what we'll just use Howard as a source, that if you're looking at a fish in the water at 45 degrees, it's basically 2 body lengths away from its original position. So then how does that work in terms of the sun? How far away is the sun at the horizon from its apparent position in order to get a 180 degree line? So that would almost mean that the sun would have to be at a 90 degree angle to the Earth, and the moon would have to be at a 90 degree angle, but then they're hoisted up 95 degrees so that you can see them. So if they're 95 degrees apart from each other, apparently above the horizon, how fast does it have to move throughout the day to get ahead of itself?
It can't be 15 degrees an hour. All right?
I see.
Or am I bugging?
Well, wouldn't the effect, the 5 degree like deviation, as the Earth rotates, there'd be a point where you're saying it would accelerate to like an apparent position.
It's at the horizon. Listen, this is real simple. It's at the horizon. It's in an apparent position. Okay, as it goes above you throughout the course of the day, it's now in an actual position when it's directly above you.
And then
right?
it has to accelerate. Yeah.
So it would have to be going faster. It would have to speed up or slow down and speed up, whatever. It would have to. It can't be 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, like so as the Earth rotates, it'll bend a little bit, causing it to adjust. Like, well, that's just your perspective from the ground, right?
What we see, yeah, the movement of the sun, yeah.
So basically, if 15 degrees per hour is the average, and it's ever going slower than that, then at another point it's going to have to be going faster than that for 15 to be an average in the middle of a top speed and a minimum speed.
I mean, that 15 degrees an hour actually changes in your own model throughout the course of a year. We're just talking about the course of a day, though. But yeah, it would have to. It literally can't be 50. If one spot it's in an actual position, another spot it's in a apparent position, that literally can't equal 15 degrees an hour.
That's not the only reason it can't always be 15 degrees an hour, because we always have a 180-degree horizon. Yet we have different time lengths of daylight, so it can't be 15 degrees an hour just for that simple fact that the sun's up longer.
Does someone want to?
Yeah, but it's up longer.
Brian, our days are not exactly 12-hour days due to the tilt.
Oh my God!
But if you're measuring it in degrees, we've always got 180 degrees. So if you're measuring it in degrees and time changes, it can't be 15 degrees an hour. But I mean, if you measured it in time, you could make adjustments, but it can't be 15 degrees an hour consistent.
Okay, so can I explain it, or does a Glober want to explain that?
No, go ahead. I'd like to hear yours.
So when you're on the surface of the Earth observing it go by, yeah, you would see that it's 15 degrees an hour, and then those weird deviations would accelerate and decelerate. But it's not actually doing that. It's only doing that because of the refraction you're getting from ground observation, right? But like
can we just run it back though? You said the 15 degrees per hour. We just established it's not 15 degrees an hour, and it can't be because of the.
It is.
15. No, literally, it can't be.
Not if you're observing from ground level, but if you just like zoom out a bit and
when do we not
model,
observe it from ground level?
Think about it, bro. If the sun has to go 15 degrees in 10 hours, then 15 degrees in 12 hours.
If you're talking about these minor lensing effects, or like these minor optical illusions that happen from when you're an observer on the ground level, like
we're just trying to think through what we're told. When the sun is at solar noon, apparently there's the least amount of refraction. So then the source and the apparent position are going to be very close.
Yeah.
So
to
as
an observer on the ground, right?
That's all. Okay, I don't know where anyone else observes the sun.
Yeah, to an observer on the ground,
it could be 15 degrees an hour.
So if I said
the only way it could be is 12 hours.
You're robot.
Brian,
Is it me?
Brian, you're lagging. You're roboting. Yeah, no, he's roboting.
To an observer on the ground, yeah, like that's
all we are, man. That's all you are. That's all I am.
But what's actually happening it's not accelerating or decelerating. It's going at 15 degrees an hour. It's just we get a distortion because of the humidity levels and the differences in temperatures, right?
So okay, but as you get closer, as you move away from solar noon to sunset, you're moving across more and more of an increase of the refraction.
Yeah, so there'll be a bend to a so there'll be a point where it accelerates and it's more than 15 degrees per second per hour. But it's not actually doing that. It's doing that optically. It's an optical illusion to a ground observer.
Mm-hmm. How did you determine that?
I didn't even.
That's just
Brian, you're roboting.
All right, fuck it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer because Brian started talking. How did you determine that?
How did I determine that? It's just that's what to my understanding.
Okay, so what's your understanding based on, though? I mean, I'm trying to get to the source.
Just my understanding of what we're talking about in physics, and that's just my understanding.
So how do you know there's any alteration between actually? You said it speeds up, but then you said, but it really doesn't. It only it's an illusion.
Yeah, it's an illusion to like when you're on the ground, like looking through an atmosphere. But what's really happening, obviously, like it's it'll be different to someone if you had different observers. That point where it would accelerate and decelerate would shift for that observer. Like,
yeah. So one of my biggest criticisms of the model is that these explanations, in my opinion, are always 100% ad hoc. You have to create the solution in your head because no one can get outside of the system to actually look and see what's happening. So
We can all agree that the sun's got to go 180 degrees, right? No matter how long the day is, sunlight lasts for that day, it's got to go 180 for it to rise and set, right?
Yep.
Only if you're on the
it's 360.
Only if you're on the equator on the equinox. Otherwise, it's not going from your your direct left of where you're standing to your direct right. Like if you're in the north at all, you always got to be looking southwards to see the sun. It makes a much smaller arc.
I got a 180 degree field of view. If I'm measuring it, no matter where I'm at, if it's got to go 180 degrees to rise and set.
If you have a 180 degree view, which I don't think people actually have without turning their head, but sure, let's just say
they do. The horizon's considered zero. So I don't know why you're putting contention before the question. The question is, so if it's going 15 degrees an hour, and the day is only 10 hours long, if the day's only 10 hours long, then it can't make it 180 degrees in 10 hours. It can only make it 180 degrees. That's an average. That's all that is.
So there's two protractors you need to imagine here. You need to imagine a protractor laying flat in front of you at your feet, right? And then a protractor perpendicular to the one laying flat, right? The sun may go 180 degrees on the vertical protractor, but it doesn't take up 180 degrees of the one laying horizontal flat on the ground.
It's not that, bro. It's the time factor, bro. It's the time factor. We have 14-hour days. Where I'm at, we actually have like 15.5-hour days and then like 10-hour days. So if it's going 15 degrees an hour and my dong, as opposed to 14.5 hours long, you're talking about degrees per hour. So if the hours aren't the same, the degrees aren't going to be the same, bro. I mean,
but Brian, think about it, Brian. You're looking at the summertime when the sun comes up north of east, comes around, and at noon you're looking at it to your south, and then it sets north of west. It's taking a longer track across the sky than it does on the equinox.
Right, but it's got to be 180 degrees, right? It's got to be 180, no matter how you arc it over your ball. The great circle that the sun travels doesn't change, Howard. It's a great circle.
I don't know how to get you. I don't know how to get you to understand it.
It's not 180 of your field of vision. It's 100. It's 360 of the Earth. It's degrees of the Earth.
The only great circle that the sun ever does is when it's on the equator. That's the only great circle route.
It's
right?
360 degrees of the Earth, Brian. Not 360. Not. Sorry. It's 15 degrees per hour of the entire circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, we know. Brian, did you hear me about the Great Circle Route?
He keeps saying 180 of a field of vision.
Hello. Check.
Well, yeah, you're good.
You're good. He left your fucking.
Hey,
Okay, so
aren't
not
Capricorn and Cancer great circles on the globe? Just out of curiosity.
No,
You
Brian,
sure?
no, man. Yes.
Are
That's
you
crazy.
sure about that? I know the latitudes aren't,
I'm
but
100%.
Capricorn and Cancer.
No, they're concentric.
Listen. Capricorn and Cancer ain't latitudes on the globe. They deviate into great circles.
No.
Look at the globe, bro.
I've looked at it. It's not a great circle route.
Yeah, all right. I'll double check. Maybe I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
You don't need to double
But
check.
still,
Now
what's that
listen.
have to do with the degrees per hour, though? So
I don't know.
Are
You
they
brought up the
saying
great
that?
circle route.
Yeah, maybe.
tropics,
Well, that
the
still
tropics aren't great circles.
begs the question, though. It still begs the question. If it's going 15 degrees an hour, if it's doing it in 10 hours, then it's going 150 degrees. If it's doing it in 12 hours, then it's going 180 degrees. You know, but we're always going to have a 180 degree horizon to horizon.
On the equinox.
Are they trying to say that horizon to horizon is sometimes more than 180 degrees? Is that their claim?
Well, your horizon to horizon is 180, but it's a small horizon. Like it's not the actual. You know, your city can, or you know.
No, I don't.
Jesus
Listen,
Christ.
right back to it, man. The shit's not moving at 15 degrees an hour. It has to vary, right? Do we all agree on that?
Yep.
It has to catch up.
We can explain that it's not really, but even though it looks like it, right? So that goes back to what I was saying before, that these explanations are all, listen, guys, you know what we're talking about right now? We're talking about how Santa Claus can sign my present with my name on it, just like my mom.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how much the sun moves.
Shush. We're talking about, listen, hold on. It'll make sense in a second. We're talking about how Santa Claus can get into our house if we don't have a chimney, because we lock our doors. So how the fuck does he get in? Right?
No, we're talking about how much the sun
hold
moves.
on. Let me finish. Please indulge me. The issue in all of this is that we are arguing about tertiary issues, when the primary claim has to be assumed from the very beginning, that there is actually a jolly man named Santa Claus. We're arguing about how he gets down the chimney or how he gets in the house. We're arguing about how he can sign just like my mom when he doesn't even fucking exist. Now, those little tertiary problems are problems that happen because of reality, right? So the things that we're observing in our physical world pose problems to the heliocentric model. And then they have to sit there and think, well, we know the Earth is a globe, so this has to work somehow. So then how can we massage the model and finesse the numbers? That's the same thing.
Well, I'll say this about measuring the 15 degrees. If you'll wait in the morning until the sun is 15 degrees above the horizon, you can start measuring it every hour until it's 15 degrees above the horizon before sunset, and you should get a consistent reading throughout the day.
Right, but listen, that's the apparent position.
Where it appears to be, not that it's fake and apparent. It's where it appears to be. That's why you say an apparent, right?
Not actual.
Right. Yeah.
Apparent.
No. It is actual, Jeremy. It appears to be there. That's where it is.
So
Okay,
wherever we
hold on.
see the sun.
Hold on. So you're telling me that the sun is not 8 minutes ahead of its actual or of its apparent position?
Oh,
that's irrelevant.
We see it where it is.
Okay, listen very carefully. When I see the sun, I'm seeing it 8 minutes late,
Okay.
right?
You're seeing it where it is when you see it.
No. Don't play this word game. We're talking
that's all you
about.
got. That's all you
Look,
got. That's all you fucking got is a word game.
Hold on. You're gonna catch up to this. When I'm looking at a trout in the water, where is its actual position?
This is not a refraction issue.
Oh, seeing the sun in the sky is not a refraction issue?
Not if it's above 15 degrees, like we said.
Are you saying above 15 degrees there's no refraction?
Above 15 degrees, you can basically ignore refraction. That's what I'm saying.
But there will definitely be refraction.
Yeah, above 15 degrees, you can ignore refraction. That's correct.
So is there refraction on the sun over 15
above
degrees?
15 degrees, you can ignore refraction. How many times do I have to say that?
Kosho, is there refraction on the sun when it's more than 15 degrees?
Yeah, but as you said, it's not going to change its position.
So there is. Okay, there is. What do you mean
Yeah,
it's
but
not going to change its position?
it.
You said, yeah, there is, but it's not going to change its position.
Because you can basically ignore it above 15 degrees.
That doesn't even make sense.
Well,
if there's refraction,
You
it
don't
changes
really
position.
have to ignore it. You could
No, it doesn't.
subtract.
Well, you could, but I mean, for the most part, you don't need to. I mean, astronomers and backyard astronomers, you don't need to, as long as you stay above 15 degrees above the horizon or so, you don't have to worry about refraction.
Yeah, I know that if it's above 30 degrees, for example, the difference is going to be like 5 arc seconds. So you can
Okay, so
subtract all
not
5 arc
actual.
seconds.
So different. So a different
Yeah,
position.
it's different. 5 arc seconds different.
Yeah, that's a different position.
Oh.
Do you know how we know? Because it's 5 arc seconds.
Yeah,
You
but you
can't
don't know
see
because
that,
you see
though.
it where it is.
Measure
You can't
it,
see
right,
5 arc
Kosho?
seconds.
And you measure it,
You
and
can
you measure
measure
where
it.
you see it.
Right? Who cares if I can see it or not? You can measure it. What are you coming with
How you
non-sequitur?
gonna measure
This
it?
is not
How are you going to measure it if you
non-sequitur.
can't see where it is? You're going to measure to where you see it. See, the whole
Kosho just
thing,
said 5 arc seconds. Argue with him.
Even though,
like I
just
said, you're not going to see 5
relax.
arc seconds.
Just because it does that at 15 degrees or more or less or whatever, sunrise, sunset, doesn't mean it's not 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, but we don't see it moving 15 degrees per hour. We can't because when it's directly above you, it has to catch up to its actual position.
Oh, actually, we see it move 15 degrees per hour pretty much all the time, from 15 degrees above the horizon to 15 degrees above the other horizon.
What about in the winter versus the summer? You
Same
know
thing.
it changes.
15
You
degrees
know
per hour.
that
Nope.
changes in the.
Nope.
You know it changes
The
in
day
the
gets
globe
shorter.
model, don't you?
Nope, it doesn't. The days get shorter, but the sun still moves 15 degrees per hour.
Oh God, Kosho, will you tell me even in the globe model this changes throughout the course of a year?
Why would that change?
No, you don't know.
It
Why would that
Better
change?
you guys all need to get up with curved,
It doesn't change.
straightened out. Curved will sort you out
Talking about
nice in
the
there.
equation of time.
Yeah, you're talking about the equation of time.
You talking about the equation of time?
If that's what it's called, I don't know. I know that it's supposed to change throughout the year by a little bit.
All right, so Paige, I asked Howard this earlier, and somebody else was here. So when the sun is in the sky, how would you correlate the, like I said this before, the MasterCard image, you have the 2 circles that overlap each other, right?
Okay.
How would you orient the actual sun with the apparent? How much would they overlap?
What? The actual sun? What do you mean by the actual sun?
The one that's 8 minutes ahead. I see it, but
do you
it's
see
8
it?
minutes ahead.
You
That 8
see
minutes is irrelevant. The 8 minutes doesn't matter.
Why you hung up on the 8 minutes thing?
Yeah.
I'm asking you a specific question, okay?
I want to know what you're asking about.
If you answer my question, I'll get to the punchline. I'm trying to build up to it.
Well,
see, the 8-minute thing is where it's supposed to be. So
no.
I
The
mean,
8 minutes,
and then the disposition would be
Okay, listen.
refracted.
We
have no way
there
of
would be a
knowing.
difference.
We have no way of it knowing before we see it because, well, it could disappear now and we wouldn't know for 8 minutes.
No, I would absolutely. Okay, I hear what you're saying, but that just to me is an ad hoc. You're just making
No, it's
shit
not an
up.
ad hoc. It's not
It
ad
is.
hoc. The sun could disappear right now, poof, and we wouldn't know for another
Where?
8 minutes. The
Yeah.
The Earth
Yeah,
would
yeah,
continue. The Earth would continue orbiting where the sun was for another 8
Uh-huh.
minutes because
Yeah.
even it doesn't know.
Okay, again,
Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light.
I would be surprised if your model wouldn't be able to show you where the sun actually is 8 minutes ahead.
Well, you could
and
calculate it, I suppose.
That's what I'm saying. Your model. Okay, but look. So we all say this all the time, right? So when you see the sunset, the sun's already beyond the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but that's due to refraction. It's due to refraction.
When we
So yeah,
say
it is where you see it, but it's below the horizon due to it's below the horizon. You're taking an actual line of sight.
But listen, it is no longer there. I see its effect, but the sun itself is no longer there. It's moved, right?
Yeah, but that's constant
So what
throughout
you're
the whole
talking about with
course. The whole course of it. That's a constant thing that's supposed to be happening all the time. So I mean, where are we going with this?
Yeah, keep going. It's an 8-minute lag, sure.
Okay, so how far down the side of the Earth would it be? How many degrees would it be below the curve of the Earth, so to speak?
Doesn't matter because you can't see it yet.
No, okay, look.
That's
in order, right? In order for you to have your selenelian eclipse, the three bodies have to be.
Why don't we explain a normal eclipse before we work on the selenelian?
No, because that's not the no.
You can't even explain a normal eclipse.
Okay, right.
You can't even explain an everyday normal eclipse. No, I'm not trying to obfuscate. You can't even. You guys can't even on the flat Earth. You can't even explain a normal
total
lunar eclipse.
obfuscation. Nice
no, it's not
move,
total
Paige.
obfuscation.
Absolutely is.
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
it's a
You can't even.
non-sequitur.
You can't even. No, it's not a non sequitur. You can't even explain a normal
stick on
eclipse.
topic.
No, let's stay on topic. We're talking about lunar eclipses. So let's get to the normal
No,
lunar
we're not
eclipse.
talking about
let's
lunar
get to
eclipses.
let's get to a normal everyday
We've
eclipse.
explained eclipses
Take
three different ways, bro.
No,
Travis,
you haven't.
selenelium.
No, you haven't. So I mean,
Travis brought up the selenelium, bro.
Well, wait a second. Let's talk about normal. How does an eclipse
Take
work?
a number, Paige.
Yeah, I
You don't even know how an eclipse works.
You
Yeah, I
can't
do.
skip
I do.
line in the
How do
deli,
selenelians?
Paige.
You can't even explain how a
You
normal
can't skip line in
everyday
the deli. I've
vanilla
got the next.
eclipse.
I've got the number that's up for. It's my turn.
All right, Travis was right in the middle. Go ahead, Travis. Finish because you got interrupted.
Yeah, my point is that when we try to think about the physics of what we're seeing, right? So, when the sun and the moon are above the horizon in a selenelian, right? Those are not where the sun and the moon actually are. Okay, so that becomes a special pleading that in that instance, refraction is bringing them up above the horizon. But there are numerous times when both the sun and the moon are on the horizon. One of them is on the horizon, but we don't have eclipses. So it's a situation of special pleading that in this instance of refraction, both the sun and the moon are well beyond the curvature of the Earth, but somehow refraction is elevating them higher than it used to be. I'm just trying to point out the inconsistencies of the claim. That's all.
Well, you can't even explain on the flat Earth how a normal eclipse works, let alone how this rarity works. Have you ever seen one of these? I haven't even heard of these until you guys start trumpeting them. They're very rare, extremely uncommon.
It doesn't mean if they're very. It doesn't matter if they're very rare.
Because you can't even explain the normal, everyday, vanilla lunar eclipse on the flat Earth.
Have you asked the question? Is it your turn yet?
Yeah, I did. I
So
thought
listen,
you
we
said it
know
was my
that-
turn. He said I was after Travis. I'm up after Travis to respond at 18 past the hour. He wrote it.
Yeah. So instead of answering my question, you're bringing up a red herring. Go ahead.
No, this isn't red herring. This is absolutely on topic.
You haven't addressed my question.
Here's my question. Here's my questioner. How come you can't
Right.
explain?
I have a question. When you pose a question in response to my question, hold on. When you pose a question in response to my question, your question is a red herring.
No, it's not. It's actually right on point. See, you are asking about the selenelian eclipse, and you can't even explain how a normal eclipse works. You have to start with a normal eclipse.
If you want to
listen to me one more time.
your own topic when it's your turn, you may.
How come? But once again, in order to understand the selenelian eclipse, you have to first understand the normal everyday vanilla eclipse. Then you can talk about the rarity. It's
Right,
like,
we're just
I want to
talking
talk
about
about the
how
rarity. I want to talk about this rarity. I don't understand how it works. I don't even understand how any eclipse works. But let's talk about this rarity because it's rare.
we're just trying to figure
Is
out
it
how many
rare?
degrees.
Yeah, and there's you ever seen one? I've seen lots
No,
of
it's
lunar.
even. How do you know it's even being eclipsed? It could just be phasing faster.
Oh, phasing faster, right?
It looks identical. I mean, I'm just saying it's possible.
No, they don't.
How's this
It
phasing
don't
work?
look anything like it.
I don't know how do moon phases
Oh no,
work. There's
tell
no way to
no,
distinguish.
moon
We
phases.
showed pictures. We showed
Oh,
pictures to y'all.
that.
Y'all couldn't distinguish between the eclipse and the phases. So
I saw the
Actually, you
last
can
lunar
do.
eclipse in Arizona, and it looked nothing like moon phases.
You think it's a fast
Brian,
phase?
But
Brian,
why
he's
are you
controlling
escaping
where the
Travis's
conversation
question, man?
goes.
You should answer Travis's question
Well,
because
because in order to
you brought it up.
understand the selenelian
No,
eclipse,
we
you have to
don't
first
concede.
understand the
No, we
normal
do
eclipse.
not concede to
That's
your
like
obfuscation.
in order to understand the cat
We
born
do
with 3
not
legs, you have to understand that
concede
most
to
cats.
your
Hold on, Travis.
obfuscation.
Well,
Hold on.
we're gonna
Not
have to
obfuscation.
figure out how to get past this. But Travis, if I were you, I mean, this is just advice. The 8-minute thing, that's something we see as a constant. The only disposition or displacement issue would be due to refraction. So I would leave the 8-minute thing off of it.
In the summer, guys, in the summer, when the sun rises, I can feel it and see it at the same time. I don't know. I didn't count to 8 or anything.
Let's see, a selenelian eclipse occurs once every 30 years.
So you're
Interesting.
saying that would affect the 15 degrees? Can I say
I
that
mean,
at sunrise you'd see it 8 minutes after, and then at sunset it would be there for 8 minutes, even though it's already gone behind,
See, that's what I
like,
mean. It's
so
confusing.
should I
That's
be ice
incorrect.
cold? Should I be ice cold for 8 minutes at every dusk because it's actually gone?
No, you'll
I
feel the
feel
heat
it.
because the light's traveling for 8 minutes. That's the whole thing. It's taking its time getting here.
And that's how our eyes work?
Because
Yeah.
no, it's because the 8 minute takes
The
light
light,
8 minutes to get.
Or is that how our skin works? I don't know.
Dude,
But, Jeremy, go ahead.
it's because it takes the light 8 minutes to get to Earth. They say we see the sun where it was 8 minutes ago because of that. So every time you look at the sun, you're seeing it where it was 8 minutes ago.
No, 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 no. Light is
What do you
only
mean, no?
traveling as long width it is on mute.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there's an 8-minute
So
delay. Also with gravity, so it's pretty cool that that's what NASA shill was trying to yell.
So then, yeah, if paid NASA is correct that selenelians happen once every 30 years, are we to understand then that there's a natural phenomenon of refraction every 30 years that just happens to refract these two targets up above the horizon when they're actually down
Oh,
below the horizon?
I have to tell you,
Oh wow, that's a good one, dude.
You know what?
guys, it happens every single eclipse.
Yeah, okay. What happens every 30 years from a single location?
Wait, hold
Yeah,
on.
right.
Kosho. Paid NASA said that selenelians happen every 30 years. You're
From
saying
a
it happens
He's
location
talking
on
about
Earth.
per location.
per location. What does that mean?
That means that
Yeah, I
your
was gonna ask
location
that.
will have one sometime in the 30 years or so. It happens
So every time
you
there's
just have to be in the right
so
time.
every time there's an eclipse. So every time there's an eclipse, there's also a selenelian eclipse, Kosho.
you're in
So
the-
not every 30 years it happens.
If you're in the
every
right
time.
place. Yeah, but you have to be in the right place on Earth.
The Terminator.
So
So
on
it's not
Earth,
every 30 years.
Or every 30
Every
years
single
from a single location.
So not
Listen,
15 degrees an hour. So not 15 degrees an hour, right?
That's what
Eclipse
I'm
will
trying to.
occur.
I've
It has
been
nothing
trying
to
to
do
get
with
back to
15
that.
degrees per hour.
Wait, the
Get back to that 15 degree an hour thing.
degrees an hour is an average throughout the entire 24-hour period.
No, it's not an average.
It is
It's
an average, just
consistent.
like
It's
24
consistent.
hours.
Okay, let me
No, it's
let's
not
slow
an
this
average.
down real quick.
It is.
So we had a
Hold
lunar.
on for a second. Because we're in the middle of something. It's never above 15 degrees per hour. It's sometimes below 15 degrees per hour. So the average is not 15 degrees per hour.
It's
15 degrees per hour is where it's consistent. It would
Why
have to
would
be
you say
above
it's never
15 per
above
hour.
15?
Because you can't have an average of 15 degrees if it's below it sometimes, and sometimes it's 15 degrees. It's never the average is not going to be 15 degrees. It'll be somewhere below 15 degrees.
I'm still baffled, bro. Y'all can't agree that the sun has got to go 180 degrees.
At sunset, it's doing the
Brian,
opposite
please.
of what it does at sunrise.
Well, we know it's got to go 360 to make a circle, right?
Yeah,
So
divide that by
180.
24, and what do you get? What is 360 divided by 24?
Right. So if the day is 10 hours or 14 hours, it's going to be different, right?
What? No,
do
the
it-
sun. No, the day is still 24 hours long.
Oh, he's just
I
He
agree
turned
with
the-
Master.
he turned the compass, though,
the
bro.
globe is definitely just an equation built on the movement of the sun. I agree with
You're
Master.
saying that the day is not 24 hours long?
Yeah, but if we're going to measure it in degrees with the sun, we got to agree that in your model the sun goes 360 degrees.
Yeah,
So it's got to
every
go
day.
180. It's got to go from my horizon to horizon, whatever arc you want to give it. It's still got to go 180, right?
But because of the angles and the seasons, the daylight will be shorter. It's shorter in the summer than it is in the winter. I don't know. Excuse me. It's shorter. The days are shorter in the winter than they are in the
The
summer.
sun doesn't take the same path throughout the year. You know, it is like it has a sort of road that it can travel on the left side or the right. It's like a 180 lane highway, right? And every day it moves over a lane to to what seems to you to be like from the outside of a racetrack to the inside, right? From wherever you're standing, living every day, right? So in a sense, yeah, it's 15 degrees an hour has to be, but you're not always going to see the same amount of the track in your field of view.
So let me get
Right.
this straight. The last lunar eclipse that we had, somewhere, someone in the world should have seen a Selenelian.
Maybe if they're in the right place at the right time with good weather.
Absolutely. Every time there's a lunar eclipse, there's a
It sounds like
position.
you guys
Doesn't
are
matter.
making that
It could
up,
be
honestly.
it could be in the middle. It could be in the middle of the ocean. It could be somewhere weird. But there's going to be places where the Terminator line
so
is.
so then there should be-
The Terminator line.
Okay,
So how
yeah,
often
so
do lunar eclipses happen in the first place? Like once a year, once every 2 years?
Almost twice a year.
Twice a year.
Twice a year.
Okay. So then, how many like HD videos do you think are on the internet of different Selenilians if they happen twice a year?
Right.
I mean, I've seen one.
That would be more like I would be more interested in seeing that phenomenon than a normal eclipse. But my point is to ask the question then: shouldn't there be an anticipated prediction of where there will be a Selenelian seen?
You see, but nobody actually really gives a damn about Selenelians until
Yeah,
you guys.
the fact that you're pulling this shit out your ass.
That's a lie
Yeah,
right
absolutely
there.
No one's giving a shit about this. They
Well,
really
you're
have.
talking about it, so you give a shit.
Well, now,
Well, no,
because you
I
guys
find it
don't
interesting.
understand,
Predicted
because
one
you
of
guys
them.
think this debunks lunar eclipses or some such bullshit.
I know, I find it really
Not a good
interesting.
look, I'll tell you that. Not a
Yeah,
good look.
we were having a really good conversation. Again, we were having a good conversation, and when you showed up, Paid, it all tanked.
Well, sorry. I mean, I'm just
Well,
telling you
no,
that
you're
you're
not
full of
sorry,
crap.
Paid.
Guys,
You're
I
not.
walked back over here
Come
just to
in.
fucking tell you.
You know, I
Come in like
come
a
in
fucking
and I
whirlwind.
come in
It's
and
fucking
I come in
solid
and tell you that
conversation.
you're wrong, and I understand that you don't like that, but okay.
Go ahead, Kosha. What do you got? What do you got for us?
Yeah, then I walk away to fucking get my burger, and then they fucking call my name. Okay, well, I'm saying I've done that. I've both seen it in person before I was in
You
this community.
mispredicted it, bro. You
2013.
mispredicted it,
Don't fucking talk, dude. 'Cause I'm gonna walk away and get my burger and then go talk. Okay? But I've seen it in person in 2013 before I was in this community. I'm on the ocean. I've seen it, and I've also predicted one last year,
And it didn't happen.
sometime in March.
Hold on, Brian.
And it did happen.
Brian.
And it did happen. It's not hard to predict. It's not hard. All you have to do is you have to find a position on Earth when the eclipse is occurring that is experiencing a sunset or sunrise. That's all you have to do.
When you saw the Selenilian, where you're holding hands with a dude.
Hey, fuck off. That actually was at the time. Don't worry.
Can you show that
That's what it's
Selenilian
like.
last year that you predicted? Because I thought you mispredicted it, or else just refused to show the evidence. Can you show the Selenilian, please, of last year?
I mean,
That you say
I
you
have
did
all
predict? I'm claiming you
It's not hard
mispredicted
to
it.
predict. I'll predict the next one. That one happened. It happened to occur in Houston, or not in Houston, in between Houston and Austin.
So you didn't. So you mispredicted it.
No, I did not mispredict it.
So you're telling us, you're telling us that if you were in Texas, then you should have, in that particular area, you should have been able to see a Selenelian?
Yeah, there was a time at sunrise where the eclipse was occurring, and where the sun was setting. There was about an 8-minute period where both those things would have overlapped. And so there's a portion of Texas that would have seen.
He predicted where he lived would see it.
That's convenient. It was an 8-minute period, and the sun happens to be like 8 minutes behind.
God damn it!
So, Kosho, what are the weather conditions that create that phenomenon?
What? Standard refraction. I'm gonna go fucking finish reading my burger.
Yeah.
Anytime there's an eclipse, there will be locations on Earth where you can experience it.
Wait, is he applying standard refraction to terrestrial bodies?
So
I don't know. Who knows, Brian? All right, great.
Did I just hear that correctly? You just said that every time there's an eclipse, people on Earth will see it.
There'll be locations where you'll see a Selenelian eclipse.
My whole point was Kosho said that it was going to happen where he's at, and it didn't happen.
Breaking news, Selenelian everywhere. I mean, it's like a brand new claim.
Well, no, and then
it's not everywhere though. It's like you have to be in the right place at the right time.
Some people fly to it, like photographers will fly to it just to experience it.
Awesome. So in the meantime, the sun's not moving through the sky at 15 degrees an hour because if it's at its actual position at noon, because if it's at its actual position at noon and it's in a different position on the horizon, that can't be 15 degrees an hour, right?
To a ground observer.
Where else do we
where
observe
else?
the sun?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Well, if you zoomed out, you'd see it going 15 degrees an hour, like a watch.
If you zoom out?
Yeah, if you zoomed out, like if you actually saw what was happening and you weren't looking from the ground through all of the atmosphere and stuff.
Where do we go for that?
Well, I'm telling you what's actually happening versus what you see from a ground level.
I know. How did you find out what was actually happening, though? Who told you that?
It's kind of like telling me you're kind of, if you've ever looked through like a monocle or binoculars or anything.
Listen, just because I have one eye, I mean, we don't.
I don't think he was making fun of you, Jeremy. I don't think he was making fun of you intentionally.
I know.
Well, I can tell you what's going on. Basically, Pazizzle has assumed what's going on and then asserted that he already knows.
Agreed. Yeah, that's
it. Are you saying that we all live?
No, yeah. Are you saying we all live in a?
No. Were you saying if we all lived a little higher up, that we'd have what, shorter or longer days? Right? If we all just elevated, lived in top level.
Longer days. The sunrise would be sooner, and the sunset would be later.
This is observed.
Yeah, but that'd be true with both
You
anyway.
could. I mean, go to New York or any place with a tall building, watch the sunset, then get in the elevator, go up to the top. You'll still be above the horizon.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Everyone
tell
knows
you
that.
anything.
What
does that tell you? Earth's a globe?
Yes.
That tells you
No
Earth's a globe.
parallel light, then, right? No parallel light, then, right?
It tells you how light's parallel. And by the way, yes, it does show you that there's a globe. The fact you can see further from heights is a globe proof, by the way.
Really? Is it? Because I'm under the impression that I got to go 1,400,000 miles to get a 1 degree change.
Nope.
Yeah, ironically, the
No. Don't say no. Yeah.
Nope.
Well, okay, then how high do I got to go to see a 1 degree change?
Oh no, it's not the 1,000,000 miles though. 1,000,000 miles you get you out beyond the Earth.
I do know, dude. I posted it. You've read it. We've had this exact conversation. I said next time we have this, let's get past the. I said the next time we have this conversation, let's get past the garnish so we can get to the point. I said you don't have to agree with me, but let's get past the garnish. I posted the math. You agreed with it and still had your claim, but now you're back to the square one where now it's not even now the math changed.
I don't know. I have to see math again. In the meantime, they actually, the Arabs actually publish if you're above like the 71st floor in the Burj Khalifa, you have to have a different time for Ramadan.
The fact that we never see the sun shooting upward from the horizon proves that the sun is always above us.
Actually, you
Wait,
do
what?
see that. You do
What
see
do you
that.
mean?
That's
Of course you do.
my
Your picture, yeah.
my avatar is that.
Mhm.
That's another globe proof. The fact that the sun is below that mountain, casting the shadow upward onto the cloud.
But your picture is consistent with the Burj Khalifa thing because exactly what you said. You can't see the sun on the ground level, but when you're on the top of the building, the light is hitting the top of the building. So it's not hitting the bottom of the building; it's hitting the top of it.
That's why
So you go higher, and you could see farther. That's globe proof, really?
Yep.
Come
Yep.
on,
And every
guys.
time you go
What are we
higher,
back
the
in?
sun
What
is
are we back in
always shining.
2015?
Yeah, the sun is always shining down on you from above, no matter how high you go.
It is globe proof.
Dude, it's terrible.
No matter
No,
how
it's not. It's
I
a globe
wouldn't.
destroyer, bro. It's a globe killer.
No, it's
I
a globe
wouldn't say
proof.
that either.
No,
I mean, well,
Well,
the
this
angle
does
is if
anyone
you
any
stand up
good.
there, the shadows heading up toward the Burj Khalifa, then the light ain't parallel.
It is parallel. It's just it's below the horizon.
Yeah, it means the horizon is blocking out the light that would be hitting
There's
the
this
dome
huge
of the
big hump of
Hold on, he
Earth
just
blocking
said the
out the
sun is
light.
above the horizon, and
no, the horizon.
It's not above the horizon now.
The sun's
The
below the
horizon
horizon.
isn't physical, though, Kosher. So how can it be physically blocking anything?
Actually, the horizon
Well,
is
it's obviously blocking.
No, horizon isn't physical. It's an optical
Horizon is a
phenomenon.
physical place. Sorry.
No, it's
Yeah,
not, it
it
really
is.
isn't.
The
It's not even
horizon is
defined in that way.
absolutely a physical location.
Before we get to the horizon, okay? Before we get to
I
the
can't believe
horizon,
you guys are saying this bullshit.
The
horizon is a physical location now, right?
Anything beyond it, then the globe is dead. Yeah.
Jesus
Beyond
Christ.
that physical
I would say it's
location,
two
the
different.
horizon,
is it the leading edge of a sphere?
Hold
Is it
on,
the
guys.
leading
Yo,
edge?
Yeah,
hold
there,
on,
there's
Brian.
too many talking, man.
I say too many topics going
Hear
on.
other people talking, right? Paige, shut up. I know you guys can hear other people talking. Everyone relax. Take a deep breath, one at a time.
So
Is the horizon
before
the
we get
leading
to
edge
the
of the
horizon,
sphere?
Yes.
Here we all go.
I just want to tell Jeremy a few numbers that I was reading up on from like Google Answers and livescience.com, right? It says a total lunar eclipse happens twice every 3 years, but if you aren't willing to travel to see them, and you just want to stay in one spot, then you'll get a total lunar eclipse every 2.5 years on average. And they will tell you that a selenilian happens in your location every 30 years. But the funny thing is that for some reason, when I'm looking around, they're always defining a selenilian as a total lunar eclipse. I don't know why that's a special ingredient.
Well,
in the
because
mix
it only
here.
happens.
Listen.
It only happens during the total lunar eclipse.
Listen, as far as the horizon being a location, that's a stretch at best. It's two locations, right? Because you could see a cloud at the horizon, and then there's land at the horizon. So those are going to be two vastly different spots, not even close. Which spot on the horizon are you going to touch? The land or the cloud?
Hey, dude, check this out. You can define horizon whatever way you think you should, or you can define it as the furthest point on the surface before you can't see any more of the surface.
No,
Which
Jeremy,
is
they're-
which is a defined, but it's going to be a definite position for that given moment.
So here's my question though: why, if I stay in one spot, why is every 10th total solar? I'm sorry, if I don't move and I stay where I'm at, why is every 10th lunar eclipse a selenilian? What makes it like a 10 cycle like system going on there?
Don't know the answer to that.
No one said 10 cycle. It was like a 30% chance or something, right?
I didn't know. I just did the math there. They say that if you stay in the same spot, you'll see a total lunar eclipse every 2.5 years on average. And on average, you'll see a selenilian every 30 years. So that's a little bit more than your 10th total lunar eclipse.
From the same position?
Yeah, from like the
from-
same city or same town kind of thing, yeah.
So why is it that every 10th total lunar eclipse is a selenilian?
Every 10th lunar or it's not specifically that.
Sure, it could be the 11th, 12th, 9th, somewhere close to it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And I have to know what on average, like how many years are we talking? Like on a 10-year period? Like I don't know what it says.
No. I told you. If you stay in the same spot, you'll get a total lunar eclipse around every 2.5 years. But if you're in the same spot, you're going to get a stellium total lunar eclipse every 30 years. So that makes out a little bit more like your 11th, right? Your 11th or 10th total lunar eclipse of you living in the same city. Why is it every 10 lunar eclipses that you're going to get a stellium?
Yeah, it'll be perfectly on the horizon when it occurs, one of those 10 times kind of thing. Why is it that, and why is it so rare and awesome and stuff? Like I think someone said earlier that like it's just supposed to happen on the horizon and it lines up so perfectly, like you're just supposed to believe that. And yeah, that's how crazy like the eclipse is.
Here's the worst part, though. You'll never be able to search in any search bar. Why is there a stellium every 10 total lunar eclipses if I stay in the same spot? You know, it doesn't receive those types of questions and answer those. You know, the questions that you really the ones that you really want answered with your heart of hearts, those are the ones that it never responds to.
You'd need an AI.
In 30 years, how many total eclipses are you saying happen?
Like 10 or 11, right? 2.5 years. So times that by 10, it's 25 years. So add a little bit more, every 11 or 11 and a half, whatever. Or I'm sorry, 11 cycles. 11 total
would be like,
eclipses.
every 30 years, that'd be like 75, wouldn't it?
What are you talking about?
So in 10 years.
No, I misspoke. It's not about 10 years. I misspoke there. Every 2.5 years, you get a total lunar eclipse, and so 10 of those is going to almost equal the 30 years that it takes for that stellium to occur. Because like 10, if it's 2.5 years per cycle, and you do 10 cycles, then you're at 25 years.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more than 10 cycles of lunar eclipses happening every 2.5 years. So you can say your 11th and a half, whatever, 12th.
So majority of those will occur when it's high up in the horizon, or pretty
the moon,
on
you're saying.
Yeah, that when the eclipse is occurring, the moon will be
moon is
at,
up 12
at
o'clock
like
position.
Or anything above 15 degrees. And or on the other end, like if it's sunset, 15 degrees above the horizon. Majority of them will occur within
what they do is they angle the sun. They try and angle the moon from the other side and angle the sun and get a reverse flip, but that would have the shadow coming in from the bottom. If the sun is if it's the Earth blocking the light to the moon, and the moon's above the horizon, then if you try to come in from the other side, you would never get a top-down shadow. So it was a good try, valiant effort to make the math work, but the reality didn't line up with it.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
He's saying there's nowhere shadow, right, cast upward from a sun that is descending below Earth curve. The sun is always, the light is always above. Yeah,
I got a picture. I got
a
picture in my my little avatar. There is a picture.
Yeah, your picture is a misunderstanding, right? Yeah.
Nope, that picture is a misunderstanding. Gotcha.
Yeah, with the cloud height.
Well, let's just say this. Let's break it down. Let's all think about it for a second. If it's let's say it's the shadow of the Earth on the top of the moon. Okay, so we have the sun above one horizon, just a little bit, whatever. We have the moon above another horizon. So they're both above the horizon. And now we have a quarter shadow on the top of the moon working its way down. Okay,
Well,
so
hold on. One change to that. Sorry, but if the sun is above the horizon and so is the moon, then if the sun goes down at all, you'd expect the Earth's shadow to appear from the bottom of the moon and go towards the top, right?
Yeah, but
either
that's not
way,
the,
if it's
that's not
set
the
north
thing.
going up, it wouldn't matter which way it's going.
You guys, you're not thinking about it in the way that's actually happening. The Earth rotating isn't going to increase or decrease, where the shadow is. So the Earth rotating is why
Guess
the
what,
sun.
guys?
No
Brian,
one's talking. No one's talking
Brian,
about
yeah,
Earth rotation.
I know you're
Sorry,
not. And
sorry,
that's
bro. Sorry.
the problem. That you're talking about the wrong thing. So the sun going down is represented by the Earth rotating. So the fact that the sun goes down isn't going to change how the shadow is moving on the moon.
No, that's why I
Shadow,
said it
the
wouldn't
shadow
matter.
on
It wouldn't matter
Brian,
which way the sun is
Brian,
going. That was the whole point.
Brian, the shadow on the moon is purely the movement of it is purely because of the moon moving across the sky. So that's purely because of the moon, and that can come from any direction. There's no direction like above or below that is restricted. The moon going across that shadow.
Okay, well let me get back where I was at. So we got a shadow on the top quarter of the moon. Okay, so Earth rotation doesn't matter at this point. The only way it matters is to position them at one point in time. Okay, on the ball. So we got one sitting out one.
Brian?
God dang, dude.
Brian,
Just
can I have
stop
5
and
seconds?
a second.
According to this, we should have been talking on October 5th, 2014, because then we could have actually seen this from the United States. But
Yeah, Kosho, you said you was going to be able to see it. So it didn't happen at your longitude, or I mean, what happened?
I saw it in 2013. I saw one in 2013, and
No,
I
I'm
said,
talking about when you just predicted, bro. Like a year
yeah,
and
the
a
one
half
I
ago.
predicted last year or this year, whatever, sometime in March. I forget which March it was. Last year or this March. I think it was last March.
Didn't happen at your longitude? What happened?
Happened in Texas.
Yeah, but did it happen at your longitude?
In my and like, to the whole region. There's a whole region where it happened, man. It's not just one place. It's like fucking. It's like
When has it been produced in a lab or outside to mimic
God, is he
exactly
back?
what you think you see? Hello? The distance, the scale, a little scale 1/4 ball, and a ball that's 4 times bigger, or 6 times, whatever you pick, Globers, and then your distance of 238,000 miles down to scale, like 781 feet. You can use millimeters, and show us the shadows that match that with the ball in between or around. You understand what I'm like? What? Where do we see this at? I've never ever seen this happen with any 2 ball sources and 1 block and a light. Well, 3 balls, but 1 being the sun source.
Well,
I've never
the
seen
answer
this.
you're always going to get is that these phenomena don't scale down. They'll try to explain why, a tennis ball can't be put in orbit around, or at least rolled in a circle freely around like a bowling ball or something. You can never replicate anything on a smaller scale about their model.
I'll show you. I made a video of this.
Yeah, I mean you can replicate it. You just can't match the scale you can't match the scale that's given. 93,238,000. The room break?
I guess so.
Shit.
So the moon goes the same direction as the sun, just not quite as fast, right? If we break the model and talk about the bodies themselves, so the moon is basically whatever it's causing it. We can all agree that the moon is going the same direction apparently, but just not quite as fast, right? So
Same
if the sun's
exact
coming
path,
up,
different
what?
speed. I agree. Same exact path, different speed.
It's not the same exact path. And the sun in our model, the sun is moving the sun. But the reason why the sun and the moon move in the sky is because the Earth rotates. The reason why the moon moves slower than the sun is because the moon is orbiting the Earth as the Earth's rotating. Without
So,
moving the
I
sun.
know. They all sync up.
Is the sun coming up during the stellium or going down?
Yeah, they're both. It depends on where you are. You could be
Right,
you could be you
right.
could be
But either way, though, either way, we know that they're both ultimately apparently going in the same direction. The sun just faster, right?
You mean in the sky, like across the ecliptic in the sky?
Yeah. So in other words, if the sun is coming up, which is the ones I've ever seen, but I mean, if there's other ones, maybe, but the ones I've seen, the sun's coming up, and it's past the Earth, and the moon is it doesn't look like it's coming up. Literally, it is though. In your model, literally, it still is coming up. Okay,
No,
so the shadows
one is setting and the other's rising.
Yeah, but
they're going in the same direction, though, right? Ultimately, they're going in the same direction.
And they're following the ecliptic.
Yeah. They're traveling the same direction along the ecliptic.
When has this been produced for a shadow and the claim for 3 balls to do this? And when have they done the latter and tried to do it without that and just a light source and another actual object like the moon and the sun doing it without anything in between? And where's the problem with that?
Yeah, that is a good point. But I was just trying to get people thinking so we'd all be on the exact same page. But because any way you look at it, the sun can't come from the top.
Well, the only way you can see is a demonstration.
I meant the shadow. I meant the shadow. Sorry.
Right. Well, how can Kosho or anybody keep claiming everything's happening this way without a demonstration of such that told them that? They keep claiming everything like, oh, this happens this way at this degree of this, and they didn't even produce it for anybody. They haven't even saw it themselves, but they keep demanding it happens this way, which is kind of odd that everybody accepts that.
I have produced it. I'm trying to find my video.
I'd like you to produce it live.
Not graphically in a physical model.
Yeah, graphics is cheating.
Yeah, we
But
are.
my point, I think my point still remains is that we have to have a special case of atmospheric refraction whenever it happens. It always has to somewhere have the right atmospheric conditions.
Not at all. You don't have to have any special refraction for that to happen.
What would you say if I said you don't have to have 3 balls to do it either? You don't need another ball in the middle of 2 balls. All you need is a light source and another source that reflects light. What would you say if that works?
So huzzah, that's what I would say.
Well, I'm saying, why haven't you done that? Why hasn't all of science done this to make sure their claim is even true?
So, okay, hold on. Let's go back to this because this began my point. This began my question in this area to begin with. Kosho, you're saying that there's no special refraction that happens to do this?
Yeah, there's not needed any special.
Okay, so then every single fucking time the sun sets or the moon sets, this should always happen. The sun and the moon should always be higher in the sky than they actually are than normal.
This always does happen. Yes, the sun. This is what we were talking about before about why it slows down at the horizon to 15 degrees per hour. It's because they always do appear higher than they are.
No, but listen.
That's why you can't
hold on. Please hold on. So my initial response to that is, when the sun is rising, refraction isn't bringing the sun into our visibility. It's the 8 minutes it takes for the light to get to us. Or when the sun is setting, or when the sun is setting, it's simply the extinction of the light that takes so long for it to then diminish. It's got nothing to do with refraction in that moment.
The 8 minutes is irrelevant. It has nothing. It in no way.
It has everything to do with it. It has everything to do with it.
There's a major problem though. Besides that, Travis, there's a really major problem because if the sun has already came up, and the moon is also on the horizon, and the moon setting into the Earth's shadow is what's going to cause that eclipse. It still can't work because the sun's going faster, so it's going to rise a little faster than the moon is setting because we all established that. But either way, the moon has to enter the Earth's shadow. Hold on, the moon has to enter into the Earth's shadow. Either way you look at it,
It already has entered into the shadow.
Hold on,
That's why it's eclipsed.
what are you talking about? The Earth's spin is not what's causing it. Your model, it's the moon moving into the Earth's shadow. It's got to be doing it from above.
This is all about refraction.
Hold on. A shadow would make it dark, like we see every night when we see the crescent moon, where it's dark and then you're bright
No,
in a piece
that's
of
a
a
different.
circle. No, ain't no
This,
difference.
the
Ass.
eclipse.
It's
The
the,
eclipse only occurs during a full
it's
moon.
no.
I've never
It's
seen
the
purple
same
or red
Yes,
atmosphere
shadows.
yes,
that we're.
yes,
Hold
yes,
on a
yes, yes.
second. It's yeah.
No,
Okay.
these are two
Hold on,
different
man.
phenomena.
What are you talking about? Did you demonstrate that?
Yeah, because the
Did you
sun.
demonstrate a side view?
Yeah, because
Do we have
the.
a side view?
Hold on 1 second.
No
Stop and
side
listen.
view?
Denmark, shut the fuck up for just a minute. You're talking about two different phenomena. They look similar, but they're
No,
not.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. The phase of the
No,
moon.
I'm not. You are.
God. The phase of the moon happens over a 28-day cycle. The eclipse happens over a few hours.
Yeah, but is it the moon entering into the Earth's shadow? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay,
For an
so
eclipse.
if the moon is entering into the Earth's shadow and they're both above the horizon, the moon has to keep going
No,
the same direction as the sun. So if the sun's coming up, the moon's got to go down to be going in the same
it's
direction.
all in the shadow. It's just being refracted up because of this.
Why didn't you let me finish, bro?
Why
Really,
does a
really, why
shadow
didn't you let
show
me finish?
colors? Hold on, man. Why does a shadow show colors like red and brown and yellow? How can a
We
shadow
already
do that?
We've told you
We're
that one
talking
before,
about
which is a
two
different
light
thing.
sources. We're
No,
talking about
one
two
light
light
source.
sources clearly
One light
reflecting.
source.
Outer space shadows can be whatever color they want, apparently.
No, that's all has to. Again, that
No,
has to
listen,
do with
we
the
got
fact.
one light source,
God.
which
All
is
right,
the
Daymok,
sun.
you're here. Let me know when Daymok's gone, and we can have a discussion.
Well, yeah,
No,
but
you
you
guys
keep
are
talking over me every
just go.
time you
Yeah, no,
speak,
you're
dude.
good. Just one at a time, Paid.
Yeah, stop talking over me, Paid NASA. So
Yeah,
you have the
Just let
light,
people
right?
Just let people finish. Yeah.
So you
Go ahead,
have the
Demo.
light. That's what's the sunlight is the main source of bright light, and we all know the moon gets bright too, like a full moon. So you have both of those effects. When one shines on the other, all that happens is you get you're still getting a light that's colored red, yellow, whatever. It's still lit up. The moon's not shadowed. It doesn't shadow that's dark or gray or black at all. It's lit up by another source of light that's just dimmer than the source itself, which is the moon. And it's reflecting off the earth too. So basically it makes three sources in a way from just sheer reflection. But the main source of the most powerful portion of light is the sun source. And you can show this, and I don't know why they haven't done this in the lab with just a shiny source of light and another object like a moon that can reflect or show brightness and show you this. And have different
that was
colors.
my first. That was my first point. That was my first point. They couldn't distinguish when we showed them the phases in the eclipse. They couldn't tell the difference. But I never finished my point, guys. Real quick. Okay, so I think where everybody's not understanding this is that it's not in their model. It's not the Earth rotating that's causing the eclipse. So everybody get on that page. No matter what you're thinking about what the Earth is doing, stop thinking about that. It's not what's causing the eclipse in their model. The moon is in a position and so is the sun. So if the eclipse is just starting and they're both above the horizon, okay, then that's where we have to start from. What we know is apparently the moon goes the same direction as the sun. So if the sun's coming up, the moon has to be going down to follow it. And the same thing with the moon. If the moon's going down, the sun has to go up to go around and catch it. Okay, so in their model, it's the moon entering the Earth's shadow.
As I said minutes ago.
Okay, almost done. So don't think
about when you're done, I'm going to respond to
the eclipse just started, so don't think about the rotation. If it just started and they're both above the horizon, despite refraction, the moon is what's causing the eclipse. It's going down into the Earth's shadow. So there's no way the shadow could still come from the top if the moon is going down into the Earth's shadow. It's not possible.
You've said that already. It's been addressed already. Okay, the mock said something just now. Talk about this. The color.
Oh, was it addressed?
Say what?
I don't want to hear him repeat it, so can you address it again?
Yeah, it doesn't. For fuck's sake, Geo will tell you that the moon is orbiting at its orbital plane, and the ecliptic. These are not aligned. The orbital plane can be as much as 5 degrees above or below the ecliptic. Because of this, that means that when it enters into the shadow, it can either enter into the shadow coming upwards or going downwards. There's no restriction to which direction the shadow can come from. So
I got a
done.
question for you, Coach Show.
The mock has said something about the sunsets. I mean, about the color of the eclipse. And the color of the eclipse is because
That was a no answer, but go ahead. But that was a no answer.
the Terminator line of the fucking eclipse of the Earth. It's always a sunset or sunrise. This is the refracted light from the sun, and that's the light that's hitting the moon. That's why it's red.
Doesn't matter. It's this moon. Oh, sorry.
I don't know who you're
saying
saying sorry to.
hold on. You're saying the refracted light from the sun is making a shadow at the same time from blocking the Earth. You're saying it's going around the Earth now, not being blocked, and then hitting the moon. How is it hitting the moon but being blocked from hitting the moon, but refracted and hitting the moon and making colors? How does that work? Just demonstrate that.
Can I ask two?
What we have to take.
Can I ask two questions that just have definite like number answers to Kojo, whoever can answer this? So, how many degrees of the 360 celestial sphere does the ecliptic take up?
Well, I mean, the ecliptic is it's a definite line. So there's things that are going to be like a little bit above or a little bit below it, but
No, the ecliptic. No. The ecliptic is just a thing. Like, there's no like depending on anything.
It's a line.
Every analemma is going to be 47 degrees.
It's a line around the Earth.
Okay, so it's the 27 degrees Capricorn plus the 27 degrees.
No, 47. 23 and a half. 23 and a half. It's 47. Right. I'm sorry. Okay. Altogether.
Okay. Yeah. All right, man. Cool.
Yeah,
so here's the next question. Here's the next question. Here's the next question. So we got 47, right? Out of the 47, at the distance of the moon in your model, how many degrees does the Earth's shadow take up of those 47 degrees at the distance of the moon?
The Earth's shadow is only going to be the same.
They give the moon a little extra, bro. They give the moon like a degree and a half extra on both sides, so that's like a few degrees altogether extra. I think they do.
How many degrees of the total 47 degrees of the ecliptic does the Earth's shadow take up?
Yeah, it's like almost 4, 3 and something. A little bit more than 3.
Hold on, I'll figure it out and tell you real quick.
I mean, a little bit more than 3 times the size of the moon, so 1.5 or something.
I think it was Brian Leakey was like a Globie. Who? I think it was Brian was a Glober.
Oh, Brian Leakey, he's a Glober, big time.
Yeah, his surname is a reference to the atmosphere that's leaked out into the vacuum of space.
And what you said though.
Why can't you see between the sun and the moon during an eclipse, during the solar eclipse? If they're 93 million miles apart, where's a side view of between those objects? Why don't we have that? Isn't that kind of odd that we don't have a between the solar eclipse from the moon and the sun? 93 million miles, and you can't see the Earth, and in between them, a space between them. Don't you find that weird?
Well, they tell us they got that one satellite that's in some sort of crazy orbit that like I've never heard of anything else being in besides this thing, where it basically just orbits like around the sun at the same pace the Earth orbits around the sun, where you get that GIF of the lit backside of the moon passing in front of the Earth, right?
Talking about L2?
I don't. It might be. That sounds like the perfect. That sounds like the perfect.
Is that L1?
Yeah,
or
Lagrange.
L2?
Yeah. Thank you. That sounds like the perfect satellite to give us, like, screw all these, poorly drawn cartoon pictures, right? Like, I'd like to see that satellite's view of the like the.
What about the ISS?
I guess the solar eclipse. I guess.
We have those. We've shown to you. You've laughed at us. We have those. We have those images. We've had them for years. We have
the moon shadow. We have the moon shadow photographed on the surface of Earth. From behind the moon?
From behind the moon. Yes, from the dark side of the moon, right?
Well,
In between the
the
Earth.
backside, sure.
There,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a but the epic discoverers there. That's what the epic discoverers.
Want a view from Earth, like a live view that you
Coach,
can go
we went
do and
over
pay to
this.
get.
We went over this, Coach, with Epic. We showed you that it had the same exact angle as the Himawari, and then we went back over it. Remember, Gio was here and me, and same exact picture. Remember?
Wait,
That was a
well, wait a
Always in
second,
the center frame. You're
Kosho.
never getting to the edge.
How are you going to show the moon shadow crossing over the face of the Earth from behind the moon if the shadow is only 70 miles wide and the moon's 2,160 miles wide and it's closer than the shadow?
That's a solar eclipse.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Good question.
And what was your question?
I said, how are you ever going to see from that Lagrange point satellite that can send us images? How will it ever show you images of the moon shadow across the face of the Earth if the shadow is only 70 miles wide and the moon is closer and it's 2,160 miles wide? Won't you only ever see the lit backside, as you call the dark side, which is completely lit up? Won't you ever see the lit backside, in the way of its shadow?
Yeah, that's only if the L2 point is it's only if all four objects are lined up, which they're not. So that might happen. That might happen one day, but the three objects are lined up, and the camera is taking a picture that's in the same direction of the sun, but not directly lined up. So the four
But you
objects
said you
are.
have these. You said you have these pictures. So could you send them to me sometime soon?
Folks right now.
So one day, an imaginary toy might do some stuff just like every day and every rocket and every other thing. It might do it, huh? What we're looking for is live video between an object that's 93 million miles apart from another object. Everyone in certain positions should get a different area of orientation of how they see the thing happening in their view, and it should be different. Everybody shouldn't be filming the same exact thing, and not on a ball when you're looking under it from one side, from the other side, from the back, from the front, from all these different orientations of a sphere looking around. Someone with the high altitude or even on the ground should be seeing between those two objects. Why not? 93 million miles apart. You're not going to tell me you can't see between those two objects. That doesn't make any sense.
Probably because of refraction.
Yeah, refraction makes them touch, makes them look like they're about 1 foot apart. Yeah, 93 million mile difference looks like 1 foot. 1 foot, yep. And their touch, and there's a reaction between them. Have you ever played it in slow motion and watched like the little smoke and the steam and like the flashes? There was a reaction between the sun and the moon that probably would not happen if they were that far away at all. Just like anything else that they explain, like if you just heard that, a grain of sand.
Look at it.
The Earth's like a grain of
Dude,
sand. A grain of sand.
I've been having grains of sand orbit my house all week, dude. I'm so tired of sleeping it.
Well, why can't they demonstrate the Lagrange point in a Cavendish experiment? Something just sitting between two sources, since they eliminate gravity with the scale and all that. Shouldn't they have one big mass and a piece of sand in between the lead balls just sitting there? Lagrange it up. That's what I want to see. The Lagrange point live in a lab.
I just wonder how the Cavendish experiment, like the device, is ever stationary if it's so sensitive.
Well, the Lagrange point would just shut everybody up. We wouldn't have to worry about that ball doing what it's claimed to do. We would just see another ball sitting there in between and not moving at all. Just sitting there, holding its point with no string or nothing. The Lagrange point. Drop the sand, boom, it just sits between the two. Just sits there. I'm waiting to see that. They got the math. I mean, hell, they claim to calculate the Earth's curve or circumference or 7/6R, but they can't even give you a 10-foot stencil of the Earth curve. They can't even go from 0 to 1, but they want to start at 1 billion or 24,000, which is just weird to me. How could you ever get to 24,000 miles without starting at 1 and going 2, 3, 4? How do you do that? How do they do that?
No, I feel you, dude.
James Webb is supposedly also at the Lagrange.
Oh, the James Webb is trash, dude. But real
Yeah,
quick about
I got it.
Selenelian. Well, I haven't seen footage of one in a while. I mean, when I say a while, probably like a couple months. But I'm like just trying to picture it in my head. So essentially, with a Selenelian, what's going on? It's pretty much a lunar eclipse during the daylight. Like the sun's supposed to be behind the Earth, and the Earth's shadow is supposed to be cast on the moon, causing the eclipse. But it's happening in daylight while the sun's still on the horizon.
Above the horizon. That's technically daytime.
Anyway.
That's correct. Daytime's almost over though, or just starting, but it's still technically daytime.
Oh,
I just want to say real quick that I got to give it up to Big Gambino with the links because he hooked me up with what I was looking for. So shout outs to Big Gambino coming through.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I mean it does look like cheesy and fake as hell, but he did give me exactly what I was asking for. You know their gif of the moon shadow going across the face of the Earth 70 miles wide. Does seem a little bit bigger than 70, but whatever. It's all good. It's
It's only 70 from the ground, dude.
It's not only 70 from the ground; it's the size of the moon. The Umbra is
Plus,
75.
Gambino's legit. He told me he literally works for NASA building satellites. So he's like a NASA employee that builds satellites. So if it's the same Gambino that messaged me that one time.
That dude stays trolling my server chat.
What?
That dude stays trolling my server chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, NASA employees have a lot of time, though. In between satellite launches and stuff getting scrubbed, they got a lot of free time, apparently. Yeah, but the Selenelian, I mean, that's clear-cut evidence that 100% without a shadow of a doubt that fucking outer space is retarded. I mean, you can't have a fucking lunar eclipse in the daylight with the sun still on the horizon.
How they don't like side views. It's like the whole globe, the whole everything of perspective and looking forward and the horizon and refraction. It's like one direction. Everybody just looks one direct. Like everybody's broke or something. Like their mental capacity to get a side view is like fucking just whacked or something. To me, that's
I
weird.
want
For
to
science, you would want a
I
side
want
view.
to I want to point out something real important about the Selenilian, and it's that it has to be a total lunar eclipse. So, like, this isn't just a part of Earth's shadow touching the moon while the sun is still above the horizon. We're talking about the moon has reached the entire center of Earth's shadow and is completely obscured
Right.
or whatever. Like it's the full on lunar eclipse while the sun is still visible above the horizon. That's such an extreme amount of unintuitiveness right there, where it's almost impossible to wrap your head around what kind
It's
of
only barely
refraction.
above the horizon.
I mean, it 100% should not happen in a heliocentric model with the solar system.
Not
But
a
it does.
total lunar eclipse, the whole thing. I mean, come on.
Why not?
But the thing is, you have to have the sun behind the Earth in front of the sun, and the moon in front of the Earth for the shadow to be cast onto the moon to make the thing happen anyway.
I still
I mean,
don't
what
see
kind
how
of
you're getting
refraction?
colors because
Go ahead,
right
Jimmy.
now I'm driving down the road and I got millions of shadows. It's all dark. There's lights right above the road, and I still don't see any green colors, any red colors. Even if the light is right next to a red garbage can shining off of it, I don't see red shadows. I don't see green and blue and orange. This does not happen. I don't know how you no.
That shadow should be exactly the same as it is on any moon phase because it's the same thing causing the shadow.
Exactly, and we're in the same
Well,
atmosphere, and everything is the same. Yep.
No, bro. What model are you talking about? The moon phases aren't caused by Earth's shadow in their model.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that. You're right. That's from however they claim the Earth, the moon is like
Yeah,
positioned.
they just say
Yeah,
angles.
no,
Yeah,
I misspoke. My bad.
it's all good.
I had to think. Oh, wait a second. But yeah, Salinellians are weird. I mean, dude, it's a lunar eclipse in fucking daylight, broad daylight, where you can still see the sun. It shouldn't happen. And then it's interesting how now Kosho says that there's no refraction that needs to take place, blah blah blah. Well, that was the whole
I
argument
didn't
for
say
it.
no refraction. I didn't say no refraction. I said no special refraction.
It seems a bit
So
extreme, bro.
the entire sun's being perfectly refracted into the air.
Special. Special refraction. What is that? Like Special K cereal? What is that?
It's the one with the yogurt bits.
He's saying a magnitude of refraction beyond the thought of like limitations of air to be able to bend light. He's saying it all fits within their. He's saying it all fits within their bookends of understanding of air as a medium that can refract light. But I don't think so.
They haven't demonstrated that. Where do they
Any
keep
given
making these claims from?
day, on any given day, the sun and the moon is refracted upwards about a half degree at sunset and sunrise on any given day.
Where'd you demonstrate that at?
Consistent with any given day.
Well, you're going to need a
Where did
lot.
you demonstrate that at?
You're going to need a lot more than half a degree to get the moon into the center of Earth's shadow, while the sun is more than half a degree above the horizon, and it's still visible. I mean, it doesn't add up, bro.
I mean, these things happen at like 20 degrees on the horizon, right?
Because we're talking about
15? Yeah.
we're talking about the moon's, or I'm sorry, the Earth's shadow taking up 4 degrees of the ecliptic. And if you want to get all the way in there with the entire half a degree sun, you're gonna need to go. You're gonna need a refraction of over 3 degrees plus over 2 degrees plus the degrees of what the sun is already above the horizon, whatever degree that is.
I thought of a different way to add to that too, man, to reword it. So in other words, in their model, the shadow of the Earth has to be out in space above the moon at the time. At the time, the shadow of the Earth, the sun's above the horizon. So not only does the shadow of the Earth have to be like warped somehow, it's got to be even worse because the shadow has to be above the moon in free space for the moon to move into it when it's moving the other way anyway. Everything about it's backwards if you think about it. But are y'all going to agree that the shadow of the Earth is casted out into space at the time we see the moon and the sun above the horizon? The shadow is literally above the moon in free space.
Mm-hmm.
And the moon's moving down, but up into the shadow.
Here's another one of those questions that Google's not going to respond to if you just search it simply.
Guys.
Oh.
What's that, D-Mock?
The shadow is made by light. When you have the sun shine around another object and outshine itself from itself, that's what a shadow is. So if you have 5 people in the room and you got one cast in there, you're going to have 5, 10, 20 shadows. Because the more light sources you have at different angles and different areas hitting the object, you're going to have more shadows. Because the lights hitting each other and outshining each other will create a shadow as well as hitting the object. So when you block the light, right, you're not really blocking it 100% because it goes around the object. But the amount that's being outshined by itself going around, that's what a shadow is. It's only light. Black. You only have a shadow if you have a light source. So it's not like it's the light phases.
You're cutting out a lot there, Mark.
So what I'm saying is that it's sort of like a 180-degree line with a very obtuse, like V-shaped angle. that's going on here, and it isn't just the refraction of the angle of the sun above the horizon, above 180 degrees on your right, that needs to occur. But then, the moon, the center of the moon itself has to reach the center of the Earth's shadow, which is the angle on the other side. So you got to add those both together. And so the moon
Not only
entering
that,
the moon entering the center of Earth's shadow is going to take 2 degrees, but then you got to add that 2 degrees to whatever degree the sun is above the horizon on the other side. Which, I mean, are we saying that up to like 8 degrees of refraction of
worse
like
than that. Yeah,
the sun
because
isn't where it's supposed to be, or
they
the
have to
sun
have the
isn't where it
sun
really is?
lower than it's supposed to be, and the
Right.
moon higher than it's supposed to be. So the moon's got to be refracting up. The sun's supposed to be. I mean, the sun's supposed to be refracting up, so it's supposed to be in a lower actual position. The moon has got to be refracting down, so it's really in a higher position. So the sun's technically in a lower position because of refraction. On the other horizon, the moon is actually higher because of refraction. It's just, dude, it's a big mind
Big
fuck.
mess.
Well,
It's just a mess.
it does. That sounds like a mess, don't it?
That's
You give
because
me
it's
you give
fucking
me 2
retarded.
minutes. Give me 2 minutes and it'll be cleared up.
I'd like to see
Well, we
one
just
for
don't
myself.
understand.
And it all boils down to
Uh,
this: the light that's going above us, we're seeing it. My solar panels are getting charged. I could still get a little bit of a tan. Why ain't the moon seeing it? Okay, I don't care if you're saying shit's refracting. It's still there, and I'm seeing the light. It's getting me. It's charging my shit. But it ain't shining on the moon that's above my head. Technically speaking.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand your question.
Well, if the moon's above the horizon, then technically it's a good ways above my head in 3D space. And the sun, since it's further away, it's technically even higher, technically. But the point is I don't care if they're trying to say the sun's is lower because of refraction. We're just seeing it higher. Well, that's where the light's shining. If that's where we're seeing it, and that's the way the light's shining, it's hitting me. How's it not hitting the moon when the moon's above me? In other words, the shadow's hitting the moon, but the light's hitting me instead of a shadow hitting me. I don't know why
Yeah,
I'm having
no,
a hard time describing this.
no, that is the simplest of the concept that's being addressed here. That there really is no answer for it. It's like how am I in the way here? Those two things are above me. How in the world am I in the way of two things that are above me?
It turns out that neither of them are above you. Nobody's
That's the
suntan at
thing.
sunset.
So well, even on a globe, right? Like you gotta define your own axis by like your head down through your feet to the center of the globe, right? Whatever axis you want to call that, right? Along that axis, if then you do like a perpendicular to that sort of plumb, right? And extend that out into space. Both the sun and the moon are above that horizontal
Right.
line. If they weren't, you wouldn't be able to see them. So yeah, by your own relative, plumb axis of the Earth, the sun and the moon are both above that horizontal plane, extending into space. So they're both above you in that sense. So how am I in the way of the light of two things that are above me, of one shining onto the other?
Exactly.
That's the whole
Well
problem
said.
with it.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you. Is
Yeah,
that Geo?
it's just geometrically. Yeah, it's just geometrically impossible.
There's just
Well,
enough refraction for it to work out perfectly okay.
well, if you took a theodolite or an instrument and leveled it up and looked at the sun, which you shouldn't do, but if you did, with the sun in its position, the sun would actually be below your eye level, And the same with the moon. You look to spin it around, look at the moon. The moon is actually below your eye level.
And surveying and celestial navigation, the horizon is 0, Howard. So if it's above the horizon, it's technically above 0 by every measurement they take in every field. In fact, as long as it's at least a tiny bit above halfway, it would be considered above 0. I guess 0 would be
And I say below. I mean, it ain't like I don't think at ground level that it would actually be like below the crosshairs or anything. But and then you consider that they're refracted up. It is a fun subject to talk about, though. The Selenilian eclipse.
It's just a geometric impossibility.
Unless you consider refraction.
Well,
consider no refraction. Consider demonstrated.
But also, you guys also like we have July 8th too. You guys know what happened on July 8th when 99% of the Earth's population was in daylight simultaneously. They can't model that either. Apparently, that happens literally every year on July 8th. I can't believe no one caught that. Like, it only became a thing this year. Or they claim it happens once on that date every year.
What are they?
On that
What are they?
on that day, there's having extreme refraction.
Well, see, the thing is, refraction can't be used as an argument in that. I mean, everywhere from Alaska to Moscow to Beijing to fucking all the way down to the Philippines. Everywhere in South America, everywhere except for like Australia, New Zealand, and some of the Philippines is in broad daylight.
We tried to show them this antipodally on Google Earth, and they just hand wave it.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, what is their explanation currently for the fact that on Google Earth, when you drag it from right to left, there's like 5 or 6 cycles that it goes in? If it was a sphere, there's like 5 sides to the sphere. It seems like much more space than a sphere has. What is their current argument for that? Or do they even have a response?
I've never noticed that.
Yeah, go to Google Earth and just drag it. Like see the whole thing. You're looking at roughly half of it. Just drag the whole thing. Take your mouse all the way to the left, drag it all the way to the right, and you'll see, it'll move. But you can do like 5 of those. Whereas if it's a sphere, maybe 2.5, because I mean, there's going to be a little more, but it wouldn't be 5. So it almost seems like they're wrapping something around something that isn't actually a sphere in Google Earth.
Well, and you're saying you drag it. You're saying you drag it from horizon to horizon. You got to do that 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. Jaron showed this years ago on a video. Yeah.
Would that depend on? Let's see.
No matter what they do with the sun, they can make it work for the eclipse. But if they move it farther away, it won't work for the rest of the year. So that they could never get shit in a perfect position. It's a dilemma.
I guess the room died.
I think you cut out, Jaron.
So how do you do this trick? How do you do this trick, Geo? Like, you go into Google Earth and then you look towards the horizon and you click on it and then you drag it to the other side of the screen, or what?
I can't share my screen, can I, Geo?
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble visualizing what you're talking about.
I'll post a video. I'll post a thorough video of it.
I'll give you the roll,
Terry.
Terry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll share my screen. I've got Google Earth Pro open.
Oh, you're gonna do it? See, I just got it on my phone, so whenever I
and I haven't done it in a while, so it'll be interesting to see whether they've changed it, because I haven't seen it done in a while. I mean, Jaron, the original video, like Jaronism did it on his channel, so he's definitely got it on video originally. But yeah, if you want to do it, Terry, be interesting to see. It
should be coming up now.
Are you doing it in a great circle route, or are you turning it?
I don't know. I'm
in,
just
like,
opening it up. That's all I'm doing.
No, I'm asking Geo.
Ah.
Well, we'll see. Go ahead. When you do it, make sure you spin it in a great circle route, dog. You know what I'm saying?
You can grab it at the equator. Yeah, you just go all the way to the very left of the ball. You got to zoom out to where it's a ball, and then drag it all the way. Like, yeah, you can go at the equator or what. I know what you mean. Like, yeah, I mean, with the land layout, it'd be different if you went north or south of the equator. But as long as you just pull it straight, left to right, and you'll see how
you should only be able to do that twice before you're back on your original position.
That makes sense.
Although it could be a little more than 2 because you can't quite see the sides of it. So it depends on how the software is designed. But in general, it should be 2. Yeah, it's just one side of the ball, the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
Wait, what? No.
Well, there's Australia.
What do you mean no?
Yeah, no, the answer's no. But
What
go
do you
ahead, Search.
mean no? Are we seeing half the ball when we see Google Earth?
Well, here's the question.
Let's Terry
Here's
do
the
this.
question.
No.
Does the globe spin at an even rate to keep up with the mouse that moves across the screen? If it does, then what you're saying makes sense. But if the Earth doesn't spin at the same pace as the mouse moves across the screen from left to right, then
That's what I was wondering.
No, but that doesn't matter though about the
We're spinning. We're talking about Google Earth, right?
Yeah,
all right,
no, but
Terry.
Terry.
Terry, I'm sharing your screen on the live stream so everyone can see it. So if you want to do it, yes.
So grab it, spin it across to the mouse reaches there. That's one.
I can't see your mouse for some reason.
That's
Can
2.
you guys see his mouse? I can't see the actual mouse. Oh, maybe it doesn't share the mouse or something.
No, it doesn't share the mouse. Well, there's the timeline. That was 2. Oops, sorry.
When you click, the mouse disappears, so we can't track the distance the mouse travels across the screen, which is an issue.
No, but think about it like this, dude.
It shows it there. It seems like when he clicks on it, it goes away because right there you can see it, the little hand thing on the left. But when he clicks it, it went away because that's what I was looking for. Yeah.
No, but think about it like this: if you have the alphabet written around the equator, like A through Z, and you look at one side of it, right? You can't see half the letters. You can see the letters that are in the front of the ball. You can't see the letters that are on the side of the basketball. And if you turn it around to the other side, you're still not going to see those letters that are on the side. No, you can't. You're not going to be able to read the letters that are 90 degrees.
All right, well, check this out, man. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 longitudes. So how many are there on this globe?
Sorry,
there should be. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a phone call. I couldn't talk. What did I miss?
You can go to your mouse
Nothing.
settings
and just talking about it.
Yeah.
You can change the cursor
Talking about fake Google Earth.
Can you hear me talking?
You're very, very quiet, whoever that is.
Really low.
Yeah, like
you
like
were
a
louder the
whisper.
first time.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 and a bit under half.
How many longitudinal lines wrap around this ball?
24.
306. Okay. Oh yeah. Perfect. So I can see. Oh well, I guess it changes the more you zoom in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before they were evenly spaced, 10. They were each there every 10. So it was like 130, 140, and there's 36 of those. There's 36 10 degree segments.
Yeah, I can't go any closer.
No, there ain't. There's 24, 15 degrees.
Yeah. It all changes when you zoom in and out.
There's 24, 15 degree longitude.
Right. There's 24 15 degree segments. However, those were 10 degree segments.
How did they change from a round grid to a flat square chessboard? How did that happen?
Was that supposed to be some sort of ocean water animation? Cracks me up.
Oh man.
Hey Terry.
And why
Terry,
is it why is it a CGI globe and shit when it should just be a real one?
Right. Terry, can you zoom out so they're 10 degrees apart again?
I think it's interesting as well since he zoomed into this. Have you guys ever seen how like in the ocean, there's certain parts that are actual, look like the ground, and there's all kinds of like digital cut-ins and stuff. Like if you actually search all around on it, there's so many missing parts and like graphical parts that they just put in. It's all jacked up, especially in the southern region.
Well, I got some readings that there's a lot of plankton living in this part of the ocean, so I colored it in a little bit darker blue.
Well, could we get the part about the scrolling that we were talking about figured out?
And Terry, can you keep it right there for a
Rolling
second?
on a computer.
Yeah,
Really,
I
really.
don't know if you can hear me. I'll post a video on that too.
If that was you, Left Lane, we're unable to do it because the mouse disappears when he clicks to grasp the ball to turn it. So we don't have. We just can't do it.
You can look at his screen right now, and you can see that there are 10 segments. There's 36 of them, so there should be 18 on each side. But you can't see 18 of them because there's the one.
No, there's 18, there's 14, there's 10. It depends how far he's zoomed out.
Yeah, I know. But you can see.
It'd be 180. Yeah, 10 each at 18's 180 degrees.
Is it possible to change your mouse cursor? Go to your settings of your mouse and change it to a grab tool.
Don't we have an ISS like filming the real ball supposedly? Why would we not be using those images? Why wouldn't we use the ISS images from the ISS and have real?
Because we're doing this.
Wait, no. I think what Democ was saying, that is a killer point. Why don't they have the real globe? Why don't they have the actual footage of the globe? Why is it all digital and jacked up? They should have it. If they have the ISS.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone, right? My phone actually allows me to walk in a circle around an object and make a 3D model of it. And this is just my cell phone, right? They can do this with satellites. They can do this with 1,000 satellites, whatever. But what I get at the end of it is a 3D model, a photorealistic 3D model, right? But right here, that's just cartoons.
But when you walk around with your video camera on, you get the real car and what it is for what it is. It doesn't change and grow and get bigger and shrink and all this other shit. Like it's going to appear for itself as what it is. When you zoom in and zoom out, it'll be the reality of the car with the video. And if anybody can do, they can do it on their phone too. Tap it to pause it, and then zoom in 360. Make it bigger, whatever. You know what I mean? Zoom in and out. Like, why don't we have that from the ISS? The real, the real globe.
Exactly, dude. Because if you do, like on Google Earth, if you download the actual software, maybe you can do it on the web version too now. But you put in, like, if you zoom all the way out, to where it's just a ball, and then you put in your location and you hit enter, it'll do that zoom. If you've never done it, it's pretty cool. And especially if you have a really good graphics card, it's like a really good animation, and it is cool. Like, it zooms you all the way in. So if like you do, put it on your own house or whatever and watch it zoom right into where you're at, it's pretty cool. But the thing is that when you zoom out, you're looking at a cartoon. And then as you zoom in, it's still a cartoon. And then once you get to a certain point, it flips from cartoon to, high altitude footage. So why don't, like, if Democ was saying, why don't we actually have, if we have all these satellites and ISS, all this stuff, we should have full real footage of the entire globe surrounding it. But instead, once it goes away from that planar local region, it just turns into a cartoon ball.
If Terry were to do
there's
that,
always that point where it flips to the cartoon. And then you look at, have you guys zoom in on Antarctica? Antarctica looks like absolute dog shit.
It also flips to a flat plane. Once that flips to a flat plane where you're always in the center.
I think Kosho's trying to answer. I don't know.
I don't know about on Terry's because he zoomed out some more and it didn't do it. But on my Google Earth, when you zoom out, it's a photorealistic picture.
No, it's not.
It is on mine. I can show you on mine. It is.
Dude, the water turns into like blue Play-Doh after like you get a little bit past when an airplane can fly. And that's like where you don't even see curve yet. Like you can literally see the clip, like where it jumps from looking realistic to it looks like it's made out of modeling clay. It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's not, what you just said is absolutely true. You can't deny that.
And like I said, Kosho, there's tons of cut up areas in the oceans. If you look on Google Earth, just explore all around. And some of those cut out areas, I understand the idea if it's way out in the middle of nowhere, like, okay, maybe you don't have satellite data in that area. I don't know why, because you're supposed to have thousands of satellites surrounding the Earth. But let's just somehow give that a pass. Even with that being the case, even if you're looking at like an island range, like the Maldives or, different areas like that, and these are places where people own homes and all that stuff, or, Hawaii, things like that. And once you go a little bit outside of that range, you're going to start to see all these empty patches, and sometimes they're even right next to islands and things. There's all kinds of cutout parts. The whole thing is it's really just a hacked up mess.
Satellite imagery. I mean, it's a massive composite image.
It's a bunch of
we're not looking at a composite image here, bro. At a certain level, it's just a cartoon.
It is a composite. It's a composite of many images.
No, we're not looking at a composite image right here. When the water all becomes an even blue color, that's not a composite image made by photographs or data or anything. This is just artistic liberty to just color the whole water of the world the same tone.
No.
And why don't we have high altitude like crop duster footage? Like we have helicopters, crop dusters, hot air balloons. We can get the most awesome Google footage ever in the world's history of time of the tilt and everything. Exponentially, when you go up, there's going to be a tilt. And the higher you go up, you should be seeing past the horizon, more, past the globe. How come the globe never ends on any high altitude footage? And if Left Lane or anybody believes so, send your own balloon up off the edge of the planet and let's see the edge, half of the edge, like stars looking down, and then half of the dirt or water. Let's see that rounded image.
Hey, D-Mock, guess what I'm doing? Guess what I'm doing Thursday, D-Mock?
Curve and half the space looking straight down past the globe. That's what I'm
going to buy me an airplane, man.
Pull up 3 degrees and go to outer space.
Well, so when you go in your airplane, are you going to put a little a glass floor in and put your camera there, tilted at 33 degrees so we can see the stars down past the horizon?
That is awesome, dude.
I know exactly what Denmark means. I know exactly what Denmark means, and that sometimes he be like OD with it, but no, seriously. Like we live, supposedly, some of us believe, on a ball.
Howard, I'll bring my equipment up high, man. If you come over here one day, I'll help pay for gas. I got excited, man. He's buying a plane, dude. Nobody commented on that.
In the middle of talking. What's wrong with you?
He's buying a fucking airplane, and nobody commented on that. What the fuck?
I don't think he's buying a fucking
Dude, you
airplane.
couldn't pay me to drive in Florida for all the gas money in the world. You guys are fucking nutcases.
No,
down
if
there.
he
What's wrong
buys
with
an
you
airplane,
people?
I just wanted to tell him real quick. If you buy an airplane, I'll bring
then
my
call
equipment up and I'll pay for the gas. Come down here.
Don't fucking do it in the middle of my sentence, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Gio, I got something cool to share with you. You guys want to finish first, though?
Go ahead. Denmark, I get you. We're surrounded supposedly by an uncountable amount of stars. And I would like to see that somehow. The only thing that we can see is the fake shit that they've shown us. Obviously, some of us can imagine if we could see more of it, what it would look like. Denmark just described what he would like to see. Tons of shit we would like to see, but just can't. Even if the globe was real, what they're doing to help us see it is super trash. But it's definitely not real because it doesn't measure a beat.
What do you think we should do? How could we improve that? What can we do to improve that?
Oh, why you? Why, no,
0 degrees.
I could tell you.
Past 0, 3 degrees. Sorry, done.
I could tell you what we could do to make that better. But first and foremost, you are the part of the we that should be pissed off at this 2-bit shit.
I'm not pissed off at it at all. I think Google Earth is a handy tool.
No, it is a handy tool, but it's not a representation of what we live in.
Handy dandy notebook.
It's a handy tool, especially when you're using it as a flat plane to fucking get around. Yeah. What about the ball part?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's what I was going to tell Democ about my airplane. I'm going to put 5 cameras on each wing, looking in 10 different directions. Yeah, and I'm going to hang a few off the bottom of it.
The one on
And
your plane that you put where you sit underneath you, where you're sitting, put it one under there by the wheels, facing at a 33-degree angle. So make a straight line like a ruler,
33.
and then go 33
All
degrees,
right.
not 45, not 90,
Okay.
33 degrees. Have
All right.
your camera tilted, right, along with one of your 10. Just have one of them
Yeah.
tilted 33 degrees, pointed straight forward and a diagonal down. Diagonal
Okay,
down.
I got you. I
33
got
degrees.
you.
Then
All
when you
right.
go a certain altitude, you should be able to film all the stars down past the horizon. And we'll wait.
Okay.
We'll wait
Okay.
for that.
I'll get that. I'll get that done. I'll get to work on that next week.
Why can't you see down past the ball on a ball? Like, why can't you see down past the horizon when you go up?
Wait, that is different. That is interesting. There's a difference with that. Yeah, so you're saying on a globe, Demok, at altitude, because of the curve of the globe, you should be able to see a little bit around that curve, as it were, to kind of
1
see
million.
additional stars. Whereas on a planar Earth that extends out as a plane, and then you have the horizon. Technically, you would be able to see further though, because you're raising your angle over a plane. However, with the
But not down, not diagonally past.
not down, right? Only from eye level. Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing as the horizontal clouds. We need to be proven that we're on a ball. Send two rockets up, 2 GoPros. Don't buy your plane. Just send 2 GoPros, one up and one horizontally forward. If the forward or north south, if none of the forward ones can ever reach the clouds that supposedly exist at the same distance as the top ones, we have a problem. There's no globe.
That is exactly what. Sorry. I thought you was done, man. I was trying to jump in, man. That is a good point, D-Mont, man. That is a real good point, because that is what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. We'd expect to see more distance with the horizon, but we wouldn't see any more stars by getting closer to the ceiling. And that's literally what we see in reality. We don't see more stars as we go higher.
Because the extinction point.
You absolutely do.
Yeah, the limit is still there in a sense, you're saying, because of just the angular resolution of the eye?
You see more stars. You see a lot more stars when you raise up. You see your celestial horizon, which is 0 degrees. When you raise up, the horizon is below your eye level. So you see.
Right, but it would be a different ratio though on a sphere. On a sphere, it'd be
You
different.
wouldn't see a horizon. The horizon would stop and start to form as a sphere, and then you would see past it. You wouldn't see a flat horizon forever like you do on a flat Earth.
The globe has an excuse for it. Tosho apparently doesn't even know the excuse. The excuse is the stars were already refracted up, and when you rise up, you're just seeing them in their real position. That's why you're not seeing any extra stars. So catch up with the debate, Tosho.
Hey guys. For instance, the sun is a star. You're on the Burj Khalifa, you can see the sun after sunset, even though it's below the horizon.
Guys, so Bacon, you know Bacon, right? We're all familiar with that guy. I asked this question to Bacon, and he took it upon himself to do the math. Now, the math he did is just like ideal math. Like there's no other factor. It's just pure geometry. In a sense, like it's no Atmos day, right? But Bacon actually wrote the algorithm or the formula for the increase in like angle of visibility of the celestial sphere as you raise in altitude. I could track it down and find it for you. It doesn't work out in reality, and we already know that. But on no Atmos day, in an ideal sense, there is a formula that I have in my DMs from Bacon of how many more stars you should see as you get higher.
Well, I don't know about the stars, but I know I got a video in my yard like of a spherical it's actually a board that bends, and I bended it like a cylinder, right? But just to give you the idea, I'm not worried about the left and right main all the way at the edge. I'm just worried about the cylinder portion that folds over. It's the same type of portion that Carl Sagan used in his when he tried to show you the demonstration for Andrea and Cyan when he did the shadows.
Right.
So you can't say it's not usable. So I used a board. It's 4 foot. So it'd be like half the globe would be 4 foot, and the other, the whole globe would be 8, and you could just do your math however you wanted, and make it 360 and do whatever you wanted that way. It would all calculate perfectly fine. So when you raise up off this thing, if something is out of your view on this object that is rounded, it has a curve, right? The thing should be tilted. The object should be tilted. Doesn't matter how much, doesn't matter none of that. What we want to know is optically, does it work this way? Flat, which is going to be straight, When you go up, you're going to see the whole top of the object. You're going to look down into it if it's a tube. You're going to be able to see the building. You're going to be able to make out the words if they write help on it. But on a ball, you wouldn't be able to, because the object would be tilted. It's not in your view past the horizon. You
So
can't see it all.
how tilted are you expecting it to be, Dema?
What do you mean?
I mean,
How to
to me,
you show me what your ball looks
I
like
think
from a side view. I don't
I
think you
think
have the calculation.
I think before
Anyone
you
can.
could actually see the tilt that the buildings would be so small you couldn't see them anyway.
No. Wait. Don't let him pull what I thought your line of thinking away from that to some argument that we've had over and over again about how much tilt there should be. Oh, the math says like to point something degrees, and you wouldn't even be able to tell. No, that's not what you're talking about. Just like in general, the space people can't give us a shot where there's less ball. As a matter of fact, balliness, and then the rest of it is just the dark of space with stars and shit, or maybe not stars, but we don't have anything like that.
Everything is the center of frame, Elijah. Every even if he goes up in his plane and films all of his camera footage, every one of them are going to be the center frame. You'll never get to the edge of the planet ever. How is that possible on a globe that's supposed to get smaller as you go from one point to the next point on it? You're supposed to move across the surface of this ball or move away from one point and see what's ahead of you. This never
But
happens
Demarc,
on this ball.
but Demarc, you would have to
never
get
comes.
you would have to get so far away from it to see what you're wanting to see. I mean, a
That's a
plane
cool
can't
claim.
get that high.
That's a nice claim. Have you backed that up yet with any kind of object?
Even with the dog cam,
Going over the flat plane is not your claim. That can't
even
be the
with the
claim. You have to show us what a ball looks like versus flat, like live with your camera.
even with the dog cam that went up, all you can see is the sun and the moon. You can't see the stars anyway. So that's evidence that you won't be able to see the stars even if you get to that altitude.
No, that's not true. Time out.
What do you need to see stars, guys?
I'm out. Man, when people say things that are incorrect, stop going past it. That's not true. What do you mean you can't see the stars at high altitude? Or is
I'm
that not?
meaning, I'm using as an example the dog cam that went up, and it could see the sun and it could see the moon, but it couldn't see any stars. Why not?
Yeah, the highest we've seen is
Because
65,000 feet. That was Dwayne Kellum.
Yo. I mean, shit. I am letting y'all breathe, right? I'm not trying to take over the whole conversation, but when I'm talking, I want to be able to respond at least once or twice. So, yes, maybe they sent the dog cam up in the area that the sun occupied. However, have you not ever seen them send cams up at night? There's stars.
Yeah, we've seen the stars. Dwayne Kellum showed them at 65,000 feet, but they were getting dimmer.
That's
I
fake.
predict about 80,000 feet that we don't see them at all. That's my prediction, but I can't
Show me
prove it.
which camera I need to do it right now for you guys to put on.
Well,
Which camera can I use to show you stars at 120,000 feet? Whoa, that was a long eye.
Shit,
I don't know, man.
You don't know. Now he doesn't know. Hold on, Elijah, 1 second, please. Now he doesn't. The guy that has all the
No, because you won't shut up. Because you won't shut up.
doesn't know. Hold on.
That's why I don't know. I can't answer.
Yeah, you said while I was even trying to ask it for about 2 minutes. You went So anyway, high altitude camera. Which one do I need to go purchase from the store to see stars at 120,000 feet?
Any one of them.
Any one.
Yeah.
So where's that? Where's the footage of stars at 120,000 feet on every camera? Then I've never seen any of them ever.
Because I've only seen one person send it up at night. Every other fucking one I've seen, they've sent during the daytime when it was day out, right? Exactly.
Right, and that's a conundrum for the globe. Why wouldn't a glober have all this supposed evidence that they supposedly tell us they have? They have none of any of it that we asked for. It's weird, right?
They don't even try. I mean, if I was a glober, I would be at the beach every day. Like, if the Earth was actually a globe, this would be an enjoyable I can see why they're here, except they're not win. They're not. They don't have. The truth is not on their side, so I don't get why they're here. But
I don't either.
if
They
it
can't
really
even tell
was
you,
so,
Elijah, which camera to use. I mean, not asking you personally, like in your opinion, you said any. But for them, a technical one, like the best one, like the C5219 that we used to see stars because it's shutter rate and all this, and forget the light that bothers it, it's gonna see stars. Like, which one can I get as a regular dude like me and you at Walmart to go send up and actually see stars, not just a guess? You see what I'm saying? Which one do they know for a fact that NASA would use? They don't have one. That's weird, right? But then they tell you they need a Hasselblad and a certain shutter speed and all this other stuff to see stars in the day or the night or whatever. Shutter speed is just timing of it filming. If you have a video that never stops and it's always open, why would you not see stars? Why would that not see
Why are
stars?
you using a telescope? Attach any of those cameras to a telescope.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, D-Mock.
At 120,000 feet, dude, we will. Which telescope do I need at 120,000 feet to see stars, Coach Show? What's it named? What's the name of it? You
See
don't know,
stars.
right?
See stars. You just need to change. You need to change your.
You need air to see them, right? You got to have atmosphere.
Hey, Dimok, you got to let Kosho finish, man.
I didn't hear
It
it.
is a
What do you say?
it is a valid point though. That's like, where are all the high altitude footage videos during a nighttime launch? I only ever see
What
them when
about
the sun is up.
you know
what
why?
about before we
You want
had
to know?
satellites
You want to know
back
why?
in the day?
Wait. Do you want to know why? I remember when I told you guys that I went out and I saw the UFO and I saw like lots of shit. Maybe they don't want shit that isn't a part of the everyday heliocentric occurrences to be seen when people are sending shit up at night. Since you can see.
You can't see anything, Elijah. Not space debris, not a meteor, when they say a meteor shower's coming, that means rocks should be hitting the Earth from somewhere in space coming to us. We don't see it. No live video, no asteroid, no comet, nothing. Not a meteor, not space debris that's thousands, 40,000 bolts, nuts, any pieces. We don't see shit. We see nothing. How can that even be?
Yeah, you need good exposure. You need good. You change your aperture settings.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, so the tree in front of me is good. So I got a tree. Hold on a second.
Depending on how much light you're letting in, they can drown.
I got a tree.
But it's crazy that it's crazy. Have you? Are you saying that because you've experienced it and you're giddy to let us know how we can do what it is we're trying to do?
Yes. When Soundly was recording the clips 3 years ago on his stream, he had this problem because he didn't change his settings. Because depending on how you're depending on how much light you're letting in, it could potentially drown out or blur the image. So if you want to view stars, you have to have a specific setting. So you need something.
What filter could we use
don't
to
need
see the stars?
You wouldn't use a filter, man.
So you wouldn't use a filter to block out the close light? No sort of filter. So just a shutter speed, right? So click. So blinking is going to help you.
If you block out any light, what are you going to do? You're going to block out the stars too.
You're going to block out the close light. The million billion mile away bright stars should still show. You're only blocking out the light that stops them from being seen. Like a pair of sunglasses, they're not that good, buddy. You understand?
Okay.
They're not really that good. Yeah, a generic sun filter.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of those, Coach, like meteors and stuff coming up from the horizon.
I've never seen not a satellite, not anything past 120,000 feet. Not the
only
ISS, nothing.
The only reason I've seen that is because Chemo and other people would claim it doesn't happen.
You know, just talking about taking pictures of the stars at sundown the other night, and I could see one star in the sky, but I took my phone just playing around with my new phone, seeing how good the camera was. I put it on night mode in long exposure, and my phone showed, I took a picture of the sky, and I could see stars in that picture that I couldn't see with my eyeball.
Yeah, they're really there. They're really there for sure. Trust me, because I got these binoculars here, and looking through those bad boys is like, yo, fam, I didn't know all of that was up there. You know.
But binoculars, you can see the moons on Jupiter
What
as
is it?
well.
Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah,
until
that's
you
true.
get
I saw the. It's pretty cool.
Kosho,
right,
doesn't that
but what
indicate how
altitude did you
close it
see them
is? How close Jupiter is when we can see it with, just that minimal magnification? Doesn't that indicate to you how close it is?
at? And
You see it
Mars.
with magnification because it's extremely huge. It's massive as hell.
Hey,
So
Geo.
why can't we see
Geo, I
the other
wanted to
night
share
at
a
120,000?
profound synchronicity with you. Do you mind if I tell Geo something real quick, D-Mock?
Oh, hell no.
I had a sort of an epiphany. It feels to me like a very original discovery. You'd be the guy to tell me if this is just something that's pretty well known that I just kind of thought of for the first time for myself, but other people have realized this. But they tell us in the heliocentric model that you can consider the sun's axis as plumb and the Earth's axis as 23.4 degrees tilted, deviating from that plumb, right?
Right, and from the ecliptic, yeah.
Right. There's that, but I just want to stick to what they say about the sun, its axis versus the Earth's axis at a tilt. So, so what I realized is that it's always bothered me that the months are one circle, or the year, right? The year expressed as a circle. Because I feel that's the proper way. Instead of all these like 12 pages with the calendars you hang on a wall, right? Where it's like, oh, this page is August, this page is September, whatever, right? Not a lot of people ever see the year drawn as a circle, even though that's what it is. It's a cycle. March 1st turns into March 2nd, and then on to the next month, and eventually it comes back to where it began as a cycle in a cyclical manner. And so the calendar, right? The calendar expressed as a circle has that same sort of cross that divides the spring, summer, winter, fall, whatever, right? And so you can draw the year calendar as a circle with a cross through it, dividing the four sections. And then you can also draw the zodiac circle with a cross through it, dividing it into four sections. And the thing that always bothered me was like, why do we have this weird system where if you're born in March, well, you might be a Pisces or you might be an Aries, right? Depends what day of the month that is. Because, they could simply just overlap, right? The months and the signs, but they don't. For some reason, they're off kilter. And finally, it hit me. I said, oh shit. The calendar and the zodiac are at a tilt of 23.4 degrees off kilter from each other. Just as they say the sun's axis and the Earth's axis are also 23.4 degrees off kilter from each other. Like,
Which ones?
One of those.
Wait, you said that. Say that again. Sorry, I kind of missed it. Just that last
Right.
part.
So imagine the year as a circle, right? Where you. So
that's what it is.
take
That's what it is. Like, because if we take this just real quick, if we take the circle of the sky, 360 degrees, the North Pole being at the center, you divide that up into 12 sections, then you have your 12 constellations, and the sun will be moving slightly slower than the stars every day. So like 24 hours for the sun, 23 hours, 56 minutes for the stars. So the stars are moving faster than the sun. Therefore, the sun is sort of slowly losing pace on the fixed stars. And that's what it does when it moves through the zodiac, because the sun's speed going slightly slower than the stars, it's always moving kind of backwards.
Hold on.
It takes a whole year to make a 360-degree movement around that entire field of stars.
Yeah, I'm there with you. That's an additional point. It has no bearing on the point I'm trying to make here. Okay, so check this out. You can take a circle and cut it into 12 pizza slices and call it March, April, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, right? You can take a circle and divide it into the months, and you can take the ecliptic as a circle and divide it into 12 sections, call it Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, whatever, right? But if you were to overlay the calendar over the zodiac, the 12 slices of pizza would not perfectly align. You would have to take one of those pizzas and turn it 23.4 degrees in order to create the system that we operate by, where, if you're born after the 23rd day in March, well, now you're a Aries, but before that you're a Pisces. So I realized that the relationship the calendar has to the zodiac is the same relationship that the Earth's axis has to the sun's axis in their model. But one of them is made up, or one of them is a mythical cosmology, and one of them is an arbitrary astrological system. But for some reason, both of these arbitrary, make-believe things somehow decided to align themselves together by someone's choice. I'm just why? This is obviously on purpose, or
Or do
else
you
it
think
wouldn't
the
be
zodiac?
exact.
Why do you say the zodiac one is arbitrary? Isn't it
No,
more
the
like
calendar. No, the calendar. The calendar is arbitrary.
okay, yeah, right.
I'm saying the constellations. If you can divide the sky into 12 sections, and you can divide the year into 12 sections,
Well, you see
and
where they did it though, right? I like what you're saying. You think you take the excuses they give and you look past them. That's what I try to do. I like the way you think, but you see how they do it. So Sept is supposed to be 7, October is supposed to be 8, Nov 9, Deca 10,
right.
December.
Well, yeah.
They
There's
moved
that,
shit by
right?
a few months. So yeah, that's where I'd start if I was looking into it, bro.
Here's where I can explain it the best, right? Here's the simplest way I can put it that everyone will understand. The winter solstice is on December 21st or 2nd or 3rd, depending on the year, right? But New Year's is January 1st. New Year's should be the same day as the winter solstice, right? But it's not. It's off kilter by that 8 days, and the flip side of that is 21 days, right? You could say it's off kilter by 22 days, or you could say it's off kilter by 8 days, whichever side of the 30-degree segment you want to view it from, right? It's sort of like the Earth tilt. You could say it's 23.4, or you could say it's 66.6, depending on which side you want to view the angle from within the 90 degrees. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, really, all you got to understand is that the New Year's should be the same day as the winter solstice, but it's not. They tilted the calendar. They tilted the calendar by 23.4 degrees from the stars that they're based on. But it turns out that the heliocentric model does the same thing, and it's
what do you mean by tilting it? What do you mean by tilting the calendar? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you because I did hear. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Hear the rest of it,
like I said, January 1st should be the day of the winter solstice. But it's not. It's 9 days after the winter solstice, or 10.
Right.
And because a month is 30 days, right? And they tilted it by, you could view it two ways, right? There's two ways to view it. They either tilted it by 9 degrees, or they tilted it by 23 degrees or 21 degrees, whatever you want to say it. But it's the same exact angle of disharmony, or whatever you want to call it.
66. Yeah, it's either 23.4 degrees or 66.6 degrees.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that
not ironically.
yeah, and what I'm saying is that the calendar is either off by 9 days or 21 days, right? Whichever side of the 30 you want to view it from. But when you view it from the 21 days, of course, there's 365 days in a year. That, that kind of like percentages out or whatever to the 360 degrees as the calendar is off kilter by then the zodiac by 23 or the tropical zodiac system by 23.4 degrees. So it's the same exact sort of like earthly tilt versus the sun's tilt. It's the same thing. It has to be on purpose. It's just too perfect. Because why is an Aries someone who's born after the 21st of March? Why don't we just say if you're born on March 1st through March 30th, you're an Aries? If you're born on April 1st through 30th, you're a Taurus. No, for some reason, it starts on the 21st of each month to the 23rd.
Yeah, so that's essentially what you're describing. Just real quick, essentially what you're describing is the Gregorian calendar and how the Gregorian calendar works with the solstices and the equinoxes and, like you said, New Year's, how it deals with all that. And then the 23.4 is the degree by which the equator is separated from the Tropic of Cancer and by which the equator is separated to the Tropic of Capricorn. So it's 23.4 degrees on both sides of the equator. And that's why they took the tilt. They had to make the globe Earth tilted to account for that 23.4 degrees. And of course, that's their explanation of the seasons, because that's what actually causes our seasons. So that is occurring. But then there's also, I hear you talking about the Gregorian calendar difference and the way that they kind of align that. There's also the 13-month moon cycle, which is, it's like there's generally 12 signs in the zodiac, 12 sections of the zodiac in 30-degree sections, but then there's a 13-month lunar calendar and so on. So how are those two exactly connected with the 23.4? That's just the final part I'm trying to understand in what you're saying.
I already said it. Our calendar to be aligned with the sky, which is what a calendar is supposed to be, right? A calendar is supposed to be a timekeeping system aligned with the sky, and someone, I have no idea who it was, decided to shift the calendar by the same degree they claim that the Earth is tilted away from the sun.
So that was what my question was going to be. When did the zodiac come along? It was after the calendar, right?
I don't know about the zodiac, but
the system that we currently use.
Hold on. The answer to your question is very simple. The Roman Catholic Church 500 years ago with Copernicus and all them.
It's not as simple as that, because
it is, because that's when the Gregorian calendar was birthed. That's the
he
question.
Said zodiac.
But
my question.
You said yes. I was talking to you. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought you were trying to answer his question, but to answer his question, it's so as far as like fish and rams and bulls and twins and lions and water bears and like all of the characters that we use in our zodiac, this goes back as far as we can tell, although they probably got it from somewhere else, but as far as we can say with any sort of like artifacts or whatever, like archaeology, we would say that our zodiac is a Babylonian zodiac system, and the Greeks and the Romans and everyone from that point on is pretty much basing theirs off of the Babylonians, making slight changes along the way. Like the system we use right now isn't exactly the same as the Babylonians, but there's so much in common that we have to say they kind of set the trend. They were the trendsetters that, as far as we can tell, use like Pisces and Aries and the bulls and rams and twins and lions and stuff like that for the most part.
I gotcha.
So that's like 1700.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a long history to the symbolic and archetypal understanding of the sky and multiple different ancient peoples and indigenous and all of their unique expressions. But I was going to ask you actually just with the last thing. So I get what you're saying about the calendar being off from the 12 month, from the kind of 12 months and the way the sun works, and then the moon and all of that. The 23.4 degrees, that's that degree difference between the equator and the tropics, and then of course they have to tilt the globe to that. So I'm just still trying to understand how the number 23.4 degrees. Like I understand that both these things we're talking about have like a tilt to them, like some. I think this is the deception. I mean, this is what they. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's like a polarity, dark energy that is a deceptive energy, against the truth. But in that way, I'm just trying to figure out how you're trying to exactly link the 23.4 degrees in the calendar. I know there's the day difference, because the Gregorian calendar is all jacked up. Like it doesn't match with the sky very well at all. It has all these adjustments. So I'm just still trying to understand how are you just saying that they're both tilted and maybe there's a connection there? Or are you saying there's a connection there with the actual 23.4 degree number?
Yeah, the number is there. The problem is that you have to cram 365 units within a circle defined by 360 units of division or degrees, right? So even though the tropical zodiac system will tell you on the 23rd or 25th or 21st, whichever it may be with our uneven months, right, is this particular number. What it correlates to is is that the circle of the calendar. If you want to imagine a circle sliced into 12 slices and label it with the months don't align at the same tilt and angle as the zodiac a circle divided into 12 sections. It's sort of like if you cut a pizza, and you make this original 12 cuts from that pizza, right? And you cut a pizza in 12 slices, and that represents the way the circle of the zodiac is orientated. If you wanted to describe its relationship to the calendar, you would, take your protractor and measure 23.4 degrees away from where your first cut was towards the center, going all the way through. And then you would make a cut 23.4 degrees aside your original cut and begin your new 12 slices evenly from that point. It's 212, I mean, we say the word cross, right? We say the word cross, and it always means one line intersecting another. But do you know what I mean by a 6-lined cross, right? We're usually talking about a 2-lined cross. You know what I mean? But you understand what I'm saying if I say a 6-lined cross? Because that's the zodiac cross, right? So the 6-lined cross of the calendar is 23.4 degrees off kilter from the zodiac 6-lined cross.
What about daylight savings time? Does that come into play?
All right, I think I got it there. Okay, I think I'm definitely getting what you're saying. Yeah, no, that's not something I've been aware of. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, it's strange because it's like in our face. It's in our face, so hardcore,
But what does it mean?
You're saying that if you take wow, that's okay. If you take,
it's crazy, bro.
Are you saying if you take it the way that it actually works in the sky, and then
compared to the calendar,
compared to a 6-lined cross or like a 6-line cross, with like I'm assuming you're talking about sort of 6 lines that are all creating like they're all going equal out from each other. Yeah, you're just dividing it because you can divide it by 12 by 6, so you're dividing by 6 in this case. So you're saying if you do that with the way the calendars that were given versus the actual way it is in the sky, and you line those two 6-line crosses up, that there's going to be a 23.4 degree difference in them.
Yeah, I'm doing a screen share. Do you mind watching a screen share?
Yeah. I think it has to do with like I think somebody said that the months could be 28 days and you could do 13 of them, and I think it would basically represent what he's saying. It's like 23 hours or 23 days missing out of that cycle for each side, or 666 hours, something weird like that. You know what I mean? It stands for duration of time for like the light when it goes around for the sun and or the stars to themselves. You know, the way they go in the pattern and they spin. Basically, there's
Yep,
really no
exactly. It's like
tilt.
different ways of dividing the sky essentially, and then
Yes.
calculating the movements.
Because I don't know how you could tilt a ball actually. Like if I had a cue ball looking at it, I don't know where I would look at a tilt at. Everything's like perfect for what a sphere is. You shouldn't get a tilt.
That's the problem. But with the sphere, you don't really like what I mean. Where's the top?
Okay, so
That's a
G, are
good
you
point
watching
too.
my?
Yeah. Well, I
Are
guess
you
they claim
watching?
that the whole Earth is essentially rotating at that tilted degree. So, like, I guess the top, that North Pole, because of the axis. I guess the axis is why they call that the top. But I know what you mean. There is no top to a sphere as it is. But I guess there would be if that's what it was. There would be that axis.
I mean, because there's that, and then there's the sun. So now you have two spheres with no. You know what I mean? I mean, because it's like we always talk about horizon, horizontals, and all this, and it's like we work with like we build things, and with a lot
Hey,
of that, we
Geo.
have to know what level is. So the point being that there's like the fact that things are level in this reality that couldn't even work on a sphere. Like what would be
Sure it
level?
could. Sure it could. You can have things locally level on a sphere.
No,
G, are you watching my screen?
there's no horizontal that exists. Like this because the horizontal that we experience is because the whole plane is horizontal. So it's level. So whenever we're doing things off level, we know it. It's built into not only the system but in us as well.
Mm. So yeah, so you can
For a
stand
mirror.
you
A
can
mirror.
stand vertical.
Yeah, you can do a lot of things, but you could have a mirror,
It-
right? How does a mirror work to show the perfect reflection back
I
to
mean, I
itself?
don't know. I don't know.
You don't know how a
It's
mirror
not.
works when you look in a mirror, when you like look in your side mirror of your truck when you're driving?
I don't know. I
You don't
was
know how that
trying
works?
to address Elijah on what he
Well,
was saying.
yeah, he's saying this. A ball works one way and a flat plane works another. So if you have a ball mirror and you're looking through a ball mirror left lane, what would you see? Would you use ball mirrors on your truck and a ball rear view
Uh,
mirror? Would that work
I,
for you?
don't- I don't think that has anything to do with what Elijah's saying.
It's
Well, how about
100% what he's saying.
Democ, if it's all right, can we just hear those two guys go back and forth just for a bit, just like uninterrupted, so we could see what they want to talk about with this?
Who is it? Me?
Yeah.
No, Howard and Elijah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting, Elijah, is you're saying that we wouldn't be able to establish a horizontal plane and build a horizontal foundation if we were on a sphere.
Yes, basically.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that though.
I mean, because horizontal becomes arbitrary, where it's just a factor of our reality right now. But on a globe, it's arbitrary. It's not really a thing. Whereas right now, it's existential to all of the shit we do, basically. Navigation, you name it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I follow what you have an issue with that we shouldn't be able to do. I mean, I mean, there's so little difference. Like over 100 meters, I think it's only like 0.07 millimeters or so, or 0.7 millimeters out of what we call flat. So it really wouldn't make any difference to build a foundation on a level plane, locally level.
I just imagine that there would, like, when I imagine if I actually lived on a sphere, like what would be, I don't know. Never mind. That's all I got for my back and forth. I see horizontal it's just a consequence of the table with all the shit that we live on. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If it's not that, then what is horizontal? Like, because I don't have a belief in gravity and pulling things to the center of the earth, and that's why we experience, standing up being upright because of that. I don't believe that. So it's not a it's not a feeling. It just what is based on the orientation that was set in this realm.
Yeah, because left lane, I guess you're essentially taking, the down, as it were, like hanging a plumb line. You're taking that down, which is just that's an actual tangible thing. And then assuming the center of a sphere, because of course you've never been there, verified, no one has, that it's even there at all. And then claim that down thing is now just linked with the assumed sphere. And then you're just making a perpendicular off of that and calling that horizontal. But that isn't an actual thing in reality. It's a fabricated concept based upon one thing, which is the actual down, and then another thing, a whole pre-assumed idea of what that down is that isn't verified or proven.
Yeah, but I mean, I always talk about the utility of utilizing that downward vector to establish a horizontal and building a foundation out of it,
But that's like yeah, I mean that's what we have to do, right? And all I'm saying is, but in this language, you're basically saying what we have to do on a sphere is, determine level so that we can level some shit on this patch of the sphere we're on. But you're begging the question of the sphere for no reason. It's like, or you could just live on a horizontal plane.
Well, I mean, I've poured a few concrete pads, built a couple of houses. I've never considered whether I was on a flat plane or a big sphere. It never crossed my mind.
Yeah.
As I was doing that, so I mean, it kind of works both ways, I guess, and it wouldn't be definitive unless you were going to build something. I mean, we talk about LIGO and how it's at a higher elevation on the ends than it is in the middle, but it's a straight line. So there's a structure that might bring into contention what you're talking about.
Alrighty.
Well, Howard, do you think there'd be a way to show diverging horizontals? If you think the Earth is a sphere, would there be any way you could, any tests, experiment, any setups that you think could actually accomplish that? Because you claim that horizontals are all at different angles to each other, which of course isn't even in what the definition of horizontal is. But even if we just kind of think of it that way, is there any verification that those horizontals are actually not all planar, but are in fact diverging all over the place?
Well, I think the easiest way to show that's what we talked about earlier, because we establish our horizontals off the vertical, and then what we would do there would be to do the reciprocal zenith angles to identify that those two lines aren't parallel.
Moving forward, one direction.
What about like a massive laser level? You know how there's laser levels in building where you can set them up for for wood and concrete, all that stuff. What about a massive one? And if we had multiple of them, where they're creating a level plane around them, and if they were very powerful, we could actually create multiple laser created planes. And of course, on a planar Earth, they're just all going to be planar. There might be slight variations just because of the margin, but on a globe, those are going to deviate. You're going to see at some point, you're going to see the plane that's far away on the over the curve of the sphere. It's going to be shooting into space. On a planar Earth, that wouldn't happen. They're all just going to be on the same plane or roughly on the same plane as long as they're set up correctly.
You know, I've thought about this. I go to these in Arizona where I deliver at. There are these massive warehouses that are open for, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a mile long. I would like to set up a laser level on one end of it and confirm it's all level and plumb and all that, and see where that line hits on the far end of the building and see if I could measure drop from that line. That would be interesting.
I think it'd be more interesting to shoot a laser past the edge of the planet. Flying
Shoot it
or
at the
otherwise.
moon. Just shoot it at the moon, Demont.
Yeah, and we could see a side view of it leaving past the curve of the Earth. That'd be awesome.
Then we can measure how long it takes the light to come back, and we can see how far away it is.
No.
Wouldn't it be amazing to have the equipment that the equipment that NASA
on fire tonight. I feel it. I feel it.
The equipment that NASA has, where they claim that they get back one photon from the retroreflectors on the moon.
Yeah,
just one photon.
Yeah, I saw them do that one night on what is it? Big Bang Theory. Yeah, they did that on the show one night.
Use a colored laser and see a side view of it.
Yeah.
You could see it from the ground hit the moon.
Of course, I'm kidding about it. I mean, they did it, but it was a TV show.
So you could see the laser, like if you put a laser on a boat, high altitude balloon, your airplane, the front of it, you could see it go past the curve of the Earth on like a side view somehow.
Yeah, I guess.
That'd be awesome. That'd be pretty cool. I still want to be able to see how you can go up in your airplane to see down past the horizon. Your eyesight has to drop below the horizon on a ball. Has to, or else you're not on a ball. Here's another thing. How can a ball or a globe believer claim the word flat or, level at all? Because we have dips and valleys and mountains and peaks and 8-mile craters that they mine in and everything. So how can they even claim that word at all as a word when they know it's not a perfect sphere at all?
Well, you know what they say, that sea level is a curve that follows the curvature of the Earth.
Is that a mountain that's on the land that
No.
dissipates your whole idea of level?
Well, see, you wouldn't want to talk about level when you're talking about mountains and changes in elevation.
Yeah, I would on a sphere. I want to say how it's not level with anything. Not when you got a mountain and a dip next to a valley, next to a waterfall, next to a cliff, next to
River
a big
valleys.
Yeah.
Cliffs.
Where's the smooth part of that at? Where's that
I don't know,
smooth
man.
level portion? I haven't seen it
I don't
either.
know.
Not even in the choppy water. So if you could find a smooth portion of this globe somewhere, I'd love to see that. A level portion.
Just had another idea with the laser level. What about doing that on ice? Having like a massive laser level. If you had some frozen ice that was where you could like shovel the snow off, like if you have the right environment where you could shovel the snow off to where you could get a pretty good surface on it. And then over a long enough distance, if you had a massive laser level, which would be shooting lasers out in all directions. Of course, this is optical based because it would be laser or it's light based. So, but meaning it's not physical in that way. But a massive laser level like that on a globe, if the water of the lake was actually curved, as that laser level shooting lasers out in all directions, as it gets out at a certain distance, just like with spherical excess. But in this case, the lasers would start deviating from the Earth because if it's a globe, that horizontal that's going in, perpendicular to the radius, as that goes far enough, the Earth starts curving. And so that horizontal is going to now be shooting into space. So if we had a massive laser level like that, whether it's over water or over frozen water or over land, any option like that, at some point on a globe, that should start to deviate and it should essentially shoot out into space. Of course, on a planar Earth, it would stay level all the way. So I think that's another potential one.
It sure would. It would be a good one.
I'm trying to think, is there any like refraction they could try to claim that all the lasers are bending or something? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you guys will try to, because if you just bend it and then don't really verify it, because that's all you can do, just throw in the R value, and it's just a reified model.
Yeah, the refraction is what brings into question many observations. Where like George Natchik's observation over Rainy Lake or Lake Rainy or whichever it is. According to George and Jesse Kozlowski and that bunch, that was very definitive. But because it was optical, we have to consider refraction possibly being the cause of it.
You got a side view? Why are we allergic to side views?
That's Nathan Oakley's allergic to side views. I like them myself. And see, that's what we were talking about. Witsit was asking about taking into consideration perspective and angular size change when doing the reciprocal zenith angles. When it's just it's not something that I would even consider. And if you drew that out in an orthographic view or a side view, you could demonstrate that it wouldn't make any difference.
Yeah, it all needs to be verified, and until that's done, it's not going to be definitive. I think it's going to take physical, tangible measurements. Really, I mean, the laser, anything with laser and optics, it's all good. It's all good. I think as many methods as possible, but I think the ultimate finale is going to be in the actual physical, tangible tests that don't depend on any optics or the atmosphere whatsoever and are actual physically tangible.
Absolutely.
Then you layer those over all the other ones, like physical and the optical. Essentially, do all of them and see how they all correlate.
Don't forget GPS.
I was thinking about that.
About the mirror. A spherical mirror image works way different than a flat mirror. So if you have flat water, it's going to work way different than rounded water. Right?
It makes your face look a little bitty when you look in a convex mirror, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like a fun house. So, I mean, do we see that on the globe anywhere when we look in the flat water? When we look down and we see the perfect image back? How could you mimic that, right, Mike? What type of mirror?
See, I kind of get a picture. I see what you're talking about now. Then you're saying that if the water surface was convexed, that we should see some kind of distorted reflection in it or something.
Yep, but you see the flat, perfect image of everything beautifully perfect, just like the base of your phone being flat and perfect. Now, when the bigger the object gets, the more distorted. But either way, a rounded mirror is going to have a different reflected area than a flat mirror, regardless of the size. It's going to look different. Like you can tell. That's what Usher does when he does his artwork. Usher, Escher. I'm sorry, Escher. Yeah, he does like mirrors. Yes, he does. He puts a mirror in his hand and he draws it. Then there's other people with a flat mirror base. They draw their face in the mirror at the same distance. These images do not match at all. So you got a square mirror that's about the same size as a ball mirror, and they draw their faces in it, looking at it from the same distance. You see what I'm saying? So like, there's
Well,
no way. Yeah, there's no way they could be comparable. Not even on a small scale to a big scale. Like you're saying, oh, you wouldn't tell because of the size. No, get rid of that idea.
well, I mean, for Earth as big as it is, if your head was about half as big as the Earth is, and you were out in outer space and you could see your reflection in the water on the Earth, your face would be distorted.
Where's that image at? Where's the image that matches a sphere that we can tell, like, mirror wise from the water? We have waterways that mirror the whole sky flatly. Now, can we send something up and see a distortion? If we don't,
It's too big, Demont. It's too big.
What's too big? Show me the mirror.
It's too
Show me the
big to
two
see
mirrors.
that.
No. You don't have a mirror showing me that. You don't have a round mirror that shows me a flat, perfect image. I'll wait.
And that's the same thing with, I know that you want to see this tilt, and you've been on about tilt for a couple of years. And I understand what you're expecting to see, but it's
not the
something that you're not going to see that on an Earth as big as it is.
Yes, you will. A whole bunch. The bigger the sphere, the more the tilt you'll see. Tilt is drop, is hump, is curve, is rise. Right? Is dip. It's all the same thing. An angular movement at all is a movement. So if you take a boat that's at 90 degrees, it's like flat. It's sitting where it is on its base. It's like perfectly flat horizontally where it's at. And you move it 1 inch from the right, you're going to tell the little mast of that boat, the little needle, is going to move 33 from the line that's in front of that boat that's straight up and down vertical. So if you have a vertical pole and that boat's trying to reach it from a sphere, you'll see that pole on the boat tilting away from the vertical pole. Not the ground, not 69 miles, the actual two objects from a side view. If you claim hump and you can't see hump from a side view, then there's not no hump. It's the same thing Geo's talking about with the two lasers. Basically, the water line would be your laser line. You get a side view, north, south, east, west view. If every water line is straight, horizontally flat, then there is no hump anywhere. I mean, it's common sense here.
So do you realize how far away you would have to go to see, like, let's say, 30 degrees of tilt? You'd have to go 2,000 miles away to see 30 degrees of tilt.
That's a good imagination you have. I have yet to see any of that even exist. What I can't fathom is why you need to go 2,000 miles to see something that's supposed to be disappeared a boat in 3. If a boat's disappeared in 3 miles over the hill in my backyard and it's on that hill, I put the boat on the hill and I push it out of my eyesight. And I have you look at the side. What do you think you're going to see? No tilt there? What kind of ball do you have? I mean, could you please show me your ball that has this no tilt on it? Huh?
It's a big ball.
What? Well, get a big ball and put a line on it, right? That represents vertical, 0, no tilt, just straight up and down. And then get your boats and put about 100 of them and just keep placing them around the ball and show me how there's no tilt. And and I'll understand what you're talking about. Until then, you have nothing but a claim and a laugh. I mean, literally. You have no optics to back your claim other than you saying, do I know that leprechauns float? No, I don't deal with leprechaun globes. They don't exist. What we're trying to demonstrate is that the Earth matches a ball or a straight plane. And these are the ways you could do so. You clearly could do it with a GoPro. Literally, you'd get like some award. I know you would. Send 2 GoPros, one up and one horizontally out at the clouds. And just hit the clouds horizontally any time ever with any kind of object, really, literally. You'd get the award for proving the Earth is round or flat.
I tell you what, this conversation in general, I'm really excited about getting up in the plane and figuring out things that I can do and observations that I can make that might possibly lend some confirmation to one or the other.
Yeah, one thing that did pop in my mind earlier when Democ was talking about putting cameras on the bottom of the airplane and like tilt them, I think he was saying 33 degrees. But yeah, if you put them on there, I mean, you could try different degrees depending on what you want to do. But if you did one that was a degree that was kind of pointing quite a bit down at the ground, I was thinking, would there be a way to do that to measure distance? Now, maybe it wouldn't be a perfect measurement, but you could do that in addition to other methods. But if you had a camera, whether it's zoomed in or whatever it may be, and whatever angle it would be, where you're tracking right on the ground, and then once you're up to speed, you have all the other equipment to try to get the best speed, that you can, the best understanding of speed. But then you also have the way the camera is moving on the ground, like the actual trees and pavement and fields, whatever it may be, water, whatever it is that's underneath you. That's all moving at a particular rate, pixels, the actual pixel rate. And I know it'd be a little tricky to try to calculate all that with the factors of the camera, but could that be a way to essentially like having crosshairs on it, and then you're just measuring how much land is actually passing, and that could also help for measuring circles of equal altitudes.
I don't know.
Well, just to cross verify, essentially. The actually good thing with the circles of equal altitudes, you can actually do it with the angles and get the distance that way. And then you could double verify it with the camera method. And if you can calibrate those and get the right zoom, the right type of camera that actually matches with the circle of equal altitude as calculated by the sky, the way in terms of making maps, perhaps if you could do that, then you actually could use the camera method tracking over the Earth and calibrate it with the actual circle of equal altitude as derived from the sky. And you could physically measure it, of course, too. But if you got the camera method to correlate with that, something we already know the distance of, and if it's been physically verified, then you do that. Then do the camera method against that. And if you get the right method, then you could perhaps expand that out further and use it for mapping out areas. Sure, they already do that with drones. It's likely how they've mapped the Earth and they're monitoring it as well.
If all you need is 8 inches of tilt for 1 mile, we don't have a shade optic like a totem pole type idea, or the shade, right? You put a certain degree, 18 degree, 33 degree, 20 degree, whatever, different little shades open and close, and you have a picture on the inside. And each little portion of shade is tilted. Now, to be able to see in this view, the thing has to tilt 8 inches, or else you won't see inside of it. So for an 8-inch tilt, you set the object up, you make it, you design it on an 8-inch tilt. Look, and the 8-inch tilt would actually be its vertical. And then when you push it away on the horizontal water as it floats vertical on the horizontal water as it floats down, it'll actually align with the tilt that you created it with, showing the picture to the observer. You can do a 1/4 of a mile 2-inch one. You can do a 4-inch, 6-inch, and 8-inch. You can do different, you know what I mean? But like something to where you're looking at the object front face on, and you have a portion that hides it with a tilt. And then only when it tilts away at a certain, drops a certain inch, the back of the object drops an inch or 2 or 8, that's when you see the image. Like, okay, now I see the guy's face. Okay, we're on a globe. It's that simple. I mean, literally. We have, like, David Gloverfield could have done this a long time ago.
That's hilarious. Nice one.
Yeah. David Gloverfield. Of course, David Gloverfield wouldn't be worried about 8 inches. He'd be worried about 1 arc minute of tilt.
That's epic. That's legendary right there.
Yeah, a minute of angle.
The David Gloverfield creates a globe. His magic trick is he creates a big fake globe.
So Kosho isn't.
They've already done it. How about just, you could say instead of Rothschilds, like Globechilds, because they're the ones who, well, part of their lineage and all of that.
Isn't there a way of navigating with a sextant in an airplane?
I mean, sure, yeah. The astronauts. They use celestial navigation to map out the position, and even when they're orbiting the Earth.
That's something I'm going to look into.
What would be
that was difficult from a plane?
Yeah, I think that would be a good little mission to go on and Be interesting. Something new to learn too.
Yeah,
Well,
I
with a
forget the name of the guy.
helicopter, sorry, just with a helicopter or a drone, you could actually stay in one position and then actually get a better reading. Because if you're on an airplane moving 100 miles an hour, there's always going to be some fairly significant margin of error of what kind of angles and sights you can get.
Yeah.
It would boost the margin of error. It would boost the margin of error to where the actual circles of equal altitudes that you'd be building would not be fully accurate, and how much it would throw it off, depending on how much you were off, could be quite significant, I would think.
There's an astronaut, the first guy to orbit in for 24 hours, and he fell asleep towards the end of it. And when he woke up, all his alarms were going off because the computer had malfunctioned, like the automatic shit. So he had to manually, like land and shit like that, or manually come into the atmosphere. And
So is this a sci-fi?
Yeah,
Is this a sci-fi movie?
yeah, sure. It's a sci-fi reality TV show.
They claim this happened.
Yep. And Alan Shepard, either Alan Shepard or the other guy, John Glenn, one of those two guys, he had to call him, like he was at NASA, fucking talking to him on the comms and tell him how to use this celestial navigation to, navigate to where he needs to.
Yeah, Gio, this is that famous movie. I don't know if you've seen it, but it stars Don Pettit as the lead actor.
Oh, that one. Yeah, Don Petit. Yeah. So wait, Coach, what's the story? He fell asleep. He's orbiting the Earth for the first time ever, first man in space in this idea.
24 hours.
Okay, for 24 hours, and this is a claim. This is a claim from NASA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the first, not the claim from. I mean, I didn't hear it from NASA. I heard it from.
I don't know that I've heard this. I mean, maybe it's in my memory somewhere. But so, what are you saying? You're saying the first guy to go to space and orbit it in 24 hours fell asleep, and then woke up to all of his equipment beeping. That's the story?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and it's going off, and it's the automatic. So it's like the automatic path and all that kind of shit. Like it's supposed to make sure that his path was such that he would land in the Pacific Ocean somewhere, and they were gonna be waiting for him. But yeah, he had to manually navigate using the stars to find his actual path. I think John Glenn had to help him.
Why would you do that on a ball?
I mean, that does sound like a story of sorts.
Well, you guys say nobody died in the space mission. Entirely true. The Apollo 1 and all that, but regardless, a lot of those dudes did have situations where maybe plenty of normal people would have died, but they had to fucking take on their feet.
Remember, Gio, these guys are the cream of the crop. They're like the best of the best.
Well, don't forget you can't see stars up there. So if you can't see stars in space, what were they using to navigate again?
That's a good point.
That is a good point.
Yeah, that is a weird story.
That is a good point, Kosha. Can't see stars, but they're navigating by the stars. What?
Yo, fire, son. telling y'all.
I would think on the dark side of the Earth, it wouldn't be any problem to see stars.
So when they did the navigation, because sometimes they see stars, sometimes they don't. So just happened to be that when they needed to do them for navigation, they could see them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, coincidentally.
Coincidentally, the refraction was just right for that sleepy moment for that guy.
I'm not sure why you guys always say that, but it turns out you can see stars.
What was being discussed earlier, that was interesting. Like, can you actually? That's what's really interesting about it. I mean, I for myself, if I'm in an airplane, I probably haven't been much further than 35 or maybe a little over 35,000 feet. But so I mean, I haven't been necessarily higher than that, as probably many of us, because really higher than that is like military stuff and all of that. But
Hey, Geo, did the pictures I posted help you understand my point? Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you. What about you, Left Lane? Did my pictures help explain my point? I know it's kind of a jumbled mess to a little bit.
Well, yeah, I'm driving, so I don't watch it much, but I think I understand what you're talking about. If you drew the zodiac on a clock face, and then you drew out the months on a clock face, that the zodiac clock is 23 or something degrees off from the month clock face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you had like two identical clocks sitting on top of each other, like two quarters in a stack, you just turn one of those quarters around the center point 23.4 degrees, and that would be like the difference between the calendar versus the zodiac, but it would also be the difference between the Earth's axis and the sun's axis. It's just really synchronistic that way, that these two things, they're like these four things, are in coupled pairs with each other, but have the same relationship, amongst themselves, and in a sense all together.
Okay, Fundy, I know I've asked you several times, and you're like, dude, could you repeat that? If you wouldn't mind repeating it, though, because I was partly doing something else, and it also sounds like a complicated thing that I'm sure everyone listening could hear a second time. However, just real quick, I was also going to say, because I think my mic cut out and I wasn't able to get through. So what I was saying, Howard, is that from an airplane and Kosho, at like 35, 40,000 feet, what I was saying is that when I've looked at stars, out the window, I know that's totally limited because it's only 35,000. It's in a commercial airline. You have the window, and the window might change the tinting of everything. That is true. However, at least in my own experience, I have experienced many times where going up in an airplane, and when it's nighttime, it does seem like there's less stars. And I mean, it's beautiful, but it does seem like they're a little less bright, and it seems like there's less stars. Like, almost seems like the whole thing is dialed down. Maybe, I don't know, I'd have to think how much, like a quarter less or something like that. Like, it's not dramatically less. Like, you can still see stars. So if that happens at 35,000 feet, first of all, that's the opposite, because on a globe, you would think it would open up. You would be closer to space. If anything, they'd get brighter. You'd see more because you have less atmosphere. I can't think of any reason on a globe why they would get dimmer. However, on a planar stationary Earth, and if there's something that, I mean, we could get into whether they're even physical, whether they're holographic, whether it's light luminaries, electromagnetics, all those ideas. But whatever they are, if they get dimmer as we go in higher altitude, then that really shows that they're more of like a local phenomenon. Like, there's something that we see on Earth being a human, but when you go up there, sort of like the way a rainbow kind of appears and disappears in certain ways. And if you go up, so it would be interesting to see it like 80,000 feet, 90,000, whether they're really dim or even more dim. As well. And there has been other people that have set up some, like Dwayne Kellum and others that have sent balloons up at night, and it seems to correlate as well with them being dimmer. So yeah, I just wanted to respond with that.
Gotcha.
But I think it'd be interesting to do a lot more. But I didn't mean to totally take it back to this combo. Actually, Fundy, do you want to say what you were saying again? I just wanted to say that because I cut out and then it was part of that last, the stars and whether they get brighter, whether they get dimmer, whether we can even see them at high altitudes. And that's an interesting comparison.
By the way, did Geo's mic, it might be my headphones, so all of a sudden my left one cut out. That's probably just me. Yeah, sure, I'll repeat. Although, it's like Left Lane seems to completely understand me. I did draw some... Oh, what happened now?
Yeah, your mic just changed.
Okay, yeah, some weird stuff just happened with my headphones. I think they should be back to normal now. Does it sound okay now?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have no idea what happened. One headphone disconnected, then the other one did, then they all both came back without me doing anything to them. Just a weird technical difficulty for some random reason. But yeah, left lane, he's communicated to me that he understands what I'm saying. And he made a good comparison because a clock face has 12 sections, 12 pizza slices, and you could label the spaces, the arcs, right? The arc segments that make up the 12 arc segments that make up the circle. You could label each of those either a zodiac sign or you could label them a month. And if you have a clock oriented upright, 12's at the top, 6's at the bottom. And it's completely fine to go ahead and imagine the zodiac, the clock with the zodiac symbols written in the empty spaces between the numbers as like a line like you would normally hang a clock on a wall. But if you wanted to accurately put side by side in respect, of them to each other, the one with the months written in the empty spaces compared to the one with the zodiac signs written in the empty spaces, you'd need to turn the one with the months written on it 23.4 degrees around the circumcenter. That they're both, like if they were both stacked on top of each other, like two quarters in a pile of coins, like stacked on top of each other, right? You take the one with the months on top of the other clock and you turn it 23.4 degrees, and that would show the relationship of like when, you're an Aries because you were born after the 21st day of March, and so the axis of the calendar and the axis of the zodiac are off by 23.4 degrees. Imagine them as circles in the same way that the Earth's axis compared to the sun's axis is off by the exact same ratio or percentage or degree or whatever.
Yeah, I got you now. That's very interesting.
It doesn't go much further than that. It's just something to recognize and know about. I have nothing to follow it up with. It's just that I recognize these two things are just exactly the same. And I don't know why it took me so long to realize it, but there was always a question at the back of my mind. Like, who invented the system and why? That, we can't just say, oh, you're an Aries if you're born in March, you're a Taurus if you're born in April. There's just a second layer of complexity. It's like, well, yeah, you might be Aries if you're born in March, but what day of March were you born? If it was before the 21st, then you're still a Pisces. It's like, oh man, way to overcomplicate things. But now I see there's something more to it, and it has some sort of sync up with the heliocentric model, but it also syncs up with just natural phenomena of feet, like I like to call it, feet on the ground sky observations, right? With the tropics, the tropical latitudes.
Well, if you're lining up two circles like that, the one that's the calendar and then the one that's the zodiac, would be the 12 sections of 30 degrees each. So that makes sense, of course. 12 times 30 is 360. So you have
and it takes precedence.
360-degree circle. You have that perfect 30-degree sections, 12 sections with a 360-degree circle. But on the calendar one that you're talking about, I assume you're talking about sort of making the slices of the pie that would essentially be as large as the number of days in the month. So, 28, 29 days, 30 day, 31 day, since the months all have different days. So you're just saying making a pizza, basically, as it were, sliced up, like a circle sliced up with, those. And so they wouldn't really be perfect, to use the pizza analogy, they wouldn't be perfect pizza slices. They'd be slightly different because some of them are 30 days, some of them 29 days, 31, et cetera. So You're just saying that whole thing, if you overlay it over a regular like 12 section, 30 degree, 360 degree circle, that the start point of January, New Year's Day, and then the start point of 0 degrees of Aries, if you start them both and then you run the whole thing through, essentially you're saying that like the first line, which is also the last line, would basically be off 23.4 degrees, or the whole kind of system would be connected to that 23.4 in that way? Because I saw your drawings as well. But is that what you're... Because all of the ones on the calendar I would think would be slightly different sizes. So I'm trying to figure out how... I guess you just have to
Well,
do the whole thing.
it is an average. Yeah, it is because the calendar is a circle divided in 365, and the zodiac is in degrees, 360. That's why 21 days correlates to 23.4 degrees. So it takes a little bit of imagination. Not that you're imagining something false. It's just something that doesn't exist in the surface, value of the numbers taken at face value. You have to kind of convert days to degrees in your head.
Yeah,
And imagine
it is somewhat, yeah, because if you divide 21 by 30, you get 0.7. So that is actually, pretty close to that range. I see what you mean there.
Right, there's that too. But there was one thing you said about like the first day of a spring or March or whatever, or Aries, and what I was what you were saying about New Year's. So what I'm saying is that the first day of January should line up with the first day of Capricorn, right? The winter solstice, but it doesn't. It looks as if it's off by 9 days, right? The winter solstice happens, and then 9 days later it's New Year's. But that's the whole like vice versa. Like, well, we're talking about 30 degrees arcs here, and so you can view it as being 9 days off, or you can view it as 21 days off. And
right, because because the 23.4, when you compare it to 90, you get that 66.6, ironically, and then the 21 divided by 30 is 0.7, so it's pretty close to that 0.66. So I see what you mean there. Yeah, that is quite close.
Does that have anything to do with the amount of land that might be missing too? Like if there's that much missing in the time or the allotted amount for that thing to hit us in a certain duration, and there's 23 degrees over here and 23 or 666, like how much land is that 23 degrees if there's 69 miles per degree?
Well, you got me there. That might be related. All I've come to realize, just very recently, in fact, and I'm a little embarrassed by it because it just seems like something I should have realized earlier. But really, I am only limiting what I'm saying here to just that recently I was like, oh wow, the axis of the zodiac and the axis of the calendar are off by 23.4 degrees, just alike the axis of the sun and the axis of the Earth globe is imagined to also be off by 23.4 degrees. Same angle.
Yeah, so that's deep. So, well, the thing is that 23.4 degrees comes up, like I said before, about from the equator to the tropics, essentially, and that's what denotes a year. If the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer on the inner ring, and then by the time it goes, like, let's say you start the year there, which it actually starts at the equinox, the spring equinox. So really, let's just put it at the equator, and then when the year starts, it starts going inward. That's why it's spring. It's the sun's getting closer to the people in the north, and then it, hits the Tropic of Cancer, and then it's summertime for the people in the north, and that's 23.4 degrees. And then when summer starts waning for the people in the north, it starts making larger and larger circles going to the equator, and then of course, that's the fall equinox, and then you have and then it goes all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn for the winter solstice. And then after it does that, of course, that's our winter in the north, and then it's, summer in the south. And then, of course, it comes 23.4 degrees back to the equator, and then back to the Tropic of Cancer. And that whole cycle is the year. That's 1 year. Really, it's the year. It's the year when it got. If we start at the equator and we went in, out, back to the equator, then that would be a year. So, like, start at the equator, in, over the equator again, all the way out, and then from the out back to the equator. That's 1 year.
Well, here's the thing, Gio. There's two beginnings of the year. There's
they start theirs. Sorry, real. I know. Yeah, exactly. They start theirs at the winter solstice, where I was talking about starting it at the spring equinox. So yeah,
exactly. And the way I like to compare it, is like some people say, like, when are you born? And Illegal would come on here and he'll be one-sided about it, and he's got the opinion. He's like, when are you born? You're born at conception, right? And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Your life begins when you're conceived, right? That's New Year's. But when you're born and you come out of the womb, that's spring. You know what I mean? That's when you emerge from within in the deep, the winter, the hell, and you enter into the overworld. That's the whole, like, fertility and, like, birth. The flowers bloom, the animals breed, the sun, the year comes alive in a worldly sense. But the year, see, the sun starts growing, right? The sun's life force starts growing at the winter solstice. It's sort of like a bouncy ball, right? As soon as it hits the floor, it immediately starts rising up again. And so it's it starts its upward journey at its lowest moment. And so you could say that's the beginning of its journey, or you could say when it's born, into the world at the springtime, at the spring equinox, then that's when it really comes into the world fully, in a sense, when it's truly born. But yeah, it's just the difference of, like, when something's conceived versus when something's born.
Yeah, I mean, you can technically you can technically use any arrangement you wanted. Like, you could start the year at the Tropic of Cancer and then end the year when it gets all the way back to the Tropic of Cancer after it goes all the way out and back in again. You could do it that way.
That's what we do.
It pretty much is, yeah, because it's right after the winter one. Exactly, they do that January. So yeah, it's basically like the winter for the north, summer for the south. So that's the cycle kind of the whole world is on. But it's right now. But it's interesting to think of ways that other past humans have done it and different ways of thinking about it as well. Because of course there's a connection in the zodiac in terms of 0 degrees of Aries and the way that the actual star constellations and all the symbolic meanings of Aries, and it's the energy of initiation. It's connected to the luminary Mars, so it has everything connected with Mars is forward action and activating, starting new beginnings, and it's like the assertive outward moving, because everything with Mars has that assertive and kind of
leadership,
forward moving, leadership, forward moving, activating, all of that stuff that comes in spring. And the way that it's connected to that, and of course that starts it at 0 degrees of Aries, which is that spring equinox position. But like you said, that doesn't connect with the way they claim the first of the year comes back in January. They're putting the sun, instead of being in Aries, they're putting it all the way back in Capricorn.
And that's fine, right? See, I mean, it's totally fine for them to do that, because I can respect the winter solstice as the beginning of the sun's upward path, right?
Isn't that northern centered? Northern centric,
Oh,
because you live in the north.
Yeah, of course. But that's where I've lived my whole life.
But Polaris is at the north, and all those lands, all the lands seem to surround it, meaning we can all kind of triangulate it, as it were. So yeah, there is something about that as well.
But check it out about things being arbitrary here. I was told in some video that the Egyptians, they don't have 4 seasons, right? And so the way they imagine, like, you hear some people say, like, oh, there's this season, there's the wet season, and there's the dry season. And they have 3 seasons instead of 4. And so someone told me that the Egyptians actually started their calendar in Virgo, where Virgo was the first day of Virgo was the beginning of their year, and they tried to link this to the Sphinx, right? Claiming that the Sphinx had a woman's face on it originally, and so they syncretized the Sphinx as a symbolic, gesture of saying the beginning of the year, the head, right? The head of the year is a woman, and then the end, the backside, the last month, the last season, the last zodiac is the lion before it in the zodiac, right? So it starts with a woman and it ends with a lion. The woman's face is in front and the lion is in back, and it's sort of like a symbol of the year.
Yeah, that's interesting. And with Virgo, there is the energy. Virgo's connected to like planting seeds. It's connected to that whole component. Kind of has to do
Depends
with
where you live, I guess. It's more of a harvesting sign. Like, you know what I mean? Taurus is like when you plant. Virgo is where you harvest. That's why all the artworks of Virgo we see is her holding like a bag of harvested grains.
Yeah, Virgo is connected to the harvest. I definitely agree, but it's also connected to the way that like Virgo's archetype and energy. It has a very like inward. That's why people tend to be more like perfectionistic and some of those components. So I was kind of referring it like not necessarily to the physical seeds, because there is that it is connected to the harvest, but it's also connected on like the feminine archetype of Virgo is connected to like planting seeds.
The seed inside.
As kind of like a to bring to harvest, so that there's like the symbology is in there, and it's also connected to like Virgos. There's like in terms of working on oneself, so sort of like planting the seeds of positive new kind of growth and transformation, and something that they're really working on in terms of like self growth, like planting seeds in terms of self growth. So I was also meaning it in terms of that, but it's connected to that whole kind of dynamic of kind of working on oneself by going inward.
Wow. Yeah. That just relates to so many, all sorts of ideas are flowing through my mind. Someone's brought this topic up to me before too. Like they say at the beginning of the year, on the spring equinox, you should, be outward, expressive, and like do like all like you should release, and do all these outward works. But then, once it comes fall, it's time to stop doing work on the external around you, on the environment. You're done farming. You're done harvesting. You need to stop the outward works. And once it's time to, enter into fall and winter, now it's time to focus on the inward works. Because that's all you have to work with at this point. There's nothing left to do outside. You go hide inside your shelter next to a warm fire in the winter. You don't go outside anymore. That's over with. It's time to go inside. You're done, going outside. Not literally, but there's a sort of vibe to it, I totally, I'm picking up what you're putting down there. And, the Virgo is, associated with wheat and bread, and she's the virgin. And they say Virgo is associated with the belly, the stomach, right? And I think there's something to do there with like the pregnant woman, like the seed planted inside. We say it's a bun in the oven, right? And I don't know. I just see a lot of seed and bread and bun in the oven and harvesting and planting seeds within, sort of symbolism going there. And it always blows my mind, all the intricacies and the poetry involved in this system that I as far as I know goes back to the Babylonians, but I don't know. I have a hard time understanding how anyone ever came up with this beautiful system. Just regular old men and women, 3 meals a day, arguing with their wife, and you know, having bowel movements, and farming, whatever. Right? Like, how did anyone have the time to devise this wonderful system? It really does seem like some sort of like gift from Thoth or something. He's like, you won't understand it right away, but I'm going to give you this system to interpret the sky by, and you guys I'll give it to you. You just take it and reflect on it or something. You'll figure it out eventually. Just ponder the sky, guys. That's all I got to say. Peace out.
What about
Yeah, well, I mean, astronomy and astrology were originally one, and they were all part of celestial. I was going to say celestial alchemy, and I don't really mean some of the more corrupt alchemy. I'm talking about the celestial alchemy of being aware of how these luminaries are alchemizing and combining and geometrically aligning and are correlated. Because if you're doing astronomy with astrology, what's currently called astrology, and astronomy, then you're tracking the lights in the sky, as it were. You're all the observational measurements, their positions, all of the complexity of that part. But then you're also systematically and rigorously connecting those patterns in the sky to human life, the world, events, individual personal behavior patterns, characteristics, and personal life events, personality characteristics, certain talents and skills that people have, certain challenges that people have, etc. So when those are combined, like, it's an ongoing process of actually, rigorously and systematically, looking at and gleaning insight from those correlations and actually linking it to real, tangible, physical, events and so on. So when they're combined like that, that process of correlating the sky to the ground, essentially the sky clock, how is it all connected, is a regular part of it. But what they've done in this modern day is they, with the whole Einstein space-time, the whole globe takeover, they just essentially separated them. They called astrology a pseudoscience and just completely tried to categorize it and tell everyone it's ridiculous, and trying to do everything they've done, the horoscopes in the newspaper that are overgeneralized, all that stuff. And they went on this huge campaign to just try to eliminate people from being interested in astrology at all, and then separated that from astronomy. And then they did all the astronomy with their Hubble Space Telescopes, all this other shit. And then they're trying just to, only do it on the material world. And then they're telling a whole story about what outer space is in addition. So it's sort of like they disconnected them and told a whole story. It's, it's pretty intense how they've done that.
They're really clever about it, though, because they use the old "as above, so below" when it came to Newton, if he was real or not. Right? One of these things I've heard Newton described as doing was, he was the guy who discovered that the same physics that govern all physical interactions and processes that happen, here on the mundane earthly level, he was the one who found out that, the bodies of the sky are as below, the things above are as below, right? He was the one who made all these orbital calculations and did some equations in math, right? And he's like, yes, the same physics with this gravity thing. Gravity is the link that connects the above to the below, and how things interact down here is the same as the way they interact up there. So they took a really nice thing and hijacked it and abused it and used it to come up with their system. And that Newton was absolutely fully aware of that quote, as above, so below, because Newton's translation of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth is one of the most popular translations of all time of that text, and it's the second sentence in the thing that he translated himself into English for the first time ever that ever happened.
That is so
was
deep
the
too,
one who wrote it down.
Like separating the waters from the waters, as above, so below. Down is down. Horizontal is horizontal. Vertical is vertical. Like it's written right into that. And like we were saying before, the astronomy and astrology that are one, if it's as above, so below, then exactly, like from that deep sense of it, it's how is the sky system above us part of nature, and how is it connected to nature and to the plane? Like if the sky is the positive part of a battery system and the ground is the negative, and the ground is the ground, then now there's like this expanse between those, and that kind of dynamic, and the above and below, and celestial navigation and the way that that maps out to the land, and then also these other, you know, wandering luminaries and how those are all kind of interconnected on their, because they're all making geometric relationships to each other and all kinds of alignments all the time. So it's pretty fascinating. It's like it all seems synced up in this way, even though those luminaries are in their own cycles. It seems intimately like the universe cares about us to a degree that it's intimately reflecting the sky with our very life, moment to moment, as it passes, from how our minds, our emotions, every component of that is connected to the actual geometric relationships that they're making at that time to such perfection. It's unbelievable to think that you could have things that are in their set cycles and linking to everyone's life. It's like a synchronicity system beyond perhaps any human comprehension of how that could even be happening, but certainly in my viewpoint is foundational to a creator being required for that.
Yeah, and I mean, you used a key word there, intimate, and like, you know, intimacy is a relationship, and that's where all the magic happens, right? That's where all these expressions and the poetry occurs in the relationships between these things. And this is another example of how they hijacked it, because they realize that there's this power of understanding the relationships between things, the geometric relation of things, the temporal relation between things, the whatever, right? And they realize everything is related, which means everything is relative to one another. And oh, there we go. Theory of relativity. Everything's related. Yeah, it's all relative. Yeah, they're relatives because they're related to each other. But they took it and, you know, turned light into a material and just hijacked the as above, so below, and the power of understanding relationships, and based it all on light. And it's so weird. It's so weird how all of the major concepts of every religion and worship system are found within the heliocentric, you know, contemporary astronomical sort of, you know, scientism religion. It's the same thing with a new paint of coat all the time. They worship the light, you know, the sun is the most important thing, and everything's related. It's all generally relative, and as above, so below. The mechanics of, you know, the stars are the same mechanics of the earthly mundane interactions. It's the same story told a different way, and it's all that ever happens time and time again. They're just carrying
exactly, but I mean that axiom, exactly, that axiom of above and below being correlated doesn't work on a sphere. Because on a sphere, you might maybe say something like as outside, inside, maybe, because if you have the solar system with a globe in it and it's the third rock from the sun or whatever, then you have all these other big spheres. Well, now it's not above and below in terms of the position of Venus or Mars, etc. Now they're over there. So I guess maybe you could say as outside, or as outside of the Earth, on the Earth, inside, outside. I don't know. But the as above, so below, that axiom is just completely fractured in the globe concept, and that it's no longer the case in terms of that in their model. In that sense, it breaks that and turns it into this kind of all these directions all going out from this radius thing, and there is no above, there is no upside down, there's just this spinning ball, and it's all kind of dislocated.
Yeah. Hey, great stuff, man. I'm gonna take a back seat for now so some other people can pop in. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You know what it reminded me of? It was as cool, really. The birth cycle. Like if a lady's cycle of 9 months and you divide it, right, into like 28, you get 252, right, which is like BEB, like baby. I don't know, that's weird, But like if you divided the 9-month cycle and what they got going on with the zodiac and the time, just the amount of time and to spend, when it catches up and everything, and you're trying to correlate into like nature, yeah, it all kind of works. It's kind of like they took you away from the 28-day month that it could be, or what it might, be more in sync with nature, and then put you to like 38, 28, 29, 30. I mean, I'm sorry, 31, 30. You know what I'm saying? Just different amounts. Scattered it.
I know I said I'd take a back seat, but the birth cycle of 9 months is 273 days, which is one of those very special numbers you're going to see all over the place. 273. That is like the moon, the sidereal moon cycle is 27.3 days, and they tell you the moon is 27.3% its diameter compared to the Earth's diameter, and with the correlation of the tides, the moon, and women, and the moon cycle and a woman's cycle of the period being 27.3 days, and then the birth cycle being 273 days. Like, these are just some of those poetic synchronicities that just seem like an obvious hint that there is a beautiful story that we're involved in. It's on par with the eclipse itself, where it's just one of those reminders, just in case you were getting a little bit materialistic and overly logical in your worldview. Here's an eclipse for you motherfuckers. Just a reminder, that don't believe in one in a trillion billion chances. Just a little reminder that this place is magical, in case you forgot.
Yeah, it does show a very specific timed occurrence of. I think of the eclipses, as I said that term earlier, but as alchemy, like essentially it's like celestial alchemy, where the two magnetic forces. Yet it seems to show as well, like the polarity. In my understanding, it's all kind of built into the system, because you have the sun, you have the moon. The moon seems to get charged by the sun, and it fluoresces its light. And the position of the moon in correlation to the sun will be correlated with how the moon is fluorescing its light, whatever the geometric angle is. So then you get all the phases. And then you get the new moon, where it basically disappears. And it's interesting that it's actually called a new moon. It's like, is it actually a new moon? Like, how do we know it's the same moon that was there in the last cycle? Because it disappears entirely. And then a new thing comes from the sun. So if it disappears entirely from our reality and is completely invisible, and this would be something, if the globe model were real, they could actually take satellites out there and actually show this if it was a globe. But of course, in reality, we always we never see the moon during a new moon. And of course, in their whole heliocentric, they've never shown that. So if it isn't there at all, then does it disappear? Does it recreate? Is it some kind of plasma imprint from the sun? Is there some kind of electrical arcing or process that happens, or charging of some sort? And that's just during a new moon. And then, of course, the full moon when it's full. But then, like you said, if you added in the eclipses and when that occurs, that's even more interesting and poignant in terms of how that is like such a rare event. And then all the symbolic meanings of eclipses and all the things that have been correlated over humanity's history of things that talk about eclipses. Like, that's often when new seeds are planted big time, like whole new phases in people's lives. Like, there's so many interesting correlations to eclipses as well as how they're correlated. And the fact that those all happen in a cycle, it is incredible.
Yeah, and they say that the lunar calendar and the solar calendar, they realign and start at the same starting point every 33 years. And this is perhaps one of the layers of the 33 Masonic, worshiping of that, or honoring of that number, and perhaps the reason behind the Jesus's 33 years of life. But then there's also the 33 vertebrae of an adult spine, and you want to say that, like one came first, but when you have 33 spinal columns, but then you also have a lunar and solar cycle resetting every 33 years. You say, well, neither of those could have came first, unless you want to take it from a heliocentric Big Bang model, where the Earth and the Moon existed, and then humans came along afterwards. But it'd be a far stretch to say that the human anatomy was somehow related in its design to the heavenly bodies. But that's exactly what so many things point towards. As above, so
Exactly.
below.
Yep. Exactly.
So it's time to just
combining.
it's time to get all hokey. Let's not get too carried away. But like
That's why I was
Tesla
referring
said, Go ahead.
Exactly. And I was talking about alchemy earlier. I think that word alchemy, there's so many like modern day they've kind of hijacked it. And there's a lot of modern day things that are in different ways. But I mean, alchemy essentially was the original chemistry and the original understanding of elements on the earth and how they're combined. And then that goes into sort of natural medicines as well and blending medicines. But the term alchemy, just in terms of having it essentially involves having a container. And then within that container, within that vessel, you have the combination of elements. And those elements could be anything from physical elements to emotional, psychological, all different layers and level, or celestial, like the actual alignments of different components that then bring new components into your vessel or into your kind of into your system. So like just real quick, for example, like in terms of like a transit, let's say you have Pluto that aligns with your moon. Well, the moon is connected to the emotions, and Pluto tends to be very cathartic. It's kind of like the soil that's being churned up and being transformed. So Pluto's all about activation, transformation. It intensifies things as well. So if Pluto aligns with your moon, you may go through a period of more emotional turmoil, maybe releasing things from your childhood, because moon is also connected to childhood. It's connected to that kind of inner part of us, the emotional, the child as well. And in a way, it's connected to the mother archetype because it's like the nourishing, emotional, being in the womb, the reflective, all of those components of the moon. So if you have like a Pluto moon, now you have this Pluto of this intensifying cathartic energy archetype that's now coming in and aligning with your moon. And that transit might even last a couple of years in the case of Pluto because of how slow it moves. So it might be a couple year period. And if that's then correlated, which it so often is, with various things that are connected to those two combinations, like emotional cathartic things or various different components connected to that for different people. So anyway, it's just an example of alchemy happening on a celestial level like that, where you have this kind of combination of elements within the vessel. And in that case, your body is the vessel, or your soul, your psychology, your mind, all of that, and your body is then the vessel for that alchemical combination or that cycle to be occurring. And everyone experiences them uniquely, although the core archetypal dynamics are there in all cases with that kind of alchemical combination.
Yo, Gio, what does it mean when your moon is in Leo?
Well, when it comes to that, basically, each luminary, I kind of see it as like they're colored by the signs, because the signs are like the fixed stars, and then the wandering luminary would be kind of amongst those. So wherever it's positioned, it's kind of like putting glasses on, as it were. So if it's like a moon in Leo, it's kind of like putting Leo sunglasses on, and the moon is then expressed through the actual Leo energy.
I just want to say on that alchemy.
But I guess you were asking for specifics, though. Yeah, I could say some. I mean, everyone would express it uniquely, but I could give a lot of the general ones and a lot of the common.
It sounds like you know your shit.
I just wanted to say on that alchemy front of the conversation that the human body, the human being, really is the most talented and capable alchemical vessel to propagate transformation and transmutation. We take in, and then all we do is eat food, but what we can do by taking things in, the output that can occur, it's the most incredible transforming like a machine there is in the world. We terraform. Besides the Earth itself, humans are the most capable alchemical vessel there is. Third to none, not second to none, but third to none.
What are your criteria?
My criteria?
Yeah, to gauge that.
Okay, so I want you to like imagine some sort of machine, right? Because you can you relate to me that like a human in a very limited sense can be called a machine?
Sure.
Okay, so I want you to think of a machine having an input, and then there's going to be some sort of digestive or consumption or, metabolism sort of process going on, right? You put fuel in one side, and then it extracts the potential and the energy from the fuel as it metabolizes, and then it's going to take the potential of what it takes in and then do something with it. So I want you to think of any machine that you could ever think of being built where all you do is give it some apples and bread, and then what kind of machine, or what kind of machine could do the most amount of activities and create the most change in this existence if all you give it is just some apples and pears and bread.
Got you. So you gauge it on like variety of actions, like
and potency.
What?
And potency, right? The potency of the change that it can create. The task.
How much it can affect the environment.
Yeah, exactly. So you just give humans some apples, and they will do wondrous works. They are the most talented, besides the Earth itself. Humans are the most capable alchemical vessel for transmutation of taking one thing and turning it into another thing.
That's fair.
That's a little self-esteem boost for any of you feeling like you're not very capable. Now you are the most capable thing in existence. You know?
Yeah, and it seems to be that like we were talking before about the sky and the way the sky is connected, to the point to where, for a lot of people who have looked into this and have researched it and actually looked at the correlations for themselves, because the thing about this term that's astrology, as it were, I used a different term for it because I think that's kind of the outdated old terminology, because astro is connected to like heliocentrism and so on. But
what do you use? Alchemy?
I use luminariology.
Okay.
So I refer to them as the wandering stars as luminaries, including the sun and the moon. In kind of classical, a lot of different astrological systems, to use that word, the sun and the moon are considered luminaries, whereas the other ones are considered planets. But the more ancient understanding of it, in terms of like in the Vedics and a lot of these ancient Mayans and Aztecs and so on, is that they were all seen as luminaries in a sense. All of the ones that wander, differently than the fixed stars. Although even in a sense, the fixed stars are referred to as well. So there's sort of like the wandering stars are like a special subset of luminaries, and the word luminary just meaning a light emitting celestial object.
Yeah, the 7 classical planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Sun, Moon, the ones that don't stay in the same position relative to all the other stars. They travel around. They hang out with different friends throughout the year. They're nomadic in a sense. They travel to different houses.
Yeah, they seem to be like on their own frequency. It's interesting, like the way that the sun moves, between the tropics and over the equator. Well, all of let's just call them the wandering stars, wandering luminaries, or planets as they're called today, those are all doing that. So, and they're all doing it in a different frequency. So they're all going from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn and then back, but they're all doing it at a slightly different speed. It's actually unbelievable. This is what I figured out, and I never knew this before. I personally figured it out because I've never heard of this because of how everything's been hijacked. But I do think this is I think the ancients knew this, and it is easily just observable. But essentially, if the fixed stars are moving the fastest, and then all of the quote unquote planets, they're all moving a little slower than the fixed stars. but they're all doing so at different rates. Not only are they going slower than the fixed star at different rates, they're also each one's doing a different time that it takes for it to go from the Tropic of Cancer out to the Tropic of Capricorn and then back to the Tropic of Cancer. So there's that cycle, there's the tropic cycle, and then there's how long it takes for it, since it's going slower in the fixed stars, for it to get all the way back in the fixed star field where it was originally, to make a 360 degrees. So you have those two factors. And when I can't believe this is because I never knew this before. Like I said, for me, this was and I've never heard it said anywhere else, but it is the case. Those two cycles I just mentioned, the time it takes for it to go through the tropics, travel inward, inward, outward, as it were, or just in our sky, that's just what it is. It's up and down in declination, depending on your position in the sky. So these are actual positions in the sky. The time it takes to go between the tropics is the same amount of time as it takes for it to make one 360-degree cycle in the zodiac, and the zodiac is the fixed stars. So because the wandering planets are going slower than the fixed stars, it takes 1 year for it to get all the way back to the same position. So if it started at 0 degrees of Aries and went all the way around, once it gets back to 0 degrees of Aries, the time it takes for it to do that is the same amount of time it takes for it to go between the tropics. And they're all synced up like that. And that's what they call the orbits in the heliocentric model. Saturn is 28 or 29 years, and Uranus is 84 years, and Mercury is 88 days, etc. That's the time it takes for it to do that, and they're all synced up, except technically Mercury and Venus, which they don't ever get further from the sun. That's another complexity, but they only get a certain range from the sun. But all the other ones make that full cycle, and like the orbit, quote unquote, that they took in the heliocentric model, that's where they got those from. And I just blew my mind to know that the speed that it's going slower than the fixed stars and the time that takes is the same amount of time it takes to go between the tropics. When I first figured that out, it just blew my mind. I didn't even comprehend that was even geometrically possible to have them tracking in those ways, but apparently it is, and it creates like the sacred geometrical kind of frequency pattern.
Yeah, bro. And one that you left out that's actually really easy to remember is that Jupiter is 12 years, and so I'm thinking that maybe since you got the Chinese zodiac system, which differs from the Western zodiac system, where we're all, the Western is concerned with what month, which of the 12 months in a complete year cycle we fall into, but the Chinese zodiac is concerned into which year you fall into in a 12-year cycle, right? The year of the rat, dog, dragon, lion, whatever. Right, and so it seems like instead of worshiping the sun, the Chinese zodiac has more of a fixation on Jupiter, perhaps because of its 12-year cycle. But by the way, if you guys Google how long does it take for the moon to rotate once upon its axis, you're going to get 27 days, because that's a sidereal month instead of a synodal month. Right? The full moon cycle is 29.5 days, but the sidereal month is 27.3 days. So, and that's the rotation around its axis. So, if you Google how long does it take for the moon to rotate once upon its axis, you get 27 days. The funny thing is, you know that light in the sky that's the exact same apparent size as the moon, that we call the sun? If you Google how long does it take for the sun to rotate around its axis once, they will tell you 27 days. So not only are they're the same size in the sky, but they're also claimed to rotate at the same angular rate of rotation once every 27 days. It's incredible.
Yeah, 27.3 as they would claim it. But yeah, that is
to think that the moon and the sun spin at the same rate. That's just crazy. But there is a truth to it though. When you track sunspots, near like the equator of the sun.
Are you talking about the axial spin, as it were, of the moon?
The axial rotation of the moon and the axial rotation of the sun are both 27 days for one rotation.
Well, I think that's kind of a result of how they reverse engineered the system, because if you have like the moon, like say a sphere moon around a sphere Earth, because that moon makes its 28-day cycle around the Earth, around the Earth as it were, because it's 1 month as it were, so because it takes that amount of time for it to do a whole rotation, they kind of have to say that it's spinning on its axis at that same rate to account for the fact that we only see the one face of the moon. And then
they back themselves into a corner.
Exactly. And then claiming the sun has a rotation, I guess that's just also rotated, that's just calculated off of the spin of the Earth because, or actually, I don't know, where are they getting 27?
No,
they're just claiming that it's doing that?
That's sunspot.
Sunspot shit? Okay. What do you think about? Do you think those sunspots, what do you think about that, actually?
Well, I have nothing that will satisfy that question for you. I just don't. But I do have something I do want to share with you about sunspots. And that's what they call solar minimum. Heard of that? Where like the heartbeat of the sun, the 400 year long cycle of the heartbeat, one pulse. I'll take that as a no. Well, anyways, so they'll tell us that there's a 4-year-long cycle that occurs with the sun, and it's like a expansion and contraction. It's like one single heartbeat, right? And it's visualized by sunspots. Every 400 years, all sunspots on the sun disappear, and it's sort of winter solstice, right? It's like a slow-mo version of the winter solstice. At one point, no sunspot at all, and after that moment, it'll grow in activity for 200 years, and it'll reach its most active, right, 200 years later, and then it'll decline in activity and have less sunspot activity until it reaches that 400 years later back to square one, where all of a sudden there's no sunspot activity at all for a couple months or weeks or a year or something like that, right? And that's one very interesting thing about sunspots, is that there's like a rhythm, there's a 400-year rhythm to it, and when sunspot activity decreases to none at all, they call that the solar minimum, and it's always associated with a lot of catastrophes on Earth, actually. And not to freak anyone out, but the solar minimum is going to occur the next 30 years. So there might be some big weather events or something coming up pretty darn soon, 30 years. It's a weird time to be alive, to witness a minimum where there'll be no sun activity very, very soon in the near future, and it's sort of a bad omen. It's not good. Sunspot activity is a good thing. When it goes away, it's kind of a sign of bad times.
Well, to me, it's not as strong as right now. It's blaring. At least in my area, it seems like there's a lot less chemtrails these days. It's pretty clear up here, so yeah, it's a strong sun. So it's definitely
it's a strong
blazing.
sun. In the next 30 years, all sunspots will stop existing, and for a long period, maybe like a year or two, there will be no sunspots soon, and that's been associated with some pretty bad things happening on Earth.
Well, what's the verification of the sunspots in the first place, though? That you to know they exist to then put that omen on them.
Right. It is as far as they've been tracked, right? It's sort of like a pattern that is sort of like hypothesized or like calculated, you know, where it's like we feel, right? What they tell us is that, you know, we feel, we assume, we calculate that the pattern in sunspots that we're recognizing right now is something that happens on a 400-year-long cycle, and then people have looked back in time in year increments and tried to, you know, correlate and associate it with that. But of course, you know, how in the world was it? Like, I hear your point, and I appreciate it, because I asked myself the same question. It's like, how were people observing sunspots 400 years ago? I think they just weren't, right? So where is this really coming from if we don't even have the ability, you know, in with solar filters and telescopes, you know, to actually see this decrease of activity? I don't know why they say it, but you know, they do this. They'll claim it with pretty much absolute certainty. But yeah, good question. I asked that myself too.
Well, there's also the question of, in terms of, well, yeah, there's that in and of itself, and then what they actually are. Like, is it more of an electrical phenomenon? I mean, because the way they're claiming that they, you know, what they are is like their own explanation of what the sun is, and then the solar system, and then the vacuum, and all that.
They're
I mean,
weird.
these things in the sky, like, it seems like a lot of these, like let's just say like the wandering stars, the planets, the luminaries, etc. Like those, they do seem to have like what I think is like electromagnetic phasing, where they do seem to have certain characteristics. And ultimately, I would say that's what the moon is. Like, it's a celestial crystal that has that organization, the luminiferous material, which ultimately is quintessence, and that's what the ancients referred to that as quintessence, that higher octave layer of the ether, whereas the level we're on is like the earthly layer of the ether.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't got it all figured out, but I feel like there's certain ingredients I need to figure out how to properly mix to bake this cake. You know, those things would be, you know, the sun, the moon, the other 5 wandering stars, electricity, maximum dielectricity, you know, music, harmony, cymatics, traditions and ancient wisdom, traditions and wisdom, and just like anatomy and biological systems. And I think all these things, Roy G. Bibo's light spectrums, electricity, the lights in the luminaries above, and like all these processes going, and you know, geometry and arithmetic and music. I feel like all of these things like reveal that they all have this sort of flowing through all, and they're all like expressions of some truth that can, and like I mean, that's all I'm working on. It's like I have a strong hunch that no matter where you look, everything's pointing in the same direction, and they're all telling me, head that way, go that way, and I'm just trying to like follow their instructions, you know. And I feel like there's all sorts of people throughout history who have followed those instructions of where nature and everything they observe and everything they feel inside themselves and think about is pointing them towards. You can call that enlightenment or higher wisdom or whatever. But one thing I feel very confidently is that our books there are spoken word lessons. There is information out there that has so much of this system out is just we're just not privy to. It's just it's a cult. It's private. You know, I'm pretty sure there's people on this earth that understand more than we do, but it's exactly the type of stuff that we're like searching after. And they have it. They just like to keep it to themselves because knowledge is power and they'd rather not share the power. Respect that, because if I learned something really amazing and powerful, I wouldn't just go telling everyone about it because I wouldn't want it to be put into the wrong people's hands, which is the funniest thing. Because very recently I realized that the Kabbalah, Illuminati, Freemason, whatever secret society, wisdom keepers that are occult and esoteric and private and whatever, like I consider them in a sense to be my enemy in this world because of the way they're abusing their position of non-ignorance of knowing. But if I ever learned that they learned, I'd probably become what I currently want to destroy. I would create the exact thing I'm trying to destroy. And I see that happening even like right now, where I've gone out into the Discord realms and I've met really cool people, and you know what? I created my own Discord to work on some important tasks with a fellow like-minded people to form my own community. And yeah, I don't let everyone in there, and I only want to surround myself with people who I like, initiate and invite, myself personally, or who my trusted friends, my close trusted friends invite. It's like, God damn, I'm so against all these powerful secret societies, but what am I trying to create? A powerful secret society of wisdom holders. It's like, oh shit, I guess I can't blame them for doing, what they've done, because I kind of feel like I do the same thing, honestly. I try not to abuse it, but when a system gets so large, there's no way that one person can be like a central authority ruling over all of it. It's sort of like if you have 18 children, you can't keep an eye on all of them at once, right? You're bound to have a pretty rotten kid who's just horrible, throws his whole life away, because you can't give the proper amount of attention to a kid that he deserves if you have 18 children. There's a physical limitation.
Unless you've got 5 wives. Some
oh sure, yeah, maybe if you got 5. You're right. Yeah. That's a good point. I'm against that for me in my personal life, how I'm going to live my life. If it works for those wives and that husband and for them, more power to them. But I can barely handle one.
Yeah, I'm against that too. 5 wives means 5 mother-in-laws.
Well, yeah, a secret society should only be so powerful or so large with so many members, or else it's just going to get out of hand. You got to have self-regulating small groups that really are self-reliant and self-responsible, and what's the term? Self-sufficient, right? Self-sufficient, because you don't want too many people relying on one leader. That's the weird thing going on nowadays with presidents of countries of a few 100 million people. It's it's just an antique tradition that we should abandon. You can't have one guy ruling over millions of people, making decisions for them like he knows what's going on in every corner.
I actually have a problem with the term self-sufficient. I think it's kind of a psyop to get people away from community sufficiency. This idea that you can just go to the woods and you'll be able to
You're right.
produce everything on your own is kind of a fairy tale. But I'm not hating
Right.
on what you said. I agree with a lot of it. I
Yeah,
just was adding that.
I gotcha. No, I agree with you. You want to be as self-sufficient, uh, like there's this like psychology term where they say maladaptive. Have you heard that term?
No.
Well, maladaptive is like usually like an adjective for like behavior, right? And it's like when does a psychiatrist say that you have like a mental disorder, right? Well, he says it's a mental disorder when the behavior you exhibit is maladaptive to your life, meaning like it's unnecessarily costful or costly, right? Like it's wasting your time or energy or attention to a degree that's like hurting you in other ways of your life to it, like a very noticeable manner. And uh, so, like, it's a fine line, but at a certain point, you can cross that line, and it's like it's okay to be fearful. Like that's an important aspect of life. But when you're like overly fearful, that's when that becomes like maladaptive, and it's like, well, you're just way more afraid than you need to be, and it's like distracting you from accomplishing things that you should be focusing on. You know. I forgot why I brought that up. I swear it was related. I forgot what you were saying. Well, oh yeah, self-sufficient, right? Self-sufficient, right? So you wanna aim to be as self-sufficient as possible, but also recognize that you'll never be able to do it alone. That is a psyop to say that it's you could if you just work hard, you can do it all by yourself. No, that's wasteful. That's a maladaptive philosophy to live by. You shouldn't try your goal that you're aiming. Your ultimate goal shouldn't be living a life where you only rely on yourself. That's bullshit. But what you should do is be a person that can support as many people around you as possible, while also being supported yourself by those people to a reasonable degree. It's all about being reasonable and practical in your self sufficiency and also reliance on others in a mutual back and forth sort of relationship.
Now, you said you don't think that one person should be in charge of ruling millions. I kind of disagree with that. Do you not believe in hierarchies?
Well, not to the degree of millions, but hierarchies are normal. Like I think communism is great for a family level with babies. So like capitalism would tell you that, people get what they earn, right? That's sort of like the philosophy of capitalism. You get what you earn in a free market, right? But of course, a family structure can't work in a capitalistic manner because that baby it can't do anything. A baby can't earn his keep. You know, does the baby not get to eat because he didn't work or serve anyone that day? Right. So capitalism, in a brutal sense, has no respect for the voluntary sort of uh, donations of others with like the respect to the potential they hold within them, right? Like you can't have you can't have a capitalistic family. You got to have a communistic family where, despite that the father worked the hardest and the baby didn't work at all today, we all get to eat and have our fill of the food at dinner time. Take the earnings and spread it out equally. You know.
I don't think you can call a family unit capitalist or communist. I think that those are descriptive words for types of government, and that doesn't really, you can't really describe a family using those terms. And I think you might be conflating capitalism in the way that you're using it with a family unit with like free will. Because capitalism's all about freedom, you know, freedom to buy and sell with who you choose.
I don't
Whom
think
you
so,
choose.
man. I think capitalism is, you're involved in a system, and you get what you earn. You get what you. If you work harder, you earn more. If you work less, you earn less. And of course, a baby can't earn anything through its labor or work. Communism would be some people work hard, some people don't work as hard, but we all split the treasure equally among ourselves. Right?
But that's never worked ever because
Well,
the
no,
government
it
will
does.
control.
No. It does in a family unit. The father works hard. The baby just sucks on his thumb and does nothing all day but cry and poop its pants. But at the end of the day, at the dinner table, we all split the food amongst ourselves and we all eat. Even though I did all the work, the baby did none of the work, but we both eat. Even though it didn't earn it, I earned all of it, and I give away some of what I earned to him or her.
Just for shits and giggles, why don't you look up the definition of communism and read it, share it with the class.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Well,
whole
you know
point
how
of it,
Google definitions
communism
go,
is to
but I will do that.
government control. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, it's you just can't compare that. You can't say that a family is communist because unless they're part of a communist system and living in a communist country and members of a communist party, I don't think you can call the way you would, some families are more communist. Like, family isn't a government; it's a family. The point of a family is to raise children that will produce more families.
Well, in a way, I'll give him a little credit because he's saying that the Native American Indians are communists, is what he's saying. Because they shared the land, in a way.
Communists didn't share the land, though. They forcefully took the land and reappropriated it as they saw fit.
Well, that's his
Not
idea of
sharing the
communism.
land. Yeah, no, that's why I wanted him to go and read the definition because I don't think he's. I don't. Maybe he does. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe he's going to show me up. I don't.
So it says each person works and is paid according to their abilities and needs. So each person toils away and is rewarded for their work according to their ability to work, balanced out on the other side of the scale of what they need. So the balance there, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that even though the baby can't help, it needs help. And so those are it gets what it needs, balanced out, but there has to be a collective. See, you can't be an individual communist system by yourself. Communism involves at least two individuals, and they will both work as much as they can to their ability, but then they're both going to have needs at the end of the day. And there's going to be some sort of unfair, sort of reallocation of resources that are obtained through that labor according to the needs. And, communism will say that, like, everyone's needs are taken care of, and everyone will get what they need despite how much they actually how much some people may work and get less than what they should receive, and some people work more and receive less than what they deserve out of the fruits of their labors, and some people will work less and derive more fruits than what they earn by the fruits of their labor, or the value of their labor.
Here's the kicker, though. According to who?
I don't know.
That's what
I
I was
guess
going to
just
bring
like
up.
dictionary.com.
Like, who in the family is deciding how much food each family member gets, and then how is that communism? Because ultimately there's a hierarchy. One person decides how much each person is getting, and the baby is not going to eat as much food as a full-grown adult. So it's weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. I see what you're saying. I just
Like I
think.
said, go ahead.
Well, can I just ask, like, from whatever position it is that you're arguing, what is your call to action?
Nothing. I'm just describing how most like wholesome families operate, but I'm not saying that like large like communities should operate communistically. I think communism should be contained to the family unit. I think the family unit is where it's like I think capitalism has I think capitalism needs to stay the hell out of a family unit, and I think that's where communism
Okay,
belongs.
I got a
But
better question for
anything
you. Can you
anything larger
give
than
me an
the family unit,
example? Can you give me an example of a capitalist family that
yeah,
raised their?
yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So a capitalist family says we're
No, I mean
you know
in real life, not an example, not a hypothetical. Like point out a capitalist family that you know I don't did whatever it is you think a capitalist family would do that would differentiate it from a communist.
oh, that sounds horrible. I can hardly take my mind even to to a place to imagine that. I'd rather not because it's gonna be like really brutal and negative. I'm gonna I mean I'll say something real generic, but I'm really not willing to like go into detail because it's a horrible thought. I don't want to ruin my vibe tonight. I'm go to bed soon, but just basically, you know, uh we're all going to hang out and we're all going to cooperate and and use each other mutually to what benefits both of us as far as how we can serve each other and how we can have teamwork. But at the end of the day, I get my paycheck and mine's going to be more than yours because I helped more people and I worked harder than you, so I get more and you get less because I tried harder. And so, you got these kids, they can't get hired. They can hardly sit. They're weak. They have small little bones and small little muscles. They're like 3 feet tall and weigh 32 pounds,
So you
right?
think children should be in the workforce?
No. I'm saying that children can't labor. Children can't serve. There's a twisted way to put it. I think this is a
They
complicated
absolutely.
question,
I
right?
think you and I both know that's bullshit because we've got laws against child labor, and there are countries
No,
that
no, no, yeah,
use child labor.
yeah.
You've
I
gotten
was gonna
like
address that.
I asked you a question, and you said you didn't want to kill your vibe. But I kind of
I
have a
know,
sneaking
yeah.
suspicion that you can't actually provide a real life example of either of these family units that you're describing in such a way that you are, because
No,
it
the
doesn't work
communism
like
one is
that.
just how. No, the example of a communistic family is just the regular old family dynamic that we all know and love. The capitalistic one is what I don't want to go into detail with. That's the one where your son is 5 and there aren't laws in place. Where the only place that will hire him because he's small and he's weak and he's dumb and he's ignorant and he's stupid and can just perform very remedial tasks, he's going to get hired at $1 an hour, right? And then the father, he's smart, wise, educated, trained, experienced, tough, strong, tall, right? He's going to get hired at a job that makes him, $20 an hour, whatever, right? So then they say, all right, well, it turns out oh, look, we ate all our food. The pantry is cleared out, guys. Let's all go shopping, even though we have to together. Let's all go shopping together. I'm gonna buy food for myself, and oh yeah, you guys made money. You're in a capitalistic type family. You're gonna take care of yourself as well. You work for yourself. You buy for yourself with your earnings, right? So this kid's gonna be able to afford one banana a day, while the dad's eating steak and caviar at the end of the night. And
Dude,
that's a
okay, I'm
capitalistic
sorry, dude.
family
You
for you,
are going on these like crazy hypothetical
dude.
tangents that are
Dude,
not based in reality
give me a break.
whatsoever.
Give me a break, bro. What kind of conversation are you trying to have right now? Give me a
I've
freaking
given
break.
you a pretty. Yeah, I feel like I already have given you a break by not pressing the
Well,
issue even further.
Well, there is no issue. There is no issue. I'm starting to develop a problem with you based on your most recent comment there, but I thought we were just talking. Like, what's the big deal, bro? What's the problem here?
I don't know. Maybe we can bring somebody else in on the conversation if anyone else is following. Anybody else care to chime
Well,
in?
his ideas on capitalism are fine, but I don't believe they belong in the family. It's not designed. It's not defined as being a family. It's defined as a government or an economy. So that's, I think, where he's crossing the line.
Yeah, that's literally what I'm trying to illustrate to him. Especially by asking the last question I asked him. But it's cool, man. Like, if you think that the family unit that we all know and love, as you put it so nicely, is a communist, is of communist origin, I don't really care what you call it, as long as people are having families and making babies and having healthy, wholesome lives. Great.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, don't expect a baby to be able to labor away and earn his keep through his toil and sweat, because it's literally
the thing
impossible.
Is, the only place that I know of for sure where there is child labor going on right now that is also a communist country, right?
That's correct.
Like there's Chinese. China's a communist country, and there are children there laboring away. America, on the other hand, is the most famous capitalistic country in the world, and child labor is illegal here. I'm sure it happens in some places.
Right. That's on a societal level, right? I said,
there's no such thing as like a family. Like, we're gonna just go full circle here, unfortunately, but families aren't communistic or capitalistic. That's just
they are.
Doesn't apply to what a family. No, they aren't.
Okay, so
you're gonna need to. I mean, you could probably still make the same argument, but you can't use the word. You can try to use the word communistic, but because communism is a type of government and not a type of family, it's just gonna I think anybody else that would try to have this conversation with you would probably make the same argument that I am.
Well, let me double down. Let me double down and say that family, a mother, father, and child, right, which is the minimal definition of a family, right? Otherwise, it's just a couple, right? There's a couple, male, female, whatever, right? Spouses, a couple, not quite a family. I wouldn't quite use that word. Now you got a child. Now you got three. You got father, mother, child. Now it is a family. So I would say up until the age of 5, or depending on your child, whatever, round about 5, that family should operate as a dictatorship. Not the father as the dictator, but the mother and father are like co-dictators over the child. It's not a democracy. That child does not get a vote on how things are run within that family. If the child had a vote, then that is like we're just going to be having ice cream for dinner every single night, right? Yeah, he's going to get told, he's going to be dictated to. He is not in control. He has no say in it. No matter what he says, the dictator might reflect. The dictator might reflect on his wishes, and maybe a kind dictator. What's up?
Someone's trying to get your attention.
Sure, in the middle of my sentence, I was just trying to finish. Go ahead.
No, sorry, man. My connection was kind of delayed. I was just trying to get in because I wanted to respond to something you said. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I was just going to say exactly right along the line. Yeah, sorry if I interrupted. But right along the lines of what you were saying about eating ice cream every night and stuff. I saw this video of this woman, like this, mother, and it was like a TikTok video or something like that. So obviously it was sort of, but basically but it did seem like it was like documented. Essentially, it was that this woman raised her kids and they had no rules. Absolutely no rules. The kids could do anything they wanted. I mean, within reason, obviously they can't, build a bomb or something crazy. But I'm just saying the kids, there were no rules. So if they wanted ice cream every night for dinner, they could have ice cream every night for dinner. And I think probably within some reason, like she didn't let them physically attack each other and stuff like that. But essentially there was no rules. And ironically, you would think that would make the kids just totally the worst behaved kids ever, But ironically, what it was saying is that it was the opposite. That the kids actually, maybe they ate ice cream for a couple nights, and then at one point, and finally they're like, all right, well now I just want a regular food, and none of the kids had like addictions or like major issues. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there. It's kind of interesting as a like sociological shift, is instead of like the punishment and control, it's actually just letting them do it. And then eventually they kind of, and this is with children, of course. So, but when they're in those kind of developing stages, but it's like they just organically worked it out in that sense. Whereas I feel like in our culture, a lot of our parents were so controlling on us that now people are like locked in certain patterns because of that, perhaps, or, kind of stuck in certain patterns because of like, guilt and shaming and stuff like that.
Can I say
Here's
something
the
about
thing,
that
bro.
really quick? Let me just say one thing about that really quick.
Okay.
I find it very interesting because this is a nature versus nurture thing. If one family does it and these kids, end up being like, I don't really want to eat candy every day. I'm sick of it, whatever. There are other people where I think this is a nature nurture argument where those kids would be strung out. They would rot their teeth. They would turn into addicts, blah, 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 whatever. Like, this isn't one family doing it and them having these results that they say that they have. How are those children when they actually grow up into their 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever? This is a very interesting topic, but I think it's definitely nature versus nurture, and how they will respond to such things.
Right on. And I want to say to you, Gio, that when I was saying dictatorship, there's a big difference between dictatorship and like a totalitarianism, right? So even if you're a dictator, that doesn't mean that every action your underlings do is by your command. You can be a dictator that orders everyone to do whatever they want until I say stop, right? So under a dictatorship, you can experience more freedom and lawlessness and anarchy, like as a subject or as a peasant or whatever. Like a dictator can straight up say, do whatever you want until I say stop, right? So like you were saying about the kids, you said the mom let them, allowed them. It's still a dictatorship, even though they were doing whatever they want. Because a dictatorship is different than being totalitarian, where everything they do is by your command, by your exact direct command.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying with the distinction there. I guess my understanding of that kind of concept is that there just weren't any rules. Like she didn't add any restrictions to them.
Well, there were rules. No, there were rules. The rules were, you will listen to me when I tell you to do something. She just wasn't giving commands. But there was an overarching rule that, I will allow you for now to do what you want. But there is an overarching rule that when I say stop, you stop. And she will enforce that with her power.
Yeah, and I'm not sure in that situation whether because you get into the idea of what if the kids start attacking each other, either physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, all that kind of stuff. Now you have sort of something that's happening that's like there's like almost like a wrongdoing or like abuse. So yeah, maybe that she may have had some boundaries around that, but just the general idea of not kind of having regimented, structures in a way, at least for certain things. But it reminds me of this in certain like African tribes, like the Aboriginals. It just reminds me of this, where if one of the child or teenager of the tribe, if they kind of do something wrong in a sense, like maybe they steal or they hurt someone or whatever it may be, what the tribe does, instead of like punishing them and sending them to jail or some kind of repercussions, what they do is they actually put the person in the center of the village, and everyone in the village surrounds that person and in like a circle, and they basically take turns going around the circle saying something positive about that person. So again, this is the person that just committed some kind of sin, as it were, or some kind of issue. And instead of any punishment, they do the opposite. They put them in the center, and they all say something good about that person. Like something good they did, or some something that they've done in their past. That had value and was positive, and so on. And they basically just give that person praise, and they go around one at a time supporting that person and giving them a lot of positive energy in that sense. So it's just interesting to think of that as, an opposite approach rather than,
Wow.
imprisonment.
That shows love and
Powerful.
forgiveness.
That's powerful stuff, dude. And you know what? I think it would have a very similar outcome in realigning that person to how they should behave, but without all the spanking or physical, discipline or whatever. That's interesting.
Yeah, because so much of what happens with children is like guilt and shame, and like love and guilt and shame get all twisted to where the love that they were getting from the parent, now all of a sudden the parent's mad at them because they're not doing what they want, and so that love gets twisted sometimes with like guilt and shame to where it gets kind of locked in there. But yeah, Platypus, will you jump in?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that's pretty cool what those tribes were doing, but I think that they earned that. And what I mean by that is you can't take a criminal off the streets of a city that's, a violent criminal, someone who's robbed, attempted murder, raped. I don't think that would have the same results. The community is like totally different. And I think in the community where that tradition originates from, I would probably say that rape and murder and things like that are extremely rare, which is why I say, they earned the ability to curb particular behavior through such ways. Because that sounds chill, but I feel like that would only work in a place where there's super social cohesion, everyone's extra empathetic, probably just more like psychically connected. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's probably a whole different psychological setting on like a tribe set of people rather than like society itself in a city. But then think about this though. Think if somebody didn't do something that majorly wrong, or they did, and then a group of people, like say they run from the law, don't get caught. They know what they did, right? They go to this group of people and they're not doing anything bad now because kind of like they're hiding out. And the group of people are like, oh man, this dude's the best artist, the best carver of wood I've ever seen. And he takes that prey and then he starts being like the town, and does good. I see the point in it a little bit.
Well, it just makes me think of the idea like people in our day and age that commit whatever crimes because they have who knows what traumas from childhood and all kinds of abuse and issues. And so then they have all of that's kind of pent up. And then they commit some kind of crime in that way. And then the way our society deals with it now is just, imprisonment and all that. But it'd be such a more positive approach if we could actually give those people support and help, whether that's like therapy or and I'm aware of certain more like experiential therapies that are very potent and can actually work, actually help people resolve things like depression or anger or all kinds of stuff that gets people into crime in the first place, rather than just talk therapy. I'm saying actual like experiential therapies. So it's like if we could actually heal these people and help them to grow and help them to face their own demons so that they can kind of release that and then get to a better place in their life, then instead of imprisoning them, we can kind of actually support them through that process. And then that way they could actually have healing instead of just being like extricated and, quarantined or, the way we do it now. It's really sad the way it's done now.
It's an important question to ask. Like when someone does something wrong and, lashes out onto others, you got to ask yourself, like, what does this person actually need in order to become better? Do they need punishment and restraint, or do they need support? And is there some sort of combination of the two that's different than the way we currently hand, what's the word? Deviants, what's the word? You know what I'm saying? Criminals, whatever, right? It's like, do they need to be punished or do they need to be uplifted from the low state that they're in? And is beating them down really the way to bring them up? Of course it isn't. But that isn't to say that some people need to be like detained. Like if you're out of control, you need to be reeled in physically, perhaps sometimes, But that isn't the complete solution. How do
I
you
was
do
just
it, man?
gonna piggyback on what Gio was saying about how we need to have a better way of treating mental illness and trauma and stuff like that to prevent crime. In Los Angeles County, in the year of 2021, suicide was up 800%. That's, you can take that to the bank. That the source is good on that. 800%.
There's also the expression you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you want to make sure you keep an eye on people and make sure they don't like get too far off the right path. But at a certain point, you've given someone all the chances you can give them to the point where you got to take drastic measures
Yeah,
to,
how could you kind of flip that on its head? You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you can severely limit its choices.
yeah,
Well,
something like that.
We're not really dealing with anything new. It's just kind of force multiplied through technology, weaponry, social
True.
influence, right? There's always been evil people in the world. There's always been bad dogs that are going to bite that need to be put down. Unfortunately, in 2022, these bad dogs can make dirty bombs and poison fucking food supplies and walk into schools and shoot people up, do all kinds of horrible shit that was really never heard of until now. And it seems worse. It does, but I think it's still the same kind of evil. And I think we need to look to civilizations in the past that had a curb on this type of evil. And I know it sounds barbaric as fuck, but I think a lot of these civilizations had kind of a zero tolerance policy, and they certainly didn't use taxpayer dollars to like house and feed criminals.
Right.
Well, let me ask you real quick. Do you have an example off the top of your head of some civilization that even recorded that?
I don't know
The
if you could call
justice
it like a
system of a
civilization.
society, man.
Well, I don't know if you could call it a civilization, but there was a period of time in America where it's like, we hung horse thieves. You make a decision that bad, like your chances are you don't curb that, you don't stop that person immediately, permanently, more people are going to die, right?
No, I thought you were talking about. No, I thought you meant you had an idea or you had a reference for a civilization that had a pretty peaceful way of living because of their remedial approaches.
Yeah, I mean, just look towards any civilization that was on the like at the precipice of some sort of technological advancement, right? Whether it was the Romans with their aqueducts and their their forms of government and their way to like plant massive crops and feed massive amounts of people, or like any civilization that's done great things, they were pretty harsh on criminals. And the great thing is because these all happened in the past, we can see what their justice system was looking like, what their prisons were like towards the decline of that civilization. And it's always that there's just relaxed laws on criminals. There's criminals all over the place.
Well, you know, there's
So
one thing that the Bible didn't have. The Bible did not have a prison system. It was all restitution or capital punishment.
yep.
And by restitution, here's just one example. If I borrowed something from you and I lost it or destroyed it, I would have to replace it. If I stole something from you, I would have to pay it back twice. I'd have to restore to you what I took or destroyed, and then I would have to deprive myself of that same value.
Yeah, I mean that sounds pretty fair, to be honest.
And then the only thing that can't be restored is a life, and so the only thing that you can do is forfeit yours.
Yeah. Like I don't know how all these Americans, I mean people, not just Americans, anybody in any country where they've got a big prison population. Like I don't know how everyone's just okay with housing and feeding criminals. There's like zero rehabilitation going on. And if there is, it's a very small percentage. And I would even argue that there's probably a majority of the prison population is not, they're becoming more violent. They're becoming more criminal in nature because you've lumped them all together in really shitty conditions. And when they come out, you know, they're probably going to go back to crime. So, and the turnaround on fucking criminals, especially in California, is like unreal. They are just letting people out of jail who are in there for some of the most heinous offenses. They're just like, yep, let them out.
But they allow them to go back in now.
Wait, what was that last part?
A lot of them go back in jail.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, if you do something really heinous, like, I don't think that, I think you forfeit it should either be exile or death, straight up. Like, if we have a place to send them, fucking send them. If not, get a rope. And I'm talking about, you know, heinous fucking crimes. We can get into the minutia of that if you want, but.
Wait, you're talking about doing that to a human, like capital punishment, basically?
Yeah, like if somebody was to, like, you know, rape a child and then murder them. They should be removed from the world. What do you think about that?
That'd be okay, but you need to make sure that you have the right person, because there's wrongful.
Yeah.
There's a wrongful. What's it called? Wrongful prosecution.
Of course, I'm not. You know, I'm not saying that. Yeah.
There's another you know, safeguard in terms of the justice of the biblical practice, and that was that you had to have at least 2 to 3 witnesses. You couldn't just have one person come up with an accusation.
Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe 3.
Well,
two or
enough
more, and it could be a
evidence that
conspiracy.
right, or enough evidence that would account. You know what I mean? Like if you got video, the guy saying he did it, or lady, or whatever. You know, like if the person confesses, plus you have proof and evidence. You know, and they're like, "Hey, I'm the only person that knows where the body's at. It's 13 paces to the right under the blue tarp." And they're right. I mean, that would be one. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things that will, help you.
But D-Mac, what if the person claims innocence and never changes it and changes their mind?
Oh, well, then you just got to do your best. You know what I mean? Just like the same way we do now. You know what I mean?
But a lot of people are wrongfully convicted.
Yeah. Well, that's because of the idiocracy of the system, the way it's set up and the way they do things. You got 37 police that'll come in and like walk around and get all their DNA everywhere and do all kinds of weird, and then they'll be looking 20 years for like 57 people around the world, but then the guy was right next door the whole time and they never questioned him. Like, there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on. Yeah.
I mean, while you're right, Gio, that 2 or 3 could be a conspiracy, it takes a special broken, twisted person who's gonna, like, if you came up to me and said, "Hey, Travis, you got to help me get this guy. You got to tell everybody that he's doing this and whatever." I'd be like, I'd have to be just as twisted and broken as you to say, "Okay, I'll do that." You know what I mean? And then to get
right, which then gets into like perhaps what Freemasonry is and these secret societies. It's like a grooming process for those guys to put them through various kinds of sort of grooming and testing, and to basically kind of breed sociopathy and find the other sociopaths that will do the heinous shit that they do, and they have different people at different levels that will do different things. Like, oh, up to this level they'll do that. At this level, then you end up with like the most sociopathic at the top, essentially.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the typical person isn't going to be wired that way to go along to lie so that someone else gets the death penalty for it.
Oh yeah, that's hardcore. Yeah, it's probably lots of situations like that karmically that have gone down. Or if 2 people or 2 or more people are teaming up, the old thing of like they're gonna like take someone over, or like kind of create a coup, some kind of a takeover, things like that, where they combine, which then gets into the whole situation we're in today. I mean, are we under the kind of control, as it were, of people that did that originally?
What would be they got to have reasons too, like, well, you wouldn't do it for nothing. You would do it to gain an estate. You would do it for like some type of gain usually. Every once in a while you have the sporadic chaotic person or serial killer or whatever, but most of the time.
Yeah, like the sinking of the Titanic, where there was several people on that apparently were opposing the Federal Reserve, like very wealthy, politically connected people like John Jacob Astor and several that were involved in that. So yeah, something like that, where those guys were all taken out and then they created the Federal Reserve after that. It's like they got someone out of their way. So in that sense, they're like conspiring to actually just kill people straight up to then get a position. And yeah, to find someone else that's going to go along that with you. Because imagine, like, if you told the person, like, "Hey man, I want to do this," if they went the other way, just like in movies and shit, we see that, now they know what you're going to do. So then it's like, what, now you got to kill them, so it doesn't get out. Like, it's crazy in terms of, it's like, there's a lot of movie plots like that. The old, like, if I told you I'd have to kill you kind of thing. It's crazy.
I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
I mean, what kind of level of sociopathy does it take when they do the other, like starting wars and just letting people be killed and killing people directly, like massive amounts, and poisoning people's bodies? Like, whoever these like entities are, like, wow, they've really done a lot.
You've got that scene in The Princess Bride when Prince Humperdinck describes what he's going to do, and he says, "It's going to be so much more satisfying when I strangle my wife with my own hands and then blame it on another country." But he's just describing it like it's buttering his bread.
What do you think of reincarnation, Travis?
Well, I think I told you my experience back in December when I was tripping out on cannabis. I totally I totally felt like I was being reset at that moment, and in however long that lasted, a lot of the process that was going through my mind was putting those pieces together, that this is what makes reincarnation make sense. I was just like putting this together. This makes sense, and if this is happening right now, then this could be true. So, you know, I always thought that reincarnation was, if I die, then I just start over from scratch as a baby or as something that's newborn. But when I was an adult, like I guess maybe in the late 90s or early zeros, I watched the either 80s or late 70s movie Heaven Can Wait. And the premise behind reincarnation in that movie was this football player died and another guy died and took his place. So the football player was still the football player externally, but a totally new soul. And so then I was like, man, I never thought of reincarnation like that. But that's how I felt when I was high. I felt like I didn't know whose memories I was remembering. Like, I'm remembering this, but that's not my memory. So now it's becoming my memory, and I'm becoming that person.
Wow. Yeah. So was that, so would you define it as like in terms of the experiential quality of it? So not necessarily that it was your life or some kind of past life memory of you in a different body, but instead it was almost the feeling of being reset or reborn in this body, to where or getting memories from, but it wasn't from a different life, or was it?
So let me put it this way again. I there was a mirror on the wall, and I could have been walking back and forth between my rooms for 20 minutes. I have no idea how long it lasted. But there was a mirror on the wall, and it took me like, I don't know, 10 minutes to start to realize that I was perceiving things that without seeing them per se. And at one point I could see my image through my peripheral vision in the mirror. So as I was walking, my movement in the mirror was I could see it, right? But it wasn't a direct look. It was just in my periphery. And so as I kept doing that, I became aware of the fact that I had never seen that person before. But I knew who it was, and I knew that when I saw his face, that I would recognize who he was. And it took me probably another 5 or so minutes to actually get the courage up to actually look into the mirror to see myself for the first time as a newly inserted soul, so to speak. That's how it felt.
Wow, that is interesting. So did it feel like an upgrade of your already sort of identity or personality or soul, or did it seem like something new coming in? And then linked with that, did it seem like a part of yourself that came in that was recently that was previously not available to you? Or did it feel like like something else or something coming in and being integrated into you? Like, if there's
like
any
like an integration. Yeah, but anybody stepping into me would be an upgrade for them. You know what I'm saying? Just kidding. That was a joke. Totally fell flat.
No, I got you. I was laughing. I was just away from my mic.
What about the idea of memory? If you don't have memory when you're born from something else, like what would be the point of reincarnation? That's the thing that I think about.
Wait, say that again.
If you're born as a baby and you don't have a memory of your past life, like 100%, or like what you like, You know, like what would be the point of gaining a new
Yeah.
life and like adding it to nothing every time?
Well, yeah. So like, right, I've thought about that too in terms of consciousness. Like, think about the level of consciousness for a child, for a baby who can't speak. Are they a mature conscience? Do they know what they're thinking, but they just can't, like, they can't walk yet? Like, they're sitting there thinking, man, I've got to wait for like 12 more months before I can even take a step. Like, how much do they know about, and so that's some of the stuff that I've thought about before in terms of their conscious maturity.
And the maturity versus like other things or other insects, beings, animals, whatever, like
I
whatever
don't
you want
know.
to call it.
Yeah. I don't know. But
Back to development.
I just started watching the series Westworld. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's a total piggyback on the Blade Runner, conscious AI, and it's pretty amazing. I think they're doing a really good job of the whole thing, because what ends up happening is like Total Recall. Remember, with Total Recall, the thing that busted the cycle for Schwarzenegger's character was he recalled previous memories. So now these robots in the Westworld are having these glitches because their previous wipes, see, they had their hard drives wiped. Those residual data is coming back to them as like dreams and memories, and they're like remembering other lives that they had. It's really interesting if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's like the barrier of memory that was kind of separated from them in this kind of new experience they're having. That barrier started like becoming porous, and then those memories were starting to come back and kind of fractured pieces. And yeah, it did have some of those themes in it.
In that, in the whole process of that, they did, recall his memory and stuff like that. So like,
Well, Demok, you were saying before, like, why kind of have a clean slate? But if you wanted to live a lot of different lifetimes and you wanted each one to be authentic and each one to be new, then perhaps that's one way to do it. Kind of have like almost like a self-administered form of amnesia where you kind of separate a part of yourself or kind of, clear the memory of those lives and then incarnate in like a fresh, new body, as it were. And then you may have a lot of the characteristics from the other lives, like your own, perhaps like soul personality or your own maybe skills, like if you're an amazing piano player in a past life, and then in this life, when you're 5 years old, you're just already a whiz on piano, stuff like that. That would be in that sense. So you still have some of those like skills and maybe emotional capacities or even like wisdom and knowledge, like some of those things in that sense could carry over. But then the part that's wiped clean is the actual detailed memories of the past life, whether you were a man or a woman, what time period it was, etc. But the actual people that you engage with in that view too could be a lot of the same people, just in different bodies. And each one feels like a clean slate, but then on deeper layers, there actually is like, the history and the details.
like at a certain point you get to the hookup.
But that way you'd have like a fresh life. But of course, there is the idea of remembering parts of it as well. But that way they call I think Sigmund Freud called it a tabula rasa, which is a term that means essentially a clean slate. So it's kind of that concept where you're kind of coming in new in a sense.
But what if your memory, like let's say there is your physical mind, and then there's something called your soul or something, your spirit, who knows what it is. But what if your memory, physical memory, is actually a product of your physical body? So you do have the soul or the spirit, maybe. Your actual memory is it's only experienced through your body, but the subconscious memory or something like that, it would be something different. You know what I mean?
No, I don't understand.
Well, like think about it. Like you can think back and you can remember your experiences. You can do that, but there's things that subconsciously you remember, and so they give you like instinct not to do something or not to touch something because you have like an instinct uh, based on a subconscious, like a subconscious memory. Um,
Well,
it's kind of hard to.
what I got from what you were saying about the memories, because yeah, it makes sense. Like the idea of the memories being stored in the brain. Like for example, my memories of my life. You know, what happened when I was 5, 10, in my teenage years, etc., or even just what I did yesterday or what I had for dinner yesterday, stuff like that. All those memories are pretty close to me in this lifetime because obviously I've lived this lifetime. Granted, age 2 or 3 is a lot further than maybe age 12, which is obviously further than age 25, etc. And then if you ask me what I had for dinner 2 years ago and 2 years and 5 weeks ago on the day, of course, I would not be able to remember what I had for dinner, but I probably could remember what I had for the last week or so. So in that idea, there's the idea that the memories are stored like in the physical brain, as it were, in some way for this lifetime. So then if you were with your soul memory, if you were to be incarnating in a certain lifetime, it would make sense that like in that sense, you're most connected to the memories that are in your, if you want to call it in your brain. But then that brings into it, for that lifetime. But then it brings into a bigger question: what are memories? Are they physical? Are they even physically stored in the brain, or is it both? Like there is certain biochemicals that are connected to them, and maybe even electromagnetic energy. But then they also transcend it. So it brings those questions in. But just to finish this thought too, there are people that have connected to memories of their own past lives that they report that it was the full memory. Like they were actually in the body, they were in the situation. It was as if they were in the body and they experienced that in this body. So from that perspective, it would indicate that the memories are more of like stored in a metaphysical way or in the spirit world itself, and they can be accessed sort of like a Rolodex rather than having to be in the body to have the memory.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. It was an interesting question to mine. It makes you wonder because that when you were that Gio, that was exactly kind of what I was thinking. Like the difference. Like there must be a physical memory, and then there would have to be some kind of other, I don't know, other aspect of a memory, more of a subconscious one that can be carried along through different iterations, or whatever. And so maybe when people have that past life experiencing, maybe that's like a bug or a glitch or something like that, or like a scarring of that kind of memory, something traumatic or something.
One of the other expressions that I had that night, I'm not going to be able to completely paint this picture because it was so surreal, but the memories that I felt like at one point where I was thinking I'm remembering someone else's memories. I was living through a mistake that was made, and so as I was remembering or re-experiencing that mistake, it felt like I was losing my balance while I was walking, so that I would nudge up against the wall or take a misstep that was physical in that moment, if that makes any sense. So it was just so wild. It's if you're walking and you kind of like lose your sense of balance, or if you're going to step up to a step or step down from a step and you misstepped, you know what I mean? That feeling of a misstep, right? So that physical feeling that I had in my body was corresponding to a misstep in a previous memory, so that there was a physical association with that, and I felt like I was reliving some mistakes of the past.
You said you were high off marijuana or edibles, or
I had made a can of butter. I had just done the process, and I had not done it before. I got a recipe from a friend of mine, so I was going through the whole recipe, and I didn't wear gloves And so when I strained the butter out of the cheesecloth, as soon as I did it, my hands were just covered in canna butter. And within 5 minutes, I was out of my mind.
Yeah, this is so crazy. It's like the last time I did it or made it and did it, I mean, I've been smoking every day for 5 years, so it's like my tolerance was, through the roof. However, when I ate, I made so much butter, and I would eat like a baked potato. I'd put an entire stick of butter into a baked potato, and then just eat it. And I was just in another world. I hadn't been that high in a long time. At that point, it's like a different high.
Yeah. It was amazing. I so want to get back there again, man. It was good.
But no, I don't smoke anymore. I smoke like once a month, maybe sometimes once every couple months, and I like it because when I it's like you get like real creative and just your brain's working in a way it hasn't worked in a month.
Well, there's something about cannabis, I think, for a lot of people where, like smoking it or vaporizing it is a certain kind of administration, kind of approach. And of course, there's different kinds. There's your sativa and indica. Sativa tends to be that more activating, visionary kind of, if you want to use that word, psychedelic kind of, whereas the indica is the more relaxing. So there's that component. But there's also the method of administration. And of course, doing like, dabs or vaporizing or with a sativa, obviously it's going to hit you pretty strong. And if you do a lot of it, it's going to have that effect. But there does seem to be something interesting with the edibles where if you do especially if it's decarboxylated, the way that Travis, you were saying, because if you heat the cannabis, which you would do with making butter, it goes through a process called decarboxylation.
Yeah.
And that process creates, when you consume it, it then goes through different pathways in terms of the way the liver breaks down the THC. So it's interesting the differences between like raw and then of course cooked or heated. But in that case, yeah, you obviously, and it depends on what temperature you had it at. But yeah, there does seem to be something with like edibles, especially if it's like a sativa for a lot of people, where if you do like a high dose of it, especially a very high dose, it can be full on visionary, like, meditation times 100, or if you want to use the term psychedelic, a non-ordinary state of expansion and access and so on, the way that maybe mushrooms or ayahuasca or peyote, of course, not really like peyote or ayahuasca or mushrooms per se, but it can, because you're not going to have the visual effects and all those components that those have, because those would be more like classical, full-on visionary plants. But cannabis does kind of blend into that. And if you, like you said, if you do an edible version like that, it can be like a trip in that sense. And some people, especially at higher doses, some people have really powerful experiences, like, like full healing, sometimes ego deaths that lead to healing and insights. And so, yeah, it sounds like you were kind of in that, in that realm with it, which is awesome.
Hey Gio, if I went up the road and I wanted to buy some sativa, how would I know it's sativa and not the other one?
Well, by knowing the species, or you can also test it, but you have to kind of know.
So you'd have to actually see the plant or know the grower.
Or smoke it.
Okay.
Just try it. Try it right there on the road.
We'll find out pretty quick.
I mean, they're pretty well cataloged these days, but there's so many new strains. It's probably hard.
Yeah, you live in California, man.
Yeah, I mean, here, like when you go to a dispensary, they're always categorized, as sativa, hybrid, or indica. And then, of course, there's even, because hybrid, of course, is partly indica, partly sativa. And then, of course, indica would be, really focused on the indica, and then more on the sativa would be just the sativa. But there's also so many hybrids that are in the spectrum. So there's some that are like hybrid / indica or hybrid / sativa, on either side of it, or just kind of true hybrids.
Because like on the street, like most people, you're just buying some weed, right? And they're just growing the plant. They wouldn't even know themselves, most of the people. They're just growing some weed from some seeds.
Right. In a sense, yeah. If you just got seeds, you wouldn't know unless you tested it or if you knew the strain and it was fairly verified that it was that strain, and if that's cataloged, then as long as that part's legit, it should be that. Like if you go to like Strainly or some of these websites where you can type in your strain, although it's still hard to know if you have that exact one. So yeah, there's a lot of, I think, specifics with the genetics and all of that.
Yeah, not here in New Zealand. You have to go up the road and ask someone where you can find it, and it takes half a day to get some, and then it's just green weed in some aluminium foil. Just try it.
Green.
Hey, Gio, if you're ever interested in visiting a farm, I've got a friend out near Reading.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think Grimm's up that way, somewhere up that way.
I was gonna say Grim was up there, and he's in the business.
I usually go to this dispensary that's I don't live in the Bay Area anymore. I'm outside of it. But I often make the drive to go all the way there because there's this dispensary. It's in Sebastopol, down, which is north of San Francisco, and it's just like it's the best dispensary I've ever been to. It's literally the best cannabis ever on earth that I've ever found because they only carry outdoor grown, so it's all outdoor. And there's a whole thing between indoor and outdoor and the components, but just suffice to say, I mean, in my viewpoint, when the plant is outside under the real sun, in the real ether, connected to the real ground electrically, and sees the real sun, is by far the best in my viewpoint, rather than indoors with artificial lights and disconnected from the earth and synthetic chemicals and so on. So this dispensary only has outdoor grown, and then which actually a lot of indoor is quite popular these days because they can make it so potent or whatever. So the outdoor. Anyway, so it's kind of rare that they do that. And then they also have like organic certified and biodynamic certified. Biodynamic is from Rudolf Steiner, and there's a Demeter certification. So they actually have this outdoor cannabis that's Demeter certified, Demeter biodynamic certified. And then they give you information about the farm and how long the farm's been doing it and the different, methods that they use. And then, of course, they're all categorized because that's what I was originally saying. Yeah, like some of them are sativa, some of them are hybrid, some of them are indica, and then there's the CBD ones, the ones that are very high in CBD.
So when they're growing it for medical use in New Zealand, I guess they're growing it in hothouses, so that would still be categorized as outside, eh?
Yeah, there's like greenhouse grown, which can be in between. Sometimes the plants are not actually connected to the earth, like they're in a pot, in dirt, but at least they might get some natural sunlight. And then there's kind of everything in between. Some people actually plant them in the earth, and then they use like semi-greenhouse effects to do the lighting and all that.
Well, like I said,
Yeah,
if you're interested, Daryl, his whole farm is outdoor, and he's got. I mean, if you did go, I would say make it a day or two because you could camp out on his property, and he's got the Trinity River that runs right back, and you could do a river float. It's like a mile plus river float. It's pretty cool, but he's a pretty gracious host. He will absolutely hook you up.
How big is his property? His property's on the roof.
I think he's got. Well, the whole property itself is about 30 acres. The plot where he's got his plants is probably as big as a football field.
Wow. Must be nice in California where
Man, it is. It was amazing. It was Valhalla when I was there.
So just to complete your experience with that, so at the end of it, like what was your like before and after, basically? Like what were the effects afterwards? Like did you have various healing or positive changes in the following days and weeks? Like what did it have that kind of transformative effect?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the purpose was for me to just have that I don't know, that level of I don't know, rewiring the way I think about reincarnation, or just it was. I guess the long and short of the answer would be, I think it was just that experience in and of itself. I don't remember anything in the following days or weeks that I would say was a development from that. It was just that experience itself.
But did you feel any different after?
Only in the sense that I was trying to remember what I experienced, like, because when I was in it, it was very, very vivid. You know, I felt like I was being able to, really comprehend and process what was happening once I got to that spot. Because, like I said, I have no idea how long I had been walking back and forth between the rooms. I just all of a sudden recognized that I was no longer where I started out. I remembered where I started out. I was in the kitchen. And then I thought to myself, like, how the hell did I get into the bedroom, and why am I walking around? But yeah, that's why I wanted to go back. I want to go back and see if there's something else that would be another development out of that. I don't know if I would be able to get there again or what.
You're so guilty.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, you were working with cannabis, but I mean, a lot of people that work with visionary plants who have it is often like that, where there's like a continuation of the experience, of the unfolding that might happen over like several sessions, multiple ceremonies or multiple sessions. It seems as though it's like the psyche seems to be organized in clusters. There seems to be like these sort of condensed clusters of experience, and there's the memories from all of our life, our childhood, etc. But then there's even going deeper into the deeper layers as well, going in terms of that, of like even beyond the biological memories, into like we're talking about previous lifetimes or other experiences, incarnations or knowledge bases, or even experiences in different states of consciousness. And then there often seems to be like some kind of an integration for that person, perhaps. And if there is like trauma involved that it occurred, and then that can sometimes be connected to like maybe a skill or a talent that they have, ironically. So like they have like a wounding or some challenge, and then there seems to be, like psychic abilities or intuitive abilities or creative abilities can be like unlocked, almost like a video game where you kind of like unlock energies. And for a lot of people, by kind of facing those parts of themselves, either the kind of blockage or the traumas, or as they say, kind of face your demons, in that sense, there often is like positive transformation of the personality and of the ego in a way that is, like healing emotionally as well. And I guess my original point is, because you were saying whether it would carry forward, and I don't even know if this experience that you're having is in the category that I'm referring to, but I was just linking that when people do multiple sessions, it's like every time they go in, it seems to unpack another part of the puzzle and integrate another layer. And often as they're going, maybe they don't quite know what it is yet. It's like certain emotions, certain memories. And then once they kind of go through the full process, it gets fully integrated, and like the full kind of awareness of it gets integrated in layers, it seems, often over multiple sessions.
Can I just get a quick question for Travis here?
Yeah, what's up?
You're saying that you would like to go back to that place that you found while you were tripping on your cannabis butter. Do you feel that because you would be looking to go there, that it would become a place that would become inaccessible to you?
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, I totally hear what you're saying. I mean, I have no idea whether or not that would be an inhibitor or if it would be, a conduit. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that I would try it again by doing the same thing. I would make another batch of canna butter and then just get my hands all sloppy with the stuff. It was just,
Sounds like fun.
oh man.
Well, it's interesting. So you didn't eat any of it. That's what you're saying. You didn't consume any of it. It was all just through the skin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because I hadn't made any of the cookies yet. I had a cookie the next day, but that night it was just purely the oil on my hands.
It also reminds me of Albert Hoffman, who first synthesized LSD. It's called LSD 25 because he was actually synthesizing multiple types of lysergic acid derivatives. And that one happened to be lysergic acid diethylamide 25 is what LSD, quote unquote LSD, as most people know it as. But it's called 25 because he was developing multiple of these lysergic acid derivatives, and 25 is because it was the 25th one that he did. And when he first synthesized it, he didn't even consume any of it. He just made it and then put it on the shelf, and really just didn't, because he was actually trying to create drugs for Sandoz Pharmaceutical Company is what he worked for, and they were trying to create certain drugs for headaches and things like that, and for cluster headaches, and then also for certain things in the birthing process. But anyway, so he created it in 1937 and then put it back on the shelf and didn't even look at it again. And then in 1943, he ended up kind of going back over and being like, oh, what about this one? And so he resynthesized it, meaning he made a new batch of it. And he had some of it on his glove, and he essentially itched his eye. So with the glove on, where he had the crystal LSD on the glove. So he just kind of rubbed his eye. And because LSD is so potent, especially in microgram dosages, basically he got what he thinks was about 200 micrograms estimated, which is a pretty strong amount. I mean, that's like 200 starts getting into that range where you're going to want to be sitting down and have some good music on, So the famous story is that he itched his eye and he didn't really even know that he did. And he didn't know that it was active in microgram dosages like that, through the skin, subcutaneous, I think they call it. So anyway, so he started feeling the effects of it. And then he got on his bike to ride home, from work from Sandoz Pharmaceutical Laboratories. And so that's the famous story of Albert Hoffman, on his bike. And so they have this whole bicycle day in San Francisco where everyone does a whole bike trip in memory of that and everything. Because it's this kind of epic, it's like the first time he's on LSD and he's literally biking home. And then he got home and he didn't quite know what was going on. He was feeling all these feelings and he didn't know if he kind of was, came down with an illness or what was going on, because he was feeling a little bit nauseous and, as some energies were being moved through. And then he got home. And so he told his neighbor, that he felt a little off kind of thing. And so his neighbor brought him a cup of milk, to try to help kind of calm him down. And then he ended up kind of lying down and just closing his eyes and just going with the experience. And he had this very powerful connection to his childhood in a positive way, and this whole kind of healing that he had. So basically it went from kind of the nausea kind of crisis phase, into, his just feelings that he said he had never felt since he was a child. Those feelings of just wonder and beauty with nature and connected to nature, that all kind of got revigorated within him. And then the next day he felt incredible, just renewed, positive, totally reborn in a sense, more reconnected with his child part of him, in terms of wonder and positivity. And so from that point forward, he thought, wow, that was powerful. So then the next time he actually took a specific dose of it, he actually measured out 200 micrograms and had an actual experience with it. So, so it just reminds me of that, basically, in terms of that kind of serendipitous intoxication that then leads to, in his case, that the whole discovery of it.
Netflix
Hey,
has a
Gio,
really
I just posted a 24. Sorry to interrupt. I'm going to head off, but I just posted a 24-second video of yesterday. I recorded the moon way up high in the sky, missing its bottom half, and then I panned around and recorded the angle where the sun was. I just wanted to know if any baller had any explanation for that so-called shadow on the bottom half of the moon there, since the sun and the moon both really high, especially the moon really high, but The sun was way up at the top of the trees from my viewing point. Any any baller got any explanation for that missing half of the moon there? And that's just a clip that I took out of the whole video because I couldn't upload the whole video without getting nitro, and that wasn't allowing me to do it. So that's the 24-second clip I took out of it just to show you guys that it's like, I don't know what the ballers are thinking. How does that happen?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone do the hold a ball up trick to see if the light comes in at the same angle when it's on the bottom. I've only ever seen pictures of people doing it where the terminator line is practically vertical. But I've thought about that too myself. I've seen this either way numerous times with the sun or with the terminator going lateral across rather than vertical.
Yeah, well, I'm at 36 degrees latitude south. Yeah. Just coming in, just the beginning of spring right now. Just got a really good day yesterday, so I thought I'd just take a quick video of that, just save it. A lot of, I remember 5 years ago, or even longer, when Flat Earth first sort of came on the scene, all the ballers were saying you can't see the moon during the day, and it's like that got debunked in about 10 minutes. That's how much they didn't know about the moon themselves. I think they learned a lot about the Earth and the sky from flat earthers.
It's very interesting because that looks like more than half the moon too.
You ever seen moon bounce?
What's that?
Have you ever seen the moon bounce?
Like judder, like shivering.
Like while it's in its position, look like it bounces up and down like a basketball, like do 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 do. My son, my son and one of my best friends were at my house in my backyard, and I wasn't here. It's a secondhand story, of course. I don't have evidence other than my son. He swears up and down, and so did my friend. He's passed away, but he swore up and down too. I asked both of them. He said the moon bounced up and down. My son was like, "Look." Like as soon as he said look, they were kind of both looking kind of in the air anyway, like for whatever reason. They were doing something and talking, and they were like, "Hey, something." And then he's like, "Look at the moon. Did you see that?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm looking." And he's like, "Did you see that?" He goes, "Yeah." "Did you see it?" And he goes, "Yeah, it bounced." And he goes, "Yeah, the moon bounced. What the hell was that?" And they were both freaking out, like, what did they just see? And I never really heard too many other people say it. So I was just wondering if anyone else has ever saw it or ever heard about it.
Probably a cloaked spaceship.
Yeah, I've asked him a lot of times. I was like, "Are you sure it was the moon?" He goes, "Yes, the bright moon." And I said, "It bounced." He goes, "Yes." It went do 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 like a basketball. I was like, "Hmm." And he was like, the other guy was standing there and he saw the same exact thing.
Kosher, you want to tell us what's going on with this video, bro?
What video? What video?
Throw your globe cape on. 2:22, 22 minutes after the hour. We got the sun and the moon. Why is that much of the moon visible with the sun up in the sky and not a direct right angle?
Oh yeah, that's not that weird.
Not that weird.
Was that a quarter moon phase?
It looks like
Where's
more
the
than
sun
half
at?
to me.
Well, I know, but yeah, the quarter moon phase is half of it.
Well, it's more than half. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's interesting video. But I mean, it's
What are you looking at?
It's not supposed to line up.
What does that mean?
Like your intuition tells you it's supposed to be pointed at it. but not.
It sounds like you need to go to sleep, bro.
No, I've got a real bad headache. But
By the way, Kosho, what's happened to your mic, man? Like the last couple of weeks, it's just what's up? We can hardly hear you. It's all faded. Like, did you lose what happened to your old mic?
I'm using a laptop right now.
Yeah. What? Yeah, it's just super hard to hear you now.
Is this any better, or is this exactly the same?
No, those laptop mics usually aren't very good. They're real echoey and.
I'm using AirPods too. It doesn't matter. Matters is the what do you call that? Terminator line illusion. Is called. Because you assume it's supposed to be the directions the light the sun of the moon is directed towards the sun. It's not.
Doesn't that kind of work on like if you had a globe Earth or like a planar Earth with the sun and moon above? Because in both you have the orbit or circuit of the moon at a 5-degree tilt from the ecliptic, so there's always going to be the phase is either going to be kind of angling down, sideways, or up.
Yeah, it would work on either model.
Well, it's like it's either like it's either like actually it's either down and to the right, straight to the right, or up and to the right.
My understanding to have the half like that, it should be a right angle, right? I mean,
no, well, yeah, well, if you were to measure it, it is a right angle.
yeah. Here, I mean, I can't tell. That doesn't look exactly like a right angle, but without measurement, I would say it doesn't debunk it. But you would agree that if that's not a right angle, you got a problem.
Yeah, but you'd have to, like, if you cause I've measured a few times on the quarter moon phase, and it's right around a half angle, a little bit less. But that's only if you use the Earth as the fulcrum and 2 sticks point at them. But just by looking at where the light is misleading.
Oh, because we can always just say that the sun's not where it actually is, huh?
Well, no, it's a perspective thing, because it's way further away. You expect it to be pointed at it, but that they're not actually in the position that they appear to be.
So many claims.
I mean, you agree that the sun isn't actually where we're seeing it, right?
Depending on what time.
That's later in the day. You guys claim that's not the real position of the sun.
Yeah, that is a bit lower. Man, that's not too low though. It's slightly off.
I was just told today the only time you see the real sun is at high noon, and even then it's technically a little off.
Yeah, it depends on how precise you want to have it to be, but almost everything above 30 degrees, that's not going to be more than 5 arcseconds off.
Interesting.
No one sees the moon or sun go below the horizon in any orientated area on the dirt or the water that we live on, like on an island, on a beach, on a city street. Like, where is the curve at noticeable to any human standing at such area? Like, what? I don't. Yeah, I don't get where you get all these measurements and these claims, Kosho, without like a demonstration. Like, you guys have like so many like explanations for everything, but then like, where did you get the explanation from without the demonstration?
Well, I've measured quarter moon. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, they desperately came up with all their explanations then, Mark. You didn't know that. It's not like they actually proved them with demonstration or something. They're like, this has to be the case. Let me get a chalkboard out. Oh, this is our new theory. Oh.
Right. And that's the whole
That
problem
might
with
be true
everything
for
he says.
probably true for some people, but like I said, I've measured the quarter moon several times. And last month I measured the quarter moon last month.
Measured what about it?
The angle between the moon and the sun.
The angle. What?
Yeah, but the angle
And
is
last
not
month,
going to prove that. It's not going to prove we're on a ball, though.
The angle.
When I did it last month,
What angle
Yeah,
did
when I
you
did
hit?
it last month. Go ahead, Demont.
I'm just gonna ask
No,
what
finish what you're
angle.
saying. Hold on, Demek. Before you ask him another question, just let him respond to that one. Go, right there, Kosher. Go with it.
Well, I was just saying about measuring it. I measured it last month, and so I measured the angle between them, and I was using that to try and determine the distance of the sun to see if I can get the accurate distance. And sure enough, I did. I got what, like 90 something million miles.
You say stuff like that out loud, bro.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, the
I think
method.
you and I both know that doesn't mean anything.
The method.
It kind of does.
Hold on a second, Kosho. If you did math that just popped up today, and you're just doing it from your orientation of a spot that's never been achieved before anybody else that hasn't sat on that location and did it, how do you have a method to that, to an angle of your orientation on a sphere to a fixed point that's 238,000 miles away from where you are, from, like, say, someone who does it in China or the ISS or wherever supposedly we have the information supposedly from? Like, how can you compare your spot on the dirt to anything else and say it matches? That, to me, right there, tells me that that's not true. That can't be true. That's
Well,
impossible.
what is true? Geometry is true, and it is true
Geometry.
that if this is only if the light from the sun is what's lighting up the moon, giving it shadows. If that's the case, then during the half moon, during the quarter moon phase, when it's half lit, you should be able to measure using the Earth as a fulcrum and the other two objects as the points. You should be able to measure the angle and take a tangent of it.
Damn, bro, shut the server down, Gio. This dude just converted me, bro. I never even thought about that.
I mean, it's a
No,
valid
no, you
point.
shouldn't. You're talking
Okay.
you're talking about geometry on paper of a spherical form on paper. You're not talking about the bumps and lumps and dips and valleys and waters of dirt earth. See, and you say angles and this and that and like degrees. Do you mean 69 miles per degree in the sky? Like, what do you mean? So does that mean that that object you think is like 70 degrees is like what? Whatever times? I mean, what are we talking here? Is that the distance too? The amount of degrees, 69 miles per degree? Does that work in the sky too? Or no? Just an imaginary dirt earth? I mean, the angles you claim, the distances and the orientation, and you're like, hey, I'm standing in Norway. Look, lo and behold, the calculation matches. Oh, I'm in America. Look, it matches. I'm in China. Oh, look, lo and behold, it matches the method. The method of what? A method from somewhere else that you didn't form that method and repeat that same exact method from that place where it was done. How could your method be the same as that and come back from the same calculation and same mathematical formula? Like, it doesn't even make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
That's a good point, man. I think about that.
Hey, you guys, I'm putting up some pictures of some really weird terrariums that are underwater. And it made me realize that if there were other civilizations across the ice and they were domed, we could share a sun because the sun would take the same path across their covering as well.
Right. That's true. In your little bubble wrap plane format, yes, sir. That's how it would react.
So we could share a sun with other civilizations, technically.
That's a bubble wrap Earth. Not really bubble wrap, but just the top little edges of the bubbles, you know what I mean? Like bubble wrap has. Little domes.
I was fighting on why they could have satellites survive the temperatures. And they were telling me, oh, it doesn't heat doesn't transfer through space. And I'm going, fuck, I can feel it outdoors, right?
Oh.
They're going, no, that's only radiation. It's not heat. And so I've been
Radiation
trying
is
to
the
figure out,
What?
is the sun reacting to what it's hitting when it hits us?
How would the sun hit you if heat's not transferred through space?
and radiation
Yeah.
is a type of heat.
Yeah, it seems like a dead killer, really. I mean, they're
That doesn't make any sense.
They're saying that radiation hits the Earth, it gets excited, somehow turns to heat, then gets trapped on the way out in the atmosphere, and that's where our heat comes from. But I'm going, no way, because just like you're saying, I can feel it on my hand.
Hits the earth from where though? Like from the earth from where? So it's got thermal pockets in the earth and it just sets it out like a radiant energy from earth itself, or it takes in from somewhere and puts it out. Like, is that what you're saying?
It's something about the fucking word radiation and types of radiation. I'll have to figure it out. That's their
No, that's radiation. Radiation is a type of heat, and convection is a type of heat. Heat, and they're both two different forms of heat transfer. So radiation can travel through empty space, and when it hits the Earth, it transfers to convective heat. And that's why it's able to
So why do some satellites worry about heat and some don't?
right, depending on the material.
No, none of the materials are appropriate. Only tungsten and molybdenum. There's only a few things that could survive 3,500, 4,000.
But it's not
There's no empty anything. There's no such thing as that. Now, when you take a rocket, Dan the Waterman, when you take a little guy on a rocket here on Earth, like a little guy can have like just a little metal bent U shield. It's thin as hell. It's not even really. It's pretty crazy, weird how they do it too. It's just got a big motor. The motor is so red hot that it starts to melt its own pipes. And and the guy's just riding it, and he's just sitting there riding it through the desert. Now he has no surrounding portion to the car except it's like a go-kart, big motor with a rocket motor. He's riding a rocket, and it's a go-kart rocket. And the only thing protecting him from the rocket blast or the shielding of the heat is just a U, like a J form of steel or like metal. But he is going really fast, and he does have the wind at him. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different, but I'm just saying, like, that works in that aspect to keep that guy alive. So I don't know how good it would be in space or any other.
Well, he's just ahead of the heat, so there's no biggie there.
Right. I'm just explaining that, like in that scenario, this when he stops and he does it a lot. He said these materials still withstand, glowing red hot. So like to that extent, they're good. Anything past that or beyond that probably would start to like corrupt the material integrity itself and melt it.
You'd think the nozzles on rockets would be pretty melty mess.
I mean, where do we find out? Where do we send rockets up, or toy rockets or little rockets? Not even a toy. Make it as real as you can. Put weight to it. Whatever you got to do. And a big old vacuum chamber, which we have these. I mean, I don't know why we don't have. There should be so many different things done in science than what they just keep doing the same thing and showing you a picture. Well, we have a picture of this, or oh, we did that this way in some kind of weird terms and conditions. Like, no, you should have 20 million different things.
I was just reading this shit on this new rocket that take it to the moon. It's the biggest piece of shit. It's the most bureaucratic piece of shit. It's leftovers from every other program. It's the worst. It's the worst way to design anything. It's all leftovers. The whole thing is just have them just trying to reuse stuff. It's really sad. It's far from designed. It's just bad.
Did you know the rocket free falls? There's no thrust for the rocket.
We just wait for the Earth to go in.
It free falls. As soon as it loses its fuel going up so high, no more fuel, done, turn, free fall. And they can't demonstrate free fall, terminal velocity, and escape velocity at the same time with three separate objects color coded so that we can see what they actually are. Like in reality, to like a perspective on it in objects falling in front of us live somehow. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. We had a launch like 4 years ago that we could see, and the thing just went south. It was amazing. It didn't go up at all. And supposedly I was looking halfway at Hawaii when it separated the first and second stage. So nobody noticed it till it had already separated. Supposedly it was 1,000 miles downrange. But I could see it. And then even after separation, where one of the things was coming back to land, they still seem so close together for so long, even after separation. So if there was anything in space, the perspective was fantastic. It appeared to be right above me. It did not appear to be far away at all. Yet it was traveling left and right. It did that arc and went south. It didn't go up at all.
It's that arc. How come they can never get a view of the stars past the curve? When it does that arc, it just still in that view, you're still in the center. And then when it flips to the next view and next frame, when it cuts like flip, that's when you see the computer image of whatever garbage.
Hey, Tim, are you going to do the globe thing with me again, ever? Can we do that? The ventriloquist trick?
Do it.
Remember? Drawing blanks. You don't hear me no more?
No, I hear you. No, I didn't do it. We didn't ever do it.
No, but we should. It's really a killer trick. The idea of the talking globes.
Oh, yeah.
Should I rig it up?
Yeah.
I mean, now that I'm talking to you.
I don't care.
But
Sure.
you'll do it, right? It's funner than fuck, right? That's fun.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me.
All right, good. I can reach you through here. Oh, you don't accept friends, so I don't know how to fucking reach you. So how am I going to do that?
I don't know. I have to look at it. I have to redo it. Like set it to where it does accepts whatever.
All right, or otherwise look me up because I'll rig it up with a phone inside, and if we have another cam, you'll be able to see the people. And if it looks like I'm a ventriloquist, it'd be funny because they'll think I'm doing it. Oh man, that'll be funny shit.
That'd be pretty funny.
You are a funny guy. You haven't been funny since you've been to Discord, though, right? You've been all serious.
Yeah, basically.
That's funny.
It's what it does a little bit, kind of. Not necessarily this area per se, but you know.
Total flip flop. That's cool. Nice talking to you, Dan.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, so if anyone's listening, there was a time when we were going to put Dem's voice in a globe and have a talking globe when I go out on the boulevard and talking to people. And the idea of the globe having an attitude was amazing, and giving people shit about whether or not they feel a spin and what they know about geography. Basically arguing with the globe is a brilliant concept. It really is. So all we got to do is put a phone in the globe, and Dem can respond to the people in the street. It's, what did we call it? We had a name for it. It was pretty good. Pretty good idea. More people need to argue with the globe, I think.
The Globinator.
It was something.
Terminates the globe. Well, that is hilarious. You're saying something like out on the streets kind of thing, like as like a setup where you could people could walk up to it and it would be saying things and like responding to their questions, or even where you could set up like a microphone on it where you could actually have like a live stream going, and then people could come up and interact with it. You could even have video on it.
You can even call them out. Like it's sitting there on the table and it's going, "Hey you, you know," and he could literally call people towards him. And with his voice, and if we get some good speaker out there with the depth, his voice is very commanding. So it's a perfect voice for the globe. Just perfect. Really fun. And when he's on a roll, he's just perfect, and people ask questions, you know, and the idea of asking a faceless nuisance, you know, like the globe challenging you is just brilliant. Really, it's just the idea of getting in a fight with the globe is pretty good.
Actually, I think that Moyoc has one of the best deliveries. Just when he goes, when your switch gets flipped and you start calling people goofy and shit like that, man, it is some funny shit.
Yeah, we've had a good time on the Boulevard. It was I used to go to Hollywood Boulevard and bring a whole panel down, you know, like a worldwide panel. It was a lot of fun. It was like I was bringing the world to Hollywood, and then I was bringing Hollywood to the world, and it was all on behalf of Flat Earth. It was really fun. Flip you guys a link to that.
But
Yeah, damn, make sure I can find you somehow.
Yeah. What happened to Hollywood? He still does his Thursday thing, huh?
Kenny? Yep, TNT on Thursday Night Therapy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I should play that promo with your voice, huh?
Sure.
Here, listen to Dem's great voice on this. There we go.
Flat Earth Hollywood live. Come check it out. Flat Earth Hollywood live Saturday. Come join us in Hollywood. Check it out. Flat Earth Hollywood live Saturday. Come join us. Find out the real scoop Saturday. What are you on? A ball? I don't think so. Saturday. Flat Earth Hollywood. Check it out. You'll see things you'll never be able to look back. Check it out. Come join us. The excitement, adventure, fun, thrills for everyone. Saturday. Flat Earth Hollywood. Live. Come join us. Flat Earth Hollywood. Saturday. Check it out.
It's pretty good, Dem. Pretty good stuff.
You looped the heck out of that, didn't you?
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, I didn't say check it out that many times.
Kenny looped that, actually. He recorded you a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah. Those were the days. I hate to say that there were good days for Flat Earth. I still had hope. Like when I was on the Boulevard and somebody goes, "Hey man, how can I hang out with you guys?" I used to be like, "Oh yeah, come, you know, watch us on Pancho Pete's and shit." And now people go, "How can I hang out with you guys?" And I go, "Don't. Everyone's gonna hate you. Just don't bother. Just take your little knowledge, take it home, and be happy alone." It's just not worth telling anyone about Flat Earth. There's nothing to invite anyone to. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But at that time, it really seemed like, you know, the more the merrier.
Well, I mean, that's the way it really is supposed to be. Just like, I mean, I don't know, even like the idea that people know, like if you notice something and I notice something, how come this other guy somewhere that somebody else knows somehow gets his say over anybody else's with no evidence and no demonstration? I still don't, I mean, like for whatever, no matter what the scenario, like I just don't get it.
Flat Earth.
Whoops. when we were on the boulevard, this dude came up. I don't know if you were there. He was an Australian guy, and he was in their space program. Do you remember seeing that? That was so good. The guy just kept laughing, and eventually he looks at us and he goes, "Who's paying you guys?" And I'm thinking, you fucker, right? Totally inverting it. He's the one getting paid. Yet he was accusing us of getting paid. It was so fucked up.
I remember converting a couple people on the sidewalk, actually. They were like, yeah. I mean, you know, for what it's worth, I don't know.
That shit's a lot of fun.
Remember we had a contest who could convert like one person a day, if you could? And I converted a couple people. And the idea that they agreed to it, I was like, so what do you think, round or flat or whatever, you know, flat plane? And they were like, flat plane. You know what I mean? Not like it, you know, they were like, you know, I'll do anything, you know, no betting or nothing, but just they stated it and that was enough, you know.
Yeah, Hollywood's such a retarded place, so it's so fun to do it down there.
Yeah, it is, man. It's crazy. I remember you used to quiz me on stuff. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
And you'd be like, how in the hell do you know that? I remember.
You got an interesting logic process. Doesn't match others, I must say. How you get that to work is amazing. It's really different. I'll give you an example. Once my friend came over and he saw all my record albums, you know, like hundreds of them. And he goes, "How do you keep track of them?" And I said, well, as a joke, I said, well, I keep them chronologically, you know, because obviously the answer was alphabetical. I said, well, I keep them chronologically. And he looks at me and goes, "That's a great idea." And I go, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah, just if you listen to it recently, you put it on the end. And that way, the stuff you listen to more recently be at the end." And so chronologically, it made a lot of sense to him. I said it as a joke, but his brain was working different, and in his mind, it was right. The stuff, you know, he had easy access. Stuff he normally listens to, it'd be on one side. Fully interesting.
Kind of like the algorithm on the stuff you would like. If you the last thing you do, like on
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and I said it as a joke, but he logically goes, "Yeah, shit makes sense." I'm all, "Whoa, he's right." Fuck, he's right. Yeah, I want to do more Boulevard stuff, but certain people hate me too much to come down with me. So I gotta wait for new blood. New blood. I should play some of that shit, huh?
You know what? I'm working on this software that will show you that lake concentrating is curved exactly the way sound like pictures show.
You're showing it right now.
Now I'm working on it. It's gonna take me about half an hour.
Joshua, just let it go, man. You're making it weird at this point, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're
You know
gonna
what?
use software to show us reality. That's weird.
I'm thinking just that's some data.
Kojo, can you read what I just posted for me?
I'm working on something. Let me see.
It's like, 8 words or something.
Fuck me. I gotta look up Torah.
Kojo, can
What
you
about
just
the
read the
magnetic?
military document? Can you read that for me? What's up with that? Can you stop making it weird, bro?
Making it weird. How am I making it weird?
You're making it weird, bro. Like, can you just read that for me and just accept it? Just accept what is. Don't make it so weird.
Yeah, about the magnetic field about over Earth?
Over what?
Oh, over flat Earth, I see.
See, your subconscious just had a Freudian slip where you just called the flat Earth, Earth, because you know what's up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't see the flat part until I looked closely.
Yeah, that's a military document, right? I mean, what's up with that?
I'm not sure. I suppose I'd have to check it out. Do you have it handy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it.
Austin, I'll never forget when I first saw you and you were talking about Ken Wheeler's stuff. And Ken's so hard to follow sometimes, and somehow you made Ken's stuff made more sense to me, and it was so cool. And like,
It's cool to hear, man.
it's now and you went through so much shit since then. You've been through so much. It's been a trip to watch. It's nice to see you hanging around here and hanging with people.
Yeah, man. I'm on Discord a lot, bro.
Yeah, it's a different tour for you, huh?
Yeah, that tour was exhausting, man.
The overall impression, when you go to your site and you see all those sites, and think that you went all there, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I was bummed that you didn't hang with people, that there wasn't more people to meet up with you. But, you do your own thing, so what can I say? At least it wasn't the clown tour anymore.
Yeah. Well, like I will say, I tried to like let people know. Honestly, flat earthers are kind of being lame, but I guess like the one thing was we were kind of just popping all over the place, so it was difficult to plan in advance,
Well, it's nice to see you're easier to talk to now. You were real distant then. It was hard to, you didn't respond to a lot of stuff. It was like you
I'm
just
still really bad about that though. Like I have like so many unread messages. I'm trying to catch up on them.
Jaron's been doing a good job of trying to communicate with people again. He was really bad for a long time.
Well, this is the thing. From this end, this is how it is though. Like, there's one person that's like, "Oh man, look what he said about magnetism," and then they'll send you freaking like 7 novels, and they're like, "Why haven't you read my novels and typed back your own novels?" And I'm like, dude, there's so many of them. Like, it's insane. It's like that's the thing about flat earthers. They're so intelligent that they think so deeply about everything, and so it's just crazy the amount of information that they send me. I'm like, oh my, dude, if I read all my emails and responded to all of them, it would be a full-time job in and of itself. Like, I do want to start doing it. I couldn't do it on the tour. There was no way. It was like I physically couldn't have done it. But yeah, like I'm starting to want to catch up on them. But it's just like crazy, man. People will send me like the entire history of relativity and Steinmetz's arguments, against it, and it's like, so what do you think about page 237 where he talks about the dielectric field? And it's like, yikes.
The what?
This is a lot.
But you help translate a lot of stuff because Ken goes through it too quick, and he doesn't bother to, even with explanation, you know what I mean? It doesn't get, he's so brilliant, and it's like, I'm not saying you're not as sharp, but you take it down a notch just enough, you know.
Yeah, he just like breezes through like a phrase with like 7 words in it that no one knows what they mean, and he just like it's just refraction and compression of the centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. It's like, dude, calm down.
And at least, like, I mean, and he's just everything's a matter of fact for him. Every sentence he says is a matter of fact. So it's so intense to listen to him. You can't absorb enough, really. He doesn't bring that much opinion. And then when he does, that's kind of fun too, because he's sort of opinionated. So it's weird to balance between what he thinks and what he knows.
Well, I'll say the good thing though is like all his videos are kind of on the same thing at this point. Like he just posted like 4 new videos the last week and a half, but they're like he said everything he's saying in the videos, he said them before. So it's like if you start watching his videos over time, it's like, oh, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like I can start to learn it. I think he kind of assumes everyone's watched his old stuff, so they're like, he's like I was in his live stream one time and I asked him a question. He's like, dude, I've done a video on that. I'm like, okay, forgive me, bro. I'm sorry.
He would be a fun neighbor to have just to shoot the shit in the evening, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely smarter than most.
Which is why it's so perplexing that he like, yeah, I don't know, like
That he won't
like
flatten out.
yeah, because like or even stationary out, like the Mickelson Morley proves like if there's an ether, it proves the Earth doesn't move. I don't see how he hasn't.
It's general
stated
bias.
that.
It's general bias. I've been okay. Imagine this. Check this out. Our attraction to what we know, like family, for instance. Imagine a lost puppy or a lost doe in the woods, and it comes up to basically anything warm and big, right? It doesn't know what to be afraid of. You see lots of this types with cats raised by dogs or dogs raised by cats, something like that. A lion that raises a puppy, something like that. When we're early program, early survival, it's to go to something warm, and then like the kittens, they hug each other. So warmth is safety, safety, safety. And I'm beginning to think that we're so mental that we cling to family out of safety, and have trouble releasing it, and we give it too much value, and we don't learn enough outside of our family's crap. And we're sort of trapped in that. And a lot of flat earthers are still trying to grow up. That's why we're so emotional about stuff, because we got trapped in so much crap. And we look around, like you said, like with so much wonder at how shit is and how shit works and how fantastic the fucking world is. And people are like, what difference does it make? I guess, go back to your way of like a culture of money and war. They're comfortable with that. So basically we're trying to pop people's bubble, and they're real comfortable. And they've been programmed really well to cling on to their family because that means survival to them, because it's warm. And it's almost like infantile.
Hold on. I have to ask you, what is your beef with family? Like if there is one thing to cling on to, I would think it would be your family.
Yeah, I don't
right?
mean
Your
I don't mean
children.
to I don't mean to crap on all family. I just mean early programming is based on survival. And I don't think we break out of survival mode well. I think that we're comfortable with our illusion of choice.
So what are you trying to say? Like we should be lone wolves instead?
Well, the spiritual journey is individual. We know that. We do know that. I'm not shitting on family. I mean, I could shit on mine, but as a matter of fact, I was just thinking today, because I was at an elderly couple's house and thinking about how much the value of their children must be at this point, and having someone that cares. I don't have that, so I apologize, because I am affected by my lack of family, so I shouldn't have portrayed that in. But I was really just talking about programming and how people get programmed, and how I noticed that early survival is just to go to something big and warm, and government is big and warm, and TV is big and warm, and encyclopedias and the stuff, our teachers when we're young, they're big and warm, and we're
So you have more beef against the government and indoctrination institutions rather than family, or maybe it is that you're talking about like a family institution that's wrong and corrupt.
No, I'm talking
Because
about
usually
programming, early
families,
programming.
yeah, I mean, but usually families are pretty chill, right? Like there can be some crazy families. I had a crazy family, and even we're going back to what we were talking about earlier with Fundy and everyone, this nature versus nurture, right? You know, the black sheep of the family, or the kid can be, completely dominated, and that child will still grow up to be the best, beautiful being that there possibly is. The nature versus nurture when it comes down to family versus government and indoctrination. I think it's two separate things. Family versus the corruptness of indoctrination and government and schooling. I don't know. That's just me though.
No, you're making sense. I'm definitely not against you at all. I'm just sort of just talking about how we're into early programming. You'll find that most guys are into the music and the cars of when they were in high school because we're just attached to that part of our lives. And same thing, early smells bring back a lot of memories because our heads were empty at that time. And I think it's weird, how much we attach to early thoughts and how, for instance, we carry fears along with us. And, from when we're early on. I'm only finding out about my childhood now, and I basically didn't have family. It looked like I did, but there was no one. And in particular, I really, really looked forward to Flat Earth being my family. And so I tried to fix my childhood with Flat Earth, and it was a pretty bold
I
mistake.
think the analogy you used about cars and the attachment because that's what you grew up with, I'm not sure if that's a good one because in all reality, the cars that you grew up with are probably much better than the ones today, and a lot of people see it just because of the quality, not the familiarity, the essence of the leather seats and the wooden steering wheel, or just the lack of electronics
Well, it's
and
no longer about working on cars, right? Like you have a mechanic work on them now. Most people don't even my husband is he's autistic when it comes to cars. Like he knows every single brand, how to work on cars. Like he is super into it. But, he's even older. Like we're in he's turning 40 on Thursday. And that's the way it was kind of back then. But I don't know, like my nephews, people that are younger than us, they are into cars because they're fast, they look pretty, but they have no idea how they run. They don't understand what the computer chips now mean. They can't work on it in their garage with their father because you have to have a mechanic to plug into this and that and whatever. It's totally different. So yeah,
or
I'm
they wouldn't
completely with you on
even
that.
they wouldn't even appreciate the thickness of the steel of the older
Yeah.
cars.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. It's a different, it's so much crappier now. I think the world is pretty much crappier now than it once used to be,
Well, they say in Japan cars are made as recyclable commodities. They're things that are made to last for 5 years, shipped off over to foreign countries for everybody else to use.
Yeah, isn't that sad? Isn't that sad? All that work, all those materials, all that everything, and let's just not build it to last so that we can make more money, right? So this company can keep thriving and making stuff instead of us just having a car that lasts, and then we can start creating something different. And now we're going to create this as a society, right? And keep building something newer and greater and better. Instead, we're just stuck in this loop. We're fucking hamsters on a wheel.
Can I
Really
ask you a question?
fascinating.
Can I ask you a question about tradition?
Yeah, go on.
Because initially, like celebrating next year what we did the year before and having, I don't know, a totem pole or something, I could see the value of tradition. But several generations down the road, where you're honoring tradition, let's say honoring your parents or your great grandparents, honoring the traditions of your homeland or something. When do you think it has to stick? You have to stick with tradition, or when do you have to move forward from it? In other words, it has so much value at first, and it seems to diminish over time, where it becomes a ritual, and not a way of life, which is a big difference.
Well, I think it depends on what it is, right? There's this great talk that was given by this lesbian woman who they call a TERF or whatever about, trans issues. And um, she basically was talking, she's a historian, and so she was talking about societies throughout history. And I'll post a link to the video. It's on YouTube, so it's nothing that would be stricken down if we converse about it. But she basically goes on to talk about cultures, right? And when you have strong masculine men and this tradition of men being men and women being women, societies thrive. People know their place within the society, within the culture. They know their place, they know what's going on. As soon as that society starts to disrupt, right? She was talking about, you would start seeing like the men would have like a limp wrist and they would no longer be so muscular and this and that and whatever. And that's when these cultures fall, and they fall every single freaking time. So I think that there are certain things that, a society needs, cultures need traditions, they need this religiousness about them, right? But there are certain things where we can disrupt and we can be punks and, punk rockers and be like, I'm going to be creative this way or do this or do that. But otherwise, no, we need to stick to, there are societal norms and cultures that are very important. I'll post the video inside the chat right now. I'm going to find it right now.
Cool. You rock. What's it like playing with boys in Discord that like to fight all the time? Does that get annoying?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
It's funny. I've been around here for many years. I've been a flat earther, quote unquote, if that's what you want to call me, since 2012, right? And I didn't come into Discord until it was probably 3 years ago. And it's been rough. I understand why girls can't handle it and people are sensitive and just can't deal. But I don't know. I've always been a tomboy. I know how to most of my friends are guys. I have two really close girlfriends, and then the rest of my friends have always been dudes. So, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. I actually enjoy it.
Thanks for not getting overly offended when I first said something, because that could have gotten us off to the wrong foot forever.
No, you never said anything that would have offended me.
No, but with other people, it would have. So thanks.
Maybe.
No, it would have. I said it wrong, and I
don't think you said it wrong. I think I got what you were saying. If people can't understand, I got what you were saying, and there is something very complex to talk about there. Nature versus nurture, right? How people's brains tick, what culture
and
is,
tradition,
what tradition
and
is, what
family
religion.
values. Yeah.
Exactly, all of that. So I posted in the main chat what this video is. It's only a couple minutes. It's really fascinating to hear her really get into the details. The beginning of it kind of sucks. She's talking about trans issues, whatever, and then she gets into the historical bit of it, and it really is quite fascinating. Because after watching this video, I started looking into it more and realizing that, yeah, once cultures fall apart, then they're easily taken over. And it's not about being taken over from the inside. It's okay, so you have a culture. These people lose their traditions. They lose, everything that is. And this other culture has a strong set. This is what men are. This is what women are. They're strong men. They come in and can demolish that country, right? That's their time to strike. And so when a nation is weak and doesn't know what they are, can't hold themselves together, that's when they fall. And they fall because there's other nations that know exactly what's going on in their movement, right? They have some really strong tradition, some really strong, especially a religion, right? Something that is a holy war that they can come in and they have people that can fight for them so that they can take over and say, this is what everyone else needs to think. Because it really does seem like this world is a battle of, you need to think the way that I do. And if you don't think the way that I do, if you're not a part of our hive mind, we're going to come after you. And I personally think that's a fucking problem. I want more free thinkers. I want more individualism. And I think that alone can be a culture within and of itself if it was done properly. But, right now it seems like the holy wars and the hive minds are winning.
Wow.
Think like us,
You're amazing. I'm going to flirt with you by sending a video back. This at some point, check this out. It's not really
Okay.
on topic, but it's just talking about regret. Shit we hold in our head, and that we shouldn't. And I know I'm suffering from shit in my head, and I'd like to deal with more real world stuff.
Yeah, aren't we all? I'm actually doing I was gonna do it over here, but things get crazy. But I'm actually doing every Tuesday night. I'm doing NLP sessions on another server where we meet once a week on Tuesdays and we watch this guy who's teaching neural linguistic programming, and it's super inspirational. We talk before for 30 minutes, we watch the 45-minute video, then we talk after, we make lists, we report back the next week, like what did we actually accomplish, really staying in the mindset of being positive. What are you creating in this world? How do you want to create it? I'm really trying to get more people to like focus on that instead of just it's and I still talk shit all day, right? Like I'll talk shit to people about anything, but like I also want to create and do something different and stop with the regrets and start making choices and decisions that I am comfortable with, and just be bigger and better. If it's something you're interested in, let me know and I'll send you the link.
That'd
But
be cool. Thanks.
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like super powerful in terms of being a creator or a co-creator.
Yep.
And other times I feel like I'm part of the other people's play, the other people's script.
Like you're out of control. Like you
Well,
don't get
it's
to
just
write
that
it.
I'm not conscious. So even when I'm powerful, I'm not like a warlock or anything. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not conscious of my acts at all. No.
I don't know if I understand that. How are you not conscious of your own actions?
Because it's just I don't have like a plan,
Okay. Yes. That was one of the things we talked about just yesterday. Is about making the lists, making the plans, and then it's all about having the integrity, right? Integrity is everything. If you say you're going to do something, you do it. And if you make that plan and you know where you're going to get to, right? So it's a visualization of where you're going to go, and your roadmap to getting there, and then making the list of things that you need to do to get there, and then also having separate lists. Well, if this car breaks down or this happens, the train doesn't work, the bus doesn't, how am I still going to get to that destination, right? All of those things are super important, and a lot of us were never given those tools growing up, within family or within education or anything. So yeah, really focusing on that is highly important to be able to get that done so that you don't feel lost and you don't have regrets like, oh, I coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's like, no, you coulda and you shoulda and you woulda if you would have done these things, right? So
I love being lucky, but I shouldn't rely upon it.
yeah, you can't. I just learned how to play poker on July 4th, and I've been playing it a lot lately. Really, there are so many metaphors to life when it comes to poker. It's quite fascinating, how much it really explains a lot of things in life. And luck is an aspect of it, right? And yeah, you can get super lucky. You can get things on the river. You can go all in before you even see what's happening on the flop and win. And you can have two aces and lose, right? You can have everything set up, but if you go all in without knowing what's going to happen next, you're fucked. Like you have to make plans, you have to make lists, you have to strategize. It's wiser to fold on those hands and go in on hands that are lesser and build up your stacks greater that way than just being like, I'm going to go all in on something I have no idea what's going to happen. It's not smart.
No, so a good
So
fold.
luck,
A good fold is a brilliant play.
Exactly. Like
It doesn't
exactly.
look. I never think Doyle Brunson's any good because he's never plays any hands. But maybe that's what it is.
There you go.
You don't play until you feel it.
Know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And even if that hand, like you see that what your cards were and you would have won that hand, it doesn't matter. You let that go because you still know that it was smart, that it was like a total gamble. Like poker is either a gamble, you go all in without even seeing the flop, you have two cards in your hand and you're just going to gamble, or you play smart, you see what the flop is, and then you can do strategy. Okay, now I know it's here. What might happen next? What should I do here or there or whatever? You have to have a plan, you have to have a strategy, you have to have a roadmap, and luck is never on people's side. It's a total gamble, and you can't rely on luck ever in life. It's a
Okay,
bad gamble.
but can you build momentum with your sheer will? In other words,
Yes, you can.
and is that an energy? Is that an energy flow?
Yes, 100%. You can definitely start to build momentum just in the mental, just by doing, meditation, thought experiment, just focusing, listening to good music, focusing on what it is that you want, getting in a better mindset, being more positive. When something negative confronts you, you flip it on its tail and is like, I'm going to turn this negative into a positive. Then you start building that momentum of like, okay, now I'm in the game. I'm no longer just sitting back and watching life happen. I'm actually in it, and I'm going to start figuring out how to strategize, what I can do, how I can be more positive, because the only thing we can change in life is ourselves. It's the serenity prayer, right? God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. You can't change anyone else. Accept the things that I can change, which is yourself, and to know the difference. The only thing you can do is change yourself and your actions and your mindset. You can't change anything outside of yourself until you do that with yourself. So yeah.
And I'd like to add to that. It's like everything that happens to you is for you, not against you. So good or bad things that happen to you, it's for you.
Agreed. And it's a lesson every single time. And how are you going to take that lesson? Are you going to cry about it? Are you going to, climb that mountain and fly off the precipice? Are you going to, what are you going to do? Because it's all about you, right? It's your learning lessons and how you're going to overcome. You are always the hero in your own story. So don't be a side character in your own story. That's the worst thing you can do in life.
As a flat earther, as a frustrated flat earther, I started a Discord server and the .com of Flat Earth Anonymous. So I rewrote the rotundity prayer from the serenity prayer. So the rotundity prayer goes, God grant me the rotundity to accept the radius, whose lack thereof I cannot change, the courage to measure the things I can, and the wisdom to ignore the dipshits.
I love that. You should write that out so I can take a screenshot. That's awesome. That's really great. That's super witty.
Drop
it. You could actually put that into a song. I know there's a flat
Seriously.
in the Maldives. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
The wisdom to ignore the dipshit.
Yeah, that was a nice little twist at the end. It made it even funnier.
I think I might be a line short. I think that there's might be another line I'm missing.
Nah, it sounds like it sounded like it flowed. It sounded good.
Yeah, I had to come up with something to make Flat Earth Anonymous have body. So that was it. I came up with the prayer. I tried to mimic a real 12-step program. The rotundity prayer. So I just love the idea of having to stand up at a group and saying, my name is Dan and I'm a flat earther.
No, seriously, because that's where that serenity prayer came from. And what's funny is I learned that because, I grew up in like NA meetings, my parents being addicts and whatnot. And my mom used to say it all the time. Like whenever she was frustrated, I remember her always going, God, grant me the serenity. God, grant me the serenity. And I just kept pondering on it. And I think I was like 8 or 9 when I figured it out. I was like, you're supposed to change yourself, not us. Like, you chill out. You're the one that is supposed to chill out. You're the one that's frustrated. You keep telling yourself to grant yourself the serenity, but you're not doing it. Like, chill out. Grant yourself the serenity. It's in the freaking prayer. Like, how have you not figured that out? God grant me the serenity. Okay, then do it because you're the one that's supposed to do it and you're not. Isn't that fascinating? It's so amazing.
What do you think of prayer being towards others? If you're praying for yourself, you probably have your head up your ass because it's really an energy transfer and a giving of yourself, in spirit, and in energy to someone else. I think praying for yourself is probably pretty lame.
I think praying for ourselves is a reminder, right? And if you're really going to focus on it, it shouldn't be like a whining complaint, like, come and save me, whatever. It should be a reminder of like, this is what's wrong. This is what needs to be fixed. Like, and then that meditation on that prayer of like, how can I go about this? Like, give me the serenity, give me the patience, give me, all these different things. And when you pray for those things, it's odd that those things continue to show up to where bad things happen, so you can be granted more patience, right? And you can study those things and become more patient every single time. And I definitely think that when there are prayer circles and people praying for other people, that really, that is where the magic happens. And I think that, praying for yourself is just, it's a self-help kind of a thing. And if you're not going to work it, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, that's been my help problem with all my self-help books I've ever bought. They're still on the shelf.
Well, yeah, because I mean, even if you did read them, there was one that was really amazing. It was called the Tethered Horse or something like that. I think it was called The Tethered Horse. And there was this one scene in it where it was like talking about the voices in your mind and why do you talk to yourself this way? Like, imagine yourself with the worst voice in your head, and you're sitting on the couch together and you're trying to figure out like what to watch for TV, and that voice is just as a roommate in your house living with you. Would you let that roommate continue to live with you, or would you be like, get the fuck out of this house? Like, you are not welcome here. You are annoying and disgusting and ugly, and you're abusive and terrible. Like, you would not allow a human being to treat you that way, but yet you allow yourself to treat yourself that way, right?
Right.
That was like the best self-help book that I ever read. It really wasn't. It was more like philosophy and philosophical stuff, and I think it was called, I'll see if I can find it right now. It was a really good book, but that one, I was like legitimately laughing out loud when I was reading it. I was like, that is hilarious. I totally do that to myself, and I totally would kick that person out of my house. Like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Like, you are a total asshole. You're not my friend. You're not a good roommate. Like, be gone.
I was going to ask you something. No, I was going to tell you something. Okay, I'm non-religious, right? And I found myself at a bar mitzvah for my friend's kid, and the grandfather had passed away, and I knew him for many, many years. And so they were doing this little thing, mentioning him and how we're going to have coming up here a silent prayer in a moment. And I'm like sitting in the house of God going, oh shit, right? It's like I have no idea what to say. I don't know a prayer past the serenity prayer. I don't. I mean, I just never learned that stuff. And I'm panicking, right? And that's counting down, right? We have to go silent in a minute. I'm only going to have a minute to think, right? And I go to myself in a complete panic of thought. Let me be where needed. Let me be in the right place at the right time. And I felt that was unselfish and valuable. And as far as prayers go, pretty good. And it's part of my flat earth story. I think I'm here because I'm supposed to be. I know that's kind of a bullshit little story, but it's meaningful to me.
No, yeah. I don't think it's bullshit.
I got a lot of haters. I'm used to being berated for everything I say. And I'm dumb enough to say, to be honest. And that doesn't pay off all the time. Not all the time. I still use it though as a tool. Especially under pressure. Always hit that honesty button. Especially under pressure. So I had to come up with something that counted as a prayer. I couldn't bear the thought of sitting there and faking it. That really freaked me out. I had a really cool girlfriend for a while, and she had this thing on the wall. You'll remember it was like butterflies and calligraphy, and it was yellow 70s kind of colors, and it said, "All I know of love is all there is." And I used to think to myself, blah 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 blah. And then later I got it, and what she was saying is, you only have yourself to give, either on or off. You only can say yes or no to the giving, and that giving, we assume is love. And I would also assume that that's how God, if there's a God, that's how God works through us. And it's through this love energy that's so difficult to explain. If people are carrying that with them, they're impervious to a lot of things. And it's a state of mind. It's really weird. It's a state of mind. Oh, I'm just going to love everyone. It's like, how'd you do that? It's like, well, I just decided to. You're like, you're kidding. And some people do it. I often confuse it as people that like me, but they're just being loving. That's just the way they are. It has nothing to do with me. So definitely congratulations to anyone that's learned how to love and or not just been so bitten. I think flat earthers are unique because they're, in a lot of ways, they're loners, and it's hard for them to be a part of stuff. I really wish there was more for me to be a part of with flat earth.
So I was searching for that book, and I kept trying to look for it, and I kept typing in tethered horse. I was typing in tethered horse, and it wasn't coming up, and I was like, why can I not find this? And then finally I typed in tethered soul book, and I knew it had something to do with soul. So it's the untethered soul, and it has a horse on the cover. So my mind kind of glitched there.
Yeah, wow.
So it's in the chat if you want to read it. I highly recommend it. It will take you on a journey. It's like a total trip. This entire book is just amazing. But what is it that you want to do more for Flat Earth? Like, what are you expecting to do, or why do you feel like you need to, or what's going on with that?
I do street activism. I talk to people in the street, and the people speak back. And I had a mathematician come up to me and say how cool we were and explain, he goes, wow, you guys should fix your math on this. And in particular, he was right. And as I was blaming Nathan Thompson for it, I realized it was something Eric Dubay had said. And then I realized that flat earthers have been either villainizing or parroting Eric one way or another, and that it really doesn't get looked at very much. And
what was the math?
It's Eric Dubay's number 15, and it's Nathan Thompson's number 2, and it basically is retarded to begin with, because it's such a supposition of if and if and if, that we have so much to talk about with flat Earth that this is so hypothetical it shouldn't be on the list.
What was it?
Well, then
I don't know their 15 or 2.
They'll get the math wrong afterwards, but they're saying, or Eric says, I should post it somewhere, right? Let me just recite it. An airplane traveling at 500 miles an hour, if uncorrected, would end up 31 miles up in the air. And that part can be taken in a lot of ways. We're assuming that we're flying at ground level, and we're all accepting that, so we can use sloppy math. And it's just sort of dumb to even say that, but more importantly, what they end up saying is backwards math. And what they're doing is they're taking the 31 miles, they're dividing it by an hour, they're doing all this stupid shit. And when I brought it to their attention, everyone's convinced that 500 miles an hour means 500 miles in distance. And it doesn't. The distance is
Well, of course it
established.
doesn't. I mean,
So
weather changes, wind, current, like all
no,
kinds
it's not that. God, I got to read you Eric's thing verbatim. Let me grab it. Hang on.
Well,
Because
it's still, those things will counteract. You can be going 500 miles an hour, and if there is wind pressure coming against you, even in a vehicle, right? If you have massive wind hitting against you and you're going 500 miles an hour, you are not. It's going to still slow you down, even though you're still going that speed. Does that make sense? Like, it's not going to be exact. It's not going to be precise. It'll be close, but not precise.
yeah, that's not where they extend it. Here, let me drag it in.
Okay.
This is Eric's thing. And I'd have to show you the rest of the stuff. But basically what they're saying is that there be a descent of 2,777 feet per minute. And if you're going to say...
so this is the math about it.
Yeah.
You can just take that away. You don't even need this last part.
Exactly.
All you need is the first part. Just take out the last part, the first part.
And then
you don't even get into the math.
But the last part is off by a factor of 60 because they didn't convert miles per hour to feet per minute. So the difference between per hour and per minute is a huge, huge difference. And so I tried to bring it up, and I tried to bring it up to Mark Sargent, and they started going, well, 500 times 500. And I'm going, no, dude, 500 miles an hour is a speed. That not a distance. And it was really lame to listen to Mark, David Weiss, and then eventually Nathan Thompson, Bob Nodell, and Eric all totally have no idea what they're talking about. And I was shocked because they are all my peeps. And I was shocked that they didn't realize what it meant. They're telling me it's 500 miles. And I go, no, 500 miles an hour is a speed. And if you're going to make this thing about per minute, which is dumb anyway, it's 46.25 feet per minute because 500 miles an hour per minute is 8.33 miles. And so the point is I've worked at this 10-mile range or 8-mile range, and I knew what our expected drop was. It was in the 30, 40 feet range. There is no 2,700 feet to drop in 8 miles. Everyone knows 10 miles is 66 feet. Everyone knows that. So all of my heroes have banned me and blocked me for bringing them real math that I asked Bob, hey, can you go through Eric's stuff? We need to go through Eric's stuff. We've been saying this. Nobody's ever checked it. And then Bob's like, I never said it. And it's like, yeah, Bob, you do say it. And it's like, Weiss says, I never said it. Then both of them say it. Then everyone tells me it's exponential or it's an average. And they all have sent me garbage math. And I'm pissed now that I even got into it. But they have all banned me and pushed me away for bringing real math and asking, whoa, we better check Eric's stuff. Let's go through the, first of all, 200 is an exaggeration, but let's go through the stuff he has and let's do it one by one. In the meantime, I got totally assassinated. Who are you to tell me what to do? I go, I'm not, I tried to make Bob into a hero and give this to him behind the scenes so he could have something that he could correct. Because Bob's looked like a schmuck for a long time, correcting himself on that stupid Netflix thing. And it's like, here, Bob, look good. Go correct us on this and look like a hero.
Maybe you shouldn't correct others and you should just put out the information yourself.
Well, guess what? I was corrected by the people. The people spoke. And I can't get it back up the chain of command to anyone.
There shouldn't be a chain of command. You are a free person that can make videos yourself. It shouldn't be like, oh, these are the government officials and we need to go up the chain of command and these are the only ones that can get the information out to the people. Like, if you have something to share it and share it far and wide. And then you'll find out, like, once you keep working through it, whether you're right or you're wrong. And then when you figure out, you know what, I'm standing by my convictions on this, then you put it out. You seem like you are active in this community and are somebody who is posting videos, is going out into the world. So why aren't you just
I
do it
don't have
yourself? Don't rely on others.
I don't have that kind of skill to do the videos with with the stuff.
It takes 2 seconds to look up how to make a video. You can totally do it.
Whatever,
You can totally do it.
whatever. That's not the point. I brought it to the consensus show that we had.
This isn't a consensus. Sorry, I had my teeth worked on today, so my mouth is really numb, and so I don't know if I'm coming out clear, but this isn't a consensus, right? Science is not a consensus. We are a group of individuals that are supposed to be free thinkers, whether you're a glober or a flat earther or in between or whatever. There shouldn't be a chain of command. It shouldn't be only certain people that get to deliver information to people.
Yeah,
And
forgive me for saying that. What I meant is I have people in the street asking me for information, and I'd like to be able to trust it if I handed it out, and I'd like to be able to invite them somewhere of value. And if we're talking crap and not correcting it, it diminishes our value. And that's tough. I mean, that's tough. It really is. For me, it is. Austin, I have that video of Taboo Conspiracy that has those.
Oh yeah, that would be dope. You could drop it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pop them in this little video.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a videos.
It's like 1:47. It's got 30 of them. Let's see. Yeah, Austin, if you ever get time, I need your help out of this situation. They got me banned every.
Yeah, I'll say something about that.
It's fucking Saturn fuck, man. It's.
Okay. I will say, like the way I had heard it was that you were upset about the 8 inches per mile square, and I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. That's not what it's about. When I
Okay.
show you the math that they all handed me, 500 times 500, and I'm like, dude, stop.
Yeah, it just jumped over to feet. So you used miles per hour, then jumped to feet, and then said 3,000
Nobody
feet.
hears
My
me.
goodness.
I got so many fights. Bob called me so many names. Bob told me to go suck Riley's dick. I'm all, who's Riley? I had to ask Cammy, who's Riley? Everyone told me Cammy wore the pants on the family. That was the only information I could get. Like, I'm all, who's Riley? What is this all about?
Well, that's just typical. I mean, I've been banned, Austin, from your Vader has had to unblock me multiple times for asking simple little questions in the chat, and Bob like freaking out on me just for asking a question. He's like, I automatically assumed I was a glober because I asked a question. I think that temperatures just get high. You know what I mean?
I recently had to tell Bob he's gonna have to chill out with the ban and
super ego problems here.
I don't even care if there are globers in my chat, like as long as they're not being
Exactly. Just asking a
super
question. I was
toxic.
like, dude,
Yeah.
I just like asked a question. Sorry. What the heck?
'Cause I want to build a channel where there's lots of people there. I want someone that's new to come and be like, oh look, there are people in here asking questions and they're getting destroyed by all the flat earthers in the chat, unless they're just being gamma. Like if they're just an insult or something, but. Yeah, like he's ban happy. But I can't like monitor the chat and do a live stream. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't do both of them. Like you just sit there and watch the whole thing. Like there's no way.
Austin, if we could ever talk about it, I don't know if this is the place, but like the FE core thing, pathetic and sad. It's been pathetic and sad. I know so much about it, and nobody will listen, and it's so sad. And what they did to Rodrigo is pathetic and sad. It's so sad. I mean, Rodrigo literally said, "What can I do?" And they go, "Nothing. We just wanted you for your PhD." And he's like, "What?" And then he tried to do segments on Glowbusters, and they wouldn't let him talk. They wouldn't let him do any segments on anything. Bob wouldn't work with him. Week after week, Rodrigo was begging Jaron. It was like, am I allowed? Like, when are we going to do? I'm an anthropologist, he was saying, And eventually, in a Skype call, Karen threw him out. for wanting to talk flat Earth.
I don't understand why people are relying on them. Like, branch out and get people yourselves. Come into these Discord servers, promote yourself, have your own YouTube channel. Like, why are people relying only solely on this group of people?
That was not my experience. Like Rodrigo was constantly trying to do presentations on things completely unrelated to flat Earth. That was my experience. So everyone was. I never said anything. I don't care.
Yeah,
but like,
Jaron said he was constantly off topic too. That was.
yeah, I mean, it was like, I mean, it was interesting stuff, but it was just like way unrelated, and it was like, damn, bro, like, yo, this is Globebusters. Like, I mean, we did a Jaronism show for a little bit where he would present. I liked Rodrigo though, but I will say, like, Rodrigo just got in his feelings a lot. So I don't know. To be honest, it seems like people just don't really come at me. So I just end up like not noticing a lot of this. I don't know. I call people out if I notice something, but I don't know.
Dude,
Seems like everyone doesn't say anything to my face usually.
Let me tell you what you don't know. You represented fresh blood and a new wave of intelligence that wasn't stuck in the behind. We were all stuck behind when you came. All of us. Really. And it's like you gave a lot of hope for there being something called us. When I came around, they're like, "Who? What do you mean we?" I got chastised for saying shit like that, and I'm back to. I know they're right now. It is more than an individual thing. It's sad.
Well, it seems that way. I mean, it does kind of seem that way.
It's. I'd love there to be more of an us, but.
Well, it's just not gonna happen, bro. It's like a pipe dream. Like, yeah. Like, I mean, I've had people trying to thought police me for like the last 3 weeks. It's like a joke. It's an absolute joke. So, yeah, like I don't know. I've kind of come to the conclusion that just because you found out that the Earth's flat doesn't really mean you're like cool or something. I mean, it's an entire spectrum of people, right? Everyone lives on the Earth.
Right.
So.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not here to manage them either, you know.
Well, yeah. So like, this is the thing, right? If you have a particular way you think that flat Earth should be disseminated, that's cool. But like, yo, the whole thing about flat Earth is that like we all get to be free thinkers again. So that's one of my biggest pet peeves. So all the petty drama, I think is super gay. So like, for example, everyone knows like FED and Globebusters had all this drama. Like before I ever got there, right? So I was going back and forth to QE, to Oakley, to Bob, to Jaron, you name it. And I'm like, and then Jaron's been real laid back about it too. It's really like Bob and Oakley and QE. And I'm like going back and forth, and I'm like walking them all off the ledge. It's the same thing. They all like, they don't say anything to me. So I'm just like, whatever. So I keep the cool with all of them. But like when, you know, obviously the last few weeks it took a different turn. But yeah, like, I don't know, like behind the scenes, I've been keeping the peace with everyone. I think that a unified front is beneficial to an extent, but I don't think that we should groupthink. Right? I think that's detrimental. So I think there's like a middle ground. And yeah, I don't know. I think flat Earth has become stagnant. I think it's become like groupthink. I think it's become monotonous. I think it's become where it's script heavy. I think that there hasn't been much progress made, honestly. Like the reason that I even got on the internet was I started ranting on Facebook about magnetism. And then Bob like talked to me into coming on. Dude, that was like 3 years ago. How the hell is it that we still have flat Earth? They're shutting that part of the conversation down. Dude, that's what got me infatuated with it, right? It's like clearly the next step after flat Earth is they lied about energy and magnetism and electricity. Like that's clearly the next step. And so I don't know. I've become pretty disappointed, but it's whatever. I look at it now like it's kind of an elevation thing. Like some people are going to keep going, some people aren't. There are different types of people, different types of personalities. Some people like to hear people get berated. I understand the entertainment value of it or whatever. Like I don't really care. It's like to each their own. Everyone should leave everyone alone. I don't think that we should force a cult groupthink type mentality. Like so it's sad. I thought that Chris and I going around the country would kind of kumbaya everyone, you know? But that did not happen, man. Like Chris and I spent tens of thousands of dollars and went into debt to do it. There were some people that rallied behind us, but not really. Like it was very, very difficult for us. It was like a huge, harsh awakening that we're not even nearly as unified as you may think, right? So it is what it is.
But Bob has caused a lot of that for a long time. I wanted to read you what I typed in Oakley's chat today. It was one of the ones about you, the reification one. I said, we should find Austin is smart enough to clear his way from Bob's bullshit. We're all forced to call Bob out. in the fighting in the FE division. He causes it. And I'm sad to say that because he doesn't need to represent that, but he's a name caller and a blocker, and he creates an army of people from within who can't be flat earthers because he says so. I've gone from being this year what he called a prominent flat earther to a supposed flat earther, and he tells
Wait,
people
let me just ask you this really quick because I'm getting confused. Are you talking about Nathan or Bob? Because it sounds like you're talking about both.
it's the same story these days.
Yeah, well, I can guarantee you 100% that Oakley is like in no way innocent. Like Oakley is a douchebag. So like through and through, I went behind the scenes. I talked to him. He like, for example, he went crazy on me. Then he apologized, right? He apologized because Oakley or QE told him to. Okay, QE told him to apologize to me like 5 times. So he gave his little half-ass pretend to be sincere apology. He's like, I'm gonna reach out to him myself. He didn't do that because that's not why he apologized. And he obviously wasn't sorry. He did it again the next time I was on there. So, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I think that they're similar in that sense. I think that honestly, way Bob feels is that he took a lot of flack, and that Netflix thing really got to him, and it messed with his professional career and all kinds of stuff. And it's like I guess at times he feels like people kind of don't rally behind him, and like so I can't speak for him. I personally don't care about stuff like that. But I know that that's what it is. But I will say that Oakley did all this. I talked to them. I talked to everyone. I walked everyone off the ledge. Like Globebusters had the mag ready to unload an FED and vice versa, right? And I talked them both off the ledge. So Oakley has brought it back to fruition for sure because I was able to talk Bob off the ledge after all their history. So it's like, I'm not going to say that he doesn't amp up the drama some, and it goes both ways. But I know for a fact that the recent debacle is 100% only Oakley and QE. And they decided to, quote unquote, wage war and go and find. So they didn't just stay on their show. They decided to try to go around Discord 24/7, you name it, and find anyone saying that word and eliminate them from Flat Earth and ridicule them as embarrassments. Dude, I would intellectually eviscerate both of them after chucking Jameson about the ether, bro. Like, I'm not trying to be cocky. I'm just saying, like, in this field, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't. Oakley doesn't know what he's talking about. So to go around, like, being some... See, one thing I can say about Bob, at least, Bob doesn't act like he's the self-elected FE cult leader, right? He doesn't. And that's a fundamental difference here, where I don't agree with how any of them kind of handle their personal beef. But I've told Bob that, I told QE that, but like, dude, they act like they are flat earth. They clearly are not. The people have spoken, even on like a fundamental level. They are clearly not the leaders of flat earth by any stretch of the imagination. And so I don't know. All I know is that they lost a lot of respect from me. They wouldn't let me talk. They did what Glovers do.
But they are gatekeeping, and they don't mean it, and they never intended to. But now it becomes.
No, I think they mean it. I think they definitely mean it.
Oh, they mean
has
it.
proclaimed, I am coming after false flat earthers that do not think the way that I think. And if you don't think the way that I do, then you should not call yourself a flat earther. They definitely mean it.
And look at it's because of the name of his channel. So like his name is Quantum Eraser. He's been pushing quantum mechanics at science for a long time. And dude, QE and I had a debate about light 2.5 years ago, and I destroyed him on 24/7 at 12:30 in the morning.
And I got blocked and banned.
Like, bro, destroyed him. Okay, and he got in my DMs a few days later saying, "Look, I'm sorry. I think after all, you were right, and it does look like light is instantaneous." Blah blah blah. He got in my chat. He's like, "Look, I don't agree with them on the density disequilibrium thing. You're right about electrostatics. Here's a citation you can use." Okay.
Shut up. He actually did that in your
DM? Yeah.
Because he never did that with me. I was blocked and banned and had to like go up the channel, and he would never. He still to this day is like, no, it's not instantaneous. You're a moron. You're an idiot. How could you ever say?
But I have the screenshot proof, right? But it's like, I'm not petty like that.
I
like,
love that.
They're using it against me. They're using that like I have morals against me. Like they know I have principles. So it's like I'm not gonna get so messy that I drop personal DMs. So it's like they're using it against me. But you will notice he hasn't responded yet. But anyway, and he didn't say anything about the electrostatic thing. He didn't get on FED and agree with them on that when they were bashing me about it, right? So that's why QA and I have been cool, because it's like he showed intellectual respect and blah, blah, blah. But like he made a presentation indirectly directed at me. He reached out to me beforehand. Said, "Look, I'm not going to say your name. We're just going after the argument." I'm like, "All right, cool." And then I messaged him right after, and I said, "You know, I have to respond, right?" And I did it intellectually. I did it with a presentation. This should be a good thing, right? It should be a good thing that we have like high level debate within flat earth. That should be a good thing. But it did not turn into that. So anyway, we are where we are. Like, I don't care. They did. And it's poor timing on their behalf. I guess they didn't know I was literally about to relaunch my channel, or all of a sudden it looks like I'm actually streaming and stuff. And very poor timing for them. Where I'm about to start like 5 shows, and I don't know. It is what it is. But I will say, I tried to prevent it, so I don't even care. But no one can convince me of any. Dude, if you watch the stream and don't think that Oakley was wrong, I don't know what to say. He wouldn't let me talk. I don't know how someone couldn't observe that when he literally wouldn't let me speak. And then every time he did, he got destroyed.
Well, this is the people that don't observe that and don't see that are the same people that were Globers and latched on to what the Globe said. Then they found something new and they're like, oh, I'm going to latch on to these people. Like how he was saying earlier, like the hierarchy. Oh, these people are the end all be like that. This is who they latched onto when they first found out about it. They are addicted to that style of, oh no, we are right. This is a logical fallacy,
It's
blah,
the
blah,
style.
interrupt
Yeah,
people.
it's the style.
It's ridiculous. And people, you are not a free thinker. You are not a free thinker if you are writing Nathan Oakley and QE and cannot disagree with them on anything. And you can spot them from a mile away. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you can't say anything against them because you're afraid of, either being cussed out or having balls dragged across your face or, whatever the boomer quote that QE is going to say. It's like, who cares? I don't care. I will say, this is crazy. This doesn't make sense. Like, and call them out when I think that they're wrong. Not on Nathan's show. I never have gone in there because I know what will happen. But at least I do it on 24/7 with QE and Elijah and other people. But yeah, you can just tell they're just not free thinkers yet. Like they're still latching onto something. They need somebody to tell them what to think still.
They dug their grave because they came out so boldly saying so many things that they can't really go back. Like Jaren says it very well. Like that's the worst thing you can ever do because you can't go back. Once you state something so definitively, like I've allowed myself, I can get on my YouTube tomorrow and I could, even with the ether, I can be like, oh, it looks like I might have been wrong. Right? Like I can do that. I do that. They can't do that. So that's what this is about.
That is that they always say, we never make a claim. I'm never going to make a claim. I have so many DMs with John about like, I will never make a claim ever in the entire world. I'm only here to say that other people's claims are wrong. Yet they are making a claim by saying you are not allowed to think this because it's wrong. That is the biggest claim to make. And once you state that, I mean, yeah, that is a huge claim. Like, Mr. I'm never going to make a claim. It doesn't even
Claiming light's a particle. They're point blank claiming that.
Why does the truth always need help from all these people? They're like, oh, you need a leader, you need this, like this and this and all these. Yeah. Why? The truth doesn't really need any help for, like, I mean, it is what it is, right?
There's only one weekly consensus show. It's not out of line for me to ask that show to go over some data. It's not. It's a weekly consensus show. No. They can get to it at 1 week. It's what their job is. And when Bob's like, how dare you tell me what my job. I don't know. We kind of just go, well, there's a group of people that go over stuff every week, and we kind of take their word for it that they've gone through stuff. And when I found out we haven't gone through Eric's stuff after 6 years, I'm like, fuck. And then when I asked all of them, they gave me all fudgy horseshit math. Every one of the people who I trusted who knew shit didn't. They didn't. I was blown away. And they all fought me and told me to go away. I can't behind it.
Oh, you're roboting. We can't hear you.
I'm fucking crying inside anyway. It doesn't matter. It's better. Just crying. It's like
yeah, I don't understand that crying. Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand the crying inside. I don't understand you being upset. I don't understand you feeling like this is some kind of loss. It is what it is, dude. All you can do is share the truth and keep planting seeds. Like, I don't think it's anything to be upset about. Like, just keep sharing the truth, keep moving on. And if you have things that you can prove are incorrect, keep showing that.
But
That's all
this
you
goes
can
back to how we started. A family. There is no flat Earth family. You were talking about the value of
Well,
family.
yeah, I mean, we
Here
always
I
say
am.
around these parts, me and the crew always say there's no friends on flat Earth. There's no friends on flat Earth, right? Like, because we are not a freaking hive mind. We all think completely different from one another, and that should be allowed. That's where the friend should be made, is allowing people to think differently. Now, when you
Okay.
get into the rigmarole of math and whatnot, like, yeah, you
Peer
could
review.
exactly, you can do your peer reviews and say, no, this is right and that's wrong, and get into arguments about that. But I
Well,
mean,
we are
I
the
don't
peer
know.
review, Shines. Like
I get
everyone
it.
with a
Yeah,
different opinion. Yeah, yeah.
exactly,
Sorry.
exactly. No, I agree with you, D-Monk. I was agreeing with you. And that's the free thinkers, right? Like, no, actually, I disagree with this. No, this, and every single person might come back with a different fucking answer. And then what are
But
you gonna do
yo,
then?
think about this. Like, I don't know if you guys heard this, right? But like, when I was talking to Oakley, I'm like, yeah, light's already there. And like, oh, he keeps you like, oh, when I see a lighthouse, yeah, that light's already there. Oh, so when the room is dark, I'm like, yeah, light's already there. Like, oh, so when I turn the room on, so when I turn the light on, I'm like, yeah, it's already there. I'm like, you think there's no light when the light's off, when it's dark? And then they all ridiculed me, called me stupid, and took their victory lap. And all like 7 of them laughing, ridiculing me, calling me stupid. And then they get done. I go in to say, okay, there's a non, cut me off, start ridiculing, victory lap again. Did it 3 times in a row. And then I finally get to say, I'm trying to say the same sentence over and over. I finally get to say, what about the non-visible spectrum of light? Crickets. Paul jumps in to change, or John jumps in to change the subject, straw manning me about something else. And that's a perfect example. It was a 5-minute victory lap ridiculing me, and literally I was 100% right. It's been however many days. They'll never actually respond to that point. Right? There's not a square inch on the earth that doesn't have light. It's everywhere. There's a non-visible spectrum of light, and it's literally everywhere. And certain light becomes visible, but light's already there, right? And so, and in the after show, he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't have a rebuttal for that." He admitted it. So it's like, I don't know. It's just that kind of behavior is very Glover-esque. So that's when you get to where you're like literally being dishonest and funny muting and straw manning and berating and insulting and stuff like that, but never letting another person. It's like Fight the Flat Earth. That's what Fight the Flat Earth does. So it's like that's next level lame. I can't really
Yeah, it's
condone it.
dumpster fire. It's a dumpster fire, drag balls across your face, insanity. It's not actually a civil, honest conversation. It is entertainment, right? And that's what I've grown to realize the show is. It's just for entertainment. It has nothing to do with actually discussing what's actually happening in the world. It's who can we dunk on next. And
So,
I don't have
isn't
high
that
respect
just
for
the
that.
British style, though? Take the piss, take the piss. It's just the British style. And isn't
No, it's not the British style
Well,
at all.
sort of.
You
To be
can.
fair, like their
No.
comedy is more rude, right? Like they
Yeah,
are like.
absolutely, but that's not the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
you
when it's
can
not
have
when it's
like
dishonest
rude.
though.
Yeah, it's still yeah, exactly. You want to be honest. There is a civility, right? There is an honor. Like yeah, you want to dunk on people, but you're dunking on people because you have a reason to actually dunk on them. You don't just do it because I'm arrogant and I feel high and mighty. Like there should be a reason for it. And when he doesn't have a reason, it just looks bad, dude. It looks really bad.
Austin, do you think that if we use the internet and take advantage of these other 2 time zones between the Aussies and the Brits, do you think that we're spreading ourselves too thin because it's not our fight over there? They fight different. They have different values. Do you think we're wasting our time by spreading ourselves globally where we should do more?
Well, nah, because like I have tons of people that watch me from all over the world, right? Like, I will say, like, I've kind of decided, like, let them be in their own lane. I don't care. I've kept this type of opinion to myself, like, out of respect, right? Like, I hate the show. That's my honest opinion. It's very lame to me. It's very redundant, reiterative, monotonous, and like toxic. But I'm like, yo, I can see why people like it. It's like, watch the Glober get beat up on. I'm tired of us getting beat up on. Let's watch the Glober get beat up on. Blah, blah, blah. I get it, right? So I'm like, yeah, they have their own lane. I jumped in there to kill some time. Someone dragged me into the conversation. Oakley asked my opinion. I prefaced it to avoid it. I said, well, I'm not claiming it's scientifically verifiable or provable. It's just my opinion. I consider it to be a logical framework, blah, 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 you know.
Hey,
And
so
I hit him with such a logical argument, he didn't know what to do, so he freaked out. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, we have electromagnetic energy. It must be sustained within something. So the question is the energy sustained within something, or can it be sustained within nothing? And I see nothing as not possible, right? So we only have one option. You can call it whatever you want. You can make no further claims, whatever. It's a personal prerogative. But anyway, so I was very political with it, diplomatic, right? But like it didn't matter. It was just, so I got dragged into this. Then I'm getting YouTube shorts about me, right? So
Yeah,
like when someone's making YouTube shorts about
dude,
me,
the
take,
shit wit. I saw
yeah.
that one. I was
Well,
like,
that's the last one. Yeah. Yeah. But it all started with the gas pressure versus, see, because
yeah.
what I was saying was I was presenting a logical argument, which is we can present logical arguments without scientifically verifying it personally, meaning we say the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical container. Now we don't, therefore there must be a container on the earth. Now we don't actually touch the container, know where it's at, know what it's made of, know how big it is, anything like that. It's just logic, right? We're saying logically this must be the case, right? It's a logical axiom. I was comparing the two where it's like, well, we say logical antecedent relationship, we can't actually prove it. Like we can't go grab the ether and bottle it up. You can't go grab the firmament and bottle it up. Well, we know something's containing there. And so he just didn't let me say that all the way, chopped it up, and then made a YouTube short about me with like the poop emoji. And I'm like, okay, you're kind of declaring war. I let it chill for a couple weeks. It's every day, 2 weeks. Then I'm getting personal messages. Then I'm getting QEs making presentations. All right, so then it's like you're trying to get clicks off my name. It's so gay. It's so gay. So it's like, well, that's kind of what has drugged me into it. Now I've decided now that I mean, you know, oh wow, I think I intellectually eviscerated them with my presentation. I'll never get a rebuttal. We addressed them in Glowbusters. I made a joke about Arwen. I made a joke about Oakley. I'm over it. I don't really care. Like over this point, I mean, yeah, like in that sense. But no, when it comes to my content, I have tons of people that watch me from across the world, right? I'm trying to find a time that's good for everyone. I don't want them to be the only thing that represents flat Earth over there. That's a bad look.
Yeah, you're right. At one time, I also gave Bob shit for something that wasn't his fault, which was potentially letting you burn out because you were starting to push out and started with McToon and and he was getting you the computer and you were dealing with, fucking Nathan Thompson, and it was stressful, and your willingness to dive into it was a lot. And, it took to through the tour for you to realize how hard this was, and I was so worried about you at that point. And I hassled Bob about, you guys going out with, the name Clown and was this really okay? And he's like, that's the other thing that I accused him of being able to have something to say about. So maybe I was wrong, and I did forget about that. That I was really adamant that Bob do something about it because it was coming out of his house, So
I just wanted to say something really quick about this as well. Is that unless I cut you off, I'm sorry. Were you
no,
continuing on?
no.
Well, I just wanted to say, I watched your call-in show, Austin. The other day I was chilling, working on some stuff around the house. Listen, it was with Vader and like Leaky and a whole bunch of people, and there were some people going off about Nikola Tesla, right? And saying he didn't even exist at all. Like he's completely made up. There's no photos of him, whatever. And I was sitting there like, oh my goodness, like my great uncle was Samuel Clemens, right? We actually have family letters between him and Tesla. And safety deposit boxes. Like I know that Tesla existed. I know that like it was just super like funny to listen to, but I still was listening to it and how their minds work and whatever. And the best thing that you did was allow them to have that conversation. And what you said at the end was, it seems like a bit of a stretch, but that's really interesting. Like allow people to speak, right? Like you weren't like, I'm gonna drag my balls across your face for saying something so ridiculous and blah 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 blah. Like just allowing people to even hear that conversation. Because even if somebody is saying something that might be completely like off kilter or whatever, it still can open people's minds to different things or different instances of thinking and in neural pathways or whatever. And just the kindness of being like, I think that was a bit of a stretch, but yeah, interesting information, right? Like if Oakley could even just do that, like just allow somebody to say something and he might not understand it, even if it's like correct, right? Like it makes sense, and it is something that is philosophical. We're not saying that it's material. Like listen to what we're saying. He won't even allow that. Like if you don't agree with what they're saying, photons are photons, and the immaterial actually is material, and blah blah blah. Then it's why the psychology behind it and watching how different people work within this community is fascinating to me. And I have to say, I have mad respect for you for being so open and, allowing free thinking to take place. So kudos to that.
Thanks. That's why I wanted to do a show, was just to have a whole different vibe. It seems there's a lack thereof, where there's someone that comes on and debates and it's chill. So yeah, I'm about to announce my show. I'm just gonna do it like once or twice a week. I mean, I'm not gonna. But yeah, I'm gonna let people come on and let them fully speak, as long as they're not over talking. Blah blah. I think that's what's the best anyway, to wake people up. I don't know. I keep saying it, but it always comes down to this. Either is what is your intention? Is it like who can whip out their biggest FE cock and say I'm 300-0, or who can like wake people up, right? I mean, that's kind of my intention. Is like I want someone to watch it and be like, dang, the globe Earth got to fully say their position, and they got destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you really wake them up. Where so yeah,
Everything they say is beautiful. When we're not, I mean, for me, I get overexcited and I start yelling, but if you can have your composure, they bury themselves with every word. And that goes up the ladder. Austin, I don't know if you know, I just spent 5 hours with an astronomer. The dude invited me on. It's just as narrow as you'd ever imagine. The guy, just narrow, that he has his expertise. Everything else he'll tell you, I don't know about. It's just amazing how people's we have to get to more experts because they show their colors.
yeah, and they have to be more intellectually honest, right? Because they have like an intellectual reputation. I know a few people. I can't say their names or anything, but I talked to a couple quantum physicists, talked to a Ivy League professor, talked to like astrophysicists, a few astrophysicists, talked to particle physicists, talked to aerospace engineer, and it's always like that. They're always like, "Wow, I never thought of that. Wow, I don't know. Wow, that's crazy." Right? It's just the Globers on here that act like they know everything. Right? It's so funny.
I'll put a link to this interview with the guy, but it's 5 hours long. It's not really watchable. But I'm still like, every time we talk to an expert on anything, it's more legit than the echo chamber. Because they bury themselves. Like that wakey thing. Just beautiful. Astrophysicists.
Yeah, they get destroyed more than anybody. And then like what I like to do is I like to actually debate them about their field. So I was talking to an aerospace engineer and I'm like, how do you verify? He said he worked on a satellite, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. How do you verify the distance to the satellite? It's like instead of like asking him something he doesn't know about, I'm like, I'm going to show you personally. Like I'm going to break your cognitive. You had to make a medium assumption though, right? Because of the duration of the signal received, and then you have a medium differentiation that you factor into how long it took to receive the signal. So you have to verify the medium differentiation, right? And he's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? It's like his whole world is crashing.
I was like, excuse me, the cat's doing something. I'll be right back. This guy was cool. He invited me on, so it gave me an opportunity. He wanted to know how flat earthers could possibly see something that he didn't, because he looks up in the sky. And he was an expert on exoplanets. And the first thing I mentioned, because it was recent on my mind, was the Antikythera mechanism and how it mapped planetary movement and over time. And he didn't know what it was. Like he'd heard of it, and it was like, oh, okay, it's only like right in your field. So I thought it was interesting to, look at the mechanism like that and think of it in terms of a construct. If we're in a construct, we're in a large timepiece, just like that mechanism.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a very, very fascinating piece of machinery.
So this guy invited me on. I promised that I wouldn't put the boxing gloves on unless he wanted to. I was willing to. He said no. He wanted to know what I had to say. And we burned 5 hours on stuff. And so I wrote him afterwards and said that I'd let him talk more next time and go over his field. So if you have any good catch me questions to get him on that, because I'm going to let him talk next time and figure the third time I told him I'd bring out more data. Otherwise, I wanted him to be able to talk astronomy or he won't have me on. He likes to talk.
Well, okay, so he's an astronomer. That yeah, just
He runs an observatory, dude.
okay, yeah. I would just hit him with like I'd hit him with the famous astronomer quotes about geocentrism, where they say, we can't actually prove that the Earth is moving. Like, I would hit him with that. Like, what's his take on, could the Earth be geocentric? Like, yeah. I mean, all you have to do to brush up on it is like they only have a couple things they say. They act like retrograde motion. That's easily debunked. They act like the movement of moons around Jupiter, debunked. Those all work within what's called a neotectonic system.
When they go, we're off by the 1 to the 60th power or something. What is that cosmology statement? What is that one?
Yeah, so Michio Kaku said 10 to the 120th. Some disagree with him on that number. It's based on quantum observations of energy in a vacuum. If you apply that to the sky, then it's 10 to the 120th. Some disagree, but yeah, you can ask him about that too. Or just ask him about the cosmic microwave vacuum.
Expansion of the universe or light? What is that?
Yeah, that's the expansion of the universe. It needs to go much faster, so they need a lot more energy.
Okay. And aren't they giving up on dark matter these days?
Well, sort of, yeah. So they're trying to find ways to dismiss it. Like they know it has to be there. There's a new theory that's basically reintroducing the ether, like point blank. Like Nobel laureate saying we have to reintroduce the ether.
Do you want to do him up instead of me? He'll have you on.
Yeah, talk to him.
All right, I'll try and set that up.
That'd be cool.
He might be as soon as he's done with me, we'll see.
Cool.
What about intelligence? Where does that fall with ether?
Intelligence, I think that's a very interesting point because I've been trying to define energy and I define it as pressure mediation, but I think intelligence is actually within the true definition. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly what I think.
Well, Denmark, you're too open-minded, buddy. Have you not seen how I've been getting railed just trying to talk about magnetism? You think I'm about to tell him that there's a field of intelligence around us?
What? No, that's what I tell them. That's what I tell them it is.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, every action or reaction, I mean, in my mind, is that not an intelligent, like, design or pattern that it has to follow or flow to,
Yeah, like what puts things into motion, what creates energy. It seems to be intelligence, will, sentience, however you want to phrase it. Yeah, I agree. Intelligence is the best way to put it, and I think so. Yeah, there's a field of energy that seems to have like conscious decision. But like I said, bro, I mean, that's for dare I say the real flat earthers, because like flat earthers are supposed to be open-minded, man. It's supposed to be like unspoken. I mean, I get why they've gotten really dogmatic because we're fighting against all the pseudoscience. I get that, but still, it's like,
No,
well,
I don't
bro.
get it. I have to go against you there, Austin. I don't get the dogmatism, right? Like that's the whole thing that we're getting away from. Is what are the possibilities? What are the things that it can possibly be? What are all the variables, all of our options? And as soon as you're like, no, it can't be any of this, you're cutting off limbs. Like it's unhealthy. I don't agree with it at all, and I don't think there's any excuses for what's being done.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to be diplomatic.
I think you're kinder than I am. You're definitely.
I'm just trying to be diplomatic, Sean.
I hear you.
Because I did go around the whole country and I kind of said the spill, right? I said the whole, like, I told the world, I told the whole country what science is. It is an important first step, right? I think. Like, it's important to let them know, like, whoa, a lot of this stuff they're claiming is science is not science, okay? And it's philosophy. And their philosophy is bankrupt. But it's been turned into philosophy is worthless, and it's very ignorant because it was well known forever that science and philosophy are tied at the hip, and we've kind of lost our way. And when I say we, only some of us, but yeah, like if you read, like this is the thing, I'm gonna make a skit, okay? But it's like if Nikola Tesla came on FED, they would ridicule him and call him stupid. So just soak that in.
Well, science has become whatever you want to infer, whatever you want to say is going to happen, the hypothesis, and yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not even really the right type of thing, rather than doing something and studying what happens and, go from there and build upon that, trial and error from that portion of like whatever truth is that everybody can see and be like, hey, so you don't have some little kid like, hey, that doesn't even make any sense at all. Like, no, no, young man, come here, you can do it too. Like, like, I don't get it. Where's that science at?
Yeah. Like Tesla said it best, right? He's like the proponents of relativity are brilliant men in a sense, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists, and they create mathematical equations and get lost. And then they turn around and they have their stories have no relation to reality. And like that's what's so funny is like just because it's got philosophical undertones does not mean that's the case. Honestly, I think that they'd be well off just to read some Tesla. I don't know why they haven't, but he was very, very smart, right? I mean, honestly, Charles Proto Steinmetz was smarter than him, I think, but he's super unheard of. They kind of had to let Tesla out of the bag because he invented like the AC induction motor and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think that they need to pump the brakes. If you're pretending you're smarter than Tesla, you might be off. I'm just saying, like Tesla had one of his favorite books, right? He only read like 2 books ever. And dude, the book that was his favorite, if you read the first 2 pages, like your brain begins to melt. You know what I mean? And like he used to just sit there and read that book. Have you ever seen the famous picture of him sitting by his gigantic Tesla coil? He's reading a book. It's that
yeah,
book.
is that the book?
Dude, it's insane. The book is insane. I've only read part of it, and I'm like, whoa, bro, like this is insane.
Can you drop a link to it?
I don't have it on this computer, so I'm actually currently looking for it. Last time I tried to find it, Dicelo has it, but he has a physical
Oh,
copy of it.
Okay, I'll get it from him. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Your comprehension and language level is pretty high, man. Like your ability to grasp with and keep up with the language of it is pretty strong, man. It's really impressive.
Well, thanks. I haven't read that book enough, so I can't say that I can or cannot comprehend it. But yeah, Kim Willer says that it'll fold your mind in like a deck of cards. I don't know. Like I had Dicelo read me a page, and a lot of people were acting like it was super complicated, but it really wasn't. I understood it quite well, but that was a conclusion page, so it may have been more simplified, right? I don't know. Like I said, like Tesla read it for a long time. He also spoke like 6 languages, right? Like one of his quotes was like, I've scoured the earth to look for someone else saying this in 6 different languages. No one's ever said it, so I guess I'm the first to come to the conclusion. Nothing in the world has any energy or electric nature that it does not receive from the primary environment, meaning the ether. So, it's contradictory to the idea. He only read 2 books. It looks like he did look through other books, but he only valued 2 books as like reading material, if that makes sense. And yeah, I'm interested in it. I heard it's really hard to find it for obvious reasons, I'd imagine.
Speaking of the book, how are you avoiding when are you getting in Bible stuff? Because if there's one thing Nathan Thompson ever did right, he brought that second. He didn't bring it first, And it's like, I don't hear you preaching much. So when do you get that stuff done?
Yeah, so I read the scriptures, but
But you don't preach it.
yeah, I'm trying to.
I mean, I'm glad you don't, because I don't.
I'm trying to build.
I know it's in you though.
I'm trying to build without it. Like in my stream tonight, I kind of do mention it. But I want to avoid theological debate because what I discovered was, no one alive understands the Bible, bro. Like, no one, right? Like, because it's been so messed with. It's not that it's not understandable as I see it. It's just hard to figure out what it's really saying. Like, you can look at Genesis. Like, Just Jack looked at Genesis for 10 years, and he's still trying to figure out what it really says. And like from the very beginning, where it says, God, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth, and then it's the word heaven is shamayim, and then one of the applications in Hebrew is the unseen existences, which sounds a lot like ether home, but so it's like the unseen existences aren't exclusive to above you. Now, there is a celestial realm above us, but anyway, my point is that it's saying he created the material world and the unseen world, right? And that's the first sentence, and you never heard it. And so I guess what I've learned is the truth is in that. The Creator answers me within that. It's changed my life. I get direct answers. I prayed for a wife and children, and then immediately got an answer for a wife and children. And then I got a wife, and she got pregnant within a week of us getting married, right? Like, it's real, but I don't think that dogmatic theological discussion and debate is the move. I prayed and fasted a lot, and it's like, basically I was just showing that we don't know. Like, we live in the time of great deception, and people are just now awakening. And yeah, so I guess I'm trying to figure some of it out and maybe build a situation where people ask me about it. Like, and that's why people get mad that I hang out with Jaron. I think he did a show again tonight, kind of bashing the Bible, right? And they're like, "Why would you hang out with him?" I'm doing a debate with Karen B. She has a show called Bitches Brew, right? So they're like, "Oh, why would you hang out with someone that's alluding to the idea of a witch?" And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I don't walk around thinking I'm better than everybody, and I think that the best way to wake people up is to kind of be there with them, not judge them, and then they come talk to you about it. So that's kind of how I'm applying my approach to the channel as well.
Uh-huh.
So that's my take.
One of the prettiest things I've ever seen is you and Kai in the street where you play dumb and she starts coming up to you, and that back and forth thing, and how people, how fascinating it looks from the outside. It's like they see people engaged first, then they start to listen. And that's a good trick to get people to listen. And the back and forth and the chemistry between you guys is real fun to watch for everyone else. I know it's probably fun for you guys.
Yeah, that was cool. Like, it's way too intense of an environment for her now, being pregnant, and honestly, she kind of got wore out on that thing because people suck, you know what I'm saying?
That was a good act, though, in terms of act. That was
Yeah, I agree, yeah. It was probably the most effective. And she was the one always answering the question, I was the dumb one.
Yeah, that was
it was perfect.
Yeah. That was good stuff.
If the earth is flat, because like, what can they say? They want to come up and ask those questions, but I'm like mocking it. Wouldn't we fall off the earth if it was flat? I can play the Globers in here. Well, if the earth was flat, we wouldn't have a horizon. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, actually, you would. You have an optical convergence limit.
I think you should
Can we
ask.
talk about? Wait, hold on. Can we just take a moment of silence for? Was it like yesterday or the day before when he was like, "Oh no, the horizon isn't anything that's an optical illusion. It is exactly."
No.
That
Hold
was, like,
on. Don't misquote me, Shines.
Yeah, okay, go
Right.
on, Ruhif. I knew this.
Okay.
I saw
The
you.
fact,
Again. That's why.
right. The fact that the fact that the horizon appears in an apparent position, right? You could call that an illusion. But what I said was the fact that the water blocks clouds 100 kilometers away is not an illusion.
But then you admitted that it's not where it literally is, even within your own paradigm. So by definition, it is an illusion.
How many times did I say the horizon is in its apparent position? It's still physical. It appears in the apparent position.
That's why she brought it up. You got it split.
Right.
Exactly.
And I keep bringing it up that you guys.
That's amazing.
Right. And you guys can't help yourself but to misquote me.
Bro,
can't
it's
help yourselves.
recorded, my man.
Yeah. I'm well aware.
Dude, crypto just dragged you around, bro. It's okay. We all take one on the chin every once in a while.
I'm sure that's what you think happened.
Is the horizon an actual location when we observe it?
It's an actual location. It appears in its apparent refracted position.
So we don't observe an actual location.
The horizon is an actual location, physical location. The path that the light takes to reach our eye is curved. That doesn't make it non-physical or non-actual.
Wait, so you mean the horizon that we see is not physical?
Go back and listen to the fucking recording.
I know what you're saying, and it sucks because I'm obviously not going to let you slide with the sophistry. So, like, is the horizon we see? Is the horizon we see physical?
Yes.
So we see the actual physical horizon?
You see it in its refracted position, but yes, it's physical.
So the horizon we see is refracted, meaning apparent.
Yeah, you see it in its apparent position.
Okay, so then we see an apparent horizon.
Yes.
Okay, so then that's the opposite of actual.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. They're
What's
not
the opposite
opposites.
of? What's the difference in apparent and actual position?
And what am I seeing behind it?
Hmm? Say again?
What am I seeing behind it?
What do you mean? Ships, buildings, mountains?
Shorelines,
No.
in terms of Nat Geo, I could see the
Yeah.
shoreline behind them, yet they're claiming curvature of the Earth at 3 miles.
Yeah, would you like to disavow the Nat Geo demonstration, Ruif?
Say again?
Would you like to disavow the Nat Geo demonstration where they claim to prove the curve by blocking part of what's on the boat, but there was a horizon behind it?
Yes, I would.
Nice. Isn't it weird that the mainstream has to blatantly lie like that to defeat the stupidity of flat
What was the other one? The Stephen Hawking, what was that one called? Genius. That one.
Yeah.
That was deceptive. I made a video about it. Fucking Taboo Conspiracy called it out, and yeah.
Why do they got to be
Made a
so
video.
deceptive? I wonder why.
I don't know.
Have you ever thought about it?
Oh, they could do it for fucking, they could have shit footage or whatever. They've got to put something out, but yeah, they don't need to be deceptive.
Oh, that's what you
Mars,
think.
man. And National Geographic, and whoa.
And Netflix and everyone. Hey, Ruif, what's the difference in the apparent and an actual position?
They're not antonyms. They're not opposites of each other, right?
I asked
You
you
see
what's the
the
difference.
actual horizon in its apparent position.
So what's the difference?
Well, the apparent position is not its actual position that you see it in. It's still an actual horizon. It still blocks things.
Well, that's just begging the question, though, right? So we know.
It's not begging the question that it blocks things. It fucking obviously blocks
Do you
things.
hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? There is an
Yes.
actual horizon that it blocks things, but it's apparent. So we don't know where it actually is, but it's actual, but it's apparent, but it's actual. Like
The fact that the fact that the light takes a curved path doesn't make the horizon non-physical or non-actual.
The horizon is defined by what you see. That's what a horizon is. The definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the definition.
It's not my favorite definition. I
It's
like the
the
last bit of water. Oh, the definition. Well, okay, let's play definitions then. If I get a definition from dictionary.com for the Earth and it says it's a globe, what happens then?
Wow, good one. So the point is, we actually have a phenomena of
No,
horizon. We can go
dictionary
verify.
said it's a globe. Dictionary said it's a globe. It's it. Game over. The end.
No, we can't go verify that stupid ass definition though. We can go
I
verify
don't
that.
care. It's in the dictionary. It's verified. The end.
We can go verify that the horizon is just apparent.
No, Earth's a globe. Dictionary says so.
You're imploding. So, and then crypto gave you a perfect example of like your eyes playing a trick on you, right? And something not actually being there, and it wasn't a physical
It
location.
can't exist. Those steps can't exist.
Neither can the curve of the Earth, buddy.
Okay. All right.
You'll get
Touche,
there.
what's it? Touche.
Yeah, Ruif, what's funny, bro, is like you just got to be honest. You know that I know your position, which is why it's very frustrating at times when you talk to me as if I don't know. It's a very lame, boring approach, right? Where you keep saying there's an actual geometric horizon and that blocks things. We
When
just
you
don't
say
see it because light
geometric,
curves.
do you mean unrefracted? I got fucking Tourette's on that word. What's it?
How do you know what it's actually blocking if you can't see the actual horizon?
You can see the actual horizon in its apparent refracted position.
Right.
How
Right,
many
so if
times?
it's not there, how do you know that it's blocking something?
Because you've got 2 kilometers of a mountain that you can't see.
Well, tomorrow it's just
the
1
horizon's
kilometer.
blocking it.
No.
The apparent horizon's blocking it, not the actual horizon.
You keep suggesting that apparent and actual are like opposites or,
I guess I'll
mutually
just cite
exclusive.
that
Yeah, they would be
objectively are.
opposite. Yeah, that's what you call opposite.
Yeah, it's
No.
definitely something completely different. So apparently this happened, but we're not quite sure about it. We don't actually know. that apparently
They're not
this happened,
opposites.
but we're not actually sure. I'm not saying that they're complete opposites. It's not night and day, black and white. It is literally somebody saying like this is apparently what happened. They might be correct.
Hang on, in a hand.
Could be correct
Hold
on
on.
something that is apparently happening. You might make a good guess on it, but it's not actual. It's not a fact that we know that this is actually what took place. This is actually what is happening.
They apparently murdered somebody. They didn't actually murder him.
Yeah.
Yeah, a fat girl could be apparently pregnant.
Oh, Jesus.
So what's the difference in the actual and apparent sunset?
The actual and the apparent sunset, I'd say refraction.
So
It's sunsets in its refracted position. The
So where
sun
we see
actually
it-
sets.
So where we see it is not actually where it is.
By actual, do you mean like physically? Like the sun is physically going below the horizon? Yes,
That's
it
the
does.
that's the
Right? We
definition.
see it. Where we see it is in its refracted position. That's what we call the apparent position.
Right.
It's like you just keep trying to trip me up on something.
No,
It's
just like
pathetic.
I'm trying to say it as
Absolutely
elementary
pathetic.
as possible so you can understand. You're claiming that there's a physical, tangible, geometric, actual location.
When
that
you say
physic-
geometric, do you mean unrefracted?
Wait, you stop interrupting.
Every
You just have a
fucking time.
script. Your script is
Yeah,
stupid, though.
every time you say geometric, that's what I'm going to say.
Well, don't
Until
interrupt.
you clarify what you mean.
Don't interrupt, buddy. Okay, so you claim there's a physical, actual, geometric, tangible location, but that it is refracted, so we never see it. And what we're telling you is that is one of the most remedial fallacies that exist. It's called begging the question.
What's the refraction look like compared to the horizon? Do you have like those two images anywhere?
No, they can never show the actual horizon. That's the whole point. It's never the actual. Only an apparent horizon, ever.
Those are not mutually exclusive terms. Actual and apparent are not mutually exclusive.
That's not the point.
It is the point because you keep contrasting them as different opposite
You're trying
things.
to say what it actually does, but you can never show us what it actually is.
What are you looking at though? Like
Look, here's the deal. I just posted in chat. Apparent. There is three
Oh,
things.
don't
Readily seen or
post
visible.
definitions, please.
Just stop, Ruhif. Just let me get this out. Don't overtalk me. 1, readily seen and visible. Readily understood or clear and visible. Clear or obvious is number 2. And number 3 is appearing as such, but not necessarily so. Seeming. So Doofus is in here like, no. Number 1 will do just fine for the horizon.
Yes, number
readily
one.
seen and visible. So it's readily
Number
seen
one's
and
fine.
visible. So we know exactly where that horizon is. We know exactly what it is. It's not appearing as such, but not necessarily so. Where that distance is. Are you guys really going to be that freaking dishonest and be like, no, we know exactly the distance of that horizon. We know exactly where that horizon is. We know the geometric location of that. It is totally readily seen and visible. It is clear and obvious. Yeah, you can see it, but you don't actually know where it is, what it's doing, or anything about it. So number 3 would be the best definition to use for that. And if you're not going to go by that, then you're being completely dishonest.
Number 1.
Yeah, you can see it. Oh, cool. We can see this horizon. So do you know where that location is? Do you know where the geometric edge is? Do you know all the details of what's going on with it just because you can see it? That's like saying even Doofus.
When you guys
like,
can tell
hold
me.
on, let me just finish this real quick. Doofus used the analogy of, oh, it's apparent that my car is in the driveway. I guess that means my car isn't actually in the driveway. Yeah, you can see that car. Do you know how
My
that
car isn't actual.
Do you? Oh my god, this is exhausting. Never mind. I give up. You guys have fun. For fuck's sake.
When you
It's so
guys
funny
can
'cause
tell me what you
side
mean
of
by
your
geometric.
Using like the way you guys argue this just makes you look bad. Like it really doesn't help you
Really
guys.
does.
I know
I
it's
can only
a
explain it to you. I
argument.
can't understand it for you.
I won the argument because I could say, well, if you're going to use definitions, I'll just look up the definition of the Earth and show it's a spinning ball.
Yeah, and dude,
Find a way to win the argument. You don't care about what makes sense.
his talking point is to just keep pretending that we don't understand it.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
You seem to ask questions that
You guys gave
imply that
this
you
up.
don't.
Dude, I've asked all the Globers, Riv. Let's see if you'll be honest about it. Riv, do you think that I fully understand your position and could argue it just as well as most of the Globers?
No, I don't.
You're lying.
Okay, what is the geometric horizon?
We
Tell me
should test it out.
What I mean.
We should test it out. Which they can pretend to be a Glober.
The geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is where the Earth physically obstructs the sky based on the convexity rate of the terra firma based on the radius value. However, we never actually see it because there's something called the atmos is constantly refracted.
So we agree when you say geometric, you mean unrefracted?
I just said that in my... Hey, catch up, Flat Earther. Catch up.
Yeah, so yes.
Yeah, I'm a better glober than you, dude.
You appeared to say yes, geometric means unrefracted. Is that correct?
No, he's supposed to be role playing where you're playing the flat earther and he's playing the glober. He's not agreeing with you all of a sudden because he's saying stupid shit that you agree with.
Hey guys, switch it up.
You
No,
can choose
switch
what to
it
answer,
up.
that's fine.
Ruhif,
You got
switch
another
it up or
question?
switch it.
Ask
Do
me
it.
another.
It'll be funny.
Ask me
It'll be
another
funny.
flat Earth question. I'll show you I'm a better glober than Ruhif.
Ruhif
I'm
reminds
asking
me of
you, when you say geometric horizon, do you mean unrefracted?
I just now said that the geometric horizon is the physical location. It's an actual tangible location that physically obstructs the sky based on the convexity rate of the terra firma, based on the radius of the globe Earth that we live on, and we have pictures of from space. But we never actually see it because there's something called the atmos. So everything that we optically observe as the horizon is nothing more than an apparent location based on refraction. But you have to have an actual geometric location to have an apparent one.
So when I say, like when I ask you when you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted? Your answer is yes, right?
You see how lost he is, where he's like,
you just ran off on a fucking monologue, right? It's an easy yes or no question. It's not a trick question.
Jesus.
It's not a trick question.
You're including an optical effect in a geometric question.
He doesn't understand that I was just role playing the glober.
Yeah, he's like, oh, finally you agree with me. Great. No, hey, Ruhif, could there ever be an apparent horizon that isn't the actual horizon refracted?
The horizon we see is the refracted horizon, always.
This
geometric.
Could there be illusion, like the horizon's closer than it should be for the globe, so therefore it's not really the horizon, but it appears to be the horizon.
Okay.
But it's not the
When
real
you
horizon.
say
Further
when you
away.
say closer than it should be, where are you getting the should part from?
I'm saying for your globe, if you were to find a horizon that doesn't fit your calculations, and so you said, is there ever a time where you're saying, oh well, that's actually not the real horizon because obviously we know it must be further away or closer or whatever. No, you never say that.
I never say that. No, I never talk about the unrefracted horizon because it's pointless. It's meaningless.
All right, and you also don't think that there would be a horizon on a flat Earth, right?
Correct. It would just fade off into the distance. There would be no hard line
There we
horizon.
go. That's the mentality we're dealing with.
Well, please show me the geometry for a hard horizon on a flat Earth.
I want to ask you: is refraction geometrical?
On us?
Yeah, there is no geometric answer for something that's apparent.
No geometry. No geometry. There you go.
Is refraction
just words.
physical?
And you have none. Show us the
Is
geometry.
refraction physical?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second.
So you're going to show us where the geometric horizon is, that it's always there, and that we are never going to see anything different.
When you say geometric horizon, when you say geometric horizon, do you mean the unrefracted horizon?
Just wrote in here, geometric doesn't obstruct what is beyond it. It would, but it doesn't.
Is.
So
Hang on.
Go on. Show us your geometric horizon.
When you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted?
Oh my God.
Every time you say that word, that's going to be my response until you
you're like a robot.
There's a parent horizon. My God.
It's like debating a child. That's like,
it is. It's
no, I want to go outside.
Conversations in this. It's amazing.
Here we go. Here's my dip
Wow.
dip angle thing. There you go. GeoGebra. That is the apparent horizon.
It's not a hump.
Just click on the link.
You got a Earth
I'm
curve
just
stencil
asking.
you can
You go for the
calculate.
drop instead of the hump.
They're the same thing.
You're of the party.
So it's at a 10-foot hump, 3-foot hump.
Anyway, click on the link.
Well, you should make a stencil to follow
I'm
that
so
hump, right?
blown away right now.
It's amazing every time. I thought this was like 10 years ago. I'm surprised this conversation is still taking place over and over again. It's
So am I. Well, actually, no, not really.
They can't give up their sophistry.
Sure
it's
can,
impossible.
dude. It's amazing.
Oh, for him to give in on this point would be like suicide for Ruhif. Really,
I've given you the link to the refracted horizon geometry in GeoGebra.
This dude would literally die before he had this conversation. Honestly,
He really would.
Go fuck yourself. What's it?
And it's
I'm being real, Roof. I became a glober And you couldn't even play along. I can't even have fun.
You can't
with
even
you
answer a question. You can't answer a simple question.
Ruif, I became the Glober, and I said your position more elegantly than you've ever stated it.
Yet when I asked you, do you ignore refraction when you say geometric horizon? You can't just say yes, I do. Why can't you do that?
Oh no, it's not that I ignore it. My point is that I'm wanting you to admit that you can't verify it's there because you never see it. Without begging the
geometric
question.
horizon. I don't give a shit about the geometric horizon, the unrefracted horizon. It's meaningless. Absolutely
You're just begging
meaningless.
the question. Do you understand that?
That's ridiculous.
I'm not begging the question.
Yes, you are. You're saying we can
No,
never
I'm not.
see the curve of the Earth in its actual position, but we know it's there because the Earth's a ball.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway, click on the link.
Yeah, I got no
Well,
rebuttal.
without refraction, what are you seeing? Where's the physical water and dirt at? Without refraction, where's that at? Because I don't even think you know what refraction is. I don't think you've ever seen refraction or the horizon. Either one, the actual physical spot where the curve would be. Either or, take your pick.
The doofus is asking you the same question. Does this straw stop being actual if its position is apparent?
Begging the question, you're assuming
Begging
the
the
curvature is actual, and that's the
No,
reason
no,
that
no.
you compare it to the
Exactly. That's
straw.
why. That's
The
why
straw
he
in the
gave
cup.
you, dude. Again, begging the question because we know the straw is actual. We can physically, tangibly verify it. That's why Crypto gave you an example of that happening without there being something to physically, tangibly verify. But you skated past it, got destroyed, got exposed, came back the next day, pretended it didn't happen, then brought up a non sequitur, begging the question fallacy again.
Does the straw stop being actual if its position is apparent?
Actual robots, man. I think.
Well, repeat it like that, like you didn't just get destroyed when you tried it the first time. Come on.
It's a simple question,
And what's the
right?
straw
And if you
got to do
answer
with
it,
with
you
the
know
curve
you're
of the
fucking
Earth?
lost, right?
What does the straw have to do with the curve of the Earth? Show us that. Demonstrate that.
Yeah, I can physically go grab the straw. Can you physically go verify and touch the curve, please?
Just answer the question, Witsit. Stop running away from a simple question.
Yes, the straw is actually there, but it's
Excellent.
non
Thank you.
sequitur because you have to beg the question. It's not the same as when I can physically verify the actual straw without you begging the question of what's in contention.
Okay, so actual and apparent are not mutually exclusive. Do we agree?
They are
No, where do you-
they are different. Yes, they are 100%
Are they
different.
mutually exclusive?
No, you can have an
No.
apparent.
Thank
you. Can have
you.
an,
Thank
okay,
you.
but no
We
one's
could have gotten there
Ruif,
15 minutes ago, Witsit. Could have gotten there
listen,
15
well,
minutes
you
ago.
listen carefully. No flat earther is saying that you couldn't have a physical curve and then see an apparent curve. No one's ever said that. What we're saying is
I do believe Shines posted appearing as such, but not necessarily so.
yeah, exactly. That's our whole
So not
point. You'll
actual.
catch up one time. How long have you been in this conversation? No flat earthers saying that because you couldn't have a physical curve and then have an apparent one. We're saying that just because we see an apparent horizon, that doesn't mean there's a physical geometric one just because you say
Jesus.
so.
Exactly.
Geometric.
Like you have to jump to the absolute and say, "Oh, well, if you must be saying they're mutually exclusive, and if you're not saying they're
have you
mutually exclusive,
opened?
then I win." And that doesn't
Have
doesn't
you-
follow. Dude. That's not the way a debate works.
Ruif, let me ask you this. Can you have something apparent without having an actual physical thing that causes the appearance of whatever you observe?
Something be apparent and not actual? Yes.
So you can have something apparent, but there's nothing actual there.
That's, yes, possible. Yes.
Okay, so thanks for playing.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, you could call both an illusion. You could call the horizon an illusion if you want to. Just like you can call it a force if you want to. It's like always this like we could put it that way, but it's not really that way. It's double talk, dude.
Anyway, have you guys opened the GeoGebra link?
You know we understand your position. I just said it better than you.
So have you opened, like it's not a trick question, Witsit. Have you opened the GeoGebra link?
No, I'm making a video. I could care less about the fact that you're still on
so
step
you're just
one.
not engaging, honestly. All right, I'm going to go to the shops.
Yeah, your refraction literally begs the question of the R value. I don't have to open it up, buddy.
No, it doesn't.
It literally does. What's 7 over 6R represent?
7 over 6R, right? Do you want the actual explanation? How about I jump in the car and I'll talk about that in a minute.
Well, okay. Well, I've already read it off to everyone. So someone denied that it was the R value earlier, and I literally cited Andrew Thomas Young. It's 100% the R value of the Earth.
Do you think the curve calculated without refraction is begging the question?
Begging the question of what?
Do you think using the curve calculator begs the question of a globe? Do you think that's a begging the question fallacy?
That seems like a non sequitur to me.
Oh my God.
Anyway, I'm going to jump in the car. I will
Yeah.
join
Yeah.
shortly.
See, like this was in a real debate when someone points out a specific, they make an allegation of a specific fallacy. You don't just say, "Oh my God," you rebut the claim that of the fallacy alleged. That's how debate works.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll be in the car in 5 minutes. All right, see you.
How crazy is it that I literally laid out his argument better than him, and you didn't even know.
What you ended up coming to was, if it's possible that something can be apparent without something being actual, which he agreed to that it is possible, therefore the horizon must not be actual.
No, we're not saying
That's a leap of logic
therefore.
that doesn't.
Again,
Hold
straw
on.
man.
That's
I'm
a
gonna do
leap of
straw man.
that's a
Now they're
leap
really
of
straw man.
logic that doesn't. Hold on. That's a leap of logic that does not follow.
That's not what I said, though. I didn't say therefore. What I said was, you can't claim that you know it's physical because of that.
Nobody said that.
Okay, so how can we verify that it's a physical geometric location somewhere?
Because we see the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so dude, I can't even, bro.
Wait,
It's so bad.
Can you just
Yeah,
because we see the surface
let's
of
go
the
back
earth?
to the let's go back to the straw example. Let's go
Oh my
back to the
God.
straw example, as it seems that you guys didn't finish talking about that. Is it agreed? Is it agreed that the straw is a physical object and that the Earth, the surface thereof, is some physical object as well?
Oh, because they're both physical objects means that the curve must be also on the Earth, right?
It's so bad.
Thank you
It's
for
so
not
bad.
answering the question. Can somebody actually answer the
You're
question?
Oh yes,
trying
they're
to
both
draw a
they're both
parallel because
physical
they're both physical
objects.
objects. Then
But
you have to
Okay.
we have to
Is
jump on the boat
refraction a
with
physical
curvature.
object?
Jesus.
they're both physical objects, but listen carefully to this part, okay? On a flat Earth, over a flat surface, you couldn't see forever. That's why you guys have to say it, because your stupidity requires you make that claim. But you wouldn't be able to see forever. You would have an optical convergence limit, right? And that would give you what we call a horizon, which we know is apparent. Now, there's a way to test this, right? We can go out and look at the Earth and see, does this horizon move around like crazy? Oh, it does do that. So we need another verification method of the physical curve of the Earth, because this is insufficient, because it doesn't prove one way or the other, right? Because there could be a curvature of the Earth, or there could be no curvature of the Earth. Now, the problem is we have observations where it's long missing. So we got a problem. So we need another proof.
Can I add something? Doofus agrees that over a flat plane, the horizon would appear curved, just wouldn't appear as curved as on a curved surface.
That's crazy because
Doofus himself agrees with that.
okay, so then you definitely know that this isn't sufficient proof of the Earth. So you could never bring up an observation and say it proves that the Earth's a ball. So how do we prove the Earth's a ball? How do we prove the curve?
All right. It was fun that you guys carried on past the topic that I'm still on. So when we have the straw, that's a physical object, and we have the Earth, that's a physical object. We see the straw is in an apparent position, and we know the straw is actual. If we see the horizon in an apparent position, does that make it necessarily true that the horizon is not actual?
Well, you're defining horizon as curvature.
The horizon is okay. So look, if we see the straw, we reach out and grab it. We're not actually grabbing the straw. It's not the actual position, right? Now we see actual water on the Earth, okay? And it optically converges with the sky. Now it doesn't do that in reality. Obviously, the ground doesn't merge with the sky. And over a flat surface, that's exactly what would happen. You wouldn't be able to see forever. You have optical convergence. So the fact that there's physical land or physical water does not in any way prove that there's a curve of the Earth.
I think we're missing it though. He's describing an optical illusion with a straw and then saying the horizon that we see with physical Earth isn't an optical illusion. It's funny.
Well, he's saying
Yeah, I'm
it.
not
He's saying
saying
it
that at
is.
all.
He's
Thank
saying
you.
it is optical, right? He's absorbing that there's an apparent location, but the point is that he has to now absorb it's by intellectual necessity that it doesn't prove that the Earth's a ball. It could never do so, and that if the Earth was flat, you could get the same result.
No, what I'm trying to address in this conversation is the faulty logic in saying that since the horizon is in an apparent location, that it cannot be actual.
That's
That
not what we're saying.
argument was brought up in the beginning of this conversation.
No,
Don't say it
no,
wasn't brought up, because
it
it
wasn't.
was.
No, what we all said was if you can't see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, then how do you know it's there? That was the actual argument that you've had to strawman because the globe Earth has to be dishonest.
How many times was actual and apparent contrasted to be direct opposites in this conversation?
Well, we contrasted them because he kept on conflating them as if one proved the other. Now we've gone painfully through the process of 11th grade simple geometry to understand. Actually, that's not the case. So now the question remains. If you never see the actual curve of the Earth, how do you know that it's there?
All right. So we've come to the point in the conversation where the horizon is in an apparent location,
You can't
but you
answer.
don't have a
Why didn't you
logical.
answer that?
You
Wait,
don't
hold
have a
on. Why didn't
logical
you just answer
framework
that question?
that. Oh, I'll get to it.
You
But you
can't
don't have
answer
a
it. You
logical
can't
framework
answer it.
with
Get to it
which
like
to assert.
20 hours later.
But you don't have a
It was in
logical
the air.
framework with which to assert. I hear you guys. That's great that you're talking over me.
You're
But you
ignoring
don't
the
have a
question.
logical framework with which to assert that the horizon is not an actual location.
Well,
Where's
okay,
your
the
framework?
logical framework that we have to assert that is that every time we've ever seen it, it's not actual. It's just apparent. And it constantly fluctuates
Again,
based
you
on
just
conditions.
fucking said they're mutually exclusive, and we agreed they're not. Fuck.
No,
Well,
I didn't. That's
demonstrate.
another straw man. It's like,
You
it's
just said
literally,
apparent and not
Ruif, I
actual.
want you to know, dude, I'm
Just
not
said
even trying to
apparent
be
and not
rude.
actual.
It's sub 80 IQ. It's literally that bad. Okay. So no one's claiming what you're saying. Okay. What we're saying is you can't claim any observation of apparent obstruction proves that there's actual obstruction because it's not exclusive to a globe. So our question for you, which neither one of you will answer directly because you are sophists, is if you never see the actual curve of the Earth, how do you know that it's there?
When you say actual, do you mean without refraction?
Yes.
What do you mean? Without what? Who cares? Like the only time you're gonna care about this geometric unrefracted horizon is if you close your eyes and have a really straight piece of metal or whatever just touching the horizon and then touching a boat, right? You're
If you
always
never
looking through
see,
atmosphere.
I told you you would respond with sophistry. Remember that? If you never see the actual curvature of the Earth, then how do you know it's there?
The refracted horizon is the actual curvature of the Earth. Okay?
You're
It is what
begging the
you see.
question.
No, it is what you see obstruction beyond.
You're
And
begging the question, dude.
even if the horizon is refracted, that's the thing is we're not denying. You missed that doofus tried to straw man it again and make our position be that there isn't a horizon. There isn't an actual horizon. There's never an actual horizon. Well, there isn't an actual horizon because the definition of horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. It's always just an illusion from the start. Now you're saying that the illusion isn't an illusion, it's curvature, and the refracted curvature is the actual curvature. Even though it's only refracted, it's totally proof that there is actual, but we can never show it to you directly. And the definition itself totally contradicts that assertion to begin with.
The refracted horizon is what causes the visible obstruction. The unrefracted horizon, or this geometric horizon, is meaningless unless you've closed your eyes and you've got some fucking straight pole.
That's in your paradigm. That's just your
Sure.
assertion. It means nothing. You're just asserting it.
That's fine, right? That's our position. Stop trying to fucking strawman it.
No one's strawmanning anything, once again, so maybe you weren't here. We'll cover it again.
Talking about this geometric horizon like it
Ruif,
means something.
Listen carefully, okay? So you can have an apparent position without having an actual position. You can also have an apparent position having an actual position, just like the straw.
Yes.
So it doesn't prove either way because you can have an apparent position without having an actual position. So this brings us full circle back to the same question that we've continuously asked. If we never see the actual curve of the Earth, then how do we know that it's there?
All right. First of all, I want to again confirm that you agree that actual and apparent are not mutually exclusive terms.
Nobody
We agree.
said that.
Excellent. Well, yes, he did. And then we finally got there after 15 minutes that
No,
apparent
you
is
didn't.
not the opposite of
That
actual.
was your straw man. We called you out on the first time.
Right. And the actual horizon, the actual Earth curve, is the refracted apparent horizon. That is the actual horizon. The geometric horizon is fucking meaningless when you've got your eyes open.
Wow. Okay, so if we never see the actual curve of the Earth, then how do we know it's there?
Refracted horizon obstructs things. There's 2
Okay.
kilometers of a mountain missing. That's obstruction.
Are you saying that's impossible on a flat Earth?
Yeah. Show
Okay,
us
so
how it works.
you and Doofus are debate now because he disagrees.
Show us how it works.
Well,
We've
you
been
and the
asking
you and the
for
other
years
Glober
to
argue
show
now.
us.
You and the other Glober argue.
No, we're good.
Doofus, show me how obstruction works on a flat Earth, apart from inferior mirage.
Yeah, that's the demonstrations we've seen as inferior mirage, isn't it?
Now he's backtracking. So when
Yeah,
Rakia,
now he's going to want to make it a different argument. Okay,
Yeah,
one
so
of you guys says that there
It
would be a
seems like I
horizon
was
on
in the
the
middle of
One of you
talking,
guys
but
says there
that's
wouldn't be.
okay if you want to
About
talk instead of letting me do it. That's fine, right? It's totally okay if you want to butt in while I'm in the middle of talking, right?
you sound a lot like
Dude,
Brenda, bro.
chill out. Just have a
What? Okay,
conversation,
so it's okay with
guys.
you that somebody's getting interrupted too.
Are you
We're all
secretly
adults
Brenda?
Interruption
here.
is not okay.
We're all adults here. Can we just chill out
Dude,
and let
he
one
didn't get
person
interrupted.
No, we're
He
not fucking all
I know.
adults
He
here
technically
because
did.
clearly people want to start
Correct.
talking when somebody else
We're
is
not
already
acting
talking.
like adult by
Wait up,
All right,
percentage.
you're
He
gonna
didn't get interrupted, dude. He's
He
just
did,
Doofus,
though.
we're going to let
talking.
you talk. Doofus, we're going to let you talk now. Answer the debate. Now, you think that there actually is a horizon on a flat Earth. There would be a horizon, and Ruhif is saying that there wouldn't be. Is that the
There
debate
would
that
not
we're
be
trying
a
to hear?
there would not be a hard horizon, right? The horizon would
Right.
just fade off into the distance on a flat Earth.
Right. If you wanted to have some reason for there to be a hard horizon, you would have to make refraction do the opposite of what we observe in our atmosphere. The atmosphere would have to be upside down.
Well, I guess that's not the position that we thought you held.
That's just
Yeah, I
an
didn't
inferior
say
mirage, is what you
I didn't.
described
I
anyway.
never once in this conversation said that a flat Earth would have a hard horizon.
You literally just now let Rakia say that you admitted that it would look like a curve on a flat surface.
Right. And this is the part that Rakia always leaves out, if you make certain conditions, like the atmosphere being upside down, be true, then yes. The part that Rakia keeps leaving out is that part right there.
Stop saying atmosphere being upside down. You know goddamn well that hot air rises, and above it is cold, dense air.
No.
Yeah, but the pressure gradient overrides that.
That's not what he explained to me. He said if you're at high altitude and you look out over a flat plain, the horizon would appear curved because of the way our optics work, not because of the atmosphere being upside down. He's lying.
No, that was never my position, and I could definitely go back in time if you need me to, Rakia, because you're fucking lying about my position again. Thank you.
Okay,
Hey,
so
listen,
wait, are you
listen,
saying
hang
that?
on, listen. In the beginning, he described it just like I said, and then after that,
no, I
he
never
backtracked.
did.
That's why he's interrupted me. Then he backtracked and then started saying what he's saying now.
What I said at my the outset, the first time I talked about this with you, the words that I used, and I know what words I use because I always use them in this specific context. If you wanted to have some reason for the horizon to be at the same distance as we expect it to be for a globe Earth, then we would expect to see less curvature of the horizon if there was no curvature of the surface at all. What you keep leaving out of that conversation, Rakia, every fucking time that you recall it, is that you need to have some reason for there to be some limit to how far you can see the surface.
Are you saying there's not?
Do you have the reason? I mean, the one that you came up with earlier
Limit of
was
eyesight.
that's just optics, or that's how far we can see, and we can only see so far, but that's not an actual reason.
Oh wait, so we can't only see so far? Is that what you're saying?
Can you
You
give me some sort of mechanism or phenomena that causes you to not see as far as you want to?
Explain that we see in a circle. Doofus himself explained that we see in a circle, and that's why it would appear curved. This wouldn't appear as curved as on a curved surface.
Don't
That
need a
was
sight
his
for that?
Since you've misrepresented my position 3 times today, I don't think that anybody really cares what you say my position is.
Well, the only reason we
they-
care is
it's
actually we give you
recorded.
credibility, like you were being honest about it.
Yeah, it is
instead of-
recorded, Rakia. How about you
Right.
go pull up the old recordings, Rakia? Why don't you go ahead and go back up your position that my position is something other than what I just said?
Hey, the only thing that would come from it
we had
is
a
us
one-on-one.
giving credit, being honest. But why would we want to look it up if you don't want the credit? You know.
We had a one-on-one on Geos about this very thing. So
Yeah, go pull it up, Rakia. You can keep saying I said something I'm not saying. You can keep telling everyone else that's exactly what I said, even though I'm here telling everyone else that's not what I said. You go find that recording.
But can you calm
seem
down,
emotionally,
man?
you seem emotionally charged about it, so you should go look it up.
No,
I need
technically
you
he's
to
right.
calm down, bro.
It's so funny.
It's
Like he wants
his
to hold
word
a
against
position
yours.
that
If you're gonna say
there's
that
no
it's
limits
not
to our
that, you
eyesight.
need to substantiate that.
He'd rather hold the position that there's no limits to our eyesight, and you have to somehow back up the claim that we have limitations to how far we can see it.
What about opacity?
Well, I'm sitting here
Opacity in the
dropping links, by the way, that literally talk about how your eyes clearly perceive things in a circle.
He was the first. He was the first person that had really talked to me about that and explained it to me. He explained it in great detail. I don't know why he's acting like he didn't.
Why don't you go pull it up then, Rakia, where I explained it? Go
In
pull it
addition,
up.
you can even map this out. You can map this out into like any software program that you want, right? Like if you have, this is in addition to the eye seeing in a circle. If you have a circumference of light, right, and then you rise above a flat surface at all, then it's going to impose curvature because of the circumference of light on the surface.
What did
Yep.
Don used to call it? Don used to call it the rim curve. That shit was hilarious. The rim curve. But yeah, he was onto something. It's true.
No, the
yeah.
Globers themselves went and mapped it out in software. Yeah.
When asked why it would happen or how he knew it wasn't just on a flat plane, he said because it wouldn't be as curved on a flat plane.
Right, and the part that you keep dishonestly leaving out is that you have to have some reason for why you can only see so much of that surface, and right now you don't have one.
So you think we should be able to see
You told me it
forever?
was the limit of my eyesight.
How do you not?
No, I never once said that, Rakia. You can go pull up that recording that you say is out there. You can take this time right now to go find me saying that.
Why wouldn't
It
you
doesn't
say
even
it?
matter if you said it or not. What are you saying now? Are you saying there's no limit to our eyesight?
Yeah,
we
he
could
doesn't have a
we
good
can
reason for
continue
that.
we can continue to argue about what I did or did not say in the past, like Rocky is
Who cares
doing, or
about
we could
that?
talk
Are
to
you
me
saying now
now.
that there's no limit?
Yeah, he doesn't
No
have a
limit.
good
I'm a
reason
fucking
for saying
soldier.
there's no limit because the side view's missing every time.
Well,
Why
make
would
him
we do
answer.
an observation one direction? That to
Make
me
him
is
answer.
just
Make him answer.
Damak, let him answer. Are you saying there's no limit to our eyesight now? Is that your new position from the old one that made a lot more sense?
My position has always been the only limitation you have is that. Oh, I guess I don't get to fucking answer.
We're all sitting here waiting on you to answer.
Yeah, nobody interrupted you.
Nobody was talking.
Yep. Okay, so I didn't hear somebody say something. All right,
No,
fine.
nobody talked.
So let's go ahead and I'll continue then. The only limitation that I've ever actually called out in this whole conversation is down to angular resolution. That's it.
So your eye can't see it.
That
it's
is the
limitation to
limit
the
of
eye.
your eyesight.
Correct.
That's what angular resolution is.
Exactly.
No, angular resolution is not a distance because it's an angle. It's not a distance.
Okay, but can you see forever? Yes or no?
It depends on the size of the thing that you're looking at. Clearly,
Oh, so you
something
could
bigger
see
will.
The angle gets
Clearly,
smaller
something
with
bigger
distance.
will. I knew that I was in the middle of saying something. It seems that everybody else wants to jump in before I finished what I was saying. It seems that everybody else wanted to
Relax,
finish
relax.
You
what I
already
was
finished
saying.
your answer. Let me ask you a simple question. Is it due to the
No,
eye?
because I'm going to finish what I'm saying
You
first.
already
Then
did.
you can ask me the
Took a
question.
huge break. Everyone started talking, and then in the middle of everyone talking, after you were finished talking, now you're saying people are interrupting you. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Is it due to the eyeball, or is it due to the world around us? Where does the limitation come from? The world around us or the eyeball? Can the eyeball see forever if it wasn't for the world around us?
Wasn't a
Which one
pause
is it?
for all. What I was in the middle of saying and didn't finish saying was that the angular resolution not being a distance, the thing in the distance that you're looking at, that determines whether or not you can see that thing.
So again, is it your eyeball that is not able to see far enough to see everything? Or is it that your eyeball can see no matter the distance, and it's just the environment that is causing us not to be able to see things? Which one do you think that it is?
Can I just
That's a
jump
false
in quickly
dichotomy.
here and say that your eyes don't see anything, they just receive light?
I've asked him this like 100 times. Can he please just answer this question? Which is it?
Right. The reason why I had to go back to my previous answer is because the question that you just asked is a false dichotomy for the
It's not a
exact
false
reason I
dichotomy at
mentioned.
all. Is it your eyeball
It
that can
is,
see
and I can
forever?
explain why.
Oh my gosh, you're really not going to answer this
Shine,
question. It's a
he's
very
right. It
simple
is a false
question.
Yes, it
dichotomy.
is a false dichotomy, and I can explain why. Do you not want me to
Scientists
explain
have
why?
articles about this, and they say that we would be able to see forever if it wasn't for the environment around us.
All
So
right, let
what
him
do
answer
you
the
agree
question,
with?
though.
Exactly. That was my entire point. Thanks, percentage.
What? You asked
Let
him
him
a question.
answer
Let
the
him answer.
question. Let
Yeah.
him answer the question, not anybody else. Let him answer it. Thank you.
All right. So the reason why I said it's a false dichotomy is because the environment isn't what's determining your angular resolution limit. The size of the object and the distance it is from you determines its angular size. Those two things together, giving you the angular size, tells you whether or not you should be able to resolve the detail on that object.
Okay, so do you not understand that you just said that it's a false dichotomy when you're talking about an object that somebody's seeing, which is not the eyeball? So you were saying that it is something that is outside of the eyeball that is causing the eyeball not to be able to see forever? It had nothing to do with the actual eye, so it wasn't a false dichotomy. Is
No.
anybody else listening to this and understanding what's
It is a
happening
false
right here?
dichotomy, Shines, because it's both. He's saying that
No,
the
no, no.
angular
That's
resolution
not
limit
what
is
he's
from
saying.
the eyesight, but the
Yeah,
angular
pay
size
attention.
is from the environment and the object.
Hey, Shines, you know, this gets the reason that it seems that they have to defend the idea that the eyeball can see infinitely far if the light is infinite, if the thing's big enough to beam a light far enough so your eyeball can detect that light from trillions of miles away. So that's why they have to stick to this, because otherwise they're saying, oh, well, we shouldn't be able to see the stars.
Yeah, well, I just cited like 15 things that say you obviously can't see forever.
All right. Well, for
Exactly.
what reason is it that you can't see forever? What is the actual phenomena used
They
to explain
usually
that?
say that
Well,
it doesn't have to do
what
with the human.
what
The human eye can
specifically are
see
you
forever.
trying to see?
It doesn't matter, buddy.
Oh, it
Yeah, it
does.
doesn't matter.
Because if
That's
there
exactly
is a
what matters.
limitation,
It's
there
the
has to
most
be a
important
cause, right?
thing.
Rams, the point is, can you see forever? Can we see all the way to Polaris? Would we be able to see all the way beyond Polaris? Like, what is restricting us from seeing beyond Polaris? Is it our eye, or is it the world around us that is restricting us? That is the question. And most of science is saying, no. If we weren't in the environment we're in, if we went into, like, we would be able to see forever. It's just our restrictions here, the outside, that is stopping our eyes from being able to see as far as we want to see.
Well,
The restriction on our eyes, like you can only see so far, right? Because you're getting your eyes are just sensing the light, right? And that's how they form the image of whatever you're looking at, right? So, yeah, so
Attenuation of
you
light.
can only see so far because there's a lot of stuff between you and whatever you're looking at. We need to be more specific about what specifically do you want to see.
Okay, you know what? Best way to put this is forget about the light from infinitely far away stars, right? Let's just get that out of our head for a second. Let's say on the Earth, let's just assume the Earth is flat, right? How and there's a building far big enough that it works into the equation of how far you might see if it was a light coming at you, right? But it's not a light. It's like on a perfectly clear day on a flat Earth. Could you see a building should be big enough to be seen if you could see forever? How far away does that building need to be before you have to admit
You can't see forever, or you can't see super long distances because you're looking through a lot of gases, right? A lot of dust and shit.
No,
That's
attenuation of light. Attenuation of light combined with angular resolution limit. So I'm glad we all agree. Oh, and the eye seen a circle, so it would impose a curvature on a flat surface. I'm glad we all agree. Oh, and the circumference of light would impose a curvature on a flat surface. I'm glad we all agree. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thing Ram
Hold
said,
on.
which is
If
opacity.
the light is imposing curvature, then why do people say it looks flat?
No, what we're saying is when you go much higher or you see it in a greater distance, eventually you'll see the circumference of light. So it does look flat, but you have to get higher and further away. So what a non sequitur. So way to not address the actual point, which is that based on circumference of light over a flat surface, you would see an imposing of curvature that isn't actually there, an imposition of curvature. In addition to that, the eye see in a circle. In addition to that, there's something called attenuation of light. So when you guys run around and say that you'd be able to see forever if the Earth was flat, it's very, very, very dumb.
What does the eyes see in a circle actually mean?
You think that the eyes don't see in a circle?
What does it mean? We need to know what that means.
We have ovals in our eyes. You didn't know that our eyes were circular? Holy shit.
We have circular holes. We have spherical eyeballs. What does our eyes see in a circle have to do with how far we can see?
When I look at the world using my eyes, the world doesn't look like a fisheye lens.
Well, if you actually could see enough land at once, it actually would, though. And again, you have to also combine the circumference of light. And you wouldn't be able to see forever on a flat Earth because of attenuation of light.
It doesn't look
I
like
would
a
say
fisheye
you
lens
can't see
because-
for long distances on a flat Earth because there's just too much stuff in the way.
That's what attenuation of light is.
That is
okay.
what my
All right.
point was.
Sweet.
Rams. That was what my point was. Is it what is happening in the world that is stopping us from seeing things, or is it our eye that is stopping it? Like, is the human eye just incapable of seeing such a distance, or is it what is out in nature that is stopping us? What science says is that it is actually nature. Like, if you were to get rid of all these things that are in our way or whatever, the human eye could see all the way across. Like, it wouldn't even be a problem. Which is
What science says that? I've
show you
never heard
articles.
any science that says that.
There's plenty of articles, and I can
Yeah,
send you some.
Yeah, the science says that the limitations of the eye have nothing to do with distance. That much science does say.
Exactly. Thank you.
All right.
Even a
But
Glober agrees
then
with
we're
me.
back to the point of what's in the way.
Why do you guys keep saying, why do you guys say that if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see Mount Everest from across the entire Earth?
Exactly. It's so silly.
All right. Well, actually, you kind of could. You could say that if you were going to get some sort of silhouette shot, much like you remember the Canigou shot was in silhouette.
Does the silhouette require you to perceive light?
Well, yes, obviously you're looking at it with your eyes.
Okay, so then you wouldn't be able to see across the entire Earth because you still have to deal with attenuation of light, even with the silhouette.
No, because if you can see the sun, you can see the light from the sun.
Is the sun light? Yeah. So does the sunlight? Is there attenuation of sunlight?
Yeah, it's some amount attenuated. That doesn't mean that it's zero. Attenuation never means zero, in fact.
So we would be able to see the sun across the entire Earth if it was flat.
Yeah.
Holy
That is so ridiculous.
dude, you just now admitted the
Well, what's in the
opposite.
way?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Dude, the air.
Okay, but we can see the sun before it sets.
Thank you for that profound input.
I gotta go
And
mute.
the moment before it sets, we still see it, and then we see the ground gets in the way.
Okay, yeah.
We don't see the atmosphere get in the way. We see the ground get in the way.
It optically declines and then fits into a compression area of a vanishing point. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I didn't know that because that's not sensible. That doesn't make any sense.
There's optical declination and then there's a vanishing point in the sky because you can't see forever.
Okay. That would be legit begging the question. We can't see forever. There is a vanishing point. We can't see forever.
Well, no, it's not begging the question. See, what you can prove this is you don't always see the sun from the same distance. It doesn't disappear at the same distance every day. Thanks for playing.
We don't see it disappear at the same distance every day. We do. What do you mean?
Oh, really? We see the sun disappear at literally the same distance every day.
Right? In an idealized topographical situation.
Now we've idealized it. How do we
Let me go ahead and
idealize
finish
an
it before you
everyday
guys get
question?
triggered. I'll go ahead and finish it before you get triggered. Okay. In an idealized topographical situation where thank you for being triggered again. In an idealized topographical situation that
me telling you
Jesus
use
fucking
proper
Christ.
words.
Does this
And I'm
work?
gonna tell
Does
you
this
right
work
now,
for you
use
guys? Is this a
idealized
conversation?
again.
Is
Use
this how
idealized
conversations work?
in a sentence
Is
about
this
what we're
how
talking about on
conversations
day to
work?
day.
Do you understand how conversations work, or do you want to just keep talking?
Well, to be fair, I think that she understands how the conversation works a little better because we said day to day and you responded with idealized.
That's the
Yeah,
problem.
I'm about to finish what I was saying, though. If you guys don't like it, you can just stay silent, and then I can finish. Then you can have your objections.
We're the one that's triggered.
All right, let's try this again. In an idealized topographical situation where the land is even all the way around you, your distance to the subsolar point when you see the sun reach the horizon will always be the same.
Hey, so whenever I said day to day and you said idealized, that's a pretty retarded thing to say, huh?
Right, if a mountain gets in the way, we'll see the sun set before it normally does somewhere else. But that's not what I'm talking about. Sunsets in reaching the horizon will be the same. You'll be the same distance from the subsolar point at all times.
So if we sit in the same location and look at the sunset every day, it'll disappear at the exact same place every day. That's your claim?
Barring mountains getting in the way, yes.
Well, that would be addressed with sitting in the same place every day, wouldn't it? Because I actually make observations that
They
does not
set in
happen.
different places with it. I know you know this. The
That
sun
doesn't
doesn't
happen.
always set in the same place.
That doesn't happen. Like I make observations all the time. Sometimes the sun looks like it disappears much closer. You're
Okay,
just
that'd
making
be
stuff
cool
up.
to show in some way.
Okay, I think I probably have footage of it in Key West. Because Key West has an infamous place called Mallory Square, right? And the sun looks like it disappears at different distances, and it looks like it's different sizes as well, based on guess what, the atmos. And so this is what's so crazy. We have something called attenuation of light. You can't see forever. That's an absorption rate of light. You can't see forever because of attenuation of light. You combine that with angular resolution.
If attenuation is the absorption into like the medium, and like the obstruction therein, what's the word for scattering? Like, you know, with inverse square law, how the light kind of like spreads. What's the word for that?
They just say Rayleigh's criteria. What would be the word?
Because I always thought that attenuation light referred to like the inverse square law, the light spreading apart.
Well, those aren't. Yeah, they're not like mutually exclusive, right? I mean, it spreads apart and then does what?
That was refraction.
It just
Spreads apart. It spreads apart and then there's absorption rate.
Because you need like a minimum amount of light to be able to perceive something. So if it spreads apart too much, you're not going to see it, right?
Well, it's also being absorbed, though, right? I mean, like it's not mutually exclusive.
Can
Right,
we
but
point
at
out the
what
eye
point
doctor?
does
What about, hold on a second, 1 second, please. What about the eye doctor when you sit across and not everybody can even see the same chart when it's one chart at 10 foot away from me and you, Doofus? And if like you wore glasses or I wore glasses and you didn't, and I couldn't see the bottom 8 letters, lines, and you could all the way almost down to the bottom, but I couldn't. So like, how is our vision seeing forever when you can't even see a chart? Like so many people need glasses to see the chart right with the letters across the room 10 foot. This should just annihilate what you're talking about. Totally.
Yeah, you brought up a very interesting point, Demok. Then we should never be able to see something that's 3 miles away.
No, that's not
Thanks,
what I said.
Demok.
I said you can't see letters on a wall within 10 foot, and you're claiming you see a sun from 93 million. You're welcome.
All right, so anybody else actually want to make a serious effort?
Dude, you just got destroyed. You didn't see that?
Yeah, he complained about maybe not being able to make out details on something 10 feet away when we can clearly see objects that are larger 3 miles away just
No, I
fine.
mean like just in general, like the last 5 minutes you got destroyed.
Been happening over and over again. He still doesn't realize it.
No, I think he does. That's why he's trying. It's sophistry.
You think so? That's amazing. If he does realize it and he's just like doubling and tripling down.
It's called sophistry.
Still hearing things?
All right, well, let's review real quick. And thanks for Rakia chiming in again. The thing that you have for how
You don't
far
mind, huh?
the thing that we have for
You
the
don't mind,
limitation for how
Doofus, do you?
far
Please let
the
us finish.
thing that we have for limitation for how far we can see so far is attenuation, which, by the way, doesn't go down to 0. So we don't have a reason for a hard horizon on a flat Earth yet. Can you give me another good reason for one?
Oh yeah. You can't see forever. There's an optical vanishing point in the distance. So you have angular size change with distance, angular resolution limit. You have an optical convergence relative to the Atmos, because eventually it's going to have this optical convergence limit where you can't see beyond it. And it changes actually, because we can prove this by looking out over the Earth on different days. On clearer days we can see further. On days that's not as clear, we can't see as far. It's really not complicated. We have attenuation limits, right? And then we can actually prove that this is what happens. We can also show this is how perspective works in every other aspect of life. So any other questions that are really, really basic?
We have objects like flies, birds, things that are in the air that disappear. What's in the way? When you're in a room, like I said, at the optometrist, what's in your way of the chart? What kind of crazy stuff's in the way when you can't make out that letter?
The question,
as you already mentioned,
You're in
Demok,
your own way with that.
you can have another person. Yeah, you're in your own way. You can have another person who has better eyesight make out those details, or even better, pull out something
What's
with
in your
better
way?
angular resolution than the human eye and make out those details. So
Resolution.
when you point to
What's that mean?
when you point to a bird or a fly in the air, and then we have like stronger optical devices that can make out those things that are clearly still in our line of sight.
Hold
Then
on.
we
You
have
said
to
we can see
and we
forever.
have to ask the very serious question. When we look at something off in the distance that is partially behind the surface of the Earth, and we pull out a stronger optical device, and that still the surface of the Earth is still in the way, what's causing that?
No, that's not the question we ask. What's in your way of the chart when you're looking with your plain eye and you can't see the letter right, the big letter G, and I can? What's in your way?
Demok, what's in your way? I'll tell you.
Addressed that.
What's
Demok.
in
You
your
can ask
way
it as many
is
times
the
as you
weak fucking resolving power of your shitty myopic eyes.
Of your
Okay?
eye. So now you're going to tell me you can see forever with that. Are
You ever used a camera, Demok, and you take the camera out of focus? What's in the way? What's in the way of a camera that's out of focus?
About your eyesight and seeing a fly forever because there's no refraction in the way. In the room, that like a mall, from one end to the other, can you see the fly forever? No, you can't.
You lack resolving
Why is
power,
that?
Demok.
Why can't you see that fly forever?
That's his
Answer
point,
this
though.
question.
Because
His
it's not
point-
in focus.
Okay, but his point is still that you couldn't see forever. He's saying that how can you turn around and then say we should be able to see forever? That's his whole point.
No,
it's not really
because
relevant.
We're talking about angular resolution in that case, and we do know what the angular resolution limit of the human eye should be. But
We're
we
ignored
don't
in
know
every other
why.
fraction.
But
So
we
why
don't
would you?
know why. But we don't know why, when we pull out a stronger optical device, why the surface of the Earth continues to get in the way of things in exactly the same way as our human eye perceives it.
Same as the fly.
No. Just no is all I really
Why
need.
wouldn't it be? We have one physics. How many physics you working with that I don't know? Some secret stuff? You got secret physics?
No, I don't have secret physics, Demok.
Do you have a
If you
side
cannot
view that we
resolve
can
the
both try
fly
and
and
look
it's
at?
still in
We can
your,
look
if you
both.
cannot resolve
Do
the
you,
fly
hold
and
on a
it's still in your
second.
line
You're
of
not
sight,
resolving anything.
if you
Stop
cannot
for a
resolve
minute.
the fly in
Stop.
the, you asked
What are
me
you
a
talking about?
question, I'm gonna fucking answer it.
Yeah, so you had
If
secret
you
physics,
Start
bro.
with side view.
have the fly in your line of sight and
Secret
you
physics.
pull out, if you have the fly in your line of sight and you pull out a better optical device and can resolve that fly, we're observing some behavior that is not the same as when we see the surface of the Earth get in the way of something in the distance. Those are
Oh, begging the
clearly caused
question
by
is,
two. Those are
But you
clearly
need an
caused by
optical
two.
device.
Those
Are
are
you using
clearly
an optical
caused by
device to see the horizon?
Jesus Christ, Demok. Those are clearly caused by two different causes, since one can be resolved in one way, while the other cannot be resolved in that same way.
so he does have secret physics, bro.
Says
That's
you.
not secret
That's what
physics.
you keep saying. Do we have a side view that shows us your claim for the Earth that backs what you're saying? A side view would back what you're saying or not. It would substantiate your claim. The weird belief you have, a religious idea of all this refracted light making dirt and water move and do other things. Now, the fly is real. It's in the room. It's like a mall. It's really big. You can't see it forever. And you just said why. That's the same physics that works for everything. There's nothing different going on. You answered your own question. Maybe you should try to answer better questions next time, or like ask better
Okay.
ones.
Thank you for stating it so I get to do this again. Thank you, Demok. When we have the fly in the mall, we can pull out a higher powered optical device and resolve that fly. When we see something in the surface of the
We're
Earth get
talking
in the
about
way of something in the
eyeballs.
distance, we can't get some higher powered optical device
We're
to then
talking
resolve
about
that object.
eyeballs.
So
This
when
whole
so when
conversation
we
was about
have
eyeballs,
when
not
we
higher
have
optics.
hello,
Shines, please don't interrupt.
so
You're in
when
the
we
mix.
have those two, so when we have those two different behaviors, one is caused by angular resolution, the other one is not. What is the actual cause of the other one?
All right, go ahead, Shines.
What's resolving? What do you mean you have to resolve the fly? What does that mean?
Oh my God.
The resolution. What is that? What do you mean resolute? If our eyes can see forever without refracting, it's not refracting in the mall. It's in the air. There's no curve in the way. Why do we have trouble seeing the fly? Why would you need an optic when you can see forever? Why would you need some tool? There's no refraction. There's nothing going on here. There's nothing in your way, right?
Yeah, Demok, why can't you see a single grain of sand when you're standing on the beach?
Did everybody miss this entire conversation that we've been having and what me and Austin started this conversation with? Whether it's the eye or the environment that's stopping us from seeing things?
That's what I'm
Yeah, I've
trying
already
to.
addressed that.
That's what I'm pointing out, Shines. The
Exactly.
medium
I know that
between
you
you and the
are.
fly.
I know that
Yeah.
Austin is. I know that certain people are trying to have that
Oh,
conversation.
Mole Man and whoever, yeah, they're
And
just
I
saying
know that
some
other
weird
people
stuff
are trying
about
to bust
standing.
it open and change it into different things, like bringing optics into it and this and that, whatever. But the whole entire conversation was, how far can we see? What can the eye see? If there weren't things in the way, is it the eye or the outer environment? And the conversation keeps
eyeball.
getting completely derailed. So yeah,
Uh,
you
The
can tell me
eyeball,
to
not a
stop talking for
resolution
a
of
minute,
optics
but I'm trying to
of
actually
material.
have this conversation stay on track.
Hold on. If we're
Still a false
looking with
dichotomy.
our eyes, we should consider optics. Why would you say we should not consider optics?
Like
Shines.
materials other than your eyes. I'm saying no other stuff to resolve anything. Use just your eyes. Do you understand that or not?
Right. Well, then I can use your poor example of your poor eyes and somebody's better eyes to be able to resolve things differently. And
Just
when we
So
see
imagine
that
what's
the
going
that
on
surface of
there?
the Earth still gets
What's
in
the
the way,
difference?
no
Hold
matter
imagine
on.
that.
which,
Let me
Hold
find
I
on a
out.
love
second.
it when you guys get
It's not
so
Earth
triggered that you
it's not
cannot let me
refraction.
finish.
What's going
I
on in
love
the
it when you
diagram?
guys get so triggered that you won't let me finish.
I'm trying to let you finish and answer a question that I'm
Demok,
asking you. You keep answering stuff I'm not asking. In the
You're
room,
not
right?
trying at all, Denmark.
Why do
Don't
you
even
need?
fucking pretend that you're trying to be civil.
What's the difference between the two's vision? The bad guy and the poor guy. What is in their way? Is what I'm
power.
asking you.
The difference is in power.
Hey, the bad guy and the poor guy.
Yeah, the poor eye and the bad eye and the good eye. What's
Have,
in the
have
way
you,
of the
have,
bad eye versus the good
Mark,
eye?
have you
What's in
never
the way?
used a camera where you have a manual focus and sometimes things go out of focus?
There's a camera in the way? Is that what you're telling me?
No, think about a camera and the focus, right? For fuck's sake, dude.
Demok, man.
Why is Demok?
You're never gonna learn the
right?
secret physics with that attitude.
We're talking about the eyeball, right? We said the eyeball. Me and you are sitting in the room. I have bad
Okay,
eyes.
can we say? Can we not say eyeball? Let's say eyesight, because the eyeball isn't the only part of eyesight.
Well, I don't really care. You say whatever, put whatever word you want into it. What with the way you see, right? What's in our way of seeing the chart? What's in our
Honestly,
way?
Okay, so hold on. Let me read
Nothing.
this.
Nothing is in the way.
Can you guys let me read this real quick? I just found this gem. This is one example. I mean, there's so many articles about this that there weren't things in our way, this and that, whatever. Then it gets into quantum and physics and whatever. So this thing that I just posted at 37 minutes after the hour talks about how far we can see. And he says there isn't a matter of distance limitation. It's a matter of what's the minimum photon flux that the eye can detect. And it goes on and on and on to talk about it. You guys can read it if you want to.
Photon
but
flux?
It's about the photon
That's some
flux and what we
bullshit.
can see. Then there's also people that are like, no, the human eye can see everything. It's just the material matter that's in our way. And these are like actual scientists. See, Kosho just said absolutely. Right? Like these are scientists that are like, it has nothing to do with the human eye. Yeah, you can talk about, oh, this person is going blind, whatever. We're talking about the best capable human eye. How far can that eye see? What can that eye actually comprehend? And we're saying that it can see as far out. You know what's fucking interesting to me about this is that nobody ever turns the conversation around and say, how far in can it see? How microscopically can it see? Like, you know what I mean? This entire conversation is utterly fascinating and egotistical and this is this and that is that and blah blah blah. I don't think that anybody truly knows, and I think it should be a calm conversation where people are like, wow, what can be seen with this and what is actually interfering, and actually have a salon conversation about it. But it never seems to go that way, does it? Fascinating.
Well, keep in mind that
Truly.
what you posted backs up my position that the eye doesn't have a maximum distance limitation.
Exactly. That's what I said, that you don't think that it has a maximum distance, that it can just keep going.
Right. And it's
So
backed up by all those people that you keep posting.
What it is interfered with. So it isn't the eye, it is what is outside of the eye. And that has been my argument this entire time, is that is what Globers think. It is what is outside of the eye. And if these things weren't here, we would be able to see all the way till forever. Right?
No, it's both outside the eye and the eye itself too. That's the part that you keep leaving out. The reason why there's an angular resolution limit is due to the size of the eye, the iris. Is that sinking in yet? That the answer is actually both. It's not either or.
I hear exactly what you're saying. I understand exactly your point, and I am still laughing at it.
I don't know why, because he's technically right.
Okay, percentage, go on. How is he technically right? Go ahead.
He's right because your eyesight has a limitation,
Strongman.
which is the resolving power, right?
Mm-hmm.
The minimum angular resolution, Rayleigh criterion, right? And then externally, there's also the limitations that affect your eyes. You know, the attenuation of light and yada yada, and the angular size of the object that you're seeing and stuff. So it's both that go into it. It's not one or the other.
But it doesn't answer the question of what's in the way. Like, so when you can see how far you can see, and you or I in the room, I can see the fly a little farther or less farther than you. What's in the way, really?
If you see the fly less farther than I do, then you're closer to the fly.
No, my eyesight's worse, remember? I was the one with the worst eyesight. So when the
Doesn't
fly's
matter.
20 foot away, you see it and I don't. So what's
Oh,
in the
so you don't
way?
see
We're
it at
both
all.
looking through the same medium. Right, at a certain point, I don't see it anymore, and you do. Because my eyes are worse. So you see the fly at 20 foot, and you're like, look, that fly's flying right at us. And I'm like, I don't see it yet. And then when it gets 10 foot, I'm like, oh, there, I see it coming. So,
Mhm.
like, what's in our way, though?
What's in your way is probably vitreous humor. The image is
Right,
not
well, it's the
resolving.
same.
Hold, let me finish, bro.
Oh, okay, I
The
thought you were
image
done.
is not resolving on your retina, okay? Because you are myopic, you have nearsightedness, and so you're not resolving the image when, appropriately. Your visual acuity isn't as good as mine.
Yeah, but what's the medium that's in the way for both of us?
I'm telling you, the medium for you that's in the way of the image being resolved is the liquid in your eyeball, because it's not
Right.
resolving on the retina. It's resolving
Yeah, but
before.
outside the okay, but we both have liquid in our eye. That's
I know.
cool. Now, be outside the eye. What's in the way?
Nothing.
Nothing's in the way.
Nothing that's causing you
The fly
to
is
not
flying
see it.
through
The reason
nothing.
you're not seeing it is because of your eyesight. That
Hold on a
limitation
second.
is your eyesight, the
Whoa.
resolving power of your eyes.
There's nothing in the way. The fly flies through nothing. Okay.
No,
And I'm
there's.
gonna
I mean,
tell all the
obviously there's
kids that.
air, but obviously it's not affecting
There's
me because
air.
I can see it, right?
Right. It's
So it's
not the
not
cause.
it's not the limiting reagent in this issue.
So air has nothing to do with it.
It's negligible in this example.
Right. The air is
So
not the reason why you cannot see the fly.
so the air has nothing to do with it.
You don't think air takes an issue? So, like, if you're underwater and the water starts getting thicker
Hold on
and
a
thicker,
second.
that's not the reason you can't see it?
Shines,
My
considering the
statement was
It's not a
context.
specifically to
variable?
Demok's fly example. In
Yeah.
Demok's fly example, the air is not the reason why we cannot see the fly.
Now hold on.
Yeah, because
How
the
is that?
context is
Why is that
Shines.
not
The
a
context
reason?
is we're standing side by side, and I can see it and he can't.
Now you have perfect vision and you can't see it at 40 foot and we both can't. Now what's in our way? I wasn't done yet.
That's fair. See, then I would say that it's gone below the minimum angular resolution of human eyesight. Period.
So why would that ever change for any object that we're ever talking about with a medium of air in between us?
Because you could
Why
have
would
a
that ever
bigger
change?
object with a bigger angular size, and it goes above the minimum angular resolution, and now we can see it at the same
I'm not
distance.
talking about angular size change, and I said, why would that idea of that ever change? You would
You
say
are
it
literally
should.
talking about angular size change, because if it's at 20 feet or whatever, and then you go to 100 feet, that angular size is going to get smaller because the distance.
So is that going to block anything from your view? No. What it's going to do is either you're not going to see it or you're going to see it. So it wouldn't be curve idea, curve not this. It's either what you can see or what you can't see. It has nothing to do with the other portion of shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
your
doesn't have to
angular
do with curve in
resolution.
this regard. Yeah.
Exactly. It's the amount of size. That's all I was pointing out. So even for Doofus and them, when they keep talking about horizon and all this other stuff, no, that doesn't have anything to do with shit, and it doesn't have to do with refraction either. It's just the amount of size for things and how far away they are, and how your sight works, and exactly how you explained it, the criteria of the Rayleigh criteria.
Right. But then if we had something with a higher resolving power, which we do have, and we can't resolve that thing still, then it's not the angular resolution that's causing us to not be able to see that thing in the distance.
Yes, it is, because that thing has the same angular resolution as you. It has the same problem as you.
Oh, what?
The object you're looking out of, the lens, because you're using your eyeball to look out of it, so it has the same thing. You're using your eyeball out of that object, same thing. Sorry to tell you that. Sorry to break that down to you.
No, as I specifically said out loud, and I'm sure the rest of the room heard me, if we have an optical device that has a better angular resolution or better resolving power, then
Like a telescope.
then we should experience something different than what we actually experience.
A device that you look through, or a device that sees itself?
No, it very clearly, because we're recording pictures with it, has a better angular resolution than the human eye, and then we look at it, right? But that's after it's already been recorded.
So a magnifying glass to a mirror is, I mean, what? And that doesn't just stop too with air. That's going to see the fly forever too.
Magnifying glass in a mirror. Dude, just take a break.
Your
Just take a
telescope,
break.
buddy. Your camera, your video camera, your telescope. Can you zoom in on the fly forever?
Not forever.
Simple question. No, you can't. Oh, the fly will disappear to your special equipment too, huh?
If we could see the fly, or I could see the fly at 20 feet, and then it started flying away, right? And then I whipped out my big ass telescope, and like say it was like at 60 feet now. Normally I wouldn't be able to see it. With the telescope I could see it, right? Provided it's not like flying around and shit like that. It'd be easy to locate with my limited field of view. And then it flies away more. You know, I whip out a bigger telescope. At some point, I'm not gonna have a big enough telescope. I mean, I got a pretty big telescope, but at some point I'm not gonna have a big enough telescope to see it. If it keeps on flying away.
Point. That's my point exactly. And then with a telescope, usually you're using your eye to see with that. It's not seeing on its own. Now, if you have
Yeah, but that's not a problem.
That's different. Right.
That's not a problem that you're using your eye, because your eye isn't seeing what the telescope is like. It's not covering that same distance. The telescope is doing that major lifting, and you're just seeing it from the
right. Two different forms. Yeah, but your eye can't do what. You know what I mean? You're using your eye, and they all have the same thing. They work on the same principle of your eye, the video camera and the telescope that you look through with your eyeball. So you're only using your eyeball through a telescope, so it definitely has the same Rayleigh criteria for that. But now a video camera would be different, but still it has optical resolution value just like your eye. The same thing applies. One physics. As we just demonstrated, none of it can see the fly forever, and there's nothing in your way but clear air, right? So that eliminates the idea of refraction. You don't have to worry about that. That eliminates the idea of whatever else. Now you only have to worry about an actual object blocking something that's close enough to block it, and it has to be material. It can't be optically. Well, I've got an optic thing that I'm going to bet you my life on or bet money on or whatever. No, I'm not going to bet you how close that rainbow is. I would never. That would be crazy.
Okay, so let me kind of imagine you have this fly it's at like 60 feet or something. I have a telescope, I can see it, right? It's resolved, and the fly keeps on flying away, but this whole time I can still see it. The angular size is getting smaller and smaller to the point where I can't resolve it, and I need a bigger telescope. My telescope is big enough, and yet, as the fly is, let's say it's walking on this table way far away, as it's walking, its feet start getting obstructed from the bottom up. It's not an issue of resolving power. It's not an issue of not having a big enough telescope at this point. Why would the feet get resolved or get obstructed?
The medium is a current. It's like a static current, like the air itself. You know what I mean? It absorbs shit once you get to a certain extent too. It drowns it out itself. You know what I mean?
I would say it's, my guess would be refraction. My guess would be that there's some sort of hot air coming off the surface of the table and, whatever in between. And there's a little bit of an inferior mirage happening such that, you're seeing this obstruction in the foreground, this looming of the foreground, and this, what's the word? Compressing or whatever in the foreground, in the background.
But on that table, we can get a side view, right?
No, you can't get a side view. It's a long rectangular room.
No, you can get a side view. You can have a camera in each corner of the room, up high looking down, or in the middle, where at the same elevation as the table, looking forward to the table to get a side and front view. This is what we need. So it would help clear, like, so say you got the refraction looking forward. Now, why wouldn't any smart person say, okay, this refraction's getting in my way. Let me try to get a side view as well as a front view and record both of them at the same time, and maybe on the other side, maybe on the other, north, south, east, west view, and see what's going on with this object. And if I can tell, from a side view that this object is, there's something protruding from point A to point B, object A being you, the observer, object B being the object that's supposedly instructed by, object in between, which would be C. Okay, A, B, C. A, you, B, the hump, C, the other object. So something is supposed to be protruding and up and blocking you, not just light bending, not light shooting to you. So if you're looking forward from a side view, the light's not going to bother you because you're not looking that way. You're not getting the object refracted that way. You're going to see the side of the boat, not the front of the boat. And you're going to see the side of the observer. So you'll get a different view and a perspective on it than what he has and be able to line them both up. And you get a greater idea of what's going on. But to me, this is absurd to not have this. It's just absurd. And if the side view truly lines up with the front view and there is no obstruction between the observer, like what are we talking about here? If you can put a ruler between them both views and it makes a perfect cross hairline, a perfect line, then we're not on a ball. I mean, it's real simple. I don't know why for 3,000 years you would say, I'm going to look at a shadow that we can't prove from a piece of cardboard, that they won't accept my cardboard that I bend into a bow, but they accept Carl Sagan's or whoever else will get on the TV and do it. Weird, right? Same material, same type of idea, same thing. Works for them, not for me, right? Weird, huh? The actual things aren't really ever being addressed. Why are we arguing about optics of something that doesn't even matter, like a pencil in water that we can't tell where it's at? What is even the point of that? Why wouldn't you just break out the tape measure, the ruler, side view, all the other stuff, high altitude footage, all cameras live filming?
Right. The reason why it would be important to discuss optics is because any observation that we make optically is subject to optics.
What about the side view you don't have? Oh, that one doesn't matter though, does it? When any observation is a good one, right? Change the story real quick. So what about the side view? What do you think about that? Is that not good to have?
What are you expecting to see?
That wasn't my question. Is a side view not good to have as one of your observation points when you need all
Sure, you
observation?
can have a side view, but what are you expecting to see?
So with this side view, can we get it and then we'll talk about what we're expecting to see?
No, because it'd be nice to know if the observation from the side will be of any value to anyone first.
You already said all observation points are of value. Why would you just said they're all of value. Now, why are you going to exclude one?
No, what I said was, and I know because I said it, that when you make an observation optically, you should consider optics.
All observations, right?
You should consider the
Only
optics for
forward.
any optical observation, yes.
So only forward. Only look forward, is that what you're saying?
No, Demok, that is not what I'm saying.
So what are you saying? So side view, forward, all views, right?
It would be nice to know ahead of time what you should expect to see, whether or not it's a valid, a useful, or a worthy experiment to do.
That doesn't make any sense for science. That's what you're trying to figure out in the first place. When you set up 15 different views, that's what you figure out by doing that. You figure out all the different views, you get the angles, Then you compare and contrast, and you say, "Huh, now I'll give you an idea of what I see and what I saw and what it was for and what the point of it was." Without them, what are you even talking about? Just an
All right.
idea of an idea. Okay.
No, no, Democ, because you said in science, and you forgot one of the steps in science is to make a prediction.
No, that's called being biased and making stuff up. That's weird terminology if you ask me. That's just a way to squirm out of anything else. What you do in science, real science and natural science, is you observe what's going on and you record that and you tell that to your friends. You
That's
don't
one
have to make
step.
anything up. Why would you need to why would you need to make a hypothesis of something that doesn't exist for when you're staring at what exists? You press play on the video camera, you watch it happen. Why would you need a hypothesis for that when everybody can watch it live? What are you even talking about? This is a new
Right,
day of
because
science.
the
You're talking
science,
about 1923 science or 1800 or 3,000-year-old science, right? With no cameras, no videos. Is that what you're talking about?
no, the science that I'm talking about is the same kind of science that brought you your cell phone.
So recording stuff doesn't work in your science, so that wouldn't work for you.
Nope, that's not what I said.
So what's wrong with recording what you do and then that works for you without making something up? Like you
It's not
record it and
making
then you
something up
see.
to make a prediction, Democ.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's doing. You're not making
No.
stuff up
No,
and you're
you need
making
to
predictions out of
know.
nowhere.
You need to know what you're expecting to record,
Making something
and
up
then
that doesn't
record
work.
it,
Hold
and then
on.
see if what you recorded matched what you expected.
No, you record and then you see what happens. Then you're good to go with what happened. You don't have to make stuff up beforehand. Why would you make up something when you don't know the outcome? That is crazy. That's insane. So balloons are
Okay,
going to
what you're
fall out of a pig's
describing is
butt when I've
recording
never. Hold on
data.
a minute, I wasn't done. So balloons are going to fall out of a pig's butt when I haven't ever seen a balloon before. Why would I ever start to make crazy ass hypotheses about something that we don't know and haven't determined? You should determine it first and then make your hypothesis. Would make more sense to me.
Okay, what you're describing is you want to do the data collection step of the scientific method and skip all of the other steps.
Yes, sir. The other steps are not important.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
I have
that.
to say that
If
doesn't
it's
make
you
sense
making
to me.
stuff up,
You
yeah,
can't
that step
say,
needs to be skipped.
I've determined exactly what's happened there, then therefore I'm just gonna prove that it happened. I mean, you can't really do that. The whole point of science is like I am asking a question, therefore I'm gonna see if this question does have the answer that I'm looking for, and also test against the answer that I'm looking for to make sure that it is the answer that I'm looking for. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I figured everything out, and now I'm just gonna prove it with science that yeah, that is exactly what I was looking for. That doesn't make sense.
No, that's what your prediction is for. You're testing whether or not your understanding of the
Wait, hold on, hold
situation
on.
is
Are you
correct.
disagreeing with me right
Well,
now?
okay, thank you for just going ahead and interrupting. Thank you for doing that.
No, I just want to ask you a
You're
simple
taking
question.
the
Are
you're
you
taking the
disagreeing with me right
understanding that
now?
you're taking
It's
the
a simple
understanding that you already
question.
you're taking the understanding that you already have. You're formulating what you expect
Amazing.
to
I
happen,
was in
and
agreement
then
with
you
you.
are making
I
a
was in
test
agreement with
that
you
will,
in disagreement with DMOC,
then you're
and you're
making a
still
test.
disagreeing with me.
Well, then you're making a test that will then verify whether or not your understanding is correct or incorrect.
Just tell me, did everyone just hear that? That I just went against DMOC and was in agreement with Doofus, and he just came after me like I was still fucking wrong? That's amazing. That is just brilliant.
Right, but you need the prediction step.
Which is what I just said. I was in agreement with you, and you were so angry that you couldn't even hear the fact that I went against DMOC and was in agreement with you. That's why I tried to cut you off before you made a bigger fool out of yourself. But you couldn't even allow that to happen because you're caught up in it. Just let it go. Who cares? Like, all of this is just simple conversations with people on the internet about cool stuff going on in the world, right? Everyone should just chill out. It is what it is. There shouldn't be like us against them or me against you or any of this stuff. I just went against
It's
DMOC to be in your agreement. Like, it's
it's
all
more
fucking good.
to him. It's his whole world. This is all he's got. That's why he's so emotional.
It's his worldview. It's his religion. It's his life.
Well, seeing
That's
as
why
how
he's
you
here defending that.
misrepresented me 5 times today, I guess your opinion of what my opinion is irrelevant.
I'm not the one hearing people interrupt when no one interrupted, man. You're hearing things. You're delusional. You're like emotional. It's crazy. Maybe take a look inward.
I mean, it is what it is, and like we don't need to dunk on him even harder. Like, hopefully he sees it. Hopefully we can have a good conversation from here on out. Like, can we just have a good conversation, Doofus? Is that possible? Can we just chill out
Right.
and talk? That would be great.
Can we get
I
to
would
the
love
part
that.
where somebody actually gives me a maximum distance the human eye can see?
As far as you can see, you'd have to get an object and put it out in front of you and back up and back up and back up until you can't see it anymore, dude.
All right. And the rate at which that happens is predictable for the angular resolution of the object. And where that begins to become a problem for you is when objects are still above that angular resolution, the angular size. When those objects are still above that, they get obstructed by the surface of the Earth. So angular resolution cannot be the cause.
They get obstructed by the more dense medium. As it goes further away, it gets more. You're looking through more and more of it, and the angle is lower and getting smaller and smaller down closer to the more dense layer, so it obstructs.
Right. We're not seeing a dense layer of atmosphere get in the way. We're seeing the Earth get in the way.
No.
That's why the side view.
That's your
That's why the
worldview.
side view. Yeah, that's why the side view is so important. You don't need to worry about all the hypotheses that you made. You can make them all day, but when they don't fall through, right? If they don't fall through, what you guys do is make stuff up to keep making them right, and that's not what you do. You get a side view, you get other views, other ideas, right? And if they don't back your claim, that means your claim is falsified. It's real simple. Side view would see the hump between you and the observer. If it doesn't, then there's not one. I mean, it's so simple.
Now, this is part of where the prediction needs to be made. When we look at what a sphere does, because you know how spheres work, you shouldn't from the side see a hump meet. You shouldn't from the side see a hump in between two observers or two objects that you can observe directly, because you can observe them directly.
Then why are you saying Earth curves in the way of them and blocking one?
What is that additional talking in the background? Is that from your side?
Might be.
Okay. So if you can directly see the two objects in question, but they cannot directly see each other, the fact that you can see both of them means that you can see enough of the surface to where you can't tell that the surface is in the way for each of those objects, because you can see both of them completely unobstructed yourself from the side.
That means welcome to flat Earth.
It doesn't. Thanks for
Yes,
trying, I
it
guess.
does. You have a ball. Can you demonstrate your ball, your little model, your little ball scaled down with objects on it, and show us what you're talking about, please? So we can see what your ball looks like, that ball you keep claiming, a physical, real one. Do you have that, please? Because all observations and all points are important, right? You agree with me, right? Why would you need
I'll
a
get an
ball, a
exercise ball
physical
since an
sphere?
exercise ball is actually big enough to do that. I can go ahead
Yeah.
and do that for you since I guess nobody else wants to. I'll be the one to do it. But it won't be today. It'll probably
Video
be over
too,
the
no
weekend.
pics. Yes, sir. A live video, please, no pics. And I'll match you. I'll make a video too.
Why wouldn't pictures be good enough? It's the
Why
same
wouldn't
sensor
no
taking the same
stop right there.
information.
Hold on. What I require is a video. So if you're gonna go do anything, don't bother yourself with anything but a video. Okay? We want all observation science. We don't want your looky-loo pictures. We want the observation of side and front view at the same time so we can see what side and front view are on a ball. Do you understand that or not?
Okay, but The sensor is taking the picture either in rapid succession or not so rapid succession. It's the same stuff. Either you get photos or
Oh,
video.
video.
It'll end up being
Are you
exactly the same
allergic to
thing.
video cameras? Are you allergic to video cameras? Go get a child, like a 10-year-old, and
No,
have them do it.
that's the whole point, Demok, is they take pictures and video. They're the same thing.
No, live video's not a picture. Ever. Never will be ever.
Yes, it's a series of pictures.
No. Well then, okay, if
That's
they're the
why they
same,
called
then
it
stop talking
motion
about
picture.
pictures. If they're the same, just do the video and stop talking about pictures.
Oh, for God's sakes.
I mean, they're the same thing, but you're like red and blue are the same, but I want to choose red. Well, why do you want red if they're the same? If they're the same, go with blue and be happy. So if they're the same, we're gonna go with the video and not a pic. Okay, is that cool? You're doing something that I'm asking supposedly, and you're like, oh yeah, I'll go get a ball and do this, but you'll do other things. That doesn't make any sense. Science, my hypothesis for you that you want to run from is a real ball, a real video, uncut, both views.
It wouldn't be simultaneous, though, would it?
I don't know. Do you know how to play one video on the side of a ball while you're filming the front, or you got your phone filming one side while another person films the other? I mean, you. What do you mean can't be simultaneously? What are you talking about? Sure, it can. It sure can. They would be
Sure
two
it can.
different videos, but simultaneously filmed. Yes, sir. Or you can film it from the front view, right? And keep your ball where it's at and don't do anything. Keep it where it's at. Keep your observer, your object, and everything right that you say is being obstructed from that point of view. Then take your camera, move it over to the side, and get a side view. Sure to have a ruler in it and everything else so we can see the degrees and all that other stuff. You know, a good ball model. You know what I'm saying? Like all the observation key points we need to prove your point of a ball with a real ball. Check how sweet that would be. You'd be the only one. You literally would be the only one that ever has done that ever out of a ball community ever that I've ever talked to. You'd be the only ones that videotape front and side views and how something's obstructed from the front but not the side.
Right, because as I explained it to you before, and most people that
Yeah,
have
well,
worked with you on this topic can describe why it shouldn't look the way that you think it should look. Also, your video had a cylinder in it, which wasn't a sphere.
yeah, we'll tell that to Carl Sagan when he uses the same cylinder to tell you about the shadows between Andrea and Cyan. Weird, huh? How it works for him, but not for me, huh? Anyway, so let's see the ball. I don't care what your Dr. Seuss explanation is to me. I don't believe in explanations. You understand that? I believe in physical demonstrations of a ball, not an explanation of a ball. So when you have your ball, we can talk about what you said and claimed all day after we see it happen with reality and real physics of a ball.
I mean, we can actually describe the general properties of a spherical surface.
While we're filming it, let's do it. While after you're done filming it, we can describe all you want.
I can.
So are you going to do that?
As I was saying earlier, it's obviously not going to be today. It's obviously not going to be tomorrow, but it could be that this weekend or next weekend.
Okay, that's fine. So you're going to video it, side view and front view, and you're going to show us how looking forward and looking to the side are the same exact, like, you know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we just want to see the difference between the two, the actual. We understand what you described and what the model claims and all that good stuff, but
Right, and ahead of time, I'm going to let you know that if the observation forward from one object to the other, you see obstruction, and from the side, you can see both objects, you won't see that the ground is causing the obstruction because all you're going to see is just ground.
that's a cool claim. I'm waiting to see that video.
Well, that's how balls work, but I mean, you don't like descriptions of things.
I like videos. I can give you a description of a leprechaun. Is that going to help you? I can give you a description of God. After I get done, can you draw God? If I give you a description? Let's talk about this description idea you're talking about. Give me all the descriptions you want. Does that mean I can even draw it after you're done? Probably not. Because you don't. You can't draw it. You don't draw your own description. You don't draw a front view of the description and then a side view showing us there's no hump in between the people with the ruler lined up. I mean, it'd be odd for you to do that, right? Because then you would disprove your own ball. So I can't wait for your video. Rulers or level rulers, whatever you got to do. Triangle, two videos or video simultaneously, or one video from each side. You know what I mean? Hey, this is the front view, Democ. Hey, this is the side view, Democ. This is the angle at the observer. This is what is in the way from the front view. This is the side view. Here's the degree. Here's what, you know what I mean? You know. This is going to be great, you guys. Because I've had two Globers make the same claim as you, and they left the server for like 14 days, and then they came back without the observation. I wonder why. And then when they came back, they didn't want to talk about the observation anymore. And then somehow I got kicked from that channel. Isn't that weird? Pilot made the same claim. He actually got mad, cussed me out, and said he was going to go do it. He was going to go film two sides of a ball. And he didn't do it. Nobody heard from him for like 14 days. Isn't that weird? A pilot, the private jet pilot. Yeah, he got mad at me and told me I could see there's curve and all this other stuff, and he's going to demonstrate what a ball looks like and how my claim of a ball is wrong because it looks like a cylinder. I said, "Well, go get a ball and show me different." He couldn't do it. Couldn't show you any different observation than what I show. And then I linked him the video with Carl Sagan having the same material, like a 3 to 4 foot material in his hand. That it's just a cardboard, right? That makes a cylinder. If you fold it down, it's a half a circle, half a sphere cylinder, half a cylinder, you know. And then, you know, with both of them would be the whole cylinder. And he shows you the tower from Syene to Andrea, and he shows you another tower, 800 miles apart, and he describes all that supposedly happened 3,000 years ago. And what do you think a side view of something looks like, dude? This when a mountain's blocked halfway. Can you draw the side view of that for me on a ball and a sphere? How that mountain looks from a side view, and then, you know what I mean? Just a side view. We already know, like, okay, it's disappearing halfway for the observer. Can you just draw us a side view? Like a mountain on top of the ball with the observer. Or where you got to draw the mountain and be disappeared halfway. Could you draw that out for us? That only could take you a second. Draw where the observer only sees half the mountain, but there's nothing blocking you. Can you just draw that for us to give us like a little hypothesis of yours?
It is really like I find after all these discussions, heated debates, when the server goes into the silent mode, it's very enjoyable. It's almost zen like. It's very very peaceful. You almost welcome it with open arms. Do shine.
I put a picture in the chat. Picture of the floating vertical mountains. The mountains got to be longer on one side. Or it has to float on one side.
So I suppose a lot of people aren't really interested in British politics. Maybe you, Flatty. Did you see the health secretary appointed? And I think
I
Holland.
didn't.
Okay, I think Holland. No, it probably wasn't Holland. It was Scandinavia or some Scandinavian country. What has it? Health secretary that was like bordering on obese. Right, hang on.
Oh yeah, she was like a giant, like blob.
Oh, you remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy. Like, the health secretary, and like she's like two
Out of
pies
the hut.
from needing a wheelchair to move about. So this is the new health secretary for Britain. Now, I'm not taking the piss out of her because of her looks, okay, and all that there. But did you also realize that for the first time in history, the 4 or 5 major posts are not occupied by a white man? Isn't that brilliant? It's 2 black fellas, 2 white girls, and then hang on, 2 black fellas, 2 white girls, and an Indian girl. Brilliant. Hey, is there a Greg's nearby 10 Downing Street? There fucking better be.
They just get it delivered constantly. Wheelbarrows.
I just have to make jokes about the whole fucking clown world thing because it is a clown world. You just have to make jokes about it and laugh. Laugh in its face. Ha 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 ha. You appoint a health secretary. It looks like she couldn't run the length of herself. I wonder if 10 Downing Street has stairs. Is her office like on the 3rd floor? Would she have to use stairs or is there a lift?
I know there's lines of coke on the backs of the toilets in there.
There's Jesus, they're always there, aren't they? They're everywhere. And buggers. You have to see the people I deal with in weddings, half of them coked out of their minds. In the Holiday Inn, you would throw them out if you found coke. If you went in, you pretended that you were like our manager used to go in and pretend that he was cleaning. Take a watch out slippery sign with him and a mop, and then catch people doing coke and then kick them out. That's in a 3-star hotel. The 4-star hotel I'm in, no, they don't give a shit, bro. You do what you want as long as you're buying a drink. Which brings me to the energy crisis. What our hotel has now done is they've turned off the big fridges. They're using these long fridges now, which cost like half the money. They've turned off the big fridges. We used to have these little electrical charged Hoovers. They've taken them away because they can't afford to charge the Hoovers anymore. It's fucking crazy.
They're using those 70s push pull hoovers. The Huddadids.
Yeah, there's a 1982 Dyson. You know, by the time you've hoovered like a little square, you're sweating balls. You're done, bro. There's Kosho with his spinning balls. Kosho, you love your spinning balls, bro. Oh no, wait! This might actually be an ellipsoid thingy of a model of a thingy with a eclipse thingy. Some kind of app. Hey, oh fuck, Flatty's gone. Is that your art, Kosho? Did you make that? And what did you call it? Space monkeys? It's not bad. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's not bad, man. I like the colors. Personally, I would have called it Space Monkeys. It's better than Monkeys on a Spinning Ball in Space. That seems a bit long. Like, you should shorten it down a little bit. Like just Space Monkeys. Huh? Dude, Shine left about 10 minutes ago. I wouldn't say that. When you say not specific enough for the AI, you mean like the future AI or the AI we have now? Wait, what? You said you made that pick. Are you AI?
No, I engineered the prompt that the AI used to make that.
Oh, I see. You're using uh, prompt apps and shit.
Prompt engineer.
Mm-hmm. So that's not really creation, though, is it? It's like you saying a few words and the AI does it for you. I mean,
The new form of creation. Well, guess what, dude? Somebody typed a whole bunch of words and Grand Theft Auto 5 was created. Just when people type a word.
ah,